Hiss the small black dot on the opposite side approached, and the people on the stone wall gasped. The black spots expanded and took on shapes. There are dirty humans and all kinds of animals. Although these creatures are not of the same species, they all have one thing in common. They looked gray, especially the human faces, which looked like cement faces. His eyes were empty and lifeless. It just swims forward mechanically. 5 minutes later, they were less than 100 meters away from the bottom of the mountain. Due to their large numbers, they created half-meter-high waves when riding the wind and waves, and the surrounding water surface kept floating up and down like boiling water. This gray army made the people on the wall look very ugly. Even though I was well prepared, I still felt my scalp tingling when I saw the endless army approaching. Li Wei frowned and said, "They're like zombies?" Yan Luo said, "Zombies walk by jumping, but they don't." Going a little further, Yan Luo said, "Shoot." All the people in Fuguang Palace climbed up the stone wall and started firing at the opposite side. At the same time, attacks were launched on places defended by other forces. The monk condensed his spiritual power into arrows and kept stabbing them at the group of monsters on the opposite side. The monsters in the first row were attacked and made strange crackling sounds in their throats before sinking to the bottom. The monster behind was fearless and continued to move forward. For a while, attacks continued on the stone wall and groups of monsters continued to die. They kept sinking to the bottom and kept moving forward. Even if these boundless monsters were piled up, they would be enough to crush all the people in Qingliang Mountain to death. Soon, they arrived at the stone wall. The people inside the wall quickly picked up the prepared stones and threw them down. The falling rocks could only injure the monsters but not kill them, and the spiritual power of the monks on the wall was almost exhausted, and the military was running out of gunpowder. Fang Yanhe knew the situation was serious. He said, "Get the gun truck and grenades, it's all Zhu Ziyuan's fault." He used up most of the ammunition. A rumbling sound was soon heard in front of the military. The people on the mountain were immediately overjoyed. "That's great, that's great. The military still has heavy weapons. We will be fine." Sure enough, the power of the artillery shells should not be underestimated. After a few shots, a gap appeared in front of the military. Yan Luo also had grenades, and she took them out of the space without hesitation. There were also ping-pong explosions in front of the Fuguang Palace team. Fang Yanhe looked at Yan Luo in surprise. How come she also had so many hot weapons? But now it was a chaotic world, and no one would care about this. All everyone cared about was how to survive. On the mountain, a group of women hugged each other and said, "There are explosives over there too. They will definitely kill all those monsters." Looking down from the mountain, although the monster's appearance could not be seen clearly, the dark gray color on the water surface was still enough to make the people feel depressed. If these things come up the hill. After a while of artillery bombardment, the military ran out of artillery shells. The gap that was blasted out was instantly filled by monsters. "Captain Fang, what should we do?" Hu Qingling asked Fang Yanhe anxiously. Hu Qingling is different from other forces. The Hor family's roots are in Qiliang Mountain, and they share the same fate as Qiliang Mountain. So he was really anxious. Fang Yanhe frowned and said with difficulty, "I have no other choice." Suddenly, Hu Qinglong's heart sank to the bottom. In front of the Fuguang Palace, Yan Luo narrowed her eyes and found that at the very end of the group of monsters, there seemed to be some monsters surrounding them like stars surrounding the moon. She thought about it and whispered to Li Wei, "Look 15 degrees to the left, front and back." "Is there a circle?" "The circle is right inside the group of monsters, and you can't see it at all if you don't look carefully." The monsters in the circle were all very large, so Yan Luo was able to recognize them. I was slightly surprised. "Are they protecting something?" Yan Luo said, "Whether it is true or not, we can find out if we go over and take a look." Li Wei said, "Okay, I'll go take a look." After saying that, he flew out of the stone wall on his sword and passed through the air, causing the monsters on the water to look up, baring their fangs and claws, and trying to jump up and eat the flying bird. It was the first time that everyone saw flying a sword so directly, and the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, It's so amazing, it goes against science. The world has really changed. Chu Yunling said enviously, I heard that only cultivators above the 8th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm can fly with a sword. It seems that he has reached this level. Oh, I can fly sometime. Yen Luo was stunned for a moment. She meant that she would go over to take a look, but she didn't expect Li Wei to go there by herself and go so quickly and decisively. He didn't even hesitate. At this moment, Yen Luo had a different feeling towards Li Wei. It seems that after living a new life, she can only trust a few people. Li Wei, wait for me. As she spoke, Yen Luo's flying sword rose into the air, and she jumped up. The flying sword broke through the air, and the sound of wind passed by her ears. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Wei's lips. She called him by his name, no longer a polite and distant fellow Taoist. Sun Jingyang and Shi Ling couldn't help but feel surprised when they saw Yen Luo could fly a sword. Who have reached the 8th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm can control the sword, but Yen Luo has not reached the 8th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm yet. How did she do it? When Hui Qingling saw that Yen Luo could actually control the sword, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. He actually divorced such a powerful woman. Humph! Yen Luo must have been practicing for a long time, but she just kept it a secret from me. Otherwise, how could she have made such rapid progress in just half a year? She really had an extramarital affair. A 1.9-meter tall strong man threw a kitchen knife from the water to Hui Qingling's feet, laughing strangely. Hui Qingling was so scared that he quickly took a half step back and almost fell off the stone wall. In mid-air, in front of Li Wei, a wild duck suddenly flew out from the water. Immediately afterwards, a dozen wild ducks flapped their wings and flew out of the water, blocking Li Wei. Jie haha, they don't know any magic, but they just stretch out their sharp beaks and peck at Li Wei. Wow, there are some that can fly. A trace of fear appeared on Chu Yunling's face. These wild ducks are the same size as adults and can easily peck an ordinary person to death. The appearance of these birds made the people in the mountains so frightened that they dared not stay outside anymore and quickly ran back into the houses for fear of being pecked away. Li Wei's figure suddenly stopped. A blue shield protected the surroundings, and then exploded. The wild duck that flew in front of him was blown away, and duck feathers fell to the ground in the air. Li Wei is good at fire techniques, and the Li Huiju of the Qingshan school is even more powerful. He just clasped his hands together, and yellow flames spread in the air like a sunset. Yen Luo was also surrounded by several big geese. She shook her hands and put Xiaohua and the crocodiles into the water. As for Baiyu, she had been on standby for too long and suddenly turned on the phone and came to a new environment. Her body couldn't adapt, and she fell into a coma again. It told Yen Luo that this coma was equivalent to conditioning the body, and it might take a year to wake up, and when he woke up again, he would be able to fully recover. Yen Luo didn't say anything about this. After all, she was not a spirit beast and didn't know how spirit beasts practiced. Just seeing the 4 big white geese around her, she complained, if only Baiyu was awake. The mutant goose's mouth was sharp and cunning, and it bit Yen Luo. The big goose can actually fly. Yen Luo is very alert. She drew out her sword, and the sharp wind from the sword swept across, and the goose in front of her instantly flew all over the sky. Jie the goose pounced on him madly. There are big mouths everywhere, front, back, left, and right. Yen Luo flew straight up into the sky. The big goose missed his target and turned its head to chase Yen Luo. But Yen Luo reacted faster and fell headfirst, with the vigorous spiritual power in his palm like a disc smashing down on his head. Yen Luo practiced the spells that came with the Kunyuan technique, frost and snow. The attack formed by spiritual power was like frost and snow, and it seemed as if small snowflakes were falling from the sky, freezing the 4 geese in the blink of an eye. Although it was only a few seconds, these few seconds were enough for Yen Luo to kill the enemy with one sword. She quickly threw the goose's body into space. There were no monsters flying out from below to block their way, so at this moment, they all swam in one direction on the water, which was the circle pointed out by Yen Luo. After they swam over, they dived into the water. Although nothing could be seen on the surface of the water, The waters were very rough and ordinary ships would inevitably capsize. Yen Luo knew that it was Xiaohua and Crocodile who took action. Yen Luo and Li Wei looked at each other, nodded, and flew into the water at the same time. On the stone wall, Sun Jingyang and Shi Ling were still fighting with the monsters attacking the mountain, but with the departure of Yen Luo and Li Wei, the pressure here was significantly reduced. Chu Yunling wiped the sweat off his face and said, "The soldiers knew to take a break when attacking the city, but these ghosts don't even know how to get tired." They had been blocking the enemy here for 10 hours. They were all sweating profusely, with calluses on their hands and scrapes on their arms. Some of them were even dragged into the water by the monster. They watched helplessly as the man was dragged into the water, and a group of monsters surrounded him and devoured him piece by piece. The water beneath the wall has turned dark red. A thick fear filled the hearts of the people in Longshan. Everyone wanted to run away, but they knew they couldn't. This is a mountain, surrounded by water. There is no way to escape. Suddenly, on the water surface in the distance, more than a dozen monsters were thrown out of the water, flew into the air, and then quickly fell down, turning into pieces when they fell. Chu Yunling happened to see this scene and was stunned. So awesome! While he was distracted, a monster grabbed his ankle and pulled him hard. He almost fell off the stone wall. Fortunately, Fang Yanhe cut off the monster's arm with a knife. He said angrily, "Be careful. Don't get distracted." Chu Yunling was frightened and dared not be distracted again. Underwater, there were countless monsters blocking Yen Luo and Li Wei's way. They were tightly packed together, making it impossible for anyone to get through. Xiaohua and the crocodiles rushed around, trying to break their formation. It was the first time that Li Wei saw the pets that Yen Luo raised. She was not envious or jealous, but just a little curious. How could a girl raise such ugly pythons and crocodiles? The skins of Dashan's family of 3 were comparable to magic weapons. Relying on their thick skins, they attacked these monsters unscrupulously. But these monsters were like chicken blood. No matter how Yen Luo and the others attacked, they would not retreat a single step unless they died. Yen Luo was puzzled. What makes them so determined to protect the things in the middle? A gap appeared in the mountain, and Yen Luo and Li Wei rushed in. Another group of monsters that were besieging Qingliang Mountain retreated and blocked the gap from behind. In an instant, Yen Luo was surrounded on all sides by monsters that stretched as far as the eye could see. They bared their fangs and claws like zombies, wishing they could eat Yen Luo whole immediately. Yen Luo and Li Wei were also separated. Under the siege, Yen Luo was out of breath, but he kept waving the sword in his hand. Countless milky white sword lights flew in the water, killing the besieging monsters one after another. But there were too many monsters coming from all directions, seemingly endlessly, and Yen Luo gradually felt the strain. With a cold face, she gathered the spiritual energy around her and tried to break through the encirclement and rush out of the water. The monster above seemed to see Yen Luo's intention and pressed down hard. The enormous pressure was like a mountain pressing down on one's head. In the darkness, with a popping sound, Yen Luo's dantian, which had not yet broken through, suddenly broke through to the 8th level of the gathering spirit realm. In an instant, the spiritual energy around him rushed towards Yen Luo, and a small spiritual energy tornado arose around Yen Luo. The tornado stirred the water surface and formed a whirlpool. The whirlpool threw away the surrounding monsters, and Yen Luo flew out of the water. In mid-air, the spiritual energy of the breakthrough lingered for a long time, and everyone on the stone wall saw this scene. Sun Jingyang thought to himself, "He is indeed a genius. It has only been a short time, and he is already catching up with me." Shi Ling showed admiration in his eyes. The more capable a person is, the more interested he will be in equally capable people. That's what Shi Ling is like. Hu Qingling looked at the woman standing in mid-air with a sword. She was wearing a black waterproof long-sleeve shirt and trousers, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail fluttering in the wind. His eyes were burning. Yen Luo is so strong. Such a strong woman must belong to him. She must listen to him and obey him. Li Wei, who who was at the bottom of the water, noticed something unusual and rushed out, guarding Yen Luo from below. Yen Luo didn't expect to have a breakthrough at this time. She was delighted, but when she thought that there were monsters everywhere below her, she didn't have time to stabilize her realm and rushed down again. A set of heavenly flowers scattering, the snow-white spiritual power hit the water surface like silver needles. In an instant, dozens of monsters sank to the bottom. "Are you still able?" Yen Luo asked Li Wei. Li Wei nodded slightly, then jumped into the water again. His figure was instantly swallowed up by a group of monsters. After taking a look, Yen Luo flew in the direction opposite to Li Wei. At this moment, Dashan's voice came into Yen Luo's mind. "Master, I saw it." "What did you see?" "A turtle, a really big turtle. Bigger than a small crocodile, but smaller than me, and very round." "It's gone again." Yen Luo frowned. She had already jumped into the water. While resisting the monster that was rushing up, she was thinking about the turtle that Dashan mentioned. Could it be that the object these monsters are protecting is the turtle? After Yen Luo entered the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm, she clearly felt that her spiritual power had become abundant. Although the monsters around her kept attacking her, she felt a little more relaxed. Yen Luo said to Dashan, "You continue to look for this turtle." Yen Luo and Li Wei attacked from both sides at the same time, and the number of monsters protecting the turtle in the middle decreased. Xiaohua, Dashan, and a few others were tumbling in the middle water. The water surface within a radius of 100 meters was surging with waves, and monsters kept swimming towards this side from the bottom of the mountain. The pressure at the foot of the mountain was relieved. After Sun Jingyang discussed with Shi Ling guarded the mountain, and Sun Jingyang also came on a sword. At this time, there were only 4 of them who could fly with swords on Qingliang Mountain. Although the others were worried, they could do nothing. For example, Yen Feng would look over here from time to time. With the addition of Sun Jingyang, the casualties of the monster group here increased rapidly. Just when they thought they were about to take down the things in the water, all the monsters that had been besieging Qingliang Mountain suddenly came back. They came with such force that it looked as if their home had been robbed. At the foot of the mountain, people who had fought for more than 10 hours breathed a sigh of relief and smiles appeared on their faces. "That's great." They finally retreated. The tense nerves of many people relaxed at once, and they simply slid down the stone wall, lying on their backs exhausted on the ground. Hopefully they won't come back. "I don't know what happened over there. Why did they all go back? Who cares? As long as he's not here." The people from Fuguang Palace were still standing on the stone wall, and Yen Feng was looking at the water in the distance with a worried look on his face. "Are my sisters okay?" Sheng Wan patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go down and wait. We are all tired." They fought with the monster for more than 10 hours. Their spiritual power was exhausted, and they were all tired. You need to rest quickly and replenish your strength. In troubled times, physical strength is very important. Yen Feng also knew this truth, so he said, "Let's all go down." Bai Yu was walking behind, with one foot about to step out of the stone wall. At this moment, a thick black claw suddenly grabbed her ankle, and then a hand raised a machete and chopped at her. It happened in the blink of an eye. Yen Feng, who was beside her, immediately blocked her way. His sturdy body blocked the knife firmly. Everyone in Fuguang Palace exclaimed. "Palace Master, Yen Feng." Sheng Wan swung the long whip in her hand and wrapped it around the monster's arm. She pulled and shook it violently, breaking all the meridians in its arm. At the same time, he flew over and kicked it into the water. At this moment, Yen Feng fell down and fell on Bai Yu's back. There was a rusty kitchen knife stuck on his back. Bright red blood kept flowing down his back. Sheng Wan hurriedly said, "Bai Yu, carry him on your back." Bai Yu was also frightened, but fortunately with Sheng Wan's command, she quickly carried the person down the stone wall. Shi Ling said, "You guys go back and get treated, leave this to us." "Okay, trouble." Sheng Wan gave Yen Feng some hemostatic and healing medicine, and then she and Bai Yu carried Yen Feng on their backs and ran quickly to the villa. However, they were stopped by a man after running only 300 meters. The man said sarcastically, "Others were injured and didn't leave, so why are you leaving? Are you trying to be special? Or are you trying to escape from the battlefield and become a deserter?" Shengwan took a closer look and realized that this was someone she knew. She is Hua Qinglong's mother. At this time, Shengwan was extremely anxious, so he cursed directly, "Get out of the way, or I'll do it." Mrs. Hua immediately pretended to be pitiful and shouted loudly, "Someone come and take a look. Yan Luo's men are beating people up." Shengwan rolled her eyes. She didn't have time to argue with this woman, so she just used a simple and rough knife move to knock Mrs. Hua unconscious. She didn't even look at her, and just stepped over her. The three of them returned to the villa first. Bai Yu quickly treated Yan Feng. Then Hu Bingyan also rushed back. He took out the machete from Yan Feng's back, and blood gushed out immediately. Shengwan and Bai Yu were both terrified, especially Bai Yu, who had never seen so much blood coming from her friend. Hu Bingyan quickly applied hemostatic medicine on Yan Feng's back. Fortunately, Yan Luo left some better hemostatic drugs for Yan Feng, which quickly stopped Yan Feng's bleeding. Shengwan watched Hu Bingyan take off Yan Feng's top, and she felt mixed emotions. Does this guy like Bai Yu so much that he is willing to get hurt for her? Bai Yu was even more grateful to Yan Feng. She stayed by the bed and didn't dare to leave for even a minute. On the cool water outside the mountain. Due to the rapid retreat of these monsters, Yan Luo and his companions were instantly at a disadvantage. Yan Luo made a prompt decision and said, "Let's go back." After breaking through the encirclement, the three people flew towards Qingliang Mountain, which scared the people on the mountain. At this point, anyone with a little bit of common sense would realize that the reason the monsters retreated was because Yan Luo and the other two did something behind them. And now Yan Luo and the others flew back, so these monsters would definitely follow them back. They were extremely frightened and did not expect these people to come back at all. Even if Yan Luo and the other two were swallowed by the monster, they didn't mind, as long as they were safe. As soon as the three of them landed on the stone wall, someone came up and gave them instructions. "Why are you back? What about the people in the mountains? You are so selfish. You should have dragged these monsters." Yan Luo was amused by their words. Sun Jingyang narrowed his eyes and said, "Your lives are lives, but our lives are not lives? Haha, whoever talks more will be thrown into the water." Everyone fell silent. Everyone knows that Sun Jingyang is good at kung fu, so they dare not offend him. After Yan Luo landed on the stone wall, people from Fuguang Palace immediately ran over, shouting, "Sister Luo, please go back and see the palace master. He is seriously injured." Hearing this, Yan Luo suddenly became anxious. She didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with others and flew directly back to the villa on her sword. Someone at the foot of the mountain suddenly started cursing. "Why did you let her go? What will we do if she leaves? Yes, what if the monsters below the mountain attack us?" Yan Luo is a high-level cultivator after all, and this level of awareness is not worthy of her cultivation at all. She is so selfish. She doesn't care about us at all. She should just play the role of a high-level monk. Sun Jingyang listened to these people's selfish words, and a sneer appeared on his lips. Who is willing to save such a world? After Yan Luo returned to the villa, Yan Feng was still in a coma, and Bai Yu and Shengwan were guarding beside him. Yan Luo immediately took out the 4 bottle from the space. She asked Hu Bingyan, "What medicine do you need? Tell me, and I'll find a way." Hu Bingyan's eyes lit up and said, "Great, I need some anti-inflammatory medicine, painkillers, and hemostatics. It's hot now, so I need to prevent the wound from getting infected." Hu Bingyan gave Yan Feng and 4 drip, and Bai Yu continued to use her healing power to treat Yan Feng. After seeing this, Bai Qingze also volunteered to help. Although Bai Qingze has no master, he has outstanding spiritual talent and has reached the 3rd level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. His cultivation is no worse than Bai Yu. Moreover, his spiritual power is cleaner and has better healing effects. Yan Luo secretly gave Yan Feng a 2nd-grade pill obtained from the secret realm and pulled out a ginseng from the space, sliced the ginseng, and put a piece of it in Yan Feng's mouth. In the middle of the night, Yan Feng started to have a fever, and Hu Bingyan hurriedly gave him more antipyretics. The next morning, he finally woke up from his coma. After the group of monsters outside Qingliang Mountain retreated yesterday, they did not return today, but the security at the foot of the mountain remains tight. Yan Luo didn't have to go down the mountain and stayed with Yan Feng all the time. At this moment, seeing Yan Feng wake up, she hurried forward and asked, "How is it? Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" Yan Feng climbed onto the bed and said with a wry smile, "Much better, but my back hurts a little. It would be strange if such a big wound didn't hurt." Yan Luo felt relieved. With tears in Baiyu's eyes, she squatted in front of the bed, staring straight at Yan Feng. "Yan Feng, thank you so much. If I happen again next time, I hope you can ensure your own safety first and leave me alone." She bit her lip. "I'm just an insignificant person." Yan Feng tilted his head, trying his best to appear relaxed. But when he leaned over, he pulled the wound on his back. A cold sweat broke out on his head, but he still smiled and said, "You are all disciples of Fuguang Palace. How can you be insignificant people? As the palace master of Fuguang Palace, it is my duty to protect my disciples. Don't feel guilty." Baiyu didn't say anything else. She just walked out. Sheng Wan glanced at the two of them and followed them. Yan Luo asked Yan Feng, "Do you like Baiyu?" Yan Feng was stunned for a moment, then replied, "No." Yan Luo was confused and angry. "Then why did you take a knife for her? Do you know that if there were no such good medicine, everyone would have treated you in time? In the troubled times, you would have died if you had been injured like this." Yan Feng chuckled twice. "They are all my good friends. Isn't it my duty to help my friends?" Hearing this, Yan Luo sighed. No wonder in the previous life, Yan Feng was determined to collect her bones even if he was eaten by a monster. He has no scheming or agenda because that's just the kind of person he is. He is born to be loyal and righteous. It's my personality. There's nothing I can do about it. Thinking of this, Yan Luo couldn't help but feel a headache. A fool like Yan Feng, who knows who'll deceive him in the future. "Okay, take care of your injuries. Here are some ginseng slices. Take one every 3 hours." After saying that, Yan Luo walked out of Yan Feng's room. "Sheng Wan Baiyue, please take good care of Xiao Feng during this time." "Don't worry, Sister Luo, we will definitely take good care of him." Yan Luo nodded. Yan Feng only suffered superficial injuries, and there was no problem with his internal organs and meridians. He would be able to recover after proper recuperation. Yan Luo went down the mountain alone again. At the intersection, Mrs. Ho was blocking the road. She shouted as soon as she saw Yan Luo. "Yan Luo, your people don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. They beat me up. What do you think we should do?" Yan Luo raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Mrs. Hu looked Yan Luo up and down and said maliciously, "I heard you have a lot of pills there. Give me some." Hee. Yan Luo was almost laughing out of anger. He didn't expect that in this life, the Hu family was still so shameless. They just wanted to get their things in a roundabout way. She sneered and said, "I remember the last time I saw you. I told you that I am no longer your daughter-in-law, so you are not an elder to me. Even if my people beat you, it must be because you are wrong. Madam Hu, why do you come here to find me instead of reflecting on your own problems?" "What did you say? I got beaten up and it's my problem?" Yan Luo said as a matter of course, "I am a person of the purest nature. If you have conflicts with them, it must be your problem." Mrs. Hu rolled her eyes. She didn't believe Yan Luo's attitude would change so suddenly. She asked suspiciously, "Are you really Yan Luo? Are you possessed?" Yan Luo was stunned for a moment by her guess. Her guess was correct, but only half correct. She was not possessed by someone else, but was reincarnated. She was also possessed by her previous life. "Ha, that's right, I am possessed. I am possessed by an evil spirit. The me in front of you is the ghost that escaped from the 18 levels of Hades, so you'd better stay away from me. Otherwise, I might take you to Hades with me." In broad daylight, Yan Luo approached step by step, his voice cold and eerie, which frightened Mrs. Hu and made her cover her chest. Yan Luo snorted coldly and left with satisfaction. After she left, Mrs. He realized that Yan Luo was teasing her. She was so angry that she jumped up and down. At the foot of the mountain, Sun Jingyang was chatting with Li Wei. When they saw Yan Luo coming, they immediately stood up. The two asked with concern, "Is Daoist fellow Yan Feng okay?" Yan Luo replied that it was just a superficial wound. "That's good. Didn't these monsters move unusually last night?" "No, they retreated quite far, but they didn't intend to leave completely. They are still guarding 1 kilometer away, so we are still here." Yan Luo climbed up the stone wall and looked into the distance. The water in the distance was calm, with only corpses floating on the waves. Monsters have no intelligence. Do you think they are being controlled by something? You said they have no thoughts, so how can they be controlled? That's true. But I always felt that their behavior yesterday was, well, methodical. Yan Luo lowered his head and thought for a while, then expressed his thoughts. Is it possible to have a kind of manipulation technique that can control the monk's actions directly through the soul instead of controlling the mind? Sun Jingyang and Li Wei were both stunned for a moment. It is possible. After all, the world of cultivation is unfamiliar to them, and everything is possible. Sun Jingyang said, "Is that so? We'll know if we explore it." The three of them looked at each other and saw approval in each other's eyes. So Yan Luo directly proposed, "Li Wei and I have fought with them underwater before, so we are familiar with them. Let's go, and you stay here to prevent a sneak attack." Sun Jingyang curled his lips and said, "Just keep guarding." Yan Luo and Li Wei waited until dark, quietly dived into the water, and swam forward. When they were almost at the group of monsters, the two men changed into the monsters' clothes, pretended to have empty eyes, and slowly approached the group of monsters from underwater. There were many corpses floating on the water in front of Qingliang Mountain. Some of them were human, and some were monsters. Some of the monsters were just injured. They were not really dead. After they came back to life, they would return to the group of monsters. Therefore, the arrival of Yan Luo and Li Wei did not arouse their suspicion. These monsters had no thoughts of their own. They were floating in the water doing nothing. Some of them had their eyes open but lifeless, while others had their eyes closed, probably asleep. Yan Luo slowly wandered among these groups. They didn't know how to chat with each other, so no monster asked her what she was doing. But Yan Luo felt it was a bit weird. It seemed that there were corpses floating around, which made people feel creepy and scared. After swimming for several hundred meters, Yan Luo finally saw the wide waters ahead. There was not a single monster in that vast expanse of water. There was only a huge turtle, floating quietly in the water. His body is very big and round, with his head retracted into his shell and his 4 strong claws stretched in the water. The round and hard turtle shell is more than 10 meters in diameter. When Yan Luo saw the turtle, he was stunned. This turtle is completely black and does not look like a mutated monster. In other words, it is a normal monster. Could it be that it was controlling the monsters? Yan Luo, the big turtle, was surprised. But she also understood that now was not a good time to attack. Once she launched an attack, she would be swallowed up by the countless monsters behind her. Even if she had advanced to the 8th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, she could not resist the hordes of thousands of troops alone. After seeing the situation clearly, Yan Luo returned the same way. Their initial plan was to check first, and then make plans. She returned to the stone wall. 5 minutes later, Li Wei also came back. Sun Jingyang and Shi Ling came over. "How is it? What's the situation there?" Yan Luo said, "There is a huge turtle there. It is a demon beast." "Monster?" The 4 of them had the same idea in their minds. That is, this monster can indeed control the actions of monsters, otherwise it would not be able to blend in with the group of monsters. There were people coming in and out of their side, making a lot of noise, so they were discovered by the military. Fang Yanhe and Chu Yunling came over. Fang Yanhe asked, "Did you find anything?" Yan Luo had a good impression of him. He was different from the previous supreme commander of the military, Zhu Ziyuan. Zhu Ziyuan was selfish and self-willed, but Fang Yanhe was open and honest, and not a mean person. Yan Luo said, "We found that there might be something directing these monsters to attack." Upon hearing this, Fang Yanhe and Chu Yunling were both shocked. To be able to command so many groups of monsters, this thing must be very powerful. For a moment, they felt that survival was hopeless. Yen Luo seemed to know what they were thinking. She explained, being able to command so many monsters doesn't necessarily mean that he is very strong, but he may have some special skills. Fang Yen has said, having the skill is already very powerful. At least we can't destroy these monsters now. In the darkness, Yen Luo's eyes shone. What if we catch this troublemaker first? Chu Yunling said with embarrassment, didn't you just say that the thing is protected by monsters? How can we catch it? It's impossible. No wonder the monsters that attacked the mountain yesterday suddenly turned back. It was because Yen Luo and Li Wei threatened the safety of that thing, so they were summoned back. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Tomorrow morning, a few of us who can fly with swords will go to the sky above the center of the monster group and see if we can catch it. Good. After they decided, Fang Yanhe wanted to return to the team, but Chu Yunling stayed reluctantly. Yen Luo was puzzled and asked, what's the matter?
Zu Yunling kuhet de y.
Shengwan, how is she doing lately? Yen Luo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he would ask Shengwan. She's fine. That's fine. Seeing that he still had no intention of leaving, Yen Luo asked, did your military change its leader? Why did the person who attacked our Huayuan community disappear? Chu Yunling smiled awkwardly. He caused our military to suffer huge losses and has been executed. Yen Luo raised his eyebrows. Will the military execute high-ranking officials within the military? She asked curiously, what losses did you suffer? Reputation. Seeing Yen Luo's puzzled expression, Chu Yunling explained, before, in order to collect supplies, he led people to confiscate several teams. These people died and were injured. For a time, our military looked like bandits, and the people of Shangyang City no longer trusted us. Before, a plague broke out in the base, and he used all the medicine to give to soldiers and those who were willing to become soldiers, causing the elderly, the weak, women and children to die tragically without medicine. Chu Yunling said this and sighed. He has disturbed the people's hearts. Yen Luo rubbed his fingers on the wall and looked into the distance. In troubled times, the military's greatest advantage is the people's hearts and trust. He has eliminated this greatest advantage and is indeed unworthy of being a leader. Chu Yunling smiled and said, fortunately, our leader has now become Captain Fang. Captain Fang is not the old relative. He is simple and kind and has made great achievements in the war. He will definitely be able to lead us to a better future. He hesitated for a long time and finally mustered up the courage to say to Yen Luo, Ms. Yen, Shengwan is my favorite person. Yen Luo? She turned her head suddenly, only to see that the young man had already turned and left, his voice still floating in the air. I hope she can be safe and happy with you. Yen Luo felt awkward for a moment. She was hesitating whether to tell Shengwan what Chu Yunling said. Just as I was lost in thought, the man Hui Qingling came over again. He just saw military personnel and people from several other forces looking for Yen Luo and the Hui family's team, and he couldn't sit still. Lolo, I heard that my brother was injured. Do you want the doctor from the Hui family to go and see him? Yen Luo's face was full of disgust when she saw him, and she was even more disgusted in her heart. If it wasn't for the Hui family being able to fight against the monsters and still be of some use, she would have secretly thrown him to the back mountain to feed the monsters. No, I have a doctor. After saying that, Yen Luo turned and left. Hui Qingling took 2 quick steps and stood in front of Yen Luo. Lolo, are you still angry with me? I had no choice but to marry Zhou Suyu. You also know that our Hui family was in a difficult situation at that time, and we had to use the Zhou family to make a comeback. The same thing happened to Dai Qianqian. I was deceived by him. Yen Luo interrupted him impatiently. Mr. Hui, I'm serious with you. I have no interest in you at all right now, so you don't have to tell me about your relationship with Miss Zhou, Miss Li, Miss Wang, etc. If you disturb me again, don't blame me for hitting you. Early in the morning, Yen Luo ate the breakfast made by Aunt Chun in the space, and also ate a bag of Weilong large gluten. After eating and drinking his fill, he left the space. Yan Feng was able to get out of bed. Baiyu supported him and walked around in the yard. After a while, he started sweating. Yan Luo handed a thermos to Baiyu. Give this chicken soup to Xiao Feng later. Yan Feng asked Yan Luo, Sister, how is the situation down the mountain? As the palace master, I feel really bad for not standing by your side. Yan Luo tapped him on the head and said, Stop overthinking and focus on healing. She looked around and didn't see Xingwan, so she asked, Where's Xingwan? Looks like she went to do the laundry. Sister Luo, I can tell you what you want to talk to Sister Sheng about. Yan Luo thought about it and decided that it would be better not to let outsiders know about this. So she waved her hand and went to find Xingwan herself. As expected, Xingwan was washing clothes at the back of a yard. There was a large basin in front of her, and she was rubbing and beating the clothes hard. Yan Luo smiled and said, You're so strong. Don't damage your clothes. Xingwan looked up and saw that it was Yan Luo. She put down the clothes in her hands embarrassedly. Yan Luo said, Someone met me last night and said something to me. I don't know what he meant, but since he mentioned you, I thought it would be better to let you know. Xingwan asked doubtfully, Who? What? Yan Luo thinks that if you like someone, you should let the other person know. What if the other person is also interested in you? If you don't say it, the two of you may miss a good opportunity. Moreover, in the bronze mirror in the secret realm that day, Yan Luo clearly saw that the person Xingwan liked was. But that person doesn't like her. If she doesn't change her mind, she will most likely be hurt in the future. It would be nice if she could look at the people around her straight in the eye. Chu Yunling. Xingwan was surprised. He said that you are his favorite person. Xingwan. The towel in her hand fell into the water with a snap. After a long while, she exhaled softly and said, Sister Luo, you must have misunderstood. I tortured Chu Yunling in the army. We are good partners, comrades, and friends. It is normal for friends to regard their friends as their favorite people. Yan Luo said, Oh, is that so? She had never been in love before and only had Hui Qingling, who was arranged by her parents. She didn't know about all the twists and turns and fancy thinking. After all, it was Xingwan's own business. Then I'll be leaving first. Xiao Feng, please take care of her. Don't worry, Sister Luo, it was planned that they would go to the monster group together today. After Yan Luo finished speaking, he hurried down the mountain. Li Wei, Xi Ling, and Sun Jingyang were waiting there. The four of them handed the team over to Fang Yanhe's command and flew away on their swords. In midair, Xi Ling saw a large number of floating corpses on the water, especially at the junction of the mountain and the water, where corpses were piled up in a circle. Her beautiful eyes showed a hint of sadness. Everyone, find your own supplies. If you can survive, then survive. If you can't, forget it. How many people have to die before we stop? Sun Jingyang said, Fairy Xi Ling, there is no one who is not afraid of death. This is human nature. Xi Ling opened his mouth and stopped talking. In the waters 1 kilometer away, large groups of monsters were as dense as lotus leaves floating on the West Lake. As soon as they saw the four figures flying in the sky, they all started roaring towards the sky with their fangs and claws bared. Xi Ling felt her scalp tingling. She couldn't help but ask, There are so many monsters. Are we just going to rush down like this? If they just rush down like this, it would be like feeding them. The four of them frowned. Sun Jingyang was more open-minded. He said, Since we are here, we should at least attack them a few times. So the four of them launched a fierce bombardment on the monster below from 4 directions respectively. Suddenly, spiritual attacks of various colors appeared on the water surface. From a distance, it looked as if someone was lighting fireworks here. Many monsters below died, but their formation was not destroyed at all. There was no other choice. Yan Luo and his companions could only retreat. At the foot of the mountain, Fang Yanhe saw them coming back and asked hurriedly, How about it? Sun Jingyang frowned and said, There are simply too many of them. We have no way of getting close to them. What should we do then? Everyone was helpless and could only remain in a stalemate with the group of monsters. Yan Luo felt that she could take a risk and go into the water herself to take the turtle into her own space. But this is very risky. If she succeeds, she will have conquered these monsters. If she fails, She will be besieged by these monsters and can only hide in the space and think of a solution. After all, once she enters the space will not move on its own. No one has a solution right now, and Yanluo doesn't want to be the first to take action. Everyone had to establish a shift system, with each force sending some people to be on duty at the foot of the mountain, and as soon as the monsters made any unusual movements, they would quickly gather people. They were trapped in the mountains and couldn't get out, but they had to eat. So, under the leadership of the military, everyone began a primitive life of men farming and women weaving. The military personnel took off their military uniforms, reclaimed wasteland on the mountains and planted vegetables, and caught pheasants and rabbits in the mountains to raise, just like they were engaging in large-scale production behind enemy lines. Although Yanluo had supplies, she couldn't be too different, so she started growing vegetables in the yard. The yard was already full of vegetables, and after they were ripe, Yanluo cleared an area to grow potatoes. Chu Yunling was the most diligent runner, and he would run to Shengwan whenever he had time. But ever since Yanluo said those words to Shengwan always felt something was strange when she looked at him. Yan Feng's wound healed completely after a week. He would practice shooting skills in the yard every day to keep fit. Seeing Chu Yunling running here every day, he finally couldn't help it. Baiyu, why do you think he always comes to see Shengwan? Baiyu said, they are comrades in arms. They haven't seen each other for a few years. They must have a lot to talk about. Yan Feng asked Bai Qingze again. Qingze, what do you think? I was a little kid, I didn't know. Yan Feng asked Lin Sijia again, and Lin Sijia said mysteriously, they are all here for profit. He must have some plans for Shengwan. Yan Feng raised his eyebrows. What's the benefit of Shengwan? She has no money and no power. Lin Sijia took a deep breath and said helplessly, Brother Yan Feng, women mean more to men than just power and money, right? There are other aspects as well.
For example?
For example, women can fall in love and have babies. Yan Feng stood up suddenly, causing everyone to look at him in surprise. Yan Feng realized that he had lost his composure. He touched his nose and said awkwardly, no way, Sister Sheng looks like a man. How can she fall in love? Lin Sijia said, why not? Haven't you noticed that Sister Sheng has been dressing up nicely recently? She hasn't even cut her hair short. It's almost down to her shoulders. So, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on Shengwan, who was watering the vegetables, making this tomboy seem a little gentle. Yan Feng also came over with a bucket of water. Shengwan smiled and said, it's already been watered. No need to water it again. You can go now. Oh, but he stayed there for a while and didn't leave. Shengwan couldn't help but ask in confusion, why are you still here? Yan Feng hesitated for a while and asked in a low voice, why does Chu Yunling always come to see you recently? Shengwan didn't think it was wrong. He is my comrade in arms. We are good friends. I thought he was courting you. After these words were spoken, both of them were stunned. It seemed that their friendship was not yet good enough to communicate each other's feelings. Shengwan was a straightforward person. He did not blame Yan Feng for meddling in other people's affairs. He just said, you think too much. We're good buddies. If he pursues me, wouldn't it be like the two of us are having an affair? Yan Feng was amused by her words. That's true. Sister Sheng is more manly than any other man. Shengwan was successfully angered by this sentence. It's better not to praise me at all. The next day, Yan Feng met Chu Yunling. When Chu Yunling came this time, he was holding a carp in his hand. He said that he wanted to nourish Shengwan's body. Yan Feng asked curiously, Captain Chu, isn't the team busy? Why don't you come to us every day when you have time? Why don't you talk to Captain Feng and become a disciple of our Fuguang Palace? Chu Yunling smiled and said, Palace Master Yan, please stop joking. If Captain Feng knew that I had this idea, he would definitely break my legs. Yan Feng simply asked directly, you don't like Shengwan, do you? Chu Yunling looked around hurriedly before saying, you've seen it too, but Shengwan can't see it. I'm so worried. You're her leader, so why don't you go and talk to her about it for me? I told Yanluo last time, but I don't know if Yanluo said it or not. Yan Feng immediately took 3 steps back and refused. He is mentally ill, and I am here to help you with this matter. Yan Feng went upstairs in a depressed mood. Such leisurely time did not last long. Half a month later, the monsters finally attacked again. The people on the mountain could grow their own food and would not starve, but the monsters could only eat people. Just like last time, the people at the foot of the mountain held on to the stone wall, while Yan Luo and Li Wei went to the rear of the monster. After fighting for a whole day, neither side suffered a good result. After the monsters launched their third attack, they actually retreated completely. Sun Jingyang followed the monsters on his sword and found that they had already moved south into another city. Wow, this is great. We are free. Being trapped in the mountains is too hard to bear. We can go out and look for supplies. Hu Qingling suggested, everyone has been working hard during this period. Why don't we have some fun? Fang Yanhe agreed. In their army, if they win, their comrades will drink and eat meat. Since everyone agreed, Yan Luo did not refuse. The banquet was scheduled to be held in the Hu family mansion where the military lived. Now that the monsters have retreated, there is no meaning for Hu Qingling to live. Yan Luo wore a black dress today, and she got herself in a good mood, ready to take revenge for her previous life. Hu Qingling was also prepared. At the banquet, leaders of several forces sat at one table. Even though it is the end of the world and resources are scarce, we still managed to get 10 dishes on the table. The drinks were provided by the Hu family. Yan Luo looked at the liquid in the cup and couldn't help but sneer. Hu Qingling, you are so despicable. Did you poison the wine? She pretended not to notice and drank the wine in the cup. But in fact, she used her spiritual power to wrap up the wine and spit it out when no one was paying attention. Hu Qingling thought his plot had succeeded, so he made a gesture to the butler behind him, and the butler immediately understood. 10 minutes later, Yan Luo covered his head, feeling a little drowsy. She said, you guys drink first, I'm going to go to the bathroom. After she left, the Hu family's housekeeper hurriedly followed her. Yan Luo pretended to faint in the garden, and the housekeeper immediately had Yan Luo lifted up and put into a small room. Just when the butler was about to go out, Yan Luo on the bed suddenly woke up, grabbed the butler's neck, and lifted him up with force in his hands. The housekeeper was terrified, his eyes wide open, wanting to shout but unable to. Yan Luo threatened, tell me, what drug did Hu Qingling give me? If you dare to shout loudly, I will cut off your tongue. As he spoke, a dagger appeared in Yan Luo's other hand. The butler was so frightened that he was shaking. He said carefully, there was no drug. Our young master gave you the best wine. You're not going to tell the truth, are you? Yan Luo covered his mouth with one hand to prevent him from making any sound, and with the other hand, he pressed his shoulder and squeezed it hard. There was a sudden crackling sound in the room, and the housekeeper's face was covered with sweat from the pain. Yan Luo asked again, say it or not. This butler is a servant of the Hu family. He is very loyal, but he still doesn't say anything. Yan Luo then took out another embroidery needle and gestured twice between his fingers. If you don't tell me, I'll let you experience the effect of connecting your heart with your fingers. As she spoke, she inserted the embroidery needle into the housekeeper's finger. The butler, whose mouth was covered, almost fainted, but Yan Luo did not intend to let him go. Say, as long as you say it, I will stop. By the time he put in the 5th finger, the butler couldn't bear it anymore. He blinked at Yan Luo, and Yan Luo let go of his mouth.
He said tremblingly, It's
the love powder. As he spoke, he still defended Hu Qingling. Miss Yan, you two are husband and wife. It is only natural for our young master to do this kind of thing with you. As it should be. Yan Luo was so angry that he laughed at his remarks. She originally wanted to spare the butler's life, but she didn't expect that he would have such a dirty idea, so she used force with the dagger in her hand and stabbed it into his heart.
There was soon movement outside.
Yan Luo hurriedly threw the butler's body into the space, then lay back on the bed. Hu Qingling called out twice from outside the door, and when no one answered, he quietly opened the door and came in. The woman he had been thinking about day and night was now lying on the bed, limp and weak. Hu Qingling sneered, haha, stinky woman, why are you pretending to be so noble? So, what if you don't agree to me? You are still lying on my bed obediently. I want to see how you can still pretend to be noble now. As he spoke, he took off his clothes and walked towards the bed. It must be very exciting to have a woman like you rolling around under me. He smirked. When the servants outside heard the noise inside, they turned around and left with a smile. Haha, Yenluo, I want you to be my woman from now on, and make other men despise you. I wonder which man will be willing to have you in the future. Hua Qingling pounced on him like a hungry wolf. Just at this moment, Yenluo on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. In the dark night, it shines like a dazzling gem. She kicked hard with her legs, and there was a pop sound, as if a liquid balloon exploded. Then the man's scream, like a pig being slaughtered, resounded through the night. But Yenluo was very fast and quickly covered his mouth with a smelly sock. The screaming stopped abruptly. Hua Qinglong's eyes widened, veins on his forehead bulged, and cold sweat ran down his face like water. He stared at Yenluo with anger and horror. His expression of begging for mercy and murderous intent kept switching, and soon his face turned blue and red. Yenluo used his spiritual power to seal his dantian and tied him up. At Hua Qinglong's instruction, since this house was remote and empty, Yenluo flew directly on his sword towards the back mountain. Li Wei sensed something strange after Hua Qingling left. As soon as he followed, he saw a streak of light flying out of the courtyard in the dark night. He frowned, hesitated, and didn't follow. That Liu Guang was Yenluo. Since Yenluo could handle it himself, there was no need for him to meddle in other people's business. In the back mountain, Yenluo used his spiritual sense to find the nests of several monsters. Hua Qingling didn't understand why Yenluo brought him to the back mountain, but a sense of fear rose in his heart. Yenluo pulled the smelly socks out of his mouth. Lolo, what are you going to do? It's so dangerous in the back mountain at night. Let's go quickly. Yenluo nodded and smiled. Okay, I'll leave quickly. Hua Qingling keenly heard that Yenluo didn't want to take him away, and he said anxiously, Yenluo, what do you want to do? Although we are divorced, we don't have much hatred between us. Why do you want to hurt me? Yenluo smiled coldly, turned around and looked down at him. No hatred? You just tried to monitor me. This doesn't count as hatred? Hua Qinglong's eyes flickered. This is not a failure. You are sober now, so I won't do anything to you. The state law can't expect me to do anything to you. Yenluo raised his eyebrows and said coldly, Then shouldn't I wake up? Hua Qingling looked at Yenluo's breathtaking beauty in the night and couldn't help but say, Yenluo, this is something we should do within our marriage. I'm just making up for our marriage. As my wife, you've never satisfied my physical needs, is that right? Yenluo sneered, pervert. She was too lazy to talk to him anymore and just threw him down. There was a wild boar's den below. 2 wild boars smelled the meat and came out grunting. He shouted to the sky, Yenluo, I was wrong. I will never have any ideas about you again. Please save me. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the darkness, and Yenluo closed his eyes while sitting on the flying sword. A teardrop dripped from the corner of his eye. This was how she died in her previous life. Now it was only fair to let him have a taste of the same thing. At this moment, Yenluo's mood became extremely broad, and she felt relaxed. She threw the storage ring she took from Hua Qinglong's hand into the space. As for the dissatisfaction that Hua Qingling mentioned just now, he hangs out with Dai Qianqian all day long, and still complains that she doesn't fulfill her wife's obligations. After witnessing Hua Qingling being eaten by a wild boar, Yenluo flew back to the Hua family alone on a sword. Only half an hour had passed since she left and came back. Yenfeng asked in a low voice, Sister, why did you come back just now? Yenluo said, I drank too much and took a breath outside. It's just right. The banquet is about to end. Let's go back. Yenluo was still thinking about Hua Qinglong's storage ring, so he entered the space immediately after returning to the villa. Hua Qinglong's ring has a large space and is filled with things. It seems that this guy has learned from his last experience and is unwilling to put the supplies in the warehouse, but carries them with him. This made it convenient for Yenluo. He didn't have to run around collecting things. He could just dump them outside. When Yen Bao saw so many supplies, he ran over happily. He sniffed them one by one, and soon found a box of canned meat. It opened the canned meat box skillfully, and with a pinch of its sharp nails, it opened the pole ring. It sat on the ground, holding the can with its paws, sometimes lifting the can to pour it into its mouth, and sometimes reaching its paws in to open it, with a very obsessed attitude. Yen Luo shook her head. This guy had gained weight again. The black and white fur on his body was no longer soft and had become a little hard. As a result, she no longer missed his bed. Nuyi was weeding in a field far away, while Aunt Chun was making dinner for Yen Luo. Yen Luo classified the large amount of supplies. Of Hu Qinglong's supplies were things that the Zhou family had previously stockpiled, including a lot of food, drinks, and daily necessities. Are even more gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Rich families like these kinds of things. That emerald gem was really the size of a pigeon egg. Zhou Suyu was really favored in the Zhou family. There were many young ladies' clothes in these supplies, which were fashionable and beautiful. There were even high-end dresses that had not been opened yet. There are actually some seeds in the corner. It seems that Hu Qingling also plans to farm in Qingliang Mountain. They found hundreds of spirit stones and some magical instruments in the secret realm, and Yen Luo put these things together with her own. There was a black iron box containing poisons that Hu Qingling had gotten from somewhere, including the love potion he had given Yen Luo. Yen Luo placed these poisons separately on top of the cabinet in the wooden house. After packing up these things, it was already dawn outside. Yen Luo hadn't slept all night, so she drank a cup of coffee to wake herself up. I didn't have time to eat the dinner made by Aunt Chun, so she ate it as breakfast. Outside the small villa, there were more than a dozen people from the Hu family gathered. Is Yen Luo here? Yen Luo went downstairs. What's wrong? Do you want to talk to me about something? When they saw Yen Luo was here, they all looked behind her, but after looking for a long time, they still didn't see any trace of Hu Qingling. They immediately had a bad feeling. I clearly locked Yen Luo in the hut last night, and the young master also went in. Mrs. Hua ran over hurriedly from a distance, her hair messy. Yen Luo, where's my son? Hand him over. Her expression was angry, and she rushed forward and tried to get into the villa. Yen Luo closed the door with a bang. The door bounced Mrs. Hua out, and she stumbled back and fell to the ground. Yen Luo, you little witch. Where is my son? What did you do to my son? What Hu Qingling did was originally kept secret, but he disappeared inexplicably, so this matter could no longer be hidden from the Hua family. Mrs. Hua's first feeling was that Yen Luo must have imprisoned her son. Hu Qingling pounced on him like a hungry wolf. Just at this moment, Yen Luo on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. In the dark night, it shines like a dazzling gem. She kicked hard with her legs, and there was a pop sound, as if a liquid balloon exploded. Then the man's scream, like a pig being slaughtered, resounded through the night. But Yen Luo was very fast and quickly covered his mouth with a smelly sock. The screaming stopped abruptly. Hu Qinglong's eyes widened, veins on his forehead bulged, and cold sweat ran down his face like water. He stared at Yen Luo with anger and horror. His expression of begging for mercy and murderous intent kept switching, and soon his face turned blue and red. Yen Luo used his spiritual power to seal his dantian and tied him up. At Hu Qinglong's instruction, since this house was remote and empty, Yen Luo flew directly on his sword towards the back mountain. Li Wei sensed something strange after Hu Qingling left. As soon as he followed, he saw a streak of light flying out of the courtyard in the dark night. He frowned, hesitated, and didn't follow. That Liu Guang was Yen Luo. Since Yen Luo could handle it himself, there was no need for him to meddle in other people's business. In the back mountain, Yen Luo used his spiritual sense to find the nests of several monsters. Hu Qingling didn't understand why Yen Luo brought him to the back mountain, but a sense of fear rose in his heart. Yen Luo pulled the smelly socks out of his mouth. Lolo, what are you going to do? It's so dangerous in the back mountain at night. Let's go quickly. Yen Luo nodded and smiled. Okay, I'll leave quickly. Hu Qingling keenly heard that Yen Luo didn't want to take him away, and he said anxiously, Yen Luo, what do you want to do? Although we are divorced, we don't have much hatred between us. Why do you want to hurt me? Yen Luo smiled coldly, turned around and looked down at him. No hatred? You just tried to monitor me. This doesn't count as hatred? Hua Qinglong's eyes flickered. This is not a failure. You are sober now, so I won't do anything to you. The state law can't expect me to do anything to you. Yen Luo raised his eyebrows and said coldly, Then shouldn't I wake up? Hua Qingling looked at Yen Luo's breathtaking beauty in the night and couldn't help but say, Yen Luo, this is something we should do within our marriage. I'm just making up for our marriage. As my wife, you've never satisfied my physical needs, is that right? Yen Luo sneered, pervert. She was too lazy to talk to him anymore, and just threw him down. There was a wild boar's den below. 2 wild boars smelled the meat, and came out grunting. He shouted to the sky, Yen Luo, I was wrong. I will never have any ideas about you again.
Please save me.
A heart-wrenching scream pierced the darkness, and Yen Luo closed his eyes on the flying sword. A teardrop dripped from the corner of his eye. This was how she died in her previous life. Now it was only fair to let him have a taste of the same thing. At this moment, Yen Luo's mood became extremely broad, and she felt relaxed. She threw the storage ring she took from Hua Qinglong's hand into the space. As for the dissatisfaction that Hua Qingling mentioned just now, he hangs out with Dai Qianqian all day long, and still complains that she doesn't fulfill her wife's obligations. After witnessing Hua Qingling being eaten by a wild boar, Yen Luo flew back to the Hua family alone on his sword. Only half an hour had passed since she left and came back. Yen Feng asked in a low voice, Sister, why did you come back just now? Yen Luo said, I drank too much and took a breath outside. It's just right. The banquet is about to end. Let's go back. Yen Luo was still thinking about Hua Qinglong's storage ring, so he entered the space immediately after returning to the villa. Hua Qinglong's ring has a large space and is filled with things. It seems that this guy has learned from his last experience and is unwilling to put the supplies in the warehouse, but carries them with him. This made it convenient for Yen Luo. He didn't have to run around collecting things. He could just dump them outside. When Yen Bao saw so many supplies, he ran over happily. He sniffed them one by one and soon found a box of canned meat. It opened the canned meat box skillfully, and with a pinch of its sharp nails, it opened the pole ring. It sat on the ground, holding the can with its paws, sometimes lifting the can to pour it into its mouth, and sometimes reaching its paws in to open it, with a very obsessed attitude. Yen Luo shook her head. This guy had gained weight again. The black and white fur on his body was no longer soft and had become a little hard. As a result, she no longer missed his bed. Nuyi was weeding in a field far away, while Aunt Chun was making dinner for Yen Luo. Yen Luo classified the large amount of supplies. Of Hua Qinglong's supplies were things that the Zhou family had previously stockpiled, including a lot of food, drinks, and daily necessities. Are even more gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Rich families like these kinds of things. That emerald gem was really the size of a pigeon egg. Zhou Suyu was really favored in the Zhou family. There were many young ladies' clothes in these supplies, which were fashionable and beautiful. There were even high-end dresses that had not been opened yet. There are actually some seeds in the corner. It seems that Hua Qingling also plans to farm in Qingliang Mountain. They found hundreds of spirit stones and some magical instruments in the secret realm, and Yen Luo put these things together with her own. There was a black iron box containing poisons that Hua Qingling had gotten from somewhere, including the love potion he had given Yen Luo. Yen Luo placed these poisons separately on top of the cabinet in the wooden house. After packing up these things, it was already dawn outside. Yen Luo hadn't slept all night, so she drank a cup of coffee to wake herself up. I didn't have time to eat the dinner made by Aunt Chun, so she ate it as breakfast. Outside the small villa, there were more than a dozen people from the Hua family gathered. Is Yen Luo here? Yen Luo went downstairs. What's wrong? Do you want to talk to me about something? When they saw Yen Luo was here, they all looked behind her, but after looking for a long time, they still didn't see any trace of Hua Qingling. They immediately had a bad feeling. I clearly locked Yen Luo in the hut last night, and the young master also went in. Mrs. Hua ran over hurriedly from a distance, her hair messy. Yan Luo, where's my son? Hand him over. Her expression was angry, and she rushed forward and tried to get into the villa. Yan Luo closed the door with a bang.
The door bounced Mrs.
Hua out, and she stumbled back and fell to the ground. Yan Luo, you little witch. Where is my son? What did you do to my son? What Hu Qinglang did was originally kept secret, but he disappeared inexplicably, so this matter could no longer be hidden from the Hua family. Mrs. Hua's first feeling was that Yan Luo must have imprisoned her son. Is there still any law? Yan Luo hit someone. Yan Luo hid my son. Fuguang Palace is a den of thieves and bandits. Is there any kind-hearted person who can take a look? This is so unjust. Mrs. Hua sat on the ground and cried loudly, while Yan Luo stood at the door with his arms folded. The disciples of Fuguang Palace quickly ran down and watched the excitement inside curiously. People gradually began to gather on the street outside. Yan Luo said, Madam Hua, you were a rich lady after all. Isn't it a bit too embarrassing to sit on the ground and cry, make a scene, and even hang yourself? Mrs. Hua stood up suddenly, grabbed the railing of the gate, and slapped it hard. Witch! Hand over my son. Hiss, isn't this the wife of the Hua family? Isn't her son Hu Qinglang? Why did she come here to look for her son? Who cares? Let's just watch our show. Yan Luo asked in confusion, Madam Hua, your son is not here with me. This is the territory of Fuguang Palace. The people inside are all disciples of Fuguang Palace. Where is your son? Nonsense. My son must be here with you. Yan Luo raised his eyebrows. Why are you so sure? Do you have any evidence? Mrs. Hua certainly wouldn't talk about what happened last night. If he didn't come home all night, I wonder where he went to play. Yan Luo, don't quibble. Let my son out immediately, otherwise our Hua family will never let you go. Yan Luo turned around and waved his hand. Okay, I'll wait. People on the street whispered, Oh, Hu Qinglang loves beautiful women the most. He might not even be awake at this time. The Hua family is really unreasonable, but Yan Luo has Fuguang Palace behind him. The Hua family can't do anything about it. Mrs. Hua cursed outside the door for a while. When she saw Yan Luo entered the villa and did not come out, she couldn't help but get angry, and her eyes were full of stars. Are you all just here to eat and do nothing? Get in now. She yelled at the bodyguards behind her. The bodyguards immediately looked embarrassed. Are you kidding? This is the Fuguang Palace. The entire sect is stationed here. Are they going to let them go up and die? Yan Luo doesn't even need to do anything. Her disciples can teach them how to behave. Waste. All of you waste. Go back and call for help. She stormed off. The commotion here naturally did not escape the eyes of the Sun family, and Sun Jingyang soon came to visit Yan Luo. Did you handle Hu Qinglang? He asked curiously while drinking his tea. Yan Luo said seriously, I am helping you by doing what you are going to do next. Cough, cough. Sun Jingyang choked. You are really not shy, Yan Luo smiled. Sun Jingyang is very ambitious. Otherwise, he would not have returned to Qingliang Mountain in the rain when the natural disaster just started. His ambition would not allow him to live in peace with Hu Qinglang. Besides, Hu Qinglang was not really a capable person, and Sun Jingyang had always looked down on him. Hu Qinglang is dead. You can slowly confiscate the people and things of the Hua and Zhou families. I, an outsider, will not get involved. Yan Luo made his position clear. She is an outsider and will not stay in Qingliang Mountain, nor will she divide up Qingliang Mountain's resources. Sun Jingyang asked, When are you leaving? Yan Luo said, Maybe in a few days. Going back to Huayuan community? Sun Jingyang hesitated for a moment, then said, Buildings that have been soaked in water for a long time are prone to collapse. Yan Luo smiled and said, I know, I will find a way. Sun Jingyang got Yan Luo's ideas from Yan Luo and left in a good mood. As long as there is no conflict of interest, the strong will respect each other. No one came from the Hua family the whole day. Yan Luo sneered in his heart. The Hua family must be in chaos now, fighting over who will be the heir. At night, Yan Luo quietly flew away on her sword to the back mountain, and this time, she went in another direction. There is a spiritual mine in Qingliang Mountain, but it cannot be discovered with the current ability of cultivators. She wants to go and take a look. Yen Luo's figure was hidden behind the tree. A cave not far ahead, and people were going in and out carrying things. Torches were lit on both sides of the cave. Yen Luo saw through the faint light that they were mining. Yen Luo frowned tightly. Logically speaking, only when one's cultivation reaches the true martial realm can one discover spiritual mines when passing by them. This place is so secretive. How could anyone find it? And this mining method. Yen Luo held onto the tree trunk tightly. She always felt that Sun Jingyang was weird in this life. He seemed to know a lot of things. Now that she thought about it carefully, could it be that Sun Jingyang was also rebirth? Yen Luo took a step back suddenly.
So,
it makes sense. She ignored the spiritual mine. Since it had already been mined by the Sun family, she could no longer take action. After returning to the villa, Yen Luo immediately asked people to pack their luggage, and early the next morning, they said goodbye to Sun Jingyang. Sun Jingyang was puzzled. So soon? Didn't you say it would take a few days? Yen Luo said, I can't wait to go home. When she was leaving, Li Wei also came to see her off. He half-jokingly said, we have fought side by side for a while. You didn't even tell me that you were leaving. You really don't consider me a friend. Yen Luo said, you are here now, come with me, we will go together. Li Wei concealed the loss in his heart. How can this be the same? There is a world of difference between being active and being passive. Yen Luo, where are you going from now on? Let's go back to Huayuan community first. We'll figure out where to go next.
Li Wei siga.
After the separation, they don't know when they will meet again. Now, he doesn't even know where Yen Luo will be in the future. Yen Luo smiled as he boarded the boat and waved to everyone. Don't worry, since I founded the Fuguang Palace, I will not let it go into hiding. You will definitely hear news about me in the future. One day, Fuguang Palace will be famous all over the world. The big ship gradually went away. Li Wei stood on the stone wall and watched the human figure on the deck turn into a white. After today's farewell, the mountains are high and the waters are long. Now that communication has been cut off, I don't know if we will have the chance to meet again in this life. Under the blue robe, Li Wei clenched his fists. Everyone only heard the sound of a long sword breaking through the air behind them. When they looked up, they found that Li Wei was already chasing after the big ship. Yen Luo was standing on the deck thinking about what to do next when she suddenly heard the sound of wind. She looked up and saw Li Wei landing opposite her. She asked in surprise, Li Wei, why are you here? Li Wei opened his mouth and the words were on the tip of his tongue, but when he saw Yen Luo in a spotless white dress, he held them back. I want to ask where you will go after leaving Huayuan community. After we break through the Jinwu realm, we will learn from each other. In the next sentence, Li Wei's speaking speed suddenly increased. Yen Luo was stunned. No wonder he was able to cultivate to the level of the #1 cultivator in his previous life. Look at his awareness. He is only at the 8th level of the Gathering Spirit realm, but he is already thinking about the future of the true martial realm. She smiled and said, I currently only have a preliminary plan. I might go to that place in the future, but I'm not sure. Where? Li Wei asked. Seeing that he was very sincere, Yen Luo said, Lotus Peak. Lotus Peak? Li Wei thought about this place in his mind for a while, and suddenly he was happy. Is it the Lotus Peak in Jiangnan? Yen Luo nodded. She had been planning to take Fuguang Palace there to establish a sect. Okay, Yen Luo, practice well, and we'll really have a sparring match next time. After saying that, Li Wei flew away on his sword. In the cabin, Yen Feng and a few others were eavesdropping. When they saw Li Wei leaving, Yen Feng said, You came all the way here. I thought you had something urgent to do, but you came to fight with my sister. Sheng Wan curled her lips and sighed. Yeah, he's really a lunatic. Lin Sijia and Shu Tianqi looked back and forth at the two of them. One sighed silently, and the other touched his head. Lin Sijia pulled Bai Qingzi to the back, and Bai Qingzi said, Why are you pulling me? Lin Sijia said, The adults are all very busy. What are you, a little kid, doing standing there? Bai Qingzi rolled his eyes. You are 2 years younger than me. Lin Sijia said, I didn't say I wasn't a child. We are both children, stupid. Bai Qingze. He doesn't like this cunning sister at all. The already turbid and dirty water surface of Shenyang City became even more miserable after being invaded by a group of monsters. Some of the corpses had 7 or 8 strange birds standing on them, others were surrounded by a dozen rats, and the intact corpses were gnawed into pieces. It was fine when the big ship passed through open areas, but when it passed through residential buildings, it was filled with a foul smell, and everyone was choked and retreated back into the cabin. Yan Luo asked Sheng Wan, Did Chu Yunling tell you where the military will go? Sheng Wan nodded. They're going north. The plateau area closest to Shenyang City is to the north. All the living humans around here will arrive there in the future. It would be the wisest choice for the military to go there. Yan Luo asked, Did he invite you? Before Sheng Wan could answer, Yan Feng interrupted and said, What are you doing going to such a remote place? Sister Sheng is now the elder of our Fuguang Palace. She also contributed to the establishment of Fuguang Palace. Sheng Wan glanced at him and said, What's the point of butting in, kid? Yan Feng choked, then stood up and said angrily, Sheng Wan, I am the palace master. Sheng Wan and Yan Luo were both stunned for a moment. What happened? Seeing the two of them like this, Yan Feng knew that they definitely didn't take his words to heart, so he ran away angrily. Sheng Wan looked at Yan Luo awkwardly, and Yan Luo smiled and said, It's okay. Boys are carefree. It will be fine in a while. More than 2 hours later, the ship returned to Huayuan Community. They haven't returned for many days. The water surface that was originally dyed red by the battle with the military has spread, but the place where the water surface and the building are connected has become moldy, with a layer of green moss. When everyone entered the corridor, the smell of dampness and decay was so strong that several girls almost vomited. They lived in Qingliang Mountain for nearly a month. Although Qingliang Mountain was a guest house, the environment was more than 10 times better than that of Huayuan Community. Xu Tianxu took a few male disciples upstairs first and sprayed disinfectant and air freshener everywhere. Yan Luo said, I got some secret manuals in the secret realm. Everyone go back and pack up and gather on the rooftop. Yan Luo himself also returned to 1801. The decoration of 1801 is very strong, and there is no smell inside. When Yan Luo was decorating the house, she didn't think that she would have a group of people with her in the future. She thought it would be just herself and Yan Feng. If it was just the two of them, then there would be no need to occupy a hill. Even if the building collapses in the future, she can go to the plateau with Yan Feng. By then the plateau area had been made habitable, so they didn't have to do any labor themselves. Now that she thought about it, it was better to live alone. If one person was well fed, the whole family would not be hungry. But now, she had to consider Fuguang Palace. Just consider it. Yan Luo is not afraid. She put dehumidifier and air freshener in her room and went to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Xiao Xue was having a friendly exchange with Sheng Wan's 2 strong black sheepdogs. I saw the white, soft, fragrant Xiao Xue following behind the sheepdog, sniffing left and right. Sheng Wan's family has 2 sheepdogs. The elder one is called Dahe, and the younger one is called Arii. The dogs have long and narrow pointed heads and brown fur, but the areas around their eyes are dark and sharp, giving them a sharp look. At first glance, they look ferocious. Xiao Xue chased Dahe's ace and sniffed it. Arii chased Xiao Xue's ace and sniffed it, and the 3 dogs just circled around as if no one was around. Yan Luo was still wondering why they were so close. Was it because they were comrades in arms? In a moment, Xiao Xue suddenly exerted force on her hind legs and pounced forward. At the same time, Dahe's unruly and strong body actually fell to the ground. Xiao Xue rode on it bravely and fearlessly, and then her body began to tremble violently. Seeing this, there is nothing Yan Luo doesn't understand. Comrade Yan Luo went downstairs very awkwardly, but ran into Sheng Wan in the corridor. Sheng Wan asked in confusion, Sister Luo, why are you coming down again? Yan Luo's cheeks blushed slightly and said, I'm going to the bathroom. Tell everyone to gather upstairs in 10 minutes. Oh, Sheng Wan looked upwards in confusion. Sister Luo wasn't the kind of person who liked to go to the toilet whenever she had something to do. 10 minutes later, the sound of chatting was heard on the rooftop, and Yen Luo went upstairs. She subconsciously glanced at the corner and saw the three dogs crawling side by side, looking very well behaved. Yen Luo thought, Xiao Xue is such a weak boy, and he married two powerful and domineering wives at the same time. How is he going to live in the future? The two sheepdogs have also transformed into monsters, so the three of them can communicate. Although Yen Luo can communicate with Xiao Xue, if Xiao Xue wants to hide it from her, she won't know. Sister Luo, everyone is here,
Sheng Wan said.
Yen Luo nodded and placed a table in front of him with several secret books on it. A complete sect cannot only rely on military strength. We need to develop in all aspects, so I plan to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. You guys take turns reading the book first. If you are interested in a certain aspect, you can come to me to sign up. Every cultivator can make pills, create talismans, draw arrays, and forge weapons. These are considered the basic skills of cultivation. However, most people only understand, know, and can do them. Only a handful of people can master it and practice it to perfection. In ancient times, there was a sect called Danzong. The people of Danzong can refine holy elixirs and even divine elixirs every 100 years. This sect has therefore been able to stand firm in the world of cultivation because their elixirs are extremely precious and hard to come by. Yen Luo thought that since she had established a sect, she must make it the best. As long as there are no shortcomings, you will not be controlled by others in the future. Everyone started lining up to read books, while Yen Luo went downstairs by himself. She cooked rice for everyone and put red dates and wolfberries in the rice. Afraid that everyone would get tired of the food, she opened another bottle of pickled radish and another bottle of pickled sour beans. When it was getting dark, the people upstairs chose the results, and Yen Luo also brought the rice bucket up. They ate on the rooftop. There is no way, only the rooftop in Huayuan community is spacious. Yen Luo looked at the list carefully. She looked at Sheng Wan in surprise. Sheng Wan actually liked forging equipment. Sheng Wan said, "What's so strange about this? I'm a soldier and I naturally like to touch all kinds of weapons. Of course I'm happy to be able to make weapons myself." Yen Luo hummed and said, "You can only learn if you really like it, because this thing requires talent. If you really don't have the talent, forget it. Don't delay your practice. Practice is your main job." Some cultivators in ancient times actually neglected their cultivation in order to refine elixirs and set up formations, resulting in their hair becoming gray and their cultivation still at the gathering spirit realm. The gathering spirit realm can only allow a person to live for 100 years, which is a very short time. Even if one has achieved something, the person will be gone before it is realized. "I understand, Sister Luo." Two disciples came forward and crossed out their names. Lin Sijia likes to set up battle arrays, and Hu Bingyan likes to make pills, but Yen Luo didn't find it strange. Lin Sijia is a smart person, and Hu Bingyan is a doctor. Yen Feng didn't like anything. He felt overwhelmed as soon as he saw it. Yen Luo asked those who chose a side job to copy the secret book themselves and spend 3 hours a day practicing to study the side job. In the end, there was no one to choose from for the talisman maker. "Sister Luo, that thing looks like a ghost painting. I can't even understand it." "Yes, it's like a maze. We don't know where to start and where to end." "It's okay. Don't worry. Our sect will continue to expand. Maybe we'll have talents in this field in the future." They ate while discussing, and after the meal several disciples washed the pots and dishes together. Yen Luo said, "I have picked a place for everyone to settle down. I will go there tomorrow to take a look. If it is okay, I will come back to pick you up." Sheng Wan asked, "Is it Lotus Peak?" She heard Yen Luo Tong mentioned it slightly. "Yes, that mountain is located in the center of the 5 mountains. It is a natural spirit gathering formation with abundant spiritual energy, which is suitable for the development of a sect. But Lotus Peak is very far from here. Sister Luo, please bring a few people with you." Yen Luo nodded. "I plan to take 20 people with me first. If the conditions permit, these 20 people will wait on the mountain, and I will come back to pick up the rest." Yen Feng raised his hand. "I'll go." Sheng Wan and Xu Tianxiu also raised their hands. "Will go too." Yan Luo refused. No, someone in the family has to lead the team. I'll take Yan Feng and Bai Yu and draw 18 more people. Sheng Wan and Xu Tianxiu are at home looking after the house. When Sheng Wan heard that she had to stay in Huayuan community, she couldn't help but curl her lips, feeling reluctant. Yan Luo patted her shoulder. Yan Feng and I are leaving, and the big responsibility of the family is handed over to you. You must take good care of the family. Sheng Wan knew that Yan Luo trusted her, so she said, "Okay, Sister Luo, don't worry." So they set their itinerary. The 20 selected people were all busy. Fortunately, Yan Luo distributed storage bags to them. Everyone's storage bag contained a lot of dry food. They only needed to take 2 pieces of clothes, and they could set off. When Yan Luo saw their worn-out clothes, he took out a large pile of clothes from his own stockpile and asked the 70 or so people to pick and choose, with each person picking 3 or 4 sets. After putting on new clothes, everyone was smiling happily. Early in the morning, Yan Luo boarded the boat with 20 people. Sheng Wan waved her hand from upstairs. "Sister Luo, you left Xiao Xue behind." Yan Luo said, "It's okay, I'll continue training with you." The puppy was new to dog life, and they were newlyweds, very much in love, so he did have some insight into Yan Luo. The big ship left Huayuan community and headed south. Because they had to solve the problem of food and accommodation on the boat that Yan Luo used was more than 20 meters long and had the specifications of a cruise ship for 100 people. The cruise ship has 2 floors. The bottom floor is for seats. There are 100 chairs. After Yan Luo took down the ones, there are still about 20 left. The rest of the space is empty and can be used to spread out bedding and sleep at night. The upper floor is the sightseeing area, where Yan Luo and his friends cook and eat. During the day, everyone was too lazy to sit on the chairs, so they just sat on the deck and meditated. The route Yan Luo chose to go south deliberately avoided the direction in which the monster group was heading south. There were not many corpses encountered along the way. There are few tall buildings in the suburbs of Shangyang City, and as far as the eye can see, there is endless water. Yan Feng said there used to be several towns and hundreds of villages here. I don't know if those people managed to escape. Although he said this, he already had the result in his mind. During heavy rains and floods, people living in high-rise buildings can move upwards, but people in rural areas, nowhere to transfer. If there is no rescue, they can only wait for death. That high-voltage wire pole. Bai Yu's face turned pale. They were several pieces of dried human skin, tightly attached to the pole. I think someone climbed up there, but I don't know if he was electrocuted or died in some other way. The big ship and the high-voltage power poles passed by each other. Bai Yu got closer to them and couldn't help but tremble all over. They were preparing to eat dry food on the boat, but Yan Luo was already cooking on it. You have to have a hot meal at least once a day. She cooked millet porridge and everyone ate it with bread and was very satisfied. After they left, Yan Luo went into his little tent. She was the only one with a tent. Everyone else slept on the floor. No matter how stable a ship is, it will still shake when sailing on the water. Yan Luo was not used to sleeping, so he sneaked into the space to rest. In order to save space in her stomach, she only drank a bowl of millet porridge at night and started eating immediately after returning to the space. Her Korean noodles were topped with a double portion of diced chicken and a thick layer of chicken on top, which made one's appetite growl at the mere sight of it. There was an electronic screen opposite the dining table, which showed a movie she had downloaded earlier. She watched it while eating. In the middle of the night, Bai Yu opened her eyes hazily, turned over, and closed her eyes. Then it suddenly opened. She was so frightened that she sat up suddenly. Her voice succeeded in getting everyone up. Yan Feng was on duty on the deck. He ran in immediately after hearing the noise. "What's wrong?" His eyes stayed behind Bai Yu. Behind her, there was a white smoke-like shadow, grinning evilly. His hands were on Bai Yu's shoulders, and he seemed to be moving forward. Yan Feng's eyes changed, and he immediately launched an attack. But the attack actually went through his body and hit the deck, causing the boat to shake. The shadow smiled even more happily. "Bai Yu, come to me." Bai Yu ran over immediately, and her face turned even paler when she saw the shadow where she had been lying. Yen Luo sensed a movement outside and walked out of the tent. Found this thing as soon as I came out. TSKSK, it's a ghost. Yen Luo comforted everyone. Don't be afraid. They are the souls of people who died nearby. Although we can't hurt them, they can't hurt us either. When the shadow heard Yen Luo's words, it bared its teeth and threatened Yen Luo. Yen Luo snorted and sat in the chair, watching leisurely. When everyone heard that this thing couldn't hurt people, they felt relieved, but it was a ghost after all, and it was the middle of the night, so everyone was still very scared. No one was sleepy anymore, and they sat together around Yen Luo. The shadow floated to Bai Yu's side with a wicked smile. He originally wanted to find Yen Luo, but the cold temperament emanating from Yen Luo made him feel scared, so he set his target on Bai Yu again. He stretched out his thieving claws and was about to put them on Bai Yu's chest, and Bai Yu hurriedly ran away. So, a situation appeared in the cabin where Bai Yu was running in front and a ghost was chasing behind. At the same time, a few more ghosts floated in from outside. One of the female ghosts saw the male ghost chasing Bai Yu at a glance. Her eyes became fierce, and she chased after him angrily. The male ghost didn't expect the female ghost to come. The two phantoms tore together, like a ball of shapeless smoke. Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone was stunned. A female disciple sighed. Sure enough, even if a man is hung on the wall, he will not be honest. And these ghosts walked around in the cabin and scrupulously. Some of them went to smell the smell in the pot and acted intoxicated. Some gathered in groups of 3 or 2 to comment on the beauties on the boat. Others lay on the floor mats made by the disciples and pretended to sleep. There was a fat woman who set her eyes on Yen Feng right away. To be honest, Yen Feng is a handsome guy who is held back by his low emotional intelligence. With his 1.82-meter height, solid body, and sunny and handsome face, the female ghost couldn't help but poke his belly. Yen Feng, everyone, Yen Feng was so scared that he ran away. Bai Yu looked at the ghosts all over the ship, and the number of ghosts was increasing. She couldn't help but ask Sister Luo, is there really no way to make them disappear? Yen Luo said, yes, they are afraid of light. Just light a bright bonfire to drive away these ghosts. However, lighting a lamp in the dark is equivalent to exposing one's itinerary to a far distance. Bai Yu took a deep breath. Well, forget it. Just watch the show. These ghosts are just scary to look at least they can't cause any substantial harm to them, but there's no telling what the other unknowns are. Bai Yu and another female disciple, Yang Qingru, sat together, both holding each other's arms tightly. Yen Feng was still being stared at by the fat female ghost. He felt uncomfortable all over. Finally, he simply wrapped himself in a bed sheet and lay down to sleep. Out of sight, out of mind. The others did not have such a good attitude. They sat there stupidly, watching more and more ghosts wandering in the cabin. They even held hands and danced in circles around the people from Fuguang Palace in a mischievous way. They sat like this all night until the first ray of sunlight in the early morning shone on the water. Then the ghosts seemed to evaporate in an instant, and there was no trace of them on the boat. Everyone felt relieved and relaxed, and then they felt sleepy. Yen Luo said, everyone go to bed, leaving 2 people on duty. Thank you, Sister Luo. Yen Feng slept for a few hours in the second half of last night, so he came to drive the boat. The ship passed through a small county town today. There were limited high-rise buildings in the county town, and people gathered in a 28-story community in the city center. After Yen Feng discovered signs of human activities over there, he took the initiative to drive farther away. Unexpectedly, the people in that community were extremely enthusiastic. After discovering Yen Luo's large ship, they immediately sent 7 or 8 boats to chase it. Their boat was small and fast, and soon caught up with them. There were 2 small boats blocking the way ahead, and in order to avoid capsizing them, Yen Feng had to stop the boat. On the boats opposite, each small boat had 4 or 5 big men. They shouted, "We are responsible for cleaning the water here. If you want to pass through here, you must pay a toll." Yen Feng was stunned. This is a robbery. The disciples of Fuguang Palace who were still sleeping woke up and looked at the small boats scattered around with sleepy eyes. Are you sure? They are robbing? Yen Feng said, "The water here still needs to be cleaned? How are you going to clean it? Just rob things if you want to. Why are you talking so high-soundingly? Humanity on the boat, then don't worry about it. If you want to go over there, you must leave 10 bags of rice behind." 10 bags of rice? It seems that this group of people really don't live a well-off life. Yen Feng pretended to be afraid and said, "But we don't have that much rice." The man opposite chuckled and glanced at the cabin of the big ship with an obscene look, "Then leave the boat behind. Men will work and women will keep the beds warm. When our boss is satisfied, he will let you go." Pooh, so shameless. Yen Luo watched from the side. She didn't need to take any action to deal with these minions, so she was happy to save some effort. Yen Feng smiled and said, "I'm sorry, we can't do it." As soon as he finished speaking, several disciples of Fuguang Palace all stood up, swords in their hands flashing and sword energy flying, and in the blink of an eye, they knocked every boatman into the water. "Humph, you guys dare to rob us. Today I will teach you a lesson." The remaining people on the boat were terrified. They shouted for help while rowing the boat back, without any trace of their previous arrogance. Yen Luo lowered his eyebrows and said to Yen Feng, "Go after him and see." "Okay." Yen Feng drove the big boat to the inhabited residential area. The disciples of Fuguang Palace began to get ready. After storing the boat into the space at the back of the residential area, everyone dived and swam towards the residential area. This is also the first time that Fuguang Palace has carried out a mission alone, without Yen Luo's participation. There are 5 buildings in this residential complex where people live, and each of them is in a state of chaos. Yen Luo stood on the roof. From time to time, he could hear a woman's painful voice from under the floor. Yen Luo frowned tightly. What she couldn't stand the most was women being bullied, and men using their unique possessions to do the worst things in the world. Anyone she encounters will surely die. Underwater, the 20 people from Fuguang Palace were divided into 5 groups, with each group cleaning a building. Yen Luo saw them swimming to the entrance of the passage, twisted the neck of the person on duty with a snap, and then quietly sneaked into the corridor. Soon, sounds of fighting were heard from several corridors. Bai Yu and Yang Qingru hated scumbags the most. Although they were not in the same group, they spared no one when they saw these smelly men. Finally, Fuguang Palace eliminated all the villains in the community, leaving only those who were not bad by nature. "Thank you, young man. I kneel down for you." A woman in her 40s was about to kneel down, but Yen Feng held her up. The woman cried excitedly, "Thanks to you, we don't have to do that anymore." As she said this, she was too embarrassed to speak and just hugged her 15-year-old daughter tightly in her arms. There were bruises and whip marks on her daughter's body, and Yen Feng put his coat over her. "Don't be afraid. You'll have to work hard to live your life from now on." In the end, there were still more than 50 women and 20 men left in this community. Yen Feng did not ask for the supplies they sent, and left directly with the disciples of Fuguang Palace. Upstairs, the group of people were still kneeling and worshipping towards the distance until the shadow of the boat disappeared on the water. Yen Luo rode his sword to catch up with the big ship. The ship sailed on the water for 10 days and finally arrived at a mountain. When they saw the land, everyone's eyes lit up. These days, they see ghosts every night, and they are almost suffering from nervous breakdown. "Sister, shall we go to the mountains to rest for a day?" Yen Feng drove the boat close to the foot of the mountain. After folding the boat, everyone went up the mountain and along the mountain road. There is a mountain road. It seems that there are people living here. I don't know who he is, but I hope he's not a bad person. What are the bad guys afraid of? We are just acting on behalf of heaven to punish evil and promote good. In the past few days, they have eliminated several gangs, and the victims were very grateful and respectful to them, which made them feel more motivated. At this time in the evening, the dense forests on both sides of the mountain road looked even denser, with weeds growing everywhere and the vision being obstructed. The mountain road is made of piled stones. It is obvious that this path is old. The stones have been trampled to the point where their edges and corners have been lost. It is easy to slip if you are not careful. There are weeds in the cracks of the rocks, but they are not tall, about the length of a finger. It is obvious that people often walk around there, otherwise the weeds would grow wildly. They were all cultivators, as light as a swallow and nimble in their movements. It was just a short mountain road, so they walked naturally and steadily. As they walked, they saw fireworks halfway up the mountain. Look, there's someone. At this moment, the dense forest in front suddenly shook, and a figure rushed out from it at a high speed. Yan Feng hurried forward to stop him. Friends, may I ask what you are doing?
Ah!
The boy ran up the mountain in a panic without looking back and even fell on the way. Yan Feng touched his face awkwardly. He didn't look that scary. Yan Luo smiled and led everyone up the mountain. When they reached halfway up the mountain, they discovered that there was a village. At the entrance of the village is a farmhouse compound, which has been completely destroyed by the flood and is no longer habitable. There are many stone houses at the back. The stone houses at the end of the village were washed away by the mudslide, and the surviving villagers lived in several courtyards at the head of the village. Perhaps the young man came back to report the news, and the fireworks that were originally rising straight up were hastily extinguished by someone. There was still some smoke in the air that had not yet dissipated, twisting and turning like a faint ink wash. Yan Luo said, "It seems like they are very defensive." Yan Feng sighed. This was no longer a peaceful time when people could leave their doors unlocked at night, so it was natural for people to be on guard. Yan Luo then said, "It doesn't matter. I see that no one lives in that big yard, and the houses have collapsed. Let's go in and clean up and rest inside at night." The farmhouse Yan Luo was pointing to was exactly that. This place is far away from the city, and there are no towns or villages around. In the past, people from the downtown liked to come here for a short stay on weekends to experience rural life, so everyone built a farmhouse courtyard in order to make money. I think it was because of the rush when it was built, and the project was mediocre, so the mudslide didn't come, but it was knocked down by the wind and rain. Okay. 20 people rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward to get to work. Some of them used their spiritual power to wrap up broken wood and rocks and threw them into the forest, while others used their spiritual power to condense water to wash away the dust. The people in the neighboring yards who were secretly looking over here all widened their eyes. They are gods. The place is cleaned up quickly, and we can move in before dark. Yan Luo put up a plastic roof on the roof, and it became a simple house. Sister Luo, what are we having for dinner today? Yan Luo said, "Didn't we catch a few big carps on the way here? Let's grill them and have some." Okay. The carp was very big, weighing 30 kilograms, and roasting 2 of them would be enough for them to eat. Although carp meat is not suitable for roasting, the smell of fresh roasted meat still makes the villagers drool. They couldn't see what was happening in the compound and could only swallow their saliva in silence. Dad, Mom, what do you think they do? They have spiritual powers. Are they from Tianma Temple? The young man who ran away just now asked the middle-aged man next to him. The middle-aged man frowned and scolded him. Don't talk nonsense. The senior monks of Tianma Temple are all monks. They are obviously not monks. They are definitely not from Tianma Temple. The boy swallowed his saliva again. That's right. Monks don't eat meat. They can't roast such delicious meat. Dad, are they bad guys? I don't know. But you should stay away from them. The senior monk of Tianma Temple said that we should live here peacefully and stay away from all the immortal cultivators, otherwise there will be disasters. I know, Dad. The boy didn't take this matter too seriously. Yan Luo ate a piece of meat and drank a bowl of rice porridge, then saved his appetite for cooking in the middle of the night. Everyone was finally able to avoid sleeping on the boat and seemed very happy. There are many living people in the village. The yang energy is strong, and there are no ghosts. After Yan Luo finished his meal, he looked through the window at the sky above the center of the village, and his expression changed slightly. What is that? In Yan Luo's eyes, the mountains at night are like a dark beast, full of unknown dangers. But in places where people gather, there are twisted red lines floating in the air. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Yan Luo suddenly regretted stopping in this village. Yan Feng noticed her expression and couldn't help but look over there. It was pitch black, with gusts of mountain wind, and nothing was different. Sister, what's wrong? It's okay, go to sleep. In the evening, Yenluo ate a box of fried chicken covered with sweet and spicy sauce in the space. She still felt a little uncomfortable, so she simply changed into black clothes and quietly left the compound. There was no electricity, the lights could not be turned on at night, and there was no rich nightlife. Everyone in the village was asleep, and there was not even a bark of a dog. On such a dead silent night, Yenluo sat on the tree, staring coldly at a young man who was hunched over and moving slowly on the ground. This young man was the one who ran away when he saw them during the day. His father didn't allow him to come into contact with this group of monks, but he was just curious. The senior monk of Tianma Temple said that monks looked down on mortals, but he seemed to have awakened his spiritual roots, and he didn't look down on the people in the village because of this. He planned to secretly go and see what the monks were doing. Did they not need beds at night and sleep on ropes like in Jin Yang's martial arts novels? Do they not need to work by themselves? Can they solve all problems with a wave of their hands? Also, do they not need to? Excretion. Seeing that they were getting closer to the compound, Yenluo threw a leaf down from the tree trunk. The leaf was light and weightless, but as soon as it left Yenluo's hand, it was like an arrow shot from a bow, with great force, hitting the boy's leg with a bang.
Ouch!
The boy felt so much pain that he almost fell to the ground. What are you doing? Yenluo's voice was like cold water in winter, icy and piercing, pouring over his head, making the boy shudder. He looked up suddenly. Then he saw a woman in black sitting on a protruding branch of a century-old locust tree. She was leaning against the tree trunk behind her, with one foot casually placed on the branch and the other foot hanging down, swaying gently, just half a meter in front of his head. The woman was extremely beautiful, like a night blooming Sirius, more dazzling than any star he had seen on TV. Seeing him staring at her without moving, Yenluo sat up straight and said impatiently, "What are you daydreaming about?" While the boy came back to his senses. Faced with such a beautiful woman, the boy was not alert at all and forgot everything his father taught him. Are you the monk who came today?" "Yes, so, what are you doing here sneaking around?" The boy looked like a thief who had been caught. He said awkwardly, "I was just a little curious and wanted to see what you were like." Yenluo thought that a boy of 15 or 16 would not have any bad intentions. Even if there is, it can't cause any waves in the face of absolute strength. "Where are you?" "Stone Village." "How many people are left in the village?" "About 200 people." "Are there no outsiders?" "Our village is very remote." "Who knew there was a village here?" "That's why there are no outsiders." This is a good environment during a natural disaster. However, there were originally 400 or 500 people in the village, and half of them died while going up the mountain to hunt for food. The villagers are now worried because the wild beasts in the mountains are too dangerous and the yields of grains and vegetables planted in the village are average and not enough to eat. Yenluo frowned and looked up at the sky in the center of the village again. It is impossible that there are no outsiders. If there are no outsiders, then how did the formation come about? She said, "Are you sure there are no outsiders?" The boy's eyes flickered and he said, "Are you sure?" The change in his expression caught Yenluo's attention, and he knew that the child must have lied. However, this formation is obviously an evil formation. Do the people in the village know about it? Forget it, just go back quickly. After a pause, she said, "Don't just pry into strangers' affairs in the future, especially when they are more powerful than you. You'll lose your life." After saying this, Yenluo no longer appeared on the tree. The young man looked at the place where Yenluo had sat in shock. After a while, he obediently returned to his home. Yenluo followed him all the way and saw that he lived in the front of the village, where there were 5 or 6 households. He climbed over the wall carefully and soon heard the sound of being beaten. Yenluo shook his head and smiled. He turned and looked towards the center of the village. If she saw it correctly, there was a faint red color on the young man's forehead. It seemed that the formation in the sky was taking effect. Yenluo thought to himself that they should leave this troubled place early tomorrow morning and avoid trouble. So she returned to the compound and slept soundly all night. The next day, Yang Qingru and Baiyu cooked porridge early. Yenluo stretched and came out to eat, but when she saw everyone, she was stunned for a moment. They all have a small red in the middle of their foreheads. This is just like the people in the village. Yanluo's expression turned cold. What's wrong? Bai Yu thought Yanluo was angry and felt a little uneasy. Yanluo took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart, and said, "We should be trapped in a formation." "Array?" Yan Feng ran over in a hurry. "Sister, what kind of formation is this? Why can't we feel anything?" Yanluo pondered for a moment and explained, "This should be an ancient evil formation that improves one's own cultivation by absorbing the essence and cultivation of others. The person who sets up the formation can therefore quickly improve his cultivation without having to struggle on the long road of cultivation. I once read in an ancient book that there was a large evil sect that killed tens of thousands of people in order to improve their cultivation." As he spoke, Yanluo's expression became serious and his speech slowed down. Everyone's faces were filled with anger and fear. Yanluo nodded seriously. Hearing this, everyone almost sat on the ground. "What should I do? Should I break the formation?" Yanluo said, "Not bad." Unexpectedly, they are now tied together with the people of this village. It's just that they have just started, so the impact is not big, but the people in the village have been invaded by the formation for some time and are in a weak state. Yanluo tentatively led his men to leave the village. They were able to leave, but the mark on his forehead did not disappear. Even if you don't use the mark, it will have an impact wherever you go. How do we break this formation? We don't even know where it is set up. If you don't know, go out and look for it. Yanluo said, "The people in the village don't have the ability to do this. They must be outsiders. Let's go out and find out if there are any outsiders recently, and then find out where the outsiders went after they came. We can start from where outsiders have been." Yanluo still underestimated the level of xenophobia in the village. Yan Feng and Li Zhe knocked on the door of the first house at the entrance of the village. 5 minutes later, an old man opened the door from the inside. He cautiously poked his head out and said, "Why are you knocking? Is there something wrong?" He was very impatient and showed great disdain for the two of them. Yan Feng said, "We're just passing by and would like to stay here for a few days. Can we borrow yours?" The door was slammed shut. Yan Feng and Li Zhe looked at each other. What the Hades? This vigilance is too strong. The two of them went to several other households, and each household had almost the same reaction until they arrived at the home of the young man from last night. The boy shouted from behind the door, "What are you doing?" Yan Feng said, "We want to use your pot." "Of course, we won't use it for free. We can give you a bucket of instant noodles." Behind the door, the boy's eyes lit up.
Instant noodle.
The only small supermarket in the village had long been sold out. The boy saw Yanluo last night and thought he was amiable, so he also thought they should all be good people. He said, "Wait a minute, I'll get it." After a while, the door opened and a black iron pot was handed out. Li Zhe held the pot, and Yan Feng handed in a bag and a half of braised beef noodles at the same time. He casually asked, "Why don't you have anything to eat? Have you no contact with the outside world?" The boy said, "There's water outside. How can we get in touch?" Yan Feng said, "You are so miserable. There is not much food in the mountains. How do you eat?" The boy couldn't wait to open the instant noodles bag and answered, "My dad and his friends would go hunting in the mountains. If they couldn't catch anything, they would go digging for wild vegetables. The mountains are always better than the flooded plains. At most they can still chew on tree bark, but there is nothing in the plains." Yan Feng said, "Then don't you have outsiders here to bring you food?" "No, they just came to take a look. They didn't bring anything." "Who?
Who are you talking about?"
The young man stopped talking for a moment and said hurriedly, "Brother, remember to return the pot early." After saying that, he closed the door. They didn't gain much that day, and the villagers were very unwelcoming to them. Yanluo had no choice but to call everyone back for dinner. Wang Chuanjie and Lu Shi hunted a wild rabbit and 2 pheasants in the mountains and came back. Bai Yu cleaned the meat, brushed it with sauce, and covered it with plastic wrap. There were so many of them that the meat was not enough, so Yang Qingru cooked a big pot of porridge, giving each person a piece of meat and a bowl of porridge. Fresh mountain meat is fragrant when grilled. Yanluo also has a variety of seasonings. Once pepper, cumin, and chili powder, are sprinkled on it. The aroma of meat will fill the entire village. This made the villagers who are eating wild vegetables today so envious that they couldn't eat anymore. They are barbecuing. That's too much. Why are they barbecuing in our village? That's right, they're occupying our village and eating our food. You can't say that. The prey they hunt in the mountains is not what we raise.
But
The things they have hit mean we can't hit them. Aren't they just taking up our resources? You're talking as if you can beat someone without fighting. The villagers lived together in houses that were not damaged by the mudslides. Some of the larger houses are home to 3 or 4 households. The walls between some courtyards were collapsed, allowing 7 or 8 households to walk around freely. They couldn't help complaining when they smelled the aroma. The senior monk said that there are no good people among the monks out there. Why are you still speaking in their favor? Those who spoke for Fuguang Palace shut up. What do you think? If we drive these monks out, will the monks think we are loyal and give us some magic medicine? They are monks. Didn't you see that they can just wave their hands and throw a big stone? So what? Maybe they are just doing it for us to see. If they were really powerful, they would have broken into our house a long time ago. Why would they be suffering outside? A group of villagers gathered together and whispered. At night, Yen Luo and several disciples scattered around the village to look for the center of the formation, but they couldn't find it after searching for several hours. At 9 o'clock the next morning, a group of people came outside the farmhouse.
come out.
Whoever's inside, come out.
Come out. Get out.
When everyone in Fuguang Palace opened the temporary door, they saw about 100 people outside the collapsed courtyard wall. They were wearing ragged clothes, had unkempt hair and dirty faces, and looked like a group of savages. Yen Luo said softly, "This yard is broken. If you don't want to live here, can't we live here for a while?" The temperament of Yen Luo and others made the villagers stunned. They are liked at the bright and handsome college students in TV dramas. Not only is he clean, he also looks easygoing and elegant and has nothing to do with being a bad person. On the contrary, they all looked ferocious and like vicious criminals.
No.
Of course not. An old man rushed out first, pointing a broom at Yen Luo. "This is our village. This is our homestead. How this yard is used is our village's business. Even if we leave it abandoned, it has nothing to do with you bandits." Yang Qingru said incredulously, "You call us robbers? We haven't eaten or drunk anything since we came here, so how can we be robbers? You are a robber if you live on our collective land." Yen Luo smiled contemptuously. "Uncle, you know that the world outside is changed, right? The country no longer exists, so who will recognize your homestead? Uncle, it is because we are kind-hearted that we will not kill innocent people. Otherwise, we would not take people like you seriously at all. As for the homestead you mentioned, if we kill you all, there will be nothing left." She said it lightly, but it scared these people who came with such a strong momentum and reduced their momentum by half. Yell, laws are useless. Who cares about the life and death of the weak? Yen Luo's tone became a little lighter. Of course, we don't live here for free. While we live here, we will pick 10 families every day and give them something. These things could be instant noodles, bread, or sausages, 10 servings a day, while stocks last. When the villagers heard about these foods, their eyes lit up. The uncle insisted, "Why only give it to 10 families? There are more than 80 families in our village. There is not enough to share." Yen Luo sneered, "I said give it to 10 families, that's for them. I didn't say let them divide it among the whole village. How can it not be enough?" The old man said confidently, "Our village is one, and they should share the food they get with us." "Hey, you said you would give things to 10 households every day. How do you decide which 10 households to give them to?" Someone couldn't help but ask. The days of eating wild vegetables were too difficult to endure. They had not eaten salt or delicious food for several months. So they were moved. Yen Luo smiled slightly. "Of course it depends on rapport. After all, we just arrived and don't know who to give it to. Since everyone is here today, I will take this opportunity to share it with you so that I don't have to visit your homes later." As he spoke, Yen Feng walked into the house and took out 5 boxes of instant noodles. The uncle said dissatisfiedly, "You are so stingy. Only 5 boxes. I thought there were at least 10 boxes." "That's right. This little bit of food is not enough to fill the gaps in our village's stomach. Yen Luo ignored their dissatisfaction and opened the box. There are a total of 100 bags. The 10 selected households will each receive 10 bags. Some people in the crowd were eager to sign up. The uncle who led the group was obviously a prestigious person in the village. He was the first to say, "The first one goes to my family. I am the oldest, and the younger ones will line up first." Someone immediately jumped out to object. "That won't work. I have many children at home, and they are growing up." "Second grandpa, please be more lenient with my family." The uncle heard this and said, "There are 10 portions, so our 2 families want 2. Seeing that 2 copies were gone, the others became unhappy and started arguing. Yen Luo looked at the chaos in front of her and waited silently. There was a huge fight on the other side, and some people even started fighting. Yen Luo achieved his goal and said, "I told you, it's based on my taste. What are you fighting over?" The villagers were stunned for a moment, and the uncle smiled and said, "You take yours, and we take ours." Yen Luo knew exactly what he was planning. No matter who she gives it to, they will replan it after getting it. Yen Luo despised the old man's dominance in his heart, but he did not stop his actions. "Okay, then I will start dividing. You guys line up according to your families first. Hurry, get in line." After a while of confusion, more than 80 families were gathered together. Yen Luo held the instant noodles, looked from left to right, and quickly identified the target. She used her spiritual power to wrap up 10 packets of instant noodles and threw them towards a house with 5 or 6 big men. During the process, several people jumped up to grab it, but the instant noodles seemed to have eyes and dodged flexibly until it fell into the person's hands. Everyone watched the instant noodles fly up, and they were all stunned in shock, especially the young boys and girls. "That's great." The big man was dancing happily while holding the instant noodles. The next moment, he felt the jealousy and greed in the eyes of the people around him. "Dad, second grandpa just said that everyone else should share their things, and we should share our own things. But Erden is almost starving to death." The big man paused and met the old man's gaze. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who cares? I'll go back and cook noodles for Erden." After saying that, the family ran away, protecting the instant noodles. The dissatisfied villagers behind them called out to them to stop, but no one listened. Yen Luo smiled and continued to throw instant noodles. Every household she chose had several men, so that they had the ability to protect themselves and would not easily let the supplies be stolen. Only at the last house, Yen Luo threw the instant noodles to a girl. The girl looked to be 17 or 18 years old, alone, and did not participate in the siege just now. She only came over because she heard that instant noodles were available. No one took her seriously. When the girl received the instant noodles, it was like a pie falling from the sky. She was so happy that she almost fainted. However, this happiness did not last for 3 seconds, and the instant noodles in his hand were snatched away by a woman next to him. "Bah, this little witch wants to eat such delicious food. Dream on." When the girl saw her things being snatched away, she rushed forward in anger. "Give it back to me. It's mine. Get out of here." The old man got angry when he saw that Yen Luo had given away all the instant noodles and didn't even give him a single packet. The first 9 households had already run away with their things. At this time, those who were close to those 9 households also quietly followed them, and the remaining half of the people were guarding the girl's instant noodles. The girl knew that she might not be able to keep even a single packet of the instant noodles, but she also didn't want to give it to others at a discount. So she cried and said to the old man, "Second grandpa, I was going to give you all these instant noodles and keep only 1 pack for myself, but Sister Song Song snatched them all away. I'm sorry, second grandpa, I really have no influence." Upon hearing this, the old man immediately became energetic. With a wave of his hand, the old man in his 60s pushed the woman to the ground. Obviously, everyone didn't expect that the second grandfather, who was always highly respected, would attack young people, especially women. The old man moved quickly. He picked up the instant noodles on the ground and stuffed them into the hands of his grandson behind him. "This is Li Zi's gift to me. You should wait until tomorrow." For a moment, the remaining people felt unwilling. The reason why the old man is highly respected in the village is that he is the village chief. He has a high level of education and was the best hunter in the village when he was young. Despite his age, he is still more powerful than the average young man in action. Moreover, he has 2 sons in their 40s and 2 grandsons in their 20s. He has a large family and is not easy to bully. In front of so many people, the village chief took out a pack of broken instant noodles and handed it to the girl. Pear, take it back to your grandma. You are a good and filial child. Lizzie looked around at the people who were watching her anxiously. She knew that she definitely couldn't take the instant noodles away. So, after reaching out to take it, she suddenly opened the bag, then tilted her head back and poured the liquid into her mouth. Her action immediately caused many people to exclaim in dissatisfaction. Hey, kid, why are you like this? The village chief asked you to give it to your grandma, but you stole it for yourself. You are so unfilial. It's better to feed it to my dog. Lizzie ate the food with an expressionless face. His face turned red and he coughed from choking, but not a single drop fell out. The village chief got instant noodles and happily went home with his son and grandson. The others got nothing, glared at Yen Luo angrily, and then set their sights on the other 9 families. As for Lizzie, they spat at her quite a bit when they left. Yen Luo watched all this with indifference, but became somewhat interested in the pair. Yen Luo didn't look at the girl again. She turned around and went back to the house. Yen Feng, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Yen Luo asked, "Why, are you feeling sympathy for her, because she's so good-looking again?" Yen Feng is a typical face-obsessed person, and his attitude towards pretty girls is always different.
No.
Yen Feng touched his nose awkwardly. Yen Luo said, "That's great. I'll give you a task. Follow her secretly and see what she is like in this village." Okay. This village is as united as an iron barrel. Nothing can be learned from them. If one wants to get any information, the only way is to destroy it from within. All the disciples of Fuguang Palace were sent out, and they soon brought back the news. Sure enough, those people had more or less quarrels over the instant noodles. Yen Feng followed Lizzie home. Lizzie's home was poor and messy, and there was a grandmother in her 60s at home. As soon as Lizzie came back, Grandma stood up by feeling the stool. "Why did you come back early today? Did you dig up some wild vegetables?" Lizzie said, "We dug some, enough for us to eat." As she spoke, she boiled water, soaked the wild vegetables in the pot, and cooked them raw. Because she had instant noodles today, the wild vegetables were only given to Grandma, and she could still be full. "Why don't you eat?" Grandma asked. Lizzie smiled and said, "Today, a kind person was handing out instant noodles outside. I happened to pass by and ate a pack. I was full." Grandma asked curiously, "What kind of good people are they? Are they those great monks?" When Lizzie heard her grandmother talking about the monk, she curled her lips. "Grandma, those monks never gave us food. The people who came here are another group of people. They seem to be monks too. I think they are much better than those monks." "Don't talk nonsense." Grandma immediately said angrily, "If you talk nonsense like this, the village chief will not forgive you."
Lizzie, shut up.
Grandma was not in good health and fell asleep after eating the wild vegetables. Lizzie washed the dishes by herself. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the yard. There was a flash of anger in Lizzie's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she went to open the door. Outside the door was the man who got the instant noodles first. "Hey, sister-in-law, you should go to sleep now. I calculated the time to come here. I brought you something good today." He took out half a pack of instant noodles from his pocket. "You want to eat it? Hee hee. Serve me well, and it will be yours." Lizzie felt disgusted, but she quickly opened the door and let the person in, then took the instant noodles. "Thank you, uncle." As she spoke, the man couldn't wait to hold her in his arms, and the 2 of them started working in the yard. Yen Feng didn't expect that Lizzie would be such a person. He climbed down the wall with a red face and thick neck, ran back to the compound, and told Yen Luo about Lizzie. Yen Luo looked at him with amusement and said earnestly, "Xiao Feng, this is a chaotic world, and it's not easy for women to survive." She is only 17 or 18 years old, and her life is so difficult. She also has to support her grandmother. Her nature is already rare and precious. Don't look at her with tinted glasses because of her. Hearing this, Yen Feng nodded. I understand, sister. However, Yen Luo guessed that the eminent monk they were talking about should be the one who set up the formation. At present, the people in the village respect these monks very much, but Li Zi, who is not well fed, does not have much faith in them. So, we still have to start with the pair. Yen Luo thought about it and decided that if he wanted Li Zi to surrender to them, he had to first leave her with no way out. She said, "You go again and lure that man's wife to catch him in adultery." During the day, everyone in the village called Li Zi a fox spirit. I guess others also knew what Li Zi had done. However, knowing it is one thing, but the shock of being exposed in person is always more profound. Yen Feng ran to the man's roof again, changed his voice, and shouted inside. Second uncle is meeting his little lover in private. After shouting, Yen Feng saw a dark and fat middle-aged woman rushing out, and left quickly. After the woman rushed out, she ran to Li Zi's house with her son and daughter-in-law without asking which lover she was having a secret meeting with. It had been more than 10 minutes since they came to Li Zi's house. When they rushed to the door of Li Zi's house, the man had already finished and was now cuddling beside Li Zi, touching her little hands. The woman kicked open the gate and caught the two men red-handed, beat her to death. She bossed her son and daughter-in-law around. Li Zi hurriedly hid behind the man, looking pitiful, with her waist so thin that it could not be grasped with one hand. Her sons could not bring themselves to touch her, so they just did it for the sake of politeness. However, she and her daughters-in-law shared the same hatred for the enemy, and the yard was in chaos for a while. A group of people gathered outside the yard to watch the fun. Grandma Li was awakened and hurriedly stumbled. "Don't hit my granddaughter."
Bah.
"How did you educate people like this shameless old man?" Li Zi hurriedly came out from behind the man and stood in front of Grandma. "Grandma, please come in quickly. Why are you entering this room? You dare not admit it?" Li Zi couldn't say anything to refute, so her grandmother knew it was true. She was shaking with anger. The woman cursed. "Why are you pretending to be noble? Don't you know that your granddaughter did this? Why are you pretending? She has never been married. In some matters, maybe it was you, an old fox, who was behind the scenes. Everyone knows that you married two men." "Grandmother." The old man was so angry that he fainted. Everyone was shocked. Some people outside wanted to help, but were stopped by their wives. They are eager to see the show. In this village, for example, which man doesn't like to hang out outside the pear yard? Young and beautiful, with fair and tender skin. Li Zi was very anxious. She shouted outside, "Someone help me, please save my grandma." But no matter how hard she shouted, no one stood up. Li Zi fed her grandmother water and pressed her heart by herself, but after a long time, there was no sign of improvement. "Grandma, Grandma, wake up." She cried, and the hatred for these people in her eyes reached its peak. But the old woman had been in poor health for a long time and was trying hard to stay alive. The environment was bad, and people had no medicine. Coupled with the shock she suffered this time, she passed away. Li Zi hugged her grandmother and cried. The others also noticed that the old man was so angry that he died. There was no sympathy in their eyes. Instead, they said with gloating, "Serves him right." The woman was so arrogant and proud, as if she had avenged herself, that she dragged her husband, son, and daughter-in-law away, and the onlookers dispersed. Li Zi hugged her grandmother and sat in the yard. The person died, but she couldn't even bury him. Yen Feng stood outside the door and hesitated for a while, wondering whether he should go in and help her bury her grandmother, but at this moment, a figure walked stealthily towards them from a distance. Yen Feng hurriedly hid again. When the man arrived at Li Zi's house, he carefully looked around several times before going in. "Lock the door from the inside." "Pair, good pair, as long as you follow me, I will help you bury your grandma." Li Zi raised her head in sadness. Her eyes were swollen and red from crying, like roses after the rain. The man was burning with desire when he saw it. Li Zi said without hesitation, Help me bury Grandma first. The man couldn't wait to say, okay. Two people carried the person out through the half-collapsed wall at the back. Li Zi's home was at the back, and soon after going out, they reached the forest. Yan Feng did not follow and returned to the compound alone and told Yan Luo about the pair. He said, Sister, did we harm her? If that woman hadn't come to catch the adulterer, Li Zi's grandmother wouldn't have been so angry to death. Baiyu said, but she is a mistress and is involved in other people's families. This is wrong. She is trying to survive, but what about other people's wives? Who wants their husband to cheat on them? Yan Luo said it takes two to tango in this kind of situation. The mistress is wrong, and the cheating man is also wrong. The law couldn't judge this before, so there's no point in you arguing here. She looked at Yan Feng. Since she dared to do such a thing, she must be prepared for the truth to be revealed. Even if we don't expose it today, someone will find out one day. If you walk by the river, your shoes will get wet. They just moved up the time of discovery. Yan Feng felt less guilty. The next day, people from the village came to the gate of the compound without any prior arrangement. They were shouting outside. Are you awake? Didn't you say that we would be given supplies every day? Why haven't you given us any today? Is he still not awake? Young people are too lazy. They banged on the door. Yan Luo opened the door and came out. They immediately asked, What do you give us today? Yan Feng carried out a box of sausages from the back. A bunch of kids were already crying with greed before the sausages were even unpacked. They were so anxious that they stamped their feet and urged their parents to get it for them. The villagers grumbled, Why is it only one box? That's too stingy. Yan Luo said the quantity of ham sausage is limited, 2 packs per household.
What?
2 bags? That's too little. The village chief questioned dissatisfiedly, A pack of sausages is not enough for one person to fill their stomachs. You are sending away beggars. That's right, there should be more, 1 box per household. Looking at their greedy faces, Yan Feng almost laughed out of anger. What the Hades is this? Yan Luo said in a cold tone, I want to split. Today, just like yesterday, the sausages were given to those families. But Li Zi didn't come today, so she gave the last portion to the boy she first met. There are only 3 people in the boy's family. His parents are the most honest people in the village, and they're often taken advantage of. At this time, a group of people surrounded him, asking for the sausage in his hand with various reasons, especially the village chief. The village chief went straight to the point and said that if he didn't share the sausage, it would be unfilial, and if he was unfilial, he could not enter the ancestral tomb, and even the ancestral tomb would be dug up. The boy's father could not bear such a threat and had to hand over the sausage obediently. The boy's eyes were red. Why don't you take those people's things and just take ours? His mother held him tightly in her arms, not letting him speak. The village chief looked at Ah Hong and said, This little kid is ignorant. Take him home and educate him properly. What a kid! Ah Hong was unwilling to accept the defeat and kept struggling in his mother's arms. Everyone had their own little thoughts. After everyone left, Ah Hong was so angry that he kicked stones on the side of the road and refused to go home no matter how his parents tried to persuade him. Inside the house, people from Fuguang Palace were chatting. This village is really full of unruly people. They have a strong sense of clan, and they are afraid of the village head. The village chief is so shameless. How can such a person be the village chief? The village is a self-governing organization with its own rules. Especially in such a remote place, the more powerful a person is, the more likely he is to subdue others. On the 3rd day, no one came from Li Zi's or Ah Hong's family. They have seen the reality clearly. Even if they are given something, they cannot keep it. What are you sending us today? You'd better be more generous. If you give me this much more, you shouldn't live in our village anymore.
Get out now.
That's right. Give us a little more, or we'll kick you out. Yan Luo smiled coldly, and then he started to have evil thoughts. She took out 10 bags of vacuum-fried 5-spice boneless roast chicken. In front of the villagers, she took out another bag and opened it openly. The fragrant smell of roast chicken wafted into the air. Dad, I want meat. Yen Luo slowly tore off a chicken leg. This braised chicken is so delicious. It's a local specialty. It's so soft and rotten that you don't even need to gnaw on it. It just comes off with a bite. Yen Feng shared the food with everyone else. He glanced at the villagers who were drooling, thought for a moment, and then threw a chicken claw to the village chief. The village chief hurriedly caught it and stuffed it into his mouth. The aroma of chicken burst out in his mouth, and the old man's eyes widened instantly. Grandfather. His grandson looked at him resentfully. But he hadn't eaten delicious meat for more than half a year, so how could he care about his grandson? He ate it in a hurry, even chewing the bones until they were broken. Looking at the 10 bags of roast chicken on the ground, his eyes were already bursting with unspeakable desire. After Yen Luo finished eating the chicken leg, he licked his fingers. Her actions made everyone lick their lips. Yen Luo said, "I'm not going to worry about anything today. I only have these roast chickens. You guys can take them and divide them among yourselves." After saying that, she returned to her room leisurely and closed the door without caring about everyone's expressions and reactions. As soon as she left, the crowd swarmed over and surrounded the roasted chicken on the ground. "I got it first, it's mine. I'm strong. It's already in my arms." "Bah, you are so shameless. How can you grab 2 bags? Give me 1 bag." Bang! A man was knocked to the ground by another man's punch, and the roast chicken in his hand was snatched away. "You rascal, I'm going to kill you." Several men were fighting over a bag of roast chicken. Seeing this, the woman rolled up her sleeves, rushed forward, grabbed the other man's hair, and started pulling it hard. Man in his 20s came running up from behind, snatched a bag of roast chicken from behind the village chief while he was not noticing, and quickly ran away. "You little rascal. Stop right there." But the man relied on his youth and fast-running speed to gain the upper hand. The village chief's grandson tried to catch up with him, but failed. He ran back home, slammed the door, opened the bag in a hurry, and stuffed the food into his mouth. Ahong was sitting on the roof of his house and watched him eat a whole chicken by himself, and then burped loudly. Ahong was so jealous that he almost cried. At this time, the fighting in front of the courtyard had already spread to the village chief. Someone started the fight, and others also started to think about stealing the roast chicken in the village chief's hand. The village chief cursed angrily, "You little rascals, how dare you steal my things? Second grandpa, you've already eaten a chicken foot. Please give this bag to us. I'm old, so what if I eat a little more chicken feet? Then let's talk about it after I'm full." Everyone in Fuguang Palace watched the farce outside through the cracks in the windows and couldn't help but frown. Although they are the culprits who sow discord, it seems that these people are a little too easy to be provoked. Yen Luo ignored their fighting and distributed supplies for 2 consecutive days. In the past 2 days, they have been beaten to blood in the fight against each other. The atmosphere in the village became very tense, and neighbors were no longer friendly with each other. Even in the orphan girl Lizi's house, no man has visited for a whole day and a night. Yen Luo glanced at Yen Feng and said, "Go and bring some food to Lizi." "Why should I go?" Yen Luo said, "Just go if I tell you to go."
Oh.
Yen Feng carried the things prepared by Yen Luo and quietly went to Lizi's house by climbing over the eaves and walls. Lizi survives on food sent by men and wild vegetables she digs herself. No man has come over in the past 2 days, so she only eats wild vegetable soup and is starving. Boom, 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 Yen Feng knocked on the door. Lizi thought that the men had come, so she tidied her face and went out to open the door. With a creak, the door opened. In the moonlight, a clean man in a white shirt and sky blue jeans stood at the door. He was tall and thin, with a delicate face that carried a cleanliness and warmth that no one else had. When he saw her, his eyes were a little evasive, but they returned to normal in an instant. "Are you a monk from outside?" "Yes, my last name is Yen." Lizi was very surprised why such a clean and excellent man would appear at her door. Yen Feng said, "I'm here to bring you some food. Can I come in?" Lizi hesitated for a moment and said, "Can?" But when he reached the yard, Yen Feng didn't go any further. He put the plastic bag on the ground and opened it. "You girls probably all like sweet things. There's bread in this. You should like it." Instant noodles have a strong smell when cooked, and I'm afraid it will attract other people's attention, so I only brought you some simple fast food. There are also some sandwiches, cheese, cookies, and chocolate. He introduced it in detail, his serious face showing unparalleled charm. Lizzie looked at the pile of things and couldn't help but tears in her eyes. At this moment, no matter what his purpose was, he was different. Because when he gave her things, he would consider her situation and give her these simple, easy-to-hide snacks so that they would not be easily snatched away by others. After Yan Feng finished the introduction, he looked up and saw Lizzie standing there crying. Yan Feng was startled and quickly took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed it over. "What's wrong? Don't you like these things?" Seeing his anxious look, Lizzie's hard heart softened. Instead of asking for tissues, she wiped her face with her clothes. "No, I like it very much. Thank you." She raised her head and looked at Yan Feng, who stood up and slowly placed her hands on her collar, reaching for his buttons. Yan Feng's brows twitched violently until he realized that the other party was about to unbutton his shirt. "Oh, don't." He jumped to the back and said, "Girl, I don't mean that. I'm leaving." After saying this, he ran away in fear. Lizzie stood there in a daze, her hands still frozen on the buttons. Then, a self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. How could a young man like her, who was in such a miserable state, be interested in her? He just felt sorry for her. Lizzie closed the door, picked up the food on the ground, dug a big hole in the house at night, and buried it. After Yan Feng ran back to the compound, Yan Luo asked him, "How is it? Did you find out anything?" Yan Feng. He rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. It was terrible. When he saw the other person unbuttoning his clothes, he was so scared that he ran away without saying a word to the other person. Yan Luo rolled his eyes. Looking at his expression, one could tell that the task was definitely not accomplished. Baiyu joked, "Are you just focused on seeing how pretty she is?" Yang Qingru smiled and said, "Our little palace master is so beautiful, but she doesn't even know how to use the beauty trap. Yan Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Yan Luo suspiciously. Yan Luo smiled without saying anything. Yan Feng got furious. "Sister, you are fooling me." Yan Luo said, "The beauty trap is one of the 36 stratagems. We're doing it openly and honestly, so why not? Moreover, they also provided the most scarce supplies in troubled times." Yan Feng curled his lips. "How about I go back again? Tomorrow." In the middle of the night, several people in the village gathered together stealthily. The old village chief said, "Everyone, why are we fighting with each other every day? We are fellow villagers and they are outsiders. As long as we kill those people in the compound, won't all their things belong to us? Yeah, then why would we need to fight over it? Just divide it up. Hey, can we keep those women?" The old village chief glared at him. "You are useless." Several men looked at each other and said, "Second grandpa, where have we ever seen such a beautiful woman? Haven't you seen her skin? It's as soft as an egg. If you touch it, you will feel it. All right, go back and talk to your neighbors. When we get the chance, let's take action." Aham was awakened by the rustling sounds outside. It turned out to be the neighbors next door, who were instigating his father to join in besieging the outsiders. After they left, Aham rushed out angrily. "Dad, Mom, don't you think the people in our village are going too far?" Lu Tai pursed his lips. Yes, a natural disaster and a group of outsiders. How could the elders and fellow villagers become such people? Yan Luo was given 10 braised pig's trotters today. Unexpectedly, this group of people did not fight over it. Instead, the old village chief took the meat back home and chopped it into small pieces in front of everyone. There were only about 40 households left to collect supplies today. Each of these 40 households was given a small piece, and each person could only take a tiny bite. In the scramble in the past few days, the weaker families have withdrawn from the fight. And during their discussion last night, a small number of families expressed their unwillingness to participate. Now that these people have a common goal, they are surprisingly united. After Yan Feng waited until there was no one outside, he went to Lizzie's house again. Lizzie had her fill and looked much better. She was happy to see Yan Feng coming. Yan Feng said, "My sister said that you girls can't live without brown sugar and red dates, so she asked me to bring you some." Li Zi did not refuse. The water in the pot was boiling, so she put some brown sugar in it, and the sweet aroma came out immediately. Brother Yan Yan, you gave me something. Is there something you need my help with? Li Zi is not stupid. She is not naive enough to think that Yan Feng suddenly treats her well because he likes her. She has some self-awareness. Yan Feng was relieved to see her ask. He was just thinking about how to start the conversation. I want to ask, have you ever had outsiders like us come here before? Li Zi hesitated for a moment, looking at the boiling brown sugar water in the pot. She said, Brother Yan, I have something to say, but once I say it, I can't stay in the village anymore. When you leave, can you take me with you? Her eyes were full of panic. Afraid that Yan Feng would disagree, she hurriedly added, just take me out of this mountain and put me somewhere where people live, okay? When Yan Feng came, Yan Luo told him that if Li Zi made this request, he would agree. Li Zi lives without dignity in this mountain village. She depends on these men who demand things from her, but she hates them. The only way to get a new life is to leave here, go to a new place, and start a new life. By then, no one would know about her misery. Okay, we'll take you away. Li Zi smiled. She happily filled a bowl of brown sugar water and said to Yan Feng, a few days ago, a group of monks came here. They also have spiritual powers and abilities like you. After they arrived, they saw that many elderly people in the village were in weak health, so they kindly distributed magic medicine to everyone. After taking their magic medicine, everyone felt refreshed. So the people in the village were very grateful to them. When they left, they said that the monks outside were all bad people and asked everyone to stay away from the monks outside. That's why when you came, everyone was very resistant. Yan Feng raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, what kind of magic medicine really works like this? Li Zi said awkwardly, I don't know about that. I didn't get any. She is a person who is bullied by everyone in the village. How could such a good thing fall into her hands? Yan Feng asked again, do you remember where they went? Li Zi said they were going around the village distributing medicine, and they went to quite a few places. Yan Feng felt that this answer was definitely not right. It was too broad, so he analyzed, is there any special place? For example, all of them have been there, or the leader has been there. Or the places they highlighted? Li Zi thought about it carefully for a while, and suddenly slapped her forehead. I remember. They went to the ancestral hall in the village. Although there are many people in this mountain village, they all have only one surname, Liu. The reason why the village chief has so much power is because he is in charge of the ancestral hall and the family tree. People who violate the village rules cannot enter the ancestral hall after their death. Villagers attach great importance to what happens after death, so everyone usually respects the village chief. The monks all went there, and they said that the temple was haunted by evil spirits and needed to be purified. Brother Yan, there won't be any problems with the ancestral hall, right? Yan Feng shook his head. We need to see the actual situation to know the details. By the way, do you know where those monks are from? Tianma Temple. They are from Tianma Temple, not far from here, on Tianma Mountain. Tianma Temple? Is that a coincidence? Yan Feng's eyes were filled with astonishment. Ever since his last trip to the secret realm, he has had no good impression of Tianma Temple. Could it be those people? Yan Feng said goodbye in a hurry and returned to the compound with the news he had received. When Yan Luo heard that it was Tianma Temple, he was as surprised as Yan Feng. Although Tianma Temple was not a big temple before the natural disaster, people from the surrounding area would occasionally go there to burn incense. Logically, they should not do anything to harm ordinary people, especially when it has embarked on the path of a cult. I'll go to the ancestral hall tonight. In the middle of the night, when everyone in the village was asleep, Yan Luo and Yan Feng quietly went to the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall is in the middle of the village. It was originally located at the back of the village, but when a natural disaster struck, the back of the village was destroyed by mudslides, so they moved the ancestral hall to the middle. The courtyard where the ancestral hall is located is of better quality than the several nearby courtyards, which shows that the people here respect it. Yan Luo and the other person climbed over the wall and entered. As soon as they entered, they instantly felt that the temperature here was lower than outside. They approached the main room, which was locked with a large padlock. Yan Luo prepared to pry the lock open. However, when her hand just touched the lock made a jingling sound. The sound, like a bell, echoed in the silent night and immediately attracted the attention of the guards outside. Who? As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Yan Luo pulled Yan Feng away as soon as the big lock rang. The man came in and saw nothing. But he was very cautious and quickly ran to the village chief's house to report the abnormality. The village chief called several team leaders overnight. It must have been done by those monks outside the village. They are the only outsiders. The villagers in our village will definitely not have any intention of attacking the ancestral hall. I was wondering why they had to live in our village when there was nothing to eat or drink. It turns out they had their eyes on our ancestral hall. The old village chief said with a serious face, "I'm afraid it's not our ancestral hall." Everyone looked at the old village chief. Why is that? At first, only the old village chief followed into the ancestral hall, so he knew more than anyone else. The old village chief said excitedly, "Back then, the monks of Tianma Temple placed Buddhist relics in the ancestral hall in order to help us change the feng shui and suppress the evil spirits on the mountain. So, they're interested in the relic?"
Gao.
Yan Luo and Yan Feng returned to the compound, and everyone from Fuguang Palace hurriedly surrounded them. "Sister Luo, Yan Feng, how are you? Why did you come back so early?" Yan Feng reluctantly told the story about the ancestral hall bell. Lija asked in confusion, "Sister Luo, they are just a group of mortals. Why should we be afraid of them? It only took them a snap of a finger to massacre all the people in this mountain village." Yan Luo said, "It's not that I'm afraid of them, but I'm afraid of trouble. A cultivator cannot commit too many murders, especially against ordinary people who are powerless. If they ascend to become immortals one day in the future, they will be punished by the heavens. There are more than 200 people in this village. If we kill them, we will have to bear a lot of karma for killing. Moreover, some of them were not so bad that they had to die." Lija was shocked and asked hurriedly, "Can't all ordinary people be killed? Those who have committed many crimes should be allowed, right?" Yan Luo didn't know either. After all, this was just everyone's speculation in this life, and none of them had actually reached the stage of ascending to become an immortal. Yan Luo changed the time to go to the ancestral hall to tomorrow morning when supplies were distributed.
Please hold them for a while.
At that time, everyone was here. There were not many people in the ancestral hall, and it was noisy during the day, so it was easier. Unexpectedly, before dawn, at only 5 o'clock, the villagers came in a threatening manner. They all held torches in their hands. When they arrived in front of the courtyard, they were silent. When the old village chief waved his hand, they all threw the torches into the courtyard. It was still dark, and the torches thrown out in a parabolic shape were like countless meteors with bright yellow tails. The temperature around suddenly became hot. The window covered with a curtain was caught by sparks and caught fire instantly. The old village chief yelled, "Throw it into the yard and suffocate them. Don't throw it into the house. What if they threw it into the house and burned the supplies?" They laughed evilly, thinking that the people inside were sleeping soundly and must have died of suffocation in their dreams. At this time, Yan Luo had already placed a formation plate in the yard, and Li Jia and others were controlling the formation. The burning seen by outsiders is just an illusion. Yan Luo and Yan Feng took the opportunity to go to the ancestral hall. There were 2 villagers on duty outside the ancestral hall, and Yan Luo quickly knocked them out. "I didn't look closely last night, but today I discovered that the lock on the door has formation patterns." Yan Luo didn't bother to worry about the lock and simply cut off the bolt with his sword. The lock fell to the ground with a click and was thrown into space by her. When the door of the ancestral hall opened, an eerie atmosphere blew towards us, making people feel inexplicably uncomfortable even in broad daylight. Yan Luo went in first, and Yan Feng closed the door behind him. The room was dimly lit, and Yan Luo used a lighter to light the candle on the table. The tiny flame shook for a while, and then went out automatically. Yan Feng was surprised. "What's going on?" A ball of white flame rose from Yan Luo's fingers, and the candle lit with real fire did not go out again. Seeing this, Yan Feng also used the true fire in his body to light the candle. His true fire was affected by the attributes and was dark purple. As the deep purple flame appeared, Yan Feng seemed to hear a crackling sound. "Sister, my true fire can burn away the negative energy here. Thunder and lightning are the nemesis of all evil things between heaven and earth. It is indeed so," Yan Luo said, "then light up the remaining candles." Yan Feng's true fire really worked. After lighting a whole row of candles, the gloomy atmosphere in the room was actually reduced by a lot. Yan Luo looked at the black wooden box behind the incense burner. On the wooden box was a black bead that was as big as a human head. The beads were very bright, reflecting the light, clearly reflecting Yan Luo and Yan Feng on the opposite side. But what was strange was that the beads were covered with densely packed dark red blood threads, and there was a piece of golden talisman paper stuck on the top. Yan Luo pointed at it and said, "This thing should be the core of the formation. Try to peel off the talisman paper on it." Knowing that Yan Feng was good at defeating evil, Yan Luo gave the job to him. Yan Feng went up to peel off the talisman paper, but before he got close to the black bead, he was blocked by the red light on the talisman paper. Yan Feng condensed the true fire and pushed it towards his chest. The purple true fire collided with the blood-red light. The spiritual power was turbulent, and the wooden tablet on the table fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yan Luo exerted force at the same time, and the white true fire joined in, instantly suppressing the red light. The whole room was filled with spiritual energy, and the old house could not hold on. The roof began to shake violently. After a moment, the yellow talisman paper exploded, and with a loud bang, the roof collapsed. Yan Luo rolled up the black bead and retreated quickly. This earthquake-like noise also attracted the attention of villagers outside the compound. When the villagers saw that the fire in the yard was out and the outside of the house was burnt black, they rushed into the room. "Where are the people? Why is there no one? Not only is there no one here, there's nothing here either." Someone reacted and slapped his thigh. Did they realize something was wrong a long time ago and leave early? We worked in vain just then. The sound of an explosion was heard from the ancestral hall. The old village chief's face changed, and he immediately rushed out of the house. I saw a blazing fire in the sky in the center of the village, and the fire was very strange. There are white, purple, and black. It's the ancestral hall. At that moment, they no longer cared about the compound and ran towards the ancestral hall. The black bead in Yan Luo's hand was icy cold, and there was even a chill that wanted to break through her skin, invade her bone marrow, and devour her. Yan Luo frowned. She felt that her spiritual power was somewhat out of control.
"Witch!
It was you who burned down our ancestral hall." The villagers ran over and saw the mess on the ground and the flames that had not yet stopped. Their eyes turned red with anger. They picked up their weapons and were ready to beat Yan Luo. Yan Feng waved his hand, and an invisible barrier protected the two of them. No matter how hard the villagers hit it with shovels, they couldn't break it open. Yan Feng said in a cold voice, "Do you know that someone has set up a formation in your ancestral hall to absorb your energy?" "Nonsense." A villager said, "The ancestral temple has blessed our stone village with 100 years of peace. It must be you who have taken a fancy to our ancestral temple." Yan Feng taunted, "I like your ancestral hall? What is there in your ancestral hall that I like?" The man said confidently, "The blessing power of our ancestral hall." Yan Luo shook his head speechlessly. In backward areas, the villagers are really ignorant. "Witch, why are you shaking your head? What are you holding in your hand?" It's a relic. It must be a relic. You are here to steal our relic." Upon hearing this, the people outside became even more indignant, and they hit the shield with greater force. Yan Luo raised his eyebrows and asked in disbelief, "What do you say this is?" Yan Luo said softly, "Buddhist relics are produced when a great monk passes away. They must contain pure spiritual power and are rare treasures in the world. But the one in my hand is filled with coldness, chilling my entire body." "Are you sure it's a relic?" A villager looked at the old village chief. After all, the old village chief was the only one who followed the people from Tianma Temple in at that time. The old village chief said angrily, What do you know, a witch? This is a relic. It must be that the evil spirit from you, a witch, infected the relic, causing it to become like this. Yen Luo taunted. The relics can only save evil spirits. How could they be infected by evil spirits? That's because you are too evil. Yen Luo stared at the old village chief, and a barely perceptible panic appeared in the old village chief's eyes. The ancestral hall behind him was still burning, and finally a woman came with buckets of water to put out the fire. They couldn't open the shield for a while, so they ran to put out the fire. But there were still more than 10 people surrounding the shield. Yen Luo looked at the flames behind him, sighed, and made a magic gesture. The water around suddenly rushed up into the sky, and then fell down with a loud noise. The air was filled with the pungent smell of ash and a crackling sound, and the raging fire came to an abrupt end. Everyone froze in their firefighting positions and stood there in a daze. Destroyed. Destroyed so quickly. The old village chief said angrily, "Since you have a way to put out the fire, why didn't you do it earlier? Why do you have to do it now?" Yen Feng was speechless for a while. How could these people be like this? They had just run out of the house and they were attacked. The inexplicably hot potato was still in the hands of the sister, and they still had the nerve to complain about the slow firefighting. If you hadn't put such dangerous and evil things in the ancestral hall, the hall wouldn't have caught fire. Besides, this is your ancestral hall. My sister put out the fire to help you. Why are you biting people randomly? This is a relic, not an evil thing. Shut your stinky mouth, or don't blame me for drowning you in the pond. Yen Luo asked aloud, "Village chief, are you sure this is a relic?" The old village chief said, "Certainly."
Good.
Yen Luo handed the black bead out of the shield and placed it on the ground. She said coldly, "Since it is a relic, you can take it back." But the old village chief stood there without moving, his hands trembling slightly. Yen Luo immediately understood what was going on. This old guy must know that this was not a relic at all. At this time, a man strode over and said, "Second grandpa, take it back and put it away." As soon as he placed his hands on the black beads, he felt a sudden stabbing pain in his palms. He tried to pull his hands back, but couldn't.
Ah!
Oh my God! Everyone exclaimed in surprise as they saw that the sturdy figure of the middle-aged man, who was originally in his 30s or 40s, had quickly deflated like a deflated balloon. His jet-black hair also dried quickly. This is the vitality that is rapidly fading away. Yen Luo slapped him on the shoulder, forcibly separating him from the black bead. The moment they separated, his aging stopped instantly, and he himself, like a drowning man who is suddenly rescued to the shore and gasped for breath, he breathed in big gulps. "Old man dad." A woman and a teenage boy came up to him, holding his arms on both sides. The woman cried and asked, "What's wrong with you? You scared me to death." The man paused for a long time, looking at Yen Luo with eyes full of gratitude. He staggered to his feet, bowed deeply, and said sincerely, "Thanks." Only those who have experienced death know how helpless and painful a person will feel when real death is right in front of them. The old village chief said angrily, "Are you crazy? You actually said thank you to this witch. She is the one who harmed us." The man said, "But she was the only one who saved me just now. If she really wanted to hurt me, she wouldn't have saved me." After saying this, he was supported by his wife and children and walked away. He would not be involved in what happened next. Lu Hong's family was at the end of the crowd. Lu Hong whispered, "Dad, I also don't think that sister is a bad person. Is that black bead really an evil thing? Shouldn't the relics of a great monk who passed away be warm and golden?" "Don't talk nonsense. Your second grandfather saw it with his own eyes." There was a hint of uncertainty in Lu Tai's voice. Yen Luo looked at the old village chief and asked, "Is this the relic you mentioned? How can it absorb people's essence and lifespan?" The old village chief knew that something was wrong and had already thought of a solution. He pointed at Yen Luo angrily. "It must be you, this evil woman, who tampered with our relic. This relic was fine before and had been blessing our village with peace. But when you came, it became pregnant, which you have to compensate us for the relics." As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the village immediately felt that what the old village chief said made sense. This relic must have been damaged by Yen Luo, which, return our relics to us. Pig cage. Pig cage. Yen Luo looked at the angry villagers in front of her. They were holding knives and forks, holding shovels. Their eyes were wide open, their faces were red, and almost everyone wanted to cut her into pieces. Her heart, which had finally warmed up, suddenly turned cold again. Whoever loves to die can die, as long as Fu Guang Palace can't die. Yen Luo took a step forward suddenly and said, I will only say this once. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Her voice was full of spiritual power and had great penetrating power, suppressing all the noise. Someone has set up a formation in your village. This formation is an evil formation that absorbs people's energy and lifespan, and this black bead is the core of the formation. I just handed the black bead to your village chief, but he subconsciously dodged and didn't take it quickly. Does this prove that your village chief actually knows the truth? Nonsense. Stop spitting blood on me. The old village chief wanted to rush forward. Yen Luo ignored him and continued, You don't have to believe me, but you should observe your own bodies. Has your health been getting worse since those outsiders came? Yen Luo picked up the black bead on the ground with an expressionless face. After I take this bead away, over time, without its influence, the formation in your village will slowly disappear. If you don't believe it, leave the truth to time and to yourself. After saying this, her figure disappeared from the spot. When everyone came back to their senses from their trance, Yen Luo and Yen Feng were no longer in front of them. Everyone gathered around the old village chief and asked, Are they telling the truth? What on earth are those black beads? That's what I was saying. Why do I feel dizzy all the time recently? It's probably hypoglycemia. Yen Luo no longer cared about the choices of these villagers, because these people were not easy to deal with anyway. She and Yen Feng went to Li Zi's house. Li Zi's complexion was obviously better, and her face was no longer as pale as a piece of paper. She was very surprised to see Yen Feng. Are you here to take me away? She already knew what was going on outside, so she went home and waited for Yen Feng to take her away. Yes, you clean it up. Li Zi hurriedly took out a plastic bag from the haystack behind the door. That's all I have. Okay, let's go. When I went out, I could hear a noisy sound not far away. The three of them moved away from the source of the noise, followed the outer mountain road out of the village, and down the mountain. Bai Yu and the others were waiting at the foot of the mountain, and the big ship was already floating in the water. Yen Luo asked Li Zi to get on the boat first. As soon as they boarded the boat, Lu Hong and his family of three caught up with them. Lu Hong ran as fast as a monkey, shouting as he ran, Sister Fairy, Brother God, wait for us. When he was almost at the foot of the mountain, his foot slipped and he rolled down the steps.
Ow!
Lu Tai and his wife were shocked. Fortunately, Yen Luo flew forward, grabbed his shoulders, and lifted him up. The little boy looked at Yen Luo face to face and blushed immediately. Yen Luo put him down and asked, What's wrong with you? Lu Tai rubbed his hands and said awkwardly, We believe what you said. We came here to ask. Can we follow you? After asking, he knew that his question was abrupt, so he immediately recommended himself. I work in construction. I can build and repair houses, make furniture, and farm. My wife can cook, make clothes, do housework, and she can also spin yarn and weave cloth. Yen Luo raised his head and looked at the couple who seemed to be very honest. She had an impression of them. She had once distributed sausages to them, but unfortunately they were all snatched away by the old village chief. She knew at that time that the couple were very honest. Yen Luo asked, Can you build any kind of house? Lu Tai patted his chest and said, More than half of the families in the village who want to get married ask me to build the wedding house. In addition, I have also built small buildings with others in the town at the foot of the mountain. I make a living with this craft. Yen Luo asked his wife again, What about you? Can you spin and weave? Nowadays, girls can't even sew a small hole on clothes, let alone spinning and weaving, which requires both technical skills and patience. Lu Meirong clenched her hands nervously and stammered, Yes, but I need a spinning wheel and a loom. Where can I find this? I have it at home. Yen Luo nodded and said, You guys get on the boat first and follow me later, but you have to think carefully. Once you follow me, you'll never come back. Lu Tai's family of 3 looked at each other, and without much hesitation, they immediately agreed. Yen Luo went to Lu Tai's house by himself. Lu Tai's family did have 2 spinning wheels and 2 looms, one new and one old. It seemed that the new one was purchased just before the natural disaster. Although the mountain village is poor, it still retains the skills of spinning and weaving, which is a pleasant surprise. Even if the clothes she stockpiled were not enough to wear in the future, Lu Meirong could still make them. After all, there were many people in Fuguang Palace, and her clothes were limited. After getting the things, she quickly returned down the mountain. As soon as she landed on the deck, the ship slowly moved away. Where do you want to go? Yen Luo walked up to Li Zi and asked. Li Zi stayed in the corner of the cabin with a sense of inferiority. Everyone here knew about her, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. The benefactor has the final say. She wanted to escape from the village, but she didn't know that even if she went to another place, she would not escape the same fate. Yen Luo said, Then you can follow us first. Yen Feng distributed 3 loaves of bread to Lu Tai's family of 3. Lu Hong looked at the bread with pink strawberry filling and tears of excitement flowed down his face. He gobbled it up with tears and snot. Yen Feng couldn't help but tease him. Did you taste the flavor? Without it would be strange if you could taste the food if you eat so fast. The disciples in the cabin couldn't help laughing, causing Lu Hong to blush. He felt that these people were really easy to get along with, much better than the people in the village. On Tianma Mountain, the Golden Temple is hidden among the layers of green. Outside the temple, countless devout believers built wooden houses and simple stone houses. They surrounded the temple, trying to seek protection from the people inside. Above the temple, the 3 words Tianma Temple emit brilliant light under the reflection of sunlight. In the deepest part of the temple, in a deep courtyard, there was suddenly the sound of ceramics breaking when they fell to the ground. The old monk who was sitting cross-legged under the bodhisattva had his thick black eyebrows twisted together and extreme anger appeared in his eyes. Who ruined my sacrifice? Below, a monk was kneeling tremblingly, with broken pieces of teacup piercing his knees. He endured the pain and dared not move. At this time, the palace door was opened and Chong Lu came in respectfully. He first glanced at the little monk kneeling on the ground, then calmly walked away from the debris on the ground. Uncle Master, why are you so angry? The old monk's name is Xian, and he is the senior brother of the current abbot of Tianma Temple. Unfortunately, the abbot died in a natural disaster, and the management of Tianma Temple was handed over to him. Look for yourself. Look what village this is. Why would the sacrifice stop for no reason? Xian was moody and had a bad temper, so even Chong Lu had to be humble. Uncle Master, judging from the direction, this should be Stone Village. I will take people there to check it out. Go quickly. Xian calmed down and looked at the little monk kneeling on the ground. Why is your knee broken? Go and bandage it quickly. The little monk took a deep breath. Thank you, Abbot. He limped away. In the silent hall, Xian's eyes suddenly turned dark red. In an instant, cold wind blew, and there was no light in the room anymore. Chong Lu brought his men to Shirtu village, where Yen Luo and his men had just left. Chong Lu went directly to the ancestral hall. In front of the ancestral hall, the people of Shirtu village were still arguing, and the old village chief's face was flushed. Look, the high monk from Tianma Temple is here. Someone shouted excitedly. But there are also a few people who have doubts about Tianma Temple. Chong Lu ignored these people and only asked the old village chief, "Where are the things?" When he saw the ancestral hall burn down and the houses collapsed, what else was there to understand? This ancestral hall must have been attacked. It was not stolen. Bang! The old village chief was kicked out and hit the wall, breaking 3 ribs. This sudden change left everyone present dumbfounded. Tell me, who took it away? Chong Lu approached the old village chief step by step with a smile. He was obviously smiling, but he gave people a feeling of being cold from the inside out. The old village chief seemed to have aged all of a sudden, with black blood spitting out from the corner of his mouth. He coughed awkwardly, and there was no trace of the majesty he had in front of Yen Luo. Someone couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Master, this really has nothing to do with our village chief. You can't just hit people casually." Bang! There was another loud noise. The man weighing more than 150 pounds flew out and embedded himself in the wall, causing the earth wall to collapse with a loud bang. There was no sound in the dust. After a brief silence, the man's family rushed into the dust quickly, and then the miserable wails pierced the eardrums. "Boss, why did you leave like this? He is actually dead." The high monk of Tianma Temple actually came up to kill people. Subconsciously, everyone slowly retreated. Step by step, their legs were shaking. Chong Lu had already walked up to the old village chief. He looked down at him and asked, "Tell me, who is it?" The old village chief coughed violently a few times and said, "Master, they are monks from outside. They didn't tell us their names, and we don't know them. We only know that they stayed in the compound outside the village for a few days." "Don't know him?" Chong Lu raised his eyebrows and stepped on the old village chief's finger. "Really don't know him?" The old village chief clearly heard the sound of broken bones, and he said hurriedly, "Master, they left less than 10 minutes ago, so I don't think they've gone far. If you chase them, you will definitely be able to catch up with them. There are several directions to go down the mountain from Shirtu village, and his words are of no help." Chong Lu said with a smile, "Sacrifice all these people." The old village chief's face changed, and he suddenly arched his body and hugged Chong Lu's ankle. He said quickly, "Master, you promised me that you would let my family live." After hearing this, the villagers still had nothing to understand. The monks in Tianma Temple are not compassionate at all. If they were compassionate, they would not kill people casually. And their village chief had been colluding with Tianma Temple to deceive them. At this time, everyone remembered what Yen Luo had just said. The Tianma Temple in their village did not place any Buddhist relics at all, but evil objects that were used to absorb their lifespan and vitality. Chong Lu smiled sinisterly. "You haven't accomplished your mission yet, and you still want to survive? Ha! This is the funniest thing I have ever heard." He turned around and walked down the mountain, with the word "hurry up" coming out of his mouth lightly. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen disciples of Tianma Temple fell from the sky, and the scene was suddenly filled with swords and blood. The villagers wanted to run in panic, but they were no match for the monks. They could not escape from the clutches of these monks. They finally realized how powerful the monks were. They also finally realized how lenient Yen Luo was to them, while they were just biting Lu Dongbin. "Second grandpa, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Second uncle, you are not worthy of entering the Lu family ancestral hall. You should go to the 18th level of Hades. You old bald donkey from Tianma Temple, I curse you to never achieve enlightenment in this life, and to be tortured before the Buddha in the future." A raging fire broke out in Shirtu village. The flames shot up into the sky, dyeing the sky red. More than 200 people were killed. Chong Lu didn't even turn his head. The sea of fire behind him made a thin layer of sweat on his back. He listened to the insults coming from inside, clasped his hands together, and said slowly, "Amit Ba, it is wrong to curse people on the water." Yen Luo, who was studying the black beads on the deck, suddenly changed her expression. She stood up and looked towards the mountain in the north. Oh no! When everyone heard the sound, they all looked over there. I saw thick black smoke rising in the sky, covering the entire forest, like the netherworld. And beneath the waves of black smoke, red color rose up and gradually expanded, like an endless blood-red ocean. The rhythm of the red color gave the entire forest a sense of trance. Lu Hong was horrified and said, "Dad and Mom, the village is on fire." Lu Meirong said worriedly, "With such a big fire, I don't know if they can get out." Yen Luo said, "They can escape. I'm afraid it's someone from Tianma Temple who has arrived." Lu Hong's family are all from the mountains. They have not experienced much blood and rain, and they don't know what this means. Yen Luo explained, They are here to kill and silence us. They were the ones who set such a huge fire. None of your fellow villagers will survive. Lu Hong and Lu Meirong were so scared that they collapsed on the ground. Even Li Zi had a complicated expression on her face. After all, that was the place where they grew up together. After a while, Lu Hong said with a sense of fear, "Luckily we got out, otherwise we would have died too." Yan Luo frowned. She didn't think Tianma Temple would just suffer in silence. Yan Feng asked in confusion, "Sister, why do they try to hide their crimes at first, and then kill people to silence them after the crimes are exposed? Isn't the gap between before and after a bit too big?" Yan Luo thought for a while and said, "A cultivator's practice cannot violate the laws of nature. I think the monks of Tianma Temple also know that this formation is an evil formation, which has contaminated countless lives and violated the way of heaven. They will not be able to ascend to heaven in the future, so they put it in the ancestral hall for people to worship, hoping that people's wishes can accumulate merits and use merits to suppress sins, so that the merits and sins can offset each other, and they can ascend to heaven as usual." Yan Feng was so angry that he almost slammed the table, and the others also looked indignant. This is too much. They want to avoid hardship, cultivate quickly, and at the same time they want to ascend to become immortals normally. These people deserve to be killed. The way of heaven can't really be fooled, right? No one knows this. It's all just speculation. After all, no one is the way of heaven. The path of cultivating immortals that they are on now has to be explored entirely by themselves, and who knows what the future will be like. As he was speaking, Yan Luo suddenly frowned and looked towards the sky to the north. There, a black, quickly moved away and disappeared. Yan Luo thought to himself that this was not good, as they might have been sent by Tianma Temple to spy on their whereabouts. She immediately said, "Everyone, get ready for battle. Bai Yu, take the 4 of them and hide in the cabin." Everyone knew that Yan Luo had a high level of cultivation and a strong sense of perception, so they took out their weapons without hesitation and stood on the upper deck of the ship. Yan Luo gave each person a small bottle of water. "Drink it." This was the stream water in her space. After drinking the spiritual water, everyone felt their dantian immediately filled up. Before I had time to marvel at the magic of this thing, a group of black spots appeared in the northern sky and approached rapidly. From a distance, they looked like migrating geese. Chong Lu, Yan Luo, both of them were stunned. Obviously, the appearance of each person was a surprise to the other. The normal law is even worse. He twirled the Buddhist beads in his hand. The last time he went to the secret realm, he knew that Yan Luo was definitely not as harmless as he appeared. The people he sent out came back and told him that there were only ships and people in this direction. Considering the time mentioned by the old village chief, it is obvious that his target is Yan Luo. Chong Lu lowered his sword a little with a smile on his face. "Friend Daoist Yan, long time no see. Is it possible that the water in Shangyang City can no longer accommodate you?" Yan Luo raised an eyebrow and then heard Chong Lu continue, "Now you are coming to mess up the water in our Tianma Temple again?" A total of 12 people came from Tianma Temple, 6 of them including Chong Lu were at the 8th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, and each of them brought with them another person, and the people they brought with them also had the cultivation level of the 6th or 7th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. There was a huge gap in strength between the two sides. Yan Luo secretly observed the opponent's strength and knew that he might have a hard time. But she won't be scared. The main road is right here. If Tianma Temple can go there, then so can Fuguang Palace. Could it be that Tianma Temple is now so overbearing that it won't allow anyone else to pass through this area of water? Chong Lu smiled and said, "How could that be?" He changed the subject and said, "But if Taoist fellow Yan saw something he shouldn't have seen or took something he shouldn't have taken, then don't blame us at Tianma Temple." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light suddenly flew out and went straight for a disciple of the 8th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm from the Tianma Temple. Tianma Temple did not expect Yan Luo to launch a sneak attack and dodged in a hurry, but Yan Luo's speed was too fast and he was unable to dodge and was stabbed by the sword. Together with the disciple behind him, they both fell downwards. Chong Lu raised his eyebrows and flew down from the air to lend a helping hand. But under the water, a giant monster suddenly jumped out, opened its bloody mouth, and rolled the two of them in with its scarlet tongue. This is the little flower lurking underwater. Xiaohua and the crocodile couple are both at the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. As monsters, humans are no match for them in close combat. Chong Lu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he rushed towards Yen Luo like a meteor. The golden Buddha light collided with the white sword energy, and the entire upper deck of the ship exploded, with wood chips flying all over the sky. The other people from Tianma Temple have also rushed towards the other disciples of Fuguang Palace. After a tremor, the big ship shook violently on the water. Bai Yu and the four mortals hugged the side of the ship tightly, while Li Zi and Lu Meirong vomited directly. Yen Luo's sword moves were ruthless and aimed directly at Chong Lu's life. Chong Lu thought to himself that he still underestimated this woman. He knew that she was hiding her strength, but he never thought that she had hidden so much. He was afraid that even if he and Li Wei were combined, they would not be her match. As a last resort, 3 disciples at the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm flew into the air, and the 4 of them fought Yen Luo together. Below, a monk forced 2 Fuguang Palace disciples into the water. Seeing that the Fuguang Palace disciples were about to fall into trouble, Dashan's big head popped out from behind them and swallowed the monks in one gulp, as cleanly and neatly as a gecko swallowing a fly. Don't go near the water. The monks of Tianma Temple were frightened by the giant pythons and crocodiles. Under the water was their home turf, and they did not dare to approach. The remaining 3 monks at the 8th level of the gathering spirit realm, each flying a sword and leading their men, attacked in midair. A monk said, "I'll see what else they can do if we destroy their ship. They can't fly swords and can't stay in the water for long." Then, a golden light blasted towards the bottom of the ship. Suddenly, the big ship was thrown up by the impact of spiritual power. The people on the boat were blown away. Xiaohua's body quickly wrapped around and firmly caught Bai Yu and the other 4 people at the stern. As for the others, they were in mid-air when the attack from Tianma Temple arrived. In panic, the crocodiles jumped out of the water and used their bodies to block the attack. The hard skin blocked the attack of the magic weapon, but shallow wounds also appeared. The 20-meter-long ship fell back into the water, creating a huge splash and then split in the middle. The deck, tables, chairs, and roof of the boat were all washed away and floated on the water in pieces. This ship is going to sink. After Yen Feng entered the water, a long spear rolled up a water dragon, which roared and rushed into the air with purple lightning. Water can conduct electricity, so wherever it comes into contact with water, there will be a crackling sound. But the cultivation base of other disciples in Fuguang Palace was too low. They were only at the 3rd or 4th level of Dueling Realm, and they were unable to exert their full strength when they were suppressed and beaten in the water. Yen Feng shouted, "Form a sword formation." They were all practicing sword techniques derived from Qian Kuan Wan Fa Ju, which included sword formations and ultimate kills. They had already practiced them but had not used them yet. By this time, they had each found a floating plank to stand on, and the little alligator was holding the plank in place underwater. They drew their swords quickly, and more than a dozen sword energies crisscrossed, immediately forming a sword net in the air. The sword net pounced on the monks in the air. In mid-air, Yen Luo was able to fight 4 people at once with ease. She was determined to end the battle quickly, and each white sword energy became more fierce than the last. When the killing sword formation rose up below, Yen Luozheng pierced through the 2 men with 1 sword. Chong Lu and another disciple attacked from the left and right, one of them using a stick and the other using Buddhist beads. Yen Luo's body movements were tricky. After spinning 3 times in the air, he dodged the Buddhist beads and used his sword to meet the stick. After all, the stick was just a magic weapon, and it broke into 2 pieces under the chopping of the treasure weapon. The sword light passed through the stick and rushed straight towards the little monk. Chong Lu arrived in time, and the Buddhist beads in his hand returned to stand in front of Yen Luo. 18 Buddhist beads were arranged in a circle to block Yen Luo outside. Yen Luo slashed at the beads with his sword, and immediately the bead formation trembled, and Chang Lu felt a pain in his sea of consciousness due to the backlash. He looked at Yen Luo in horror. Yen Luo rushed towards the little monk who had lost his magic weapon without hesitation, and the little monk tried to escape. Chang Lu's eyes rolled, and he rushed towards Yen Luo, but suddenly turned back and went towards Yen Feng below. Below, even though there was a killing sword formation, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and everyone in Fuguang Palace was injured. Chang Lu ran straight towards Yen Feng and cast a spell in the air. Golden light pressed down on him. Yen Feng felt the danger approaching and wanted to run, but his body was unable to move under the suppression of the golden light. The heavy rain in the distance discovered Yen Feng's situation and shot towards him like a sharp arrow. In the air, Yen Luo shouted, "Chang Lu, how dare you?" At the same time, the sword in his hand whistled down with the sound of wind. Bang Dalan's body collided with the golden light, taking more than half of the attack on Yen Feng. The man and the fish were smashed into the water at the same time, splashing water more than 10 meters high. Xiao Feng. Yen Luo flew down after the sword, and the sword pierced into Chang Lu's shoulder with a whoosh. Yen Luo came too fast, and Chang Lu hurriedly used the Buddhist beads again to block him. But Yen Luo was unstoppable from top to bottom, and his Buddhist beads were pushed down forcefully. With this momentum, he continued to fall until he was close to the water surface, and then he hit the water with a splash. The 18 Buddhist beads also fell into the water, out of control. Under the water, Dashin carried Yen Feng to safe waters and handed him over to Baiyu for treatment. When Dalan saw that the evil monk had also fallen into the water, he turned around and bit him. Chang Lu was startled and turned around and ran. But there is Yen Luo behind. Yen Luo's face was stern at this time, and he was obviously very angry. Chang Lu's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Yen Luo was very determined to kill him, and he had to find a way to escape. He bit his tongue hard, and the blood stained the Buddhist beads. The golden light of the Buddhist beads was bright and surrounded Chang Lu. He poured his spiritual power into his feet and flew out from underwater just before Yen Luo caught up with him. The monk who lost his stick had already reached the surface of the water. Without saying a word, Chang Lu grabbed him and pushed him back. Yen Luo's sword pierced him instantly. The monk widened his eyes and looked at Chang Lu in disbelief. Chang Lu did not even look back and quickly fled away surrounded by the Buddhist beads. Yen Luo glanced at Chang Lu, who was walking away, and then looked at the disciples of Fuguang Palace who were trapped in one place by Tianma Temple below. Make a prompt decision and return to the surface. She repelled the people from Tianma Temple with one sword, and then fed all the monks to Xiaohua and the others. Sister Luo, Yen Feng has internal injuries this time, and the injuries are serious. Baiyu's voice came from the giant python. She was helping Yen Feng sit on Xiaohua's belly. Yen Luo immediately flew over and landed on Xiaohua, while waving his hand and releasing another boat. The disciples who fell into the water supported each other and climbed onto the boat. After getting on the boat, they lay on their backs, stuffed healing pills into their mouths, and then sat up to meditate to heal their wounds. Lu Hong's family and Li Zi were all mortals, and at this moment they were lying on the deck as weak as rag dolls. Yen Luo picked up Yen Feng and carried him into the cabin. The pill in her hand had a good healing effect, so she fed it to Yen Feng without hesitation. Then she took out a bathtub from the space, filled it with half a bucket of stream water, and soaked Yen Feng in it. Yen Feng soaked in the bucket, and the burning sensation from his internal organs disappeared instantly. The others opened their eyes as well. Sister, are they gone? Yen Luo nodded. They are all dead, except Chang Lu, who ran away. Yen Feng frowned. Will he go back for help? Yen Luo poked him. You heal your wounds first. Monk Chang Lu is narrow-minded. Moreover, they witnessed the murder in Tianma Temple and have evidence that they are practicing evil skills. Tianma Temple will definitely not let them go. But it's already afternoon now, and even if the people from Tianma Temple catch up with us, it will take until tomorrow. The most important thing now is to recover as soon as possible. Yen Luo took Xiaohua and the others back into the space, as the space was more conducive to their recovery. After arranging these, Yen Luo looked at the people on the boat. In addition to her, there are a total of 20 disciples in Fuguang Palace, and there are 4 mortals including Li Zi. Except for Bai Yu, all the other 20 disciples were injured to varying degrees. There are 3 or 4 disciples in particular who were seriously injured and unable to wake up. It seems that they will not be able to recover even tomorrow and will need to rest for at least 10 days. Chong Lu went back to ask for help this time. Maybe more 8th-level monks in the Gathering Spirit Realm would come. It is also possible that the old abbot of Tianma Temple would come to deal with her personally. I'm afraid by then. Yen Luo frowned tightly. In the bathtub, Yen Feng noticed something strange about Yen Luo, and he said, "Sister, are you worried about what to do if someone comes from Tianma Temple again?" Hearing this, the disciples who were resting gathered around. Lija said, "Sister Luo, you can fly a sword. Don't worry about us. Take the palace master away." "Yes, Sister Luo, we can't leave anyway, but you're different, so you should leave quickly. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. As long as Sister Luo and the palace master are gone, our Fuguang Palace will continue to flourish. By then, all of us will be elders." Just thinking about it makes me feel so proud. The Lu family member, who had been half dead, also came over. "We should have died in the fire this morning. Benefactor, please don't worry about us." Yen Luo and Yen Feng looked at everyone. They had sincere expressions on their faces and spoke lightly, but the fear of death in their eyes was suppressed as they tried hard. Who is not afraid of death? Their determination to die is worthy of admiration. Yen Luo said, "We will be divided into 2 groups. One group, Yen Feng takes the seriously injured people away, and you take another route to Lotus Peak. Group 2, leave a few people behind to follow me and maintain the original path." After saying that, Yen Luo slowly explained, "The water surface is so small. If we all change our route, the people from Tianma Temple will not give up until they can find us. As long as they also change their route, they will be able to find us. Therefore, we need to leave someone behind to attract firepower." The disciples of Fuguang Palace were all smart people, and they quickly understood what Yen Luo meant. The group that leaves has hope of escaping, while the group that stays is in danger. Bai Yu said, "Sister Luo, I will stay here. If you need any help, I can treat you quickly." Lija pushed her and said, "You should take good care of the palace master and his injured brothers and sisters. I will stay here. I'm already seriously injured. I don't want to cause any more trouble for you guys." Yen Luo didn't expect that they would actually quarrel over who would stay. She covered her head and waved her hands. "All right, stop arguing. Let's all go. Go to Lotus Peak and wait for me." "How can that be possible?" Yen Feng suddenly sat up straight in the bathtub, firmly disagreeing with Yen Luo's statement. Yen Luo reached out and pushed him down. "You are all a burden to me if you are here. Since you don't have the ability to protect me, just leave." "Everyone," Yen Luo said, "don't worry, even if I can't beat you, I can still run away." Everyone still disagreed, and Lija said, "Sister Luo, how about we stay here and you take the palace master and the others away? We will feel relieved if you take care of the palace master." Yen Luo shook his head. Anyone who stayed except her would die. Besides, they couldn't delay Tianma Temple for a while. Dusk fell over the water, and everyone was preoccupied. This is already a hilly area. Occasionally, there are round and bumpy peaks of not too high standing not far away, like lurking monsters in the night. Yen Luo quietly entered the space. The 3 members of Dashan's family have recovered well and are now soaking in the stream. She said, "Send Yen Feng and the others to Lotus Peak, then stay there and protect their safety." Xiaohua stretched out her head and shook it. "What about me? You protect me." The huge pythons had slammed into the water with a bang, and Xiaohua buried herself weakly at the bottom of the water. When Yen Feng and the others woke up, it was already bright. Everyone was asleep and no one was driving the boat, but the boat was moving on its own strangely. Yen Feng looked at it and felt something was wrong, so he shouted hurriedly, "Sister! Sister!" In the empty waters, his voice traveled far away, and the sleeping disciples all woke up, but Yen Luo was still nowhere to be seen. Bai Yu ran around the boat, and there was not even the tent that Yen Luo usually liked to use. Oh no, my sister must have left it behind. The stream water in Yen Feng's bucket had long been absorbed by him, and he was now sitting in an empty bucket. He slapped the edge of the bucket and jumped out. Let's go back. He strode towards the cockpit at the bow, but no matter how he turned the steering wheel, the boat beneath him did not move at all. He thought of something, and quickly stood up and shouted into the water. Were you sent by my sister? A big head emerged from the water and nodded at him. Then take us back. The mountain sank to the bottom of the water, and no matter how much Yen Feng called out, it refused to come out. Yen Feng was discouraged and could only look at the northern sky worriedly, praying that his sister would return safely. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yen Luo took out a packet of ecstasy powder from Hui Qinglong's poison box. She gave the ecstasy powder to everyone, and then asked Dashin and Dalin to carry the boat away in the water. Yen Feng and his crew were using a small boat that was only 10 meters long and was faster on the water than the large ship they had used before. Yen Luo slept in the space for 3 hours, then took out a small kayak and slowly paddled south. After paddling for a while, she simply stopped and let the kayak drift aimlessly with the current. People can't always go hungry. She took out a box of fried skewers from the space. The box was wrapped in tin foil. When she opened the tin foil, the rich aroma of the sauce came out. Because of the thick sauce, the fried sweet potato skin filled with sour beans became soft. Especially the enoki mushrooms, which are fried and then coated with sauce to satisfy every taste bud. There are also hot peppers mixed with tender shrimps and various meatballs. Yen Bao in the space was restless and insisted on coming out, so Yen Luo let it out. Xiao Yanbao has gained a lot of weight recently. As soon as he sat on the kayak, the small boat almost capsized. Yen Bao was caught off guard and leaned back, with water splashing on his back. Fortunately, Yen Luo reacted quickly and pulled it up. Yen Bao approached Yen Luo with a wronged look on his face, not wanting to go anywhere near him anymore. Yen Luo patted its head. Eat meat?
Gian bao nốt đét vi gò dù xin.
Yen Luo took out a roast duck from the space and gave it to it. She opened another box of lobster tails herself. At 5 o'clock in the morning, before daybreak, a man and a bear were sitting on a small boat eating meat. From a distance, the big round back completely blocked Yen Luo's figure. Xiaohua swam in the water, her snake eyes red with jealousy. After eating and drinking, Yen Luo coaxed Yen Bao into the space. Yen Bao refused to give in no matter what and held Yen Luo's calf tightly. Yen Luo couldn't pull him off, so he hardened his heart and picked him up by the neck and threw him out. Let out a cry of grievance. But the bear had already appeared in the cabin in the space. As daybreak approached, there were unusual movements in the northern waters. The calm water surface suddenly became wavy, and the ripples pushed towards Yen Luo's boat. Yen Luo stood up and looked towards the north. The noise came from her eyelids twitching under the water. If someone came to Tianma Temple, shouldn't they have flown in from the sky? Just as I was wondering, the ripples on the water surface suddenly became larger, and the frequency of the waves also increased. The boat kept rising and falling under the impact of the waves. And in the distant sky, Yen Luo finally saw a human figure. But only one person came. Yen Luo frowned, then immediately folded the boat and flew high into the sky. At the same time, more than a dozen water columns suddenly shot up from where she flew. Yen Luo lowered his head. After the water columns fell, dozens of human heads appeared on the originally clean water surface. No, not a human head. That's a monster. Yen Luo's eyes were filled with horror at this moment. These monsters. The person in the distance was getting closer. Chang Liu Jian said with a smile, "Friend Yen, where are your companions? Are they all dead?" Yen Luo pursed her lips and said nothing. Chang Lu said again, "They're old friends down there. Don't you want to go meet them and catch up?" Yen Luo said in disbelief, "You actually controlled these monsters." On the water surface below, there were dozens of monsters that looked to be at the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. They were excitedly howling and screaming as the water level rose and fell. They also bared their fangs and claws at Yanluo in the air. And on the water surface that followed, hundreds of monsters appeared. Chang Lu said with a smile, Amitabha, our Buddha, is merciful. We are best at influencing people's hearts. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of monsters under the water jumped out of the water, like onions pulled out of dry land, and grabbed Yanluo with bared teeth. Chang Lu threw away his cassock and fell down with a smile. Below him, a rockery slowly rose from the water. He landed on the rockery and watched the fun leisurely. Yanluo knew that the rockery was not a rockery, but a mutant turtle. I don't know what method Tianma Temple used, but it actually caught the turtle heading south and controlled the turtle monster group. But now is not the time to think about these things. The monsters surrounding her blocked her front, back, left, and right. The monsters were not afraid of death. They rushed to pounce on her. Yanluo suddenly flew up, with a bright light in his hand. In an instant, the world seemed to have ushered in winter. The temperature dropped sharply, and white spiritual energy condensed into snowflakes and shot out. The movement of the monsters paused, and at that moment, Yanluo moved around with a sword and killed the 6 or 7 monsters closest to him. Monsters are not afraid of death, but they have no brains. They only have brute force. Underwater, the rest of the monsters surrounded Xiaohua in layer after layer. Xiaohua kept twitching her big tail in the water. The thick tail rushed around, and the dead bodies of the monsters could form a hill, but there were too many monsters coming from afar, and Xiaohua felt more and more tired. Master, there are too many of them. I can't handle them all. Yanluo was not having a good time in the air either, as monsters kept attacking him. But she can't fly, so if she wants to stay steady in the sky, she can only fly with a sword, which also consumes spiritual energy. These monsters can also consume themselves to death. The only thing we can do now is to run away. Yanluo said to Xiaohua, let's go east. See if we can escape. Hearing this, Xiaohua no longer wanted to fight and swam to the east while dodging the attacks. The same is true for Yanluo. The bodies of the dead monsters in the air fell into the water one by one. After a while, Chang Lu discovered Yanluo's intention. Wanna run? No way. It was almost noon, and Yanluo had been fighting nonstop for 5 or 6 hours. When the turtle heard Chang Lu's words, its round head floated out of the water, revealing its rough and long neck, and its 4 heavy claws pawed the water. Suddenly, all the flying monsters rushed to Yanluo like flying kites. Yanluo's pressure suddenly increased, and in desperation, she fell to the surface of the water. Xiaohua swam over from the bottom of the water to catch her. But there are even more monsters on the water, densely packed and endless. Yanluo's spiritual power seemed to be free of charge, and he slashed with his sword frantically. Many monsters died with every sword strike, but there was still no end in sight. Yanluo grabbed a handful of spirit-gathering pills from the space. He stuffed a dozen pills into his mouth like candies. Then Yanluo put his hands together in front of his chest and made hand gestures again. The cold frost and snow were like a blooming epiphyllum, spreading with the force of an avalanche, with Yanluo as the center. Bang, bang, bang in an instant. There was no more monster around Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not hesitate and immediately used all her strength to break out to the east. 5 formation plates appeared in Yanluo's hand. She threw them all out in a flash. 5 large formations fell on the water, blocking all the monsters that wanted to catch up. On the turtle's back, Chang Lu sneered. Wanna run? Haha, he suddenly flew up and threw something in front of Yanluo. I saw a dark red cassock rising up into the sky, dotted with stars. When it appeared in front of Yanluo, it had already expanded to an area of more than 20 square meters. The cassock blocked the way ahead like a wall. Xiaohua bumped into it headfirst and immediately saw stars, and the huge python's body slowed down. Then it immediately turned around. But the cassock seemed to have eyes and chased after it. Behind him, some of the monsters that were forced back by Yanluo were trapped in the formation, while the others swam towards him from all directions, squeaking and screaming. Even Yanluo, who is usually calm, was a little panicked at this moment. She now relies entirely on pills to replenish her spiritual power. If she can't run away, she will be overwhelmed by these monsters. Under me, Xiahua was still trying hard to wander around. Yen Luo took out the last batch of grenades from the space and threw them into the group of monsters. Even the offensive formation plates she got from the secret realm were thrown away by her. There was a series of ping-pong explosions on the water surface that lasted for half an hour. The number of monsters visibly decreased by half. Changlu could no longer laugh. With so many of his men dead, how could he explain to his uncle when he returned? Yen Luo fired at the cassock with a submachine gun for 10 minutes, and the light on the cassock dimmed and dimmed. Changlu felt sorry for the treasure and had to take the road back. At this time, Xiahua took the opportunity to rush out. The man and the python fled quickly, and Yen Luo could no longer be found on the water. Changlu's face turned pale. He had lost so many soldiers, the treasure was almost destroyed, and he had spent so much manpower and resources, but Yen Luo still escaped. He patted the turtle beneath him. Follow her. The turtle is extremely fast underwater, and as long as it ignores these monsters, it will soon catch up with Yen Luo.
Waste.
Suddenly, a low shout was heard in the air. Changlu was standing on the turtle's back and was so shocked by the scolding that a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Just a scolding was enough to cause internal injuries to Changlu, who was at the 8th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. This showed the cultivation level of the person who came. Changlu knelt on the ground in panic. Uncle Master, spare my life. After a long time, no more sound was heard in the air. Changlu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Did Master go after Yen Luo in person? At that time, Xiahua was swimming vigorously in the water. Yen Luo thought that she had already swam far away and no one should be able to see her, so she decided to take Xiahua into the space. That is the same time. Yen Luo suddenly broke out in cold sweat on his back, his hair stood on end, and he felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. The little flower under him was fixed in place and unable to swim. This is a sign of a high-level cultivator. The little spiritual power left in Yen Luo's body roamed frantically, trying to save the master. In the air, a golden stick of light with unparalleled power broke through the storm and slashed straight towards Yen Luo. In an instant, waves dozens of meters high rose above the water surface, surging and blowing in the remaining wind. In the middle of the waves, a gully more than 10 meters deep was formed, and Yen Luo and Xiahua were both plunged into the water at the same time. Xiahua's huge python body was split into 2 halves. With the buoyancy underwater, its lower half floated up. Wherever the stick goes, the person goes. An old monk in a khaki robe stood half a meter above the water. At his feet was a black goose half the size of a human. He stared at the closing water surface expressionlessly, but the next moment, he raised the stick in his hand and chopped the water surface heavily. The waves rose again, and the black goose flew high with the old monk on its wings. In a moment, a part of the giant python's body rose above the water, and the bright red blood spread with the water flow. And under the giant python's body, there were several scattered corpses. The old monk waited quietly for a while, and there was no movement in the water, not a single fish or shrimp. He smiled at the water. The black goose let out a long cry, turned around and flew away with the old monk on its back. Changlu was still waiting there. When he saw the old monk coming back, he hurriedly said, "Uncle Master, it's my fault. Please punish me." The old monk narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "It's just some monsters that died. So let them die. People can be trained." Changlu just felt a chill all over his body. What to cultivate? Uncle Master, that Yen Luo.
Dead.
A drop of sweat dripped from Changlu's forehead. What a pity, such a talented person. He deeply suppressed the passion in his heart, the passion for strength. At night, people who came out to look for supplies were on their way, running home in a hurry. When the boat was approaching the human settlement, he suddenly saw a round object floating on the water. Out of curiosity, he rowed the boat over, but it was dark now and he couldn't see anything clearly. When he got closer, he raised the torch in his hand. He stepped back in fear and nearly dropped the torch. What was floating on the water was actually a snake head. No, the one this big is a python. He gritted his teeth. He didn't find any supplies today, so he might as well take the python head back and roast it for food. After all, it was meat. He comforted himself. There is only one head left. Don't be afraid. If you are afraid, you will starve to death. He rowed the boat slowly closer and placed the torch on the railing nearby. He stood up, stretched out his hands, and slowly approached the python's head above the water. It's getting closer and closer, and we're about to move it. In the dark night, a cold wind blew, and the python's head suddenly opened its eyes. The man and the python looked at each other. Xiaohua was speechless. Late at night, a python was hiding on the water and crying secretly. Thinking of her beautiful and heroic figure that was more than 10 meters tall, now there was only a bald head left. Old bald donkey, I won't need you to vent my anger anymore. It is now seriously injured and has lost its body due to the old monk. It is unknown when it can recover, let alone improve its cultivation. Unless Xiaohua soaks in the spiritual water in her master's space and thinks of her master, she will feel depressed again. At that time, when the stick came down, neither she nor her master dodged. But the master didn't know what happened. The spiritual power in his body surged, and the powerful spiritual power made the master unable to bear it, and his dantian almost exploded. But it was because of this sudden spiritual power that blocked the man and the python that they were saved. Immediately afterwards, Yen Bao appeared under the water. After Yen Bao appeared, he carried Yen Luo on his back and didn't even turn his head, or even look at it. I don't know what kind of magic that guy used underwater, but he just escaped into the distance. Good man, leaving this weak python all alone. It cried for a while and then cheered up again. It had to find its owner quickly and then go into the owner's space to recuperate. In the dark night, a black thing sank to the bottom of the water and swam steadily in one direction. Yen Bao carried Yen Luo on his back as he escaped through water. The corpse that floated out was that of Nu Yi, whom Yen Bao pulled out from space. Judging from the old monk's attitude, he was determined not to give up until he saw no one. When Yen Bao came out of the space, he pulled Nu Yi. The second stick hit Nu Yi's body. It took the opportunity to escape with Yen Luo. Yen Bao's magic failed after escaping 100 miles, and his fat body appeared above the water. Yen Luo was seriously injured at this time, and his life was in danger, so he could not touch water. Yen Bao swam close to the water surface, trying his best to prevent Yen Luo from touching the water. There was endless water all around. Yen Bao swam and swam, and when he was exhausted, he floated on the water motionlessly. When he had rested enough, he continued to swim. From day to night, from night to day, until a small boat appeared in Yen Bao's sight. Feeling the familiar breath, Yen Bao finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the boat approached quickly, we saw a familiar face. Sister Luo. After Baiyu saw Yen Luo clearly, she stood up quickly. Yen Bao slowly approached the boat, and Baiyu pulled Yen Luo up. Yen Bao also grabbed the railing and climbed up with great effort. Baiyu had never seen Yen Bao before, so when she saw such a giant panda, she was a little wary. Yen Bao shook his head violently to get rid of the water on his face, then fell backwards and fainted. She seemed extremely tired. She gritted her teeth and held her last breath, then handed Yen Luo to her hands. Baiyu ignored it and started checking Yen Luo's injuries. Yen Luo's injuries were very serious. After the space sensed that its owner was in danger of life, it activated the automatic master protection mode and transferred its own spiritual power to Yen Luo. But at this time, Yen Luo's cultivation was too low, and his dantian was fragile, and he could not withstand the spiritual power that suddenly came in. In addition, she had previously exhausted her spiritual energy, and as her dantian expanded and contracted, cracks appeared on it. Although these spiritual powers prevented her from dying under the old monk's stick, the cross-border attack was not so easy to withstand, and her meridians were still shattered. The space lost its spiritual power, causing the entire space to close for self-protection. Yen Bao grabbed Nu Yi and ran out 1 second before the space closed. Baiyu took out a healing pill for Yen Luo to eat, but Yanluo couldn't even open his mouth. Moreover, Yanluo's health was too poor at the moment, and he was afraid that he could not withstand such a healing pill. Baiyu had no choice but to use her own healing power and input it into Yanluo's body bit by bit. Not absorbing. Baiyu's eyebrows showed anxiety. How could it not absorb it? While healing Yanluo, she controlled the boat to sail towards a mountain that it passed by. After a day's journey, the boat finally reached the foot of the mountain. Baiyu first carried Yanluo to the foot of the mountain, then pulled Yanbao up, and then folded up the boat. She had kept this boat privately, but she never expected it would come in handy. In the middle of the night, when Yanfeng and the others were not paying attention, she quietly lowered the boat and went to find Yanluo alone. "Luckily I'm here," Baiyu murmured as she looked at Yanluo lying on the ground. She quickly found a small cave that was sheltered from the wind and people, spread some soft bedding in it, then carried Yanluo in and put her down. As for Yanbao, she casually dragged it up by its claws. It was still a bit cold on the mountain at night, and Yanluo had been soaking in the water for too long, so his skin was wrinkled and there was a lot of coldness in his body. Baiyu lit a fire in the cave and covered the entrance with stones. She took out a healing pill, cut a small piece from it, soaked it in water, and the pill dissolved as soon as it entered the water. Baiyu patiently fed Yanluo one spoonful at a time. After feeding her the potion, Baiyu used spiritual power to heal her. But no matter how hard she tried, Yanluo's health did not improve at all. Dantian is the root of a cultivator. If you want to get better, you can only repair Dantian. Baiyu sighed and sat next to Yanluo. "Sister Luo, I miss my boyfriend so much." Under the firelight, her cheeks were soft. "Thank you, and Sister Sheng for taking care of me during this period. I am weak in fighting and timid, and I always hold the team back. You and everyone else did not despise me, but always tolerated and encouraged me." As she spoke, she slowly took out a dagger and cut her fingertips with it. "Sometimes I feel that my existence is meaningless, but fortunately, I finally discovered my own value." A drop of bright red blood fell from her fingertips and dripped into Yanluo's mouth. This is the heart blood, the essence of a cultivator's blood and energy. Every cultivator has only a little of it. "Sister Luo, dear sister, you must wake up, you must go and see the future world for me." After the second drop of blood flowed out, Baiyu's face turned pale. She has a healing spiritual root, and her heart blood has more healing functions than other people's heart blood. She used her heart's blood to nourish Yanluo's Dantian and nourish Yanluo's vitality. "Sister Luo, we really have to meet again this time." Baiyu fed all of his blood to Yanluo, then fell heavily to the ground. The fading vitality was instantly paused, and all the bones and meridians in the body gained energy. The cracked Dantian began to function again. Just like the world after war, everything is sprouting again. Baiyu fell beside Yanluo and gradually lost his life. Outside the cave, the mountain wind was howling, and from time to time there was the sound of whistling wind and rustling leaves. Inside the cave, the fire lit by Baiyu occasionally made crackling sounds, but since no one added more firewood, the flames gradually died out and turned into a pile of cold ashes. On the boat of Fuguang Palace, Yanfeng and his disciples are almost recovered. In front of them, a stretch of hills suddenly appeared. As you get closer, the hill looks like a huge beast lying on the water, with no end in sight. They stopped at the foot of the mountain. Lija said, "Palace Master, according to the offline map Sister Luo gave me, Lotus Peak is within this hill. Shall we take a break, or keep going?" Yanfeng frowned and complained absent-mindedly, "Do I have the final say?" After that, everyone fell silent. Along the way, Yanfeng wanted to go back to find Yanluo, but the big crocodile under the boat disagreed. Yanfeng wanted to go back to find Baiyu, but the big crocodile disagreed. No matter what he wanted to do, the big crocodile was like Yugong, just moving his own mountain. This palace master feels really frustrated as even crocodiles don't listen to him. "Palace Master, don't worry. Sister Luo is so powerful, and she doesn't have any burdens like us. Even if she can't win, she can still escape. And Baiyu is not stupid either. She will stay away from bad guys if she sees them. Yan Feng was thinking in his heart. He knew his sister better than anyone else. When the natural disaster first happened, his sister raised a giant panda, but he never saw that giant panda again afterwards. Based on his understanding of his sister, it was impossible for her to throw away the panda. There are also pythons and crocodiles. My sister must have something to feed them. Then, my sister should be able to hide in there when she encounters danger. The boat slowly sailed into the space between two mountains. There was originally a road here, but the road was flooded. It looked like the sky gate is broken and the Chu River is open. After entering this hilly area, it will take another day of walking to reach the foot of Lotus Peak. Lotus Peak is a wild mountain that has not been developed, and they will face a huge project after they go up. But before reaching Lotus Peak, they encountered other troubles. Suddenly, a huge fishing net rose up on the water surface on the right, blocking the fishing boat. Then, shouts of yo 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 came from the mountain, and soon after, the forest was in turmoil and birds were flying around. Amidst the chaos, a group of mountain people rushed out. After lying in the cave for 3 days, Yen Luo's soul gradually awakened. But the soul cannot be separated from the body, and the body cannot move. She cannot open her eyes, and therefore cannot see what is happening around her. She first looked inward at her own space, and then found that the space was closed. This was the first time that the space was closed, and Yen Luo couldn't help but panic. Her greatest reliance now is space. All her wealth and property are in space. She tried to touch the space several times, but her thoughts were bounced back, causing a sharp pain in her sea of consciousness. She had no choice but to stop, relax for a while, and then look inward at her meridians. The meridians throughout the body were also severely ruptured, especially the dantian, which looked like a dried watermelon rind, wrinkled and cracked. And at the heart meridian, there was a bright red ball flashing with a sparkling light, repairing her heart. The light slowly, bit by bit, moved through her meridians, like a mother gently caressing her baby. Yen Luo was surprised. What is this thing, and who saved her at the last moment? In the dim cave, Yen Bao's round body suddenly became blurry. A white pudding-like substance was covering its body. Gradually, the distinct black and white fur began to fade away. After a long time, the giant panda's body gradually became longer and narrower. Then, a human-shaped creature appeared in the clouds. Although the misty light and shadow were hazy, the color inside could be seen. It was a yellow body, with the same skin color as the people of Dun Kingdom. In the middle of the body, there is a vague bulge, making the gender of the figure obvious. This is a man. After another 2 hours, the hazy clouds were completely absorbed by the man, and there was no longer any obstruction around him. Judging from his appearance, he is a boy of about 17 or 18 years old. That delicate face looked like a fairy child in a painting, with eyebrows like crescent moons and a high-nose bridge. His thin lips were tightly pursed, as if there was a hint of pain. After a few minutes, he slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was an unfamiliar cave ceiling. He had something urgent on his mind, so he didn't look at the cave again. Instead, he sat up suddenly and saw Yen Luo lying on the mattress at a glance. Yen Luo! Yen Luo! He ran over quickly. Baiyu's body was still beside him, so he first pulled Baiyu to a corner. Yen Luo, wake up. He put his finger on Yen Luo's nose. Although weak, the breathing is still there. It's okay. He breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling that Yen Luo's body was a little cold, he hurriedly lit the firewood. Hey, why is it still so cold? While drowsy, Yen Luo felt someone touching his forehead. Sometimes he touched her forehead, sometimes her cheek, and sometimes he pulled her hand. Although she was not awake, she could hear the male voice. Bold. How dare this rascal touch me? Yen Luo was furious. She had never heard of this voice before. It was obviously a stranger. Just when she was feeling angry, the temperature around her suddenly became hot. She pressed herself against a warm body. This man, he was so close to her. The young man had no idea what he had done wrong. He only knew that Yen Luo's body was very cold, and he wanted to warm her up. After all, this was how he warmed Yen Luo's bed before. Yen Luo really likes his skill in warming the bed. If Yen Luo was awake, he would definitely turn around, put his hands on its neck, and hang his long legs on its belly. Thinking of this, the young man turned around and put his upper limbs, oh no, arms, on Yen Luo's shoulders. He tried to make Yen Luo feel warmer. Such close contact also caused the boy's body temperature to rise sharply. The boy didn't understand why this happened, but he felt that as long as he could help Yen Luo, it would be fine. Yen Luo felt as if there was a branding iron lying next to him, the kind that could heat up. With the conduction of this temperature, she felt that her body was indeed more comfortable and no longer so cold. At this moment, something suddenly fell beside her hand. It was hot like a burning rock, burning her fingers. Yen Luo's soul was stunned for a moment, and after a moment, her soul began to tremble violently. In 2 lifetimes, have you ever eaten pork but seen a pig run? On this blue planet, there is a huge primeval forest, which is filled with endless dangers and unknown fears. And this primeval forest is located on a long mountain range. This mountain range is vast, and its geological structure is very complex. Over the years, countless scientists have wanted to go in for scientific research, but in the end they never returned. Because of its size, people call it the Shirwan Mountains. The 10,000 mountains are far away from the Lotus Peak, but the moment Yen Bao transformed into a human, countless powerful figures appeared from the depths of the 10,000 mountains that had been silent for 10,000 years. My lord is back. One excited voice after another made the deep mountains lively. It also made the monsters outside the mountain tremble in fear, crawling on the ground and not daring to move. The look in their eyes when they looked at each other was filled with anger, reluctance, and fear. In the cave, the young man stayed by Yen Luo's side for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he exhausted all his magical powers and fell into a deep sleep. The moon-like figure turned into a cute giant panda. Later, Yen Luo woke up. The first thing she did after waking up was to rub her fingers frantically, and her white and tender fingers were broken by the friction on her clothes. After wiping her fingers, she looked around vigilantly. First, he saw the fire in front that had burned out long ago, and then Yen Bao lying beside it.
Zan Bao.
She half sat up with great effort, supported her elbows on the ground, and moved towards Yen Bao's position little by little. Why is Yen Bao here? She put her head on Yen Bao's chest and listened. Fortunately, there are blood vessels pulsating. She touched Yen Bao's big head. Although the hair on his body was no longer as soft, the fat body still felt good. Yen Luo almost wanted to take a nap with it as a pillow. But she saw the white moon in the corner. The 8 extraordinary meridians and internal organs of a cultivator contain spiritual power and absorbed spiritual energy, so they decay more slowly than ordinary people. But now several days have passed since Baiyu took the blood from her heart, and her body has turned pale blue. Yen Luo's face changed. He staggered to his feet and moved to Baiyu's side with the help of a wooden stick. White moon! White moon! She threw away the stick and knelt in front of Baiyu. Without having to touch or explore Baiyu's situation, one would know that she had fallen. In an instant, Yen Luo knew what the bright red color in her meridians was. That is the monk's hard-earned blood. It was Baiyu. It must be Baiyu who fed her with his own blood. Yen Luo's fingers were trembling, and he bit his lips subconsciously, breaking his lips, and a drop of blood fell on Baiyu's wrist. She sat there blankly for a long time. Then she took a deep breath and took the storage bag from Baiyu. There was a magic weapon in her storage bag, but Yen Luo couldn't use it at the moment, so he could only find an ordinary dagger. Baiyu, I will definitely kill that old bald donkey from Tianma Temple. Also, I will take good care of Qingze. From today on, Qingze is my Yen Luo's younger brother. I will make sure he is safe. As he spoke, Yen Luo used the dagger to dig into the ground bit by bit. Her fingers were worn out, and her wrists were covered in blood. She clenched her teeth and said nothing, as if she was venting her inner guilt and self-blame. After digging for a whole day, we finally dug a hole. She buried Bayu's body inside. After doing all this, Yenluo fainted again and slept on Bayu's grave for a day and a night. When he woke up again, Yenluo felt better and could walk. She opened her storage bag and dug out a bottle of healing pills and some miscellaneous food. She ate a piece of bread first and then took the pill. After recuperating in the cave for 2 days, Yenluo ran out of food. She now has no spiritual power in her body and must rely on food to replenish her energy. She glanced at Yen Bao. You've been sleeping for a few days. Why aren't you awake yet? Brother, I'm the one who got hurt. Why do you look so exhausted? Oh, I really spoiled you. Yenluo felt that she had to go out and find some food. However, she still feels frightened by the man who hugged her while she was sleeping. The man did not appear during the few days she was awake. She didn't know whether he had a change of heart and left, or if he encountered some accident. When danger comes, you can't stop it. We can't always be timid. She looked at Yen Bao and patted his back vigorously. I'm going to go out for a while. You stay here and behave yourself. If you wake up, don't walk around. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Yenluo stood up and left the cave. Outside the cave, the light was bright, and Yenluo blocked the light with his hands. Not far below the mountain, you can see the endless expanse of water. The cave is not high, only a dozen meters from the water surface. There was nothing to eat below, so Yenluo walked up with the help of a stick. Occasionally seeing some wild fruits, Yenluo picked them all. There were also some grasses that looked quite juicy, not sure if they were wild vegetables, but Yenluo picked some as well. After picking enough food for 3 or 4 days, Yenluo returned home. I had only taken a few steps when I heard voices in the distance. Shengzi, how about we compete with each other to see which team kills more prey? Hearing the voice, Yenluo's heart tightened. Her current physical condition is not even as good as that of an ordinary woman. If she were seen by this group of people. By De Zhuang, the old rules are the same. The family represented by the winning team will not have to wash the dishes today. Then you better be careful. You have one less prey than us today. Suddenly, there was a sound of branches breaking in the woods. Then, a shadow quickly rushed away. The 2 groups of people who were joking stopped laughing at the same time. De Zhuang's eyes were full of light. Oh! Judging from the noise, it must be a little goat weighing at least 100 pounds. He and Shengzi ran towards the source of the noise at the same time. The hunters following behind him were howling and calling out, "Big guy. We caught a big guy today. Hee, let's go back and ask the village head lady to make some meat soup for us." Yenluo was sweating profusely as he ran. What bad luck. She didn't expect there would be hunters on this mountain. She had only been out for a short while, and yet she was caught. When a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in his teeth. Unfortunately, she was seriously injured and had not yet recovered. She could not run for long before she was caught up by these agile hunters. They were all shocked when they saw that there was a human being running in the woods. Especially Shengzi, his eyes were full of peach blossoms. This human is more beautiful than all the women in their tribe. Yenluo stood there vigilantly, not moving. She was thinking quickly about what she should do if the other party wanted to harm her. Shengzi saw that she was standing still and thought that she was frightened by him. So he said this. Girl, you are not from our tribe. Where are you from? Tribe? Yenluo keenly grasped this title. Could this be a minority? But the other party's attitude was a bit strange. At this moment, she should be the one who was nervous, but why was this person speaking in an awkward manner? But it seems that the other party has no ill intentions. Yenluo thought for a moment and made up a story. I am a commoner who is in trouble outside. I fled here with my family, but unfortunately they are all dead. She squeezed her eyes hard to make herself look pitiful. Oh, what a poor girl. De Zhuang sighed. His eyes suddenly fell on Shengzi, then looked at Yenluo, and after looking back and forth for a few times, he slapped his thigh and said, You are so lucky, Shengzi. All of us brothers have married, but you're still single. You're always picky, but I didn't expect that you would be so lucky to get a girl. Look at this girl. She is so pretty, much prettier than our wife, Yen Luo. She quietly took a half step back. What do young people know? Look at her. She's so skinny. She won't be easy to bear children if you marry her. What's the point of just being pretty? Maybe when you come home from hunting hard, she can't even cook for you, Yen Luo. Why do I feel like I have returned to ancient times? They also judge women based on whether they are fertile or not. These people make a living by hunting. They are exposed to wind and sun all year round, and their skin is dark, but their muscles are strong. They cannot be seen clearly in the dense forest, but if they are in the sun, their bronze muscles will surely shine like iron. They were so dark that Yen Luo couldn't judge their moods by their faces. Xingzi scratched his head and glared at everyone. The girl must be starving. Let's take her back to eat something. As he said this, he glanced at the two people who were talking. Don't scare the girl. Yen Luo thought that these people didn't have any bad intentions. The most important thing was that her current fighting power was indeed not as good as theirs, so she could only follow them back to their so-called tribe. This tribe is very far away from here, and one needs to cross the mountain at their feet. After crossing the mountain, Yen Luo and everyone else came to a valley. After walking such a long way, Yen Luo felt a little exhausted and his face turned pale. Would you like some water? Shengzi originally handed his water bottle to Yen Luo, but after seeing Yen Luo's fair face, he took the water bottle back, picked a palm-sized leaf from the tree, poured water into the leaf, wrapped it up, and handed it to Yen Luo. Yen Luo was indeed thirsty, so she said thank you and took the leaf and drank it in one gulp. She slowed down for a moment before she could see the valley clearly. Above the valley, the mountain naturally bulges horizontally, so if you look straight down from the top of the mountain, you cannot see what's going on in the valley. This can be considered a natural barrier for this tribe. During the natural disaster, it rained for more than a month, but the rain did not reach the people in the tribe below at all. The flood coming from upstream flowed downstream along a large river at the lowest part of the valley and did not affect the tribe. They are truly a group of people blessed by God. They built many wooden and stone houses in the valley, with their backs against the mountains and forming a long line along the mountains. Yen Luo and his group are currently on this side of the river. There is a rope on the river. If they grab the rope and slide over, they can reach the tribe on the opposite side. The second son said, "This was not a big river before, it was just a small stream. We went out to wade in the water, without getting up to our knees. Unfortunately, it rained for too long, and the water level rose dramatically, so the stream became like this." Yen Luo looked at the river in front of him. The river seemed to be more than 20 meters wide. Xingzi said, "The water is very deep, and it's not safe to swim in. The last time I went swimming in the river, I almost drowned." De Zhuang glared at him angrily. "It's like you can't drown." There were about a dozen women on the other side of the river. They were squatting on the bank washing clothes. When they saw this group of people coming back, they immediately called out, "Why did you come back early today, Noah, and still empty-handed? Don't come back now, go out and look for me again." No, look, did they bring a woman? Woman? The women who were washing clothes stopped washing. They stood up curiously, tiptoed, and stared at the opposite side. Shengzi hesitated for a moment and said, "Sister, if you are scared, I will carry you over." Yen Luo shook her head. She didn't want to be carried by a stranger. She was not in good health. Otherwise, she could have swum across such a big river without any pressure. She took the initiative to climb onto the big rock, grabbed the wooden handhold on the rope above, and then slid to the other side. Seeing that Yen Luo was not afraid, Shengzi hurriedly chased after him. Yen Luo slid to the other side and loosened his grip with both hands. The women who were washing clothes rushed over to him. One end of the rope was tied to a big tree in front of the village, which was dozens of meters away from the river. The women ran so fast that Yen Luo was startled. Wow! Where did this fairy sister come from? She is so beautiful. The first person who rushed over was a girl of about 17 or 18 years old. When she saw Yen Luo, her eyes immediately lit up. Many people came running behind, including people who were busy in the village. Yen Luo looked at the group of people quietly. They wore plain and simple clothes, Women wore short-sleeved shirts and long pants or short-sleeved long skirts, and men were shirtless and only wore shorts. Regardless of gender, age, or status, their skin color is a bit dark, a deep bronze color. Half of the people here have developed spiritual roots, but the spiritual power around them is unstable. This is probably because they don't know how to practice yet. Some people looked at Yen Luo with amazement in their eyes, while others secretly curled their lips. What's the use of being white? It will run away when the wind blows. Who among us didn't have a white face when we were young? We just worked hard every day and got tanned. She definitely doesn't work. She's like the young lady out there who can't even carry anything with her hands or shoulders. Shengzi and Dazhuang came down from the rope. They hurriedly walked through the crowd and ran to a man in his 50s. Yen Luo saw that there were many people surrounding the old man, and they were all quite respectful to him. He thought that this should be the chief of their tribe. Shengzi said something to him. The patriarch hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Then Shengzi ran over excitedly and said with a smile, "Sister, the clan leader said that you should stay at my house first. Our clan doctor will come to check on you soon." This was the first time Yen Luo heard of the clan doctor. She suppressed her curiosity and followed Shengzi back to his home. On the way, the people in the tribe saw Shengzi leading a beautiful girl, and they all winked at him. If Shengzi was a little whiter, they would have seen that his face was as red as a tomato. Shengzi's home is at the back of the tribe. 3 stone houses stand against the mountain, surrounded by a small courtyard with a wooden fence. Some unknown green vegetables are planted in the courtyard, and some of them bear strange fruits. There are 2 wooden houses in the courtyard. One is a toilet and the other is a grocery room. After Shengzi came back, he threw his hunting bow and arrow into the grocery room, threw a wild rabbit on the ground, and then shouted into the stone house, "Mom, I'm back." A woman in her 50s came out of the stone house, holding a sole in her hand, obviously making shoes. She saw Yen Luo at a glance and then blinked. "Son, you are not going to follow the example of the cowherd and go out to pick up a fairy girl, right?" Yen Luo shook his head awkwardly and explained, "I am a person in trouble outside. I finally climbed to the foot of the mountain and was brought back by this brother." Shengzi hurriedly asked, "Mom, is there anything to eat?" She must be starving. It is said that no one knows a child better than his mother. Seeing how nervous her son was, what was there for the woman to not understand? She sighed in her heart. Look at how beautiful this girl is. She looks just like the one shown on the TV in the clan leader's house. How could such a beautiful girl be interested in her son? Although she is in trouble now, she also knows that a forced melon is not sweet. "I don't know if my son has the ability to fall in love with her." The woman said, "I'll go heat up some minced meat, and you clean up the girl's room." Okay. There are 3 stone houses, one of which is used as the main hall, where people eat, meet guests, and work. The one on the left is where the wife lives, and the one on the right is where the second son lives. Now that Yen Luo had arrived, Shengzi cleaned up his room and went to sleep in the main hall. Shengzi's room was very simple. There was only a skin blanket of some unknown animal on the bed, a flat stone as a pillow, and an old quilt. There are also 2 wooden wardrobes in the room, with some clothes scattered inside. This home can really be described as bare bones. Yen Luo didn't know whether only Shengzi's family was so poor, or the whole village was so poor. After a while, the woman came over with a quilt. "Get your stuff out of here, little rascal." Yen Luo said, "Let me lay the floor." The bedding looks old, but it has been washed very clean. From the current perspective, although this man likes her, fortunately, both the mother and the son are not bad people. If this tribe had no ill intentions and did not want to force her to stay, she should be able to leave tomorrow. "By the way, what's your name?" "But Luo Yen." The woman smiled and said, "Then I'll call you Yen Yen." "Good." Shengzi smiled foolishly. She is indeed a fairy from outside. Her name is so nice. "Yen Yen, the minced meat is ready. Come and eat." "Well, thank you, Auntie." Yen Luo sat at the table. There was a black ceramic bowl on the table, filled with minced meat porridge. This minced meat is real meat, and besides the meat, there are only some green wild vegetables. Yen Luo thought there would be rice or paste. Shengzi served her a bowl. Yan Luo picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and almost vomited after taking just one bite. The minced meat and wild vegetables were cooked together without any seasoning. The porridge had the original fishy smell of raw meat, which made Yan Luo, who usually loved spicy food, instantly feel nauseous. What's wrong? Is it not delicious? Yan Luo shook his head and took another bite. No, it's just that I haven't eaten for several days, and I'm a little uncomfortable. Although it tasted bad, Yan Luo knew that she needed to replenish her nutrition, so she drank a bowl of it. After drinking the meat porridge, the tribe doctor came. This is an old man in his 70s, wearing glasses and carrying a large medicine box. He has a head full of white hair, but looks very energetic. Seeing Yan Luo, he was also surprised. I heard that the outside was flooded. No outsiders have been here for more than half a year. How did you get here? Yan Luo made up the story again, and the summary was, he was in trouble. The clan doctor was knowledgeable and experienced. He looked at Yan Luo deeply and muttered, "You can still escape to our place after such a natural disaster. You are not an ordinary person." Girl Yan Luo smiled slightly and said nothing. It's the default. The old clan doctor felt Yan Luo's pulse. He frowned and looked at Yan Luo with a more serious look. Yan Luo asked, "Senior, with this expression on your face, does it mean that I am going to die soon?" After saying that, Shengzi hurried forward and said, "Grandpa, you have to take a good look at Yan Yan. You can't refuse to save her just because she is an outsider." As he spoke, he comforted Yan Luo. "Yan Yan, don't worry. Grandpa, the clan doctor, is very good." Before the natural disasters, many wealthy people from outside came to Grandpa to take their pulses and prescribe medicine. Yan Luo raised an eyebrow. How did those rich people get in? They didn't climb the mountain like her, did they? How powerful could a minority doctor in the deep mountains be? Are those rich people stupid? Yan Luo didn't believe what this man could see. Unexpectedly, the old doctor said, "The girl's meridians are the strongest I have ever seen, but now they are full of wounds. I guess the girl has just been injured, and the injury has hit the root." Yan Luo. She straightened her face and sat up straight. The old doctor continued, "You are not an ordinary person, so ordinary medicines will have little effect on your meridians." Hearing this, Shengzi stood in front of the old clan doctor and asked, "What should we do, Grandpa? Is Yan Yan beyond saving? Medicines don't work. My God, what a serious disease it must be." Yan Luo asked calmly, "Grandpa clan doctor, do you have a solution?" He was saying that ordinary medicines didn't work. But it doesn't say that nothing will work. Yan Luo herself knew that she could recover on her own from her current condition, but it might take more than half a year. The old doctor nodded. "Although I don't have any medicine, I can give you acupuncture." Acupuncture? This was the first time Yan Luo heard about using acupuncture to treat monks. She looked at the old doctor. "What kind of reward do you need?" After a pause, she said with an unnatural expression, "I am penniless now." Shengzi jumped out immediately. He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Yan Yan. The clan doctor only needs prey to save people. I will go hunt a goat for the clan doctor when the time comes." Yan Luo and the old clan doctor looked at him at the same time. "Traditional medicine, this is not the reward I want, but..." He stroked his beard and said cheerfully, "Since Shaoxing gave it to me, I'll accept it with reluctance." Yan Luo thought Shengzi would be angry, but unexpectedly he became very nervous instead. "Grandpa, if you don't want prey, then what do you want?" The old doctor sat down and tapped his calf with the stick in his hand. "You go out first, I'll talk to this girl." Shengzi was not very willing. The prey that the tribe doctor asked for were not easy to hunt. It sounded like Yan Yan's injury was quite serious this time. Wouldn't the prey he asked for be even harder than hunting? Yan Yan would definitely not be able to resist. Seeing Shengzi being coy like a young wife, the clan doctor kicked him and said, "Why don't you get out now?" Yan Luo smiled at him.
"You go out first, I'm fine."
After both of them said this, Shengzi moved out reluctantly. After he left, the old tribal doctor looked at Yan Luo seriously and asked, "Your physical condition is similar to that of many people in our poor tribe, but your meridians are obviously not as chaotic as theirs. So, do you know what's going on? Yen Luo couldn't help but look up to the doctor. A mere mortal can actually get a glimpse of a monk's physical condition by taking his pulse. It shows how skilled he is. Her attitude towards the old man changed from disbelief to respect.
No.
Then tell me about it. Yen Luo explained, after the natural disaster, abundant spiritual energy emerged in our Yenling continent. This spiritual energy also existed 10,000 years ago, but I don't know what happened later, and the spiritual energy dried up. But now the spiritual energy has revived, and many people's bodies have kept pace with the times and sprouted spiritual roots. The so-called spiritual roots can absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, thereby strengthening oneself. There are already many forces out there that have awakened their spiritual roots. We call these people monks. The old doctor suddenly realized. He lowered his head and frowned in thought. Yen Luo did not urge him. After a long time, the old doctor said, you should have a method to absorb and process spiritual energy, right? Yen Luo nodded.
Have.
The old tribal doctor exhaled, suddenly stood up, and asked seriously, can you teach the children of our tribe? Yen Luo raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, isn't it good for you guys now? No one knows there is a tribe here. Why do you want to let the children suffer? The old doctor said, even if no one knows, what if? For example, you come here accidentally. Yen Luo thought he was afraid that she would tell others about their whereabouts after she went out, so he promised, don't worry, Grandpa, the clan doctor. I won't tell anyone. The old doctor shook his head. It's not that I'm worried about you. You look clear-headed, and I still trust you as a person, he sighed and said. But since the whole environment has changed, if we don't change, we will be bullied by everyone one day. I don't want our tribe to be targeted by the strong one someday in the future. His words instantly reminded Yen Luo of the stone village. Shirtu village is on the mountain, and people could have lived a peaceful life there, but it was still targeted by Tianma Temple. Finally, it became the sacrifice of the old monk. Yes, in troubled times, if you do not seek progress, you will court your own destruction. No one can just lie down and do nothing. Traditional medicine. Girl, I will treat you. Can you teach the children of our tribe? Yen Luo agreed without hesitation, okay. But Grandpa, the clan doctor, I have a companion in the front mountain. Can you ask someone to bring him over? That's what should be done. After asking for the place, the old doctor asked Shengzi and Dazhuang to go find Yen Bao in person. Let's start treatment today. Then I'll trouble you. Yen Luo's body was affected by the cold. Women are naturally cold, and the cold air entering the body makes her feel even more uncomfortable. The most urgent task is to get rid of the cold first. The old clan doctor placed a wooden bed outside the yard where the sun could reach, and let Yen Luo lie flat on it. The sunlight just fell on her body, making her feel warm. The old doctor took out his acupuncture kit, disinfected it, and started to give acupuncture to Yen Luo. Yen Luo only felt a warm current flowing into his meridians, and as the old clan doctor gave him acupuncture, the warm current slowly flowed through his meridians. Under the influence of this warm current, Yen Luo felt all the fatigue of the past few days surge into his heart, and he actually fell into a deep sleep. She slept until it was almost dark. When she woke up, the old doctor had left, and Shengzi's mother was still with her. You're awake, Yen Yen. When Uncle Tan left, he told me to take the medicine when you wake up. As she said this, she quickly ran back to the yard and brought out the hot casserole from the stove. There was black Chinese medicine juice in it. When Shengzi's mother poured it into the bowl, Yen Luo's stomach churned. Chinese medicine is something that most people cannot accept. Yen Luo pinched his nose and drank it. Auntie, are Shengzi and Dazhuang back? She still has Yen Bao hanging on her. The leftover mother said, it looks like it's almost time. Why don't you go to the village entrance and take a look? Good. Yen Luo went out alone, walked along the river, and soon reached the rope sliding position. It was almost dark at this time. Those who were washing clothes by the river had gone home. Every household was cooking. Some had eaten early and had already come to the river to wash the dishes. When they saw Yen Luo, some of them greeted him enthusiastically, and Yen Luo responded with a smile. Some of them snorted coldly, and Yen Luo was very confused. She stood at one end of the rope, quietly looking at the mountains opposite. After a while, four figures appeared with a chubby bear. The bear's shadow was standing. Yan Bao woke up. Yan Luo was delighted. Yan Bao smelled Yan Luo's scent on the opposite side and stood up excitedly, waving his two front paws at Yan Luo. Then, without waiting for Shengzi and the others to react, he climbed up the big rock and clung to the rope with his four claws, hanging on the rope like a pig waiting to be slaughtered during the new year. With a strong force, he slid towards Yan Luo. Hey, don't fall. Shengzi and Dazhuang wiped their sweat anxiously. The old tried doctor asked them to find Yan Luo's pet, saying it was a giant panda, but they didn't believe it. How can people keep pandas? I didn't expect that when I arrived at the cave, I would actually see a giant panda sleeping. My goodness, it slept like a pig and couldn't be woken up no matter what we did. Later, when they mentioned that they wanted to take it to see Yan Yan, it woke up. And along the way it was more anxious than the others. They were even more surprised when they saw that the giant panda was actually walking away on the rope by itself. I always feel that this giant panda is a little too smart. After Yan Bao crossed the river, Yan Luo followed him below. He was about to pounce on Yan Luo, but he remembered that Yan Luo was not in good health at the moment, so he changed direction and jumped next to Yan Luo. Yan Luo didn't expect it to turn and jump, so Yan Bao fell to the ground with a thud. Little Yan Bao was very strong. After rolling on the ground twice, he stood up happily and rubbed his big head against Yan Luo. The four of Shengzi slid over one after another. They all found it incredible to see a giant panda being so attached to a human. De Zhuang muttered softly, "He has such a fat body. If we kill him and eat him, it will be enough to last us a month." As soon as he finished speaking, the adorable giant panda turned around and glared at him fiercely. With his mouth open, his sharp fangs were exposed on both sides, and his eyes were fierce. She looked so cute just now, but now she is so chilling. De Zhuang couldn't help but shiver. This terrible murderous aura. He suddenly remembered that this guy was a bear, not a cat. De Zhuang said awkwardly, "The clan doctor said that Miss Luo is our guest." "Haha, Miss Luo's pet. Well, we won't hurt her." "I was just joking just now." Yan Bao ignored him. "It's dark now and there are no lights in the village. Everyone basically goes to bed when it gets dark, so it's quiet outside." Yan Luo took Yan Bao and followed Shengzi home. Shengzi asked in a low voice, "Yan Yan, what conditions did the clan doctor grandfather give you? What does he want? Is it difficult to get?" "I can help." Yan Luo said, "It's not difficult, you will know soon." Shengzi's mother was waiting outside the courtyard. When she saw them come back, she immediately came to greet them. "I've heated up some hot pot and pancakes. You guys can eat some and go to bed." It was too dark, and Yan Luo couldn't see the exact appearance of the pancake in his hand, but after taking a bite, he only felt bitter and dry. She endured the sore throat and ate a cake. After eating, everyone went into the house to sleep. Yan Luo took Yan Bao to her room. The wooden bed didn't look very sturdy, and Yan Luo could hear a creaking sound when he sat on it. Yan Bao's weight is estimated to be over 140 kilograms, and with this, the bed is bound to collapse. "Stop, you can't go up there." Yan Luo stopped it. "You sleep on the floor." Yan Bao. It tilted its head, looking very aggrieved. Yan Luo actually didn't let it get on the bed. She changed her mind. Seeing it squatting stubbornly beside the bed, Yan Luo patiently explained, "You are too fat. This bed is not strong enough for two people to lie on it." Yan Bao still didn't leave. Yan Luo said, "We are outside, not at home. You are not allowed to be willful. Besides, if you pandas were in the wild, you would sleep on the ground like this. So don't be too spoiled." Yan Luo thought that it was spoiled by her since childhood and couldn't stand hardship, so it made a fuss about sleeping in the bed. Yan Luo sighed. "Or you can sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor." As she was about to roll up the mattress on the bed, Yan Bao turned around and fell asleep on the floor without hesitation. Yan Luo was stunned for a moment. What was going on? Wasn't he unwilling to sleep just a second ago? How could he fall asleep so suddenly? Yan Luo was a little puzzled, but she was also tired, so she covered herself with the quilt and fell asleep quickly. Yen Bao quietly opened his eyes and tiptoed to the bed. Yen Luo must have changed her mind. She would rather sleep on the ground than sleep with it. Yen Bao was very unhappy. He could only sit on the edge of the bed with his back against the foot of the bed and sleep in a wronged manner. When Yen Luo woke up in the morning, he saw Yen Bao sitting on the edge of the bed with his head buried in his chest. It was sleeping soundly. Yen Luo touched the back of its neck. "You won't get a stiff neck, will you?" In the morning, Shengzi's mother cooked vegetable porridge and finally did not put meat in it. Yen Luo sighed. She never expected that in this life she would still be able to live a life of eating tasteless meat. The old tribe doctor discussed with the tribe leader last night about letting Yen Luo teach. Early this morning, all the young people in the village were called to a meeting. At noon, the old tribe doctor came to give Yen Luo acupuncture. After the acupuncture, all the young people in the village came. Shengzi never expected that the fairy he liked would actually be their teacher. He felt a little discouraged. "Do you have a way to make us stronger?" A girl in a black dress looked Yen Luo up and down and asked. Yen Luo smiled and said, "I'll try my best. Whether you can become stronger or not depends on you." Hearing this, the girl immediately curled her lips in disdain. "I told you, a woman as fragile as a piece of white paper. What kind of ability can you have? You must have deceived our clan doctor grandfather. You still say it depends on ourselves, then what's the use of you? That's right. We have to treat you as a guest. And you are eating and drinking for free. Why should we do that?" There were more than 100 young people this time, all under the age of 20, and some as young as 5 or 6 years old. Although not all people were talking about Yen Luo, there were still more than a dozen of them. Their voices were quite loud, not to mention Yen Luo. Everyone could hear them. The second son said, "If you don't want to learn, you don't have to learn. No one is forcing you to learn. If you don't want to learn, just leave." The girl's eyes widened and she said angrily, "Brother Shaosheng, have you been deceived by her?" The second son said, "Why are you lying? It was the clan doctor and clan leader who made the decision. How could I be deceived?" The girl said angrily, "That means you have all been deceived by her appearance. I will go and talk to the clan doctor right now." After saying that, she pulled the other girl away. Yen Luo looked at everyone and said loudly, "If you want to learn, stay. But if you stay, you must listen to me. If you don't want to listen, or don't want to learn, leave." Someone raised his hand and asked, "Can we try it out? If it works, we'll continue learning. If it's not good, we leave." This is the next sentence. Yen Luo said, "Of course. These people are not related to her and don't trust her, so why should she spend so much time on them?" But she had promised the old tribal doctor to teach the young people in their tribe, so she would do her part. With these words, no one left anymore. Anyway, they can leave again if they don't learn well later, so they might as well stay and try it out first. Let's see what kind of sutras this foreign monk can chant. Seeing that everyone stayed, Yen Luo asked everyone to sit on the ground. She spoke slowly, first describing the changes in the outside world, and then went on to share the basic knowledge about spiritual energy and cultivators. When the young people heard Yen Luo talk about the abilities of cultivators, they couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. Someone questioned, "You said monks can fly, so are you a monk?"
Yes.
"So can you fly?" Everyone looked at Yen Luo curiously, as if waiting for her to fly over the eaves and walls. Yen Luo said, "I am injured. Otherwise I could practice for you." And several people were whispering in private. "Is she really a liar?" "Yeah. How can anyone fly?" "You must be dreaming. She's just talking and not doing anything." "Is she really hurt? Is she just fooling people?" In the evening, the old tribe doctor brought a small bag of rice. Yen Luo was very curious when he saw the rice. She found that the people of this tribe mostly ate wild vegetables and some meat, but not much staple food. No wonder it is called the poor tribe. Poor enough indeed. After all, it is in a valley, the soil is not fertile enough to engage in farming, so it is reasonable that they cannot eat staple food. But the old doctor actually gave her rice. This thing must be very valuable to them. "Grandpa Clan Doctor, where did you get this rice from?" The old clan doctor pointed upwards. "We cleared a piece of wasteland on the hillside and planted some food, enough for our tribe to eat. Half a year ago, when the harvest was about to begin, A heavy rain washed away all the food. No one had much food left at home, so this is the current situation you see. But the new crop of corn will be ready soon, and you can have cornmeal cakes then. Of all the simple and easy-to-grow food crops, corn has the shortest maturity period. After their crops were destroyed, they decisively planted corn first to fill everyone's stomachs. Yenluo was very grateful to the old doctor. She pushed the rice bag in his hand and said, "Grandpa, although I help you teach, you also help me treat my illness. You don't need to give me these things anymore. Keep them for yourself." The old doctor was very determined. "Don't worry, girl. I still have some at home." He threw the bag of rice at the door and strode away. His voice could still be heard in the darkness. "If there are any blind people in the tribe who don't study hard, don't get angry with them, just tell me." Yenluo was stunned for a moment. He must be referring to those boys and girls who were disobedient during the day. 2 girls even said they were going to complain to the tribe doctor. It seemed that the old clan doctor came to comfort her. Yenluo picked up the bag of rice on the ground. She was now living in Ershengzi's house, and everything she ate and used were other people's things, so she should eat the rice together with them. Yenluo was afraid that they would refuse, so he got up early to cook porridge. When Ershengzi and his mother heard that the rice was sent by the old clan doctor, they didn't dare to eat it at all. It was only after Yenluo persuaded them that they agreed to eat a bowl. Yen Bao finally woke up after sleeping for a whole day. Yenluo was worried about how to feed Yen Bao. Yen Bao has a big appetite, and she can't let Yen Bao eat the food from Ershengzi's house, as they and her are not rich to begin with. Unexpectedly, Yen Bao took a look at the things on the table, turned around and walked away arrogantly. "Yenluo, Yen, what does your panda eat?" Ershengzi asked curiously. Yenluo was also curious. She said, "I want to know, too." Yen Bao refused to eat vegetable cakes and tasteless meat porridge and dried meat. He went to the mountain alone to pick fruits. If he came across delicious fruits, he would bring them down for Yenluo to eat. Yenluo just let it go. In the morning, the young men from the tribe came to study. Yenluo could not teach them the Kuan Yuan that she herself practiced, nor could she teach them the Qian Kuan Wan Fa Ju of the Fuguang Palace. What she talked about was the basic introductory skills of the immortal cultivation world 10,000 years ago. 2 young men showed joy between their brows and said in surprise, "I really feel a gentle power in my body. It seems that they can hear my call." Yenluo smiled slightly and said to the 2 young men, "Go to the river, concentrate your mind, draw this power to your palms, and then pat the mud."
Yes.
The other teenagers followed curiously. The 2 young men slammed the ground as Yenluo said. A small hole suddenly appeared where they took the photo.
Wow.
"It really works." Great, I'll give it a try too." They gathered by the river and started playing in the mud. Not far away, 2 girls stared at them. Suetsue said cautiously, "Luo and I are." What Luo, Yen said, seems to make sense. "Look, my brothers are all very excited." Lu Nier was the girl who didn't like Yenluo before. She curled her lips and snorted coldly. Besides, they must be attracted by the pretty face of that little goblin. They are deliberately complimenting her. Suetsue said puzzledly, "But the clan doctor said that Luo Yen is really capable, so we should not be prejudiced." "Shut up." Lu and Iyer glared at Suetsue, and Suetsue didn't dare to speak. But she was very curious about what the people by the river were doing, so she had to bear it and prepared to go home to ask her brother. The boys by the river were having fun, but one of them said, "No wonder our strength suddenly increased some time ago. It turns out that we have spiritual power in our bodies. By the way, this thing is something we already have, and Luo Yen didn't make much use of it." The second son said, "We have it, but we don't know how to use it. It's good enough that Luo Yen told us how to use it. Besides, didn't they also tell us how to increase the spiritual power in our bodies?" The boy thought about it and nodded. "That's true." At this time, a teenager who was having a lot of fun suddenly covered his stomach and shouted, "Hey, my stomach hurts. It hurts so much." In the distance, Lunir saw that the opportunity had come and she hurried over. 2 young men were supporting him and there was cold sweat on his face. Lunir said loudly, "I told you there's something wrong with Luo Yen. Look, brother Meow Meow has a stomachache." Meow Meow is usually in good health and rarely gets sick. What Luo, Yen said must be wrong. Hurry and find the clan doctor, Grandpa. A young boy ran away quickly. The rest of the people looked at Yen Luo, and Yen Luo walked over to check on Meow Meow's condition. Lunir stood in front of Meow Meow and said, "What else do you want to do? You've given Meow Meow brother a stomachache. Stay away." Shengzi said dissatisfiedly, "Lu and I you can't just blame Yen Yen without knowing the truth. Maybe Meow Meow had an upset stomach." Lunir pointed at him angrily, "Brother Xiaosheng, how long have you known her, and you call her Yen Yen? Do you know who she is?" Shengzi said without hesitation, "Of course Yen Yen is a good person. She is 100 times more gentle and polite than you. What's wrong with me calling her Yen Yen?" Lunir felt like she was about to explode with anger. She angrily cursed at Yen Luo. "You must be a goblin. You have bewitched Brother Xiaosheng. Show your true form quickly, and let Brother Xiaosheng see what you are." Yen Luo frowned. Shengzi became even angrier. "Lunir, if you continue to act unreasonably, I will complain to the clan leader and let him teach you a lesson." "You dare!" Lunir was furious. She suddenly ran to Yen Luo and pushed her hard towards her chest. She planned to push Yen Luo into the river behind them. Shengzi and the other teenagers were all scared because the water was so deep and they were not very good at swimming. "Lunir!" There was a splash sound of someone falling into the river. Lunir missed her target and couldn't stop herself, so she fell headfirst. A splash of water appeared on the surface of the river, scaring 4 or 5 teenagers so much that they jumped in at the same time. They struggled in the water for a while before they finally rescued Lunir and brought her to shore. Lunir drank a lot of river water, and after getting ashore, she kept coughing and spitting out water. When she recovered her breath, she pointed at Yen Luo and accused everyone. "Did you see? She wanted to drown me." Yen Luo's face turned cold. "I was standing here without moving, but you ran towards me regardless. I was wondering why you were running. It turns out you wanted to go diving." Puff, someone laughed unkindly. Lunir said angrily, "You're still laughing. It was obviously her who caused me to fall into the water. Otherwise, why would I jump into the water for no reason?" Yen Luo said, "You should get up quickly and change your clothes. Don't bother me here. People here are not blind." "How did you fall into the water? Can't everyone see it?" "Yes, we all saw it. Luo Yen didn't even touch you. You fell into the river by yourself." "You guys," Lunir said in disbelief, "you guys are actually siding with an outsider." Shengzi said, "We are not siding with anyone. We are just stating the facts." Lunir was so angry that she was about to cry, and Suetsue kept comforting her. The old tribe doctor walked over quickly in the distance. When he saw Lunir fall into the water, he immediately said, "It's not good for a girl to catch a cold. You should go back quickly. Where's Meow Meow?" Meow Meow was so absorbed in watching the fun that she had forgotten about her stomachache. It was only when she heard the old doctor's question that she remembered that she was feeling unwell. But he didn't seem to be in so much pain anymore. Yen Luo explained with a smile, "He just had too much fun and ran out of energy. His dantian hurts. He'll be fine after a rest."
Huh.
Meow Meow looked at Yen Luo in surprise. "So that's how it is," Lunir said unwillingly. "Grandpa, the clan doctor, you should let Brother Meow Meow take a look, so that some people won't lie and fool around here." The old tribe doctor glared at her, but still took Meow Meow's pulse. Just as Yen Luo said, there was nothing wrong with Meow Meow's body. She was just overworked. They're just kids, so it's okay for them to be tired for a while. "Grandpa Clan Doctor, is Brother Meow Meow really okay?" The old clan doctor looked at Lunir and said with regret, "If she doesn't study hard, she will gossip. She is so young and doesn't learn well. Suetsue, send her to the ancestral hall and let her reflect on herself for 3 days." Lunir jumped up in fright. There was no one in the ancestral hall.
It was so scary.
"Grandpa Clan Doctor, I won't go to the ancestral hall. I was wrong. I will never come here again." But the old doctor didn't even look at her. "De Zhuang, go and see her off." After Lu and Iyer was taken away, everyone continued to learn from Yen Luo. After having Meow Meow's experience, Everyone no longer dared to use spiritual power indiscriminately. In the evening, Yan Bao came back from wandering in the mountains. Yan Luo had just finished his meal when he saw a black shadow slowly approaching the courtyard. "Did you eat enough in the mountains today?" Yan Luo stroked its head and smoothed its fur. The little guy was covered in mud and broken leaves on the mountain, looking exhausted and disheveled. Yan Bao squatted on the ground and enjoyed letting Yan Luo comb his hair. After Yan Luo finished combing, Yan Bao raised his paw toward her. "What's wrong?" Yan Bao pointed at the raised paw with his other paw. "Is your paw injured?" Yan Luo subconsciously looked at its palm. Then, a ginseng suddenly appeared in its palm. Yan Luo took out the ginseng in surprise. "Little guy, you are really amazing." She rubbed its head hard, making the hair that had just been smoothed out messy again. Yan Bao was praised and stood up and twisted his ace excitedly. "Yan Luo, haha, it's so cute." Yan Luo couldn't help it, hugged Yan Bao's big head with both hands, pouted his lips, and poked Yan Bao's forehead.
Kissed her hard.
Yan Baoru, who was still excited, was struck by lightning. The whole bear froze there, his round eyes unblinking, and his two front paws drooping empty. Seeing this, Yan Luo teased, "You're a panda. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Aren't you tired? Go home quickly." As she said that, she turned and went into the house. Yan Bao was slow to react for a few seconds, but soon he jumped up and down and chased Yan Luo into the house with his limbs light. Yan Bao suddenly felt that Yan Luo's heart that had strayed from the wall must have been pulled back. As expected, as long as it's good to her, she loves it the most. Yan Bao happily fell asleep under the bed. This ginseng is wild in the mountains. It is very nutritious and has been imbued with spiritual energy. It has transformed into a spiritual plant. Yan Luo pulled off a beard from it and chewed it gently. With this ginseng and the acupuncture of the old clan doctor, within 10 days, Yan Luo's dantian started to move again and was able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And Yan Luo's cultivation level also recovered to the 3rd level of the gathering spirit realm. After the young men in the tribe followed Yan Luo to learn for a few days, they no longer needed to report every day and could just practice at home. Yan Luo's days were free again. Every day, he waited for the old clan doctor to come and give him acupuncture, and then he would meditate. "You're recovering well," the old clan doctor exclaimed. "Your body is the healthiest I've ever seen." Yan Luo smiled and said, "Thanks to Grandpa's acupuncture." The old doctor asked, "How do you think the children in our tribe are doing in their training?" "Not bad. 5 of them have reached the 3rd level of the gathering spirit realm, 10 are at the 2nd level, and the rest are at the 1st level. As long as you breathe in and out every day, you will gradually improve." That's good. We're going to pick corn tomorrow, and we'll bring you some food then." Yan Luo remembered that the old tribe doctor said that they had reclaimed some wasteland on the hillside, but he didn't expect it to become ripe so quickly. "Congratulations, you're going to have new food." The old doctor was smiling and in a good mood. From the valley, one can see the situation halfway up the hill, and Yan Luo can see people picking corn on the mountain. The men used hoes to cut down the corn stalks one by one, and the women picked the corn off the stalks. When it was almost dark, they carried the corn down in batches. When Shengzi and the others came back, Yan Luo had already prepared dinner. Shengzi looked at the smoking iron pot and couldn't help thinking, it would be great if Yan would cook for him every day and wait for him to come home. He saw that all the brothers and sisters in the tribe got married like this, with happy faces. He also wanted Yan Luo to see that he was distracted, so he took the initiative to ask, "How is the harvest?" Shengzi's mother sighed. A small part of the corn in the north was eaten by wild beasts, which wasted the seeds. But the corn in the front is growing well. Yan, wait a minute. I'll go grind cornmeal for you. You can have corn porridge tomorrow morning. Shengzi put the bag of corn on his shoulder on the ground and prepared to roll the noodles. Yan Luo said, "Let's eat first. We've been tired all day. Don't grind corn anymore." "Okay, let's eat. After eating, we can go grind corn." He is in a very good mood now, and he feels even better after drinking the porridge cooked by Yan Luo. Shengzi's mother sighed silently in her heart and persuaded him, You still have to go to the fields early tomorrow morning. Why are you grinding corn? Go to bed quickly. Shengzi retorted nonchalantly, Mom. While everyone is resting, I'll go grind the flour. That way we don't have to wait in line. If we wait until everyone has harvested their corn, we'll have to wait in line for several days. Besides, my physical fitness has improved a lot since I started practicing, so this kind of work is not tiring. He wolfed down his meal, and regardless of others' advice, he went to the village entrance carrying a small bag of corn.
There was a millstone there.
The poor tribe had only one millstone, which was shared by the whole village. It's late at night now, and everyone is tired after the day, so no one is using it. Yen Luo was about to go to bed when he saw Yen Bao standing in the yard, staring at the corn he had picked. Yen Luo grabbed its ears and dragged it back into the house. You don't want to eat corn, do you? Yen Bao nodded. That's dried corn. You can't eat it directly. It's so hard. She suddenly remembered that Yen Bao's teeth had a very strong bite force. He could even chew bamboo, let alone a small corn. Uh-huh. Yen Luo grabbed Yen Bao's ears with both hands and clamped his big head with his arms. You didn't steal the corn on the mountain, did you? Yen Bao. Oh no, we've been discovered. When Yen Luo saw that it had no expression and no reaction, he knew that it must have done it. Little guy, how could you steal? The people here have been waiting for the corn to mature. This is their hard work. What will they do if you steal it?
Gian bao bờ liên kết.
How does it know that it is of human species? Besides, it didn't eat much. Don't steal things anymore, got it? Yen Bao nodded quickly. If you don't click, Yen Luo will twist its ears. Yen Luo held his forehead with his hand, not knowing when his space would be opened. When the time came, he would definitely return the food to the villagers. In the middle of the night, Shengzi came running back with a bag of cornmeal. He ran too fast and tripped at the door. He was in a state of unrest and only came to his senses when he entered the house. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's so scary. Just now, he was grinding corn kernels when suddenly a strange rustling sound came from the big tree above his head. He was still wondering what could be happening in the middle of the night, so he looked up at the tree. Just one glance, and he was so scared that he took several steps back and wanted to run away, but when he saw the cornmeal on the millstone, he stepped back, grabbed the cornmeal, and ran away. It was pitch dark, and there was a monster staring at him from a tree, its eyes glowing red. It was so scary. Shengzi put the cornmeal away, crawled into bed, covered his head, and went to sleep. In the morning, Shengzi's mother not only cooked corn porridge, but also made corn cakes with cornmeal. Corn tortillas are coarse grains that people in big cities eat occasionally for health reasons, but in these remote areas, they have become the staple food. Yen Luo had been eating wild vegetable cakes and meat porridge for half a month. When he first tasted corn cakes, he thought it was simply the most delicious thing on earth. Shengzi saw that Yen Luo actually ate 2 cakes this time, and he knew that Yen Luo was in a good mood. He smiled and said, I said this corn tastes good. Yen Yen likes it too. Yen Yen, do you want to go to the mountains with us later? Shengzi's mother glared at him and said, Don't talk nonsense. Yen Yen is sick. Uncle Tan will come to give her acupuncture at noon. Oh, Shengzi was a little disappointed. He also wanted Yen Luo to see the bumper corn harvest in their tribe. People from the poor tribes who were able to work went up the mountain. Even children of 6 or 7 years old ran up to help pick corn. Yen Luo was lying on a wooden board outside doing acupuncture at noon, and when he looked up, he could see busy figures on the hillside. She lazily basked in the sun, feeling warm and languid. Yen Luo thought that when she had the conditions in the future, she would go to a place with beautiful mountains and rivers, build a small wooden house, and take Yen Bao out to bask in the sun every day. After the old clan doctor finished his last injection, Yen Luo asked curiously, Grandpa Clan Doctor, your Chinese medicine skills are so advanced. Why don't you accept an apprentice? What would happen to this small tribe if there was no inheritance? The old doctor blew his beard, and a rare look of anger appeared on his face. I received it. I'm copying books at home.
Why? Too lazy.
I'll punish him. In our line of work, laziness is not an option. That's true. Yen Luo kept looking at the hillside halfway up the mountain, and saw that there was a commotion among the busy people. The women and children rushed out of the cornfield, shouting as they ran, as if they were frightened. Corn stalks more than 1 meter tall were swaying from side to side. The old clan doctor and Yen Luo stood up at the same time, especially the old clan doctor, who looked very worried. What's going on? Yen Luo comforted him. It's okay. Even if there are monsters, Shengzi and the others are already at the 3rd level of the gathering spirit realm. With so many people up there, there won't be any problems. Having said that, the old doctor still frowned tightly. There was a commotion up there for a while before it quieted down. Yen Luo smiled and said, "See, there's no problem. If any of them are injured, they'll come down to find you." "Yeah, I hope you don't need an old man like me." He walked away calmly with his hands behind his back. Yen Luo put her hand on her heart. Why did she have a familiar feeling? It was strange. Before it got dark today, the villagers came down carrying corn. Yen Luo asked curiously, "Why did you come down early today?" Shengzi gulped down a bottle of water before he could catch his breath and explain, "We encountered a monster on the mountain. Fortunately, we were many in number and the monster got scared and ran away. Alas, the tribe leader was afraid that our vision would be poor when it got dark and we would be bullied by the monster, so he asked everyone to come down early." Yen Luo said, "Oh. They came down early today, and she didn't have time to cook." Shengzi's mother lit some firewood and cooked corn porridge. "Luckily, Yen, you reminded us that there must be many monsters on the mountain. We were mentally prepared and weren't that scared." When they went hunting in the mountains before, they found that many prey had become stronger and they had been injured many times. It was Yen Luo who explained to them that these animals had become monsters, and only then did they understand. Hanging on a tree? Could it be an owl? Yen Luo asked curiously, "So now you know what it is?" The second son said, "It scurried into the cornfield today. In broad daylight, many of us saw it. It was a big bald snake. There are many snakes in the mountains, so it is normal to encounter snakes."
But
What does bald mean? Do snakes have hair? Shengzi still finds it incredible. He gestured and said, "That's not what I meant. I mean, it only has one head." Yen Luo was stunned. "Only one head?" "Yes, it has no body." Yen, isn't it weird? We hunt all year round, so we wouldn't be scared even if we saw a big snake, but it only had a head crawling on the ground, and we were really scared." Yen Luo said, "It's really weird." Fortunately, this strange big snake did not appear again behind the head, and the tribe was quiet for half a month. This half-month was crucial for Yen Luo. Her cultivation was steadily improving. On the day when the old clan doctor had been giving her acupuncture for a full month, all her meridians had recovered. It's like a rusty machine that starts running again after being lubricated. Yen Luo just felt refreshed. But this is not the most important thing. Her recovered dantian was running rapidly, and the spiritual energy in the valley gathered around her from all directions. Yen Luo was very familiar with this scene. She is about to advance to the Jinwu realm. When a cultivator reaches the Jinwu realm, spiritual energy can be condensed into substance, and spell attacks undergo a qualitative change. Even if a cultivator in the Juling realm has a high talent, he cannot defeat a strong cultivator in the Jinwu realm. Yen Luo immediately meditated in the middle of the yard. The gathered spiritual energy formed a vortex in the air, which stirred up the wind and floated above Yen Luo's head. The changes in the courtyard attracted the attention of the young people in the tribe. De Zhuang looked at the sky and exclaimed, "Such a rich spiritual power. If I absorb this spiritual power, I wonder how strong I will become." Teacher Luo has already said that if your body doesn't meet the requirements, you won't be able to absorb any amount of spiritual power you are given. You should work hard to improve your cultivation. Doesn't that prove that there is someone in our valley who has reached that level of strength? Ahaha, yeah. The boys excitedly ran in that direction. Looking at the location, it looks like Shengzi's home. Could it be Shengzi? How is that possible? Shengzi is almost at the same level as me. Lu Nier retorted, "Brother Xiaosheng is much smarter than you. It must be Brother Xiaosheng." Shengzi was standing at the gate of the yard, staring into the yard. During the promotion process, Yen Luo was wrapped in spiritual energy, as if surrounded by a layer of mist. She was already pure and flawless, and at this moment she looked more like a fairy from the sky riding on the clouds, without a speck of dust on her. Shengzi rubbed his hands nervously, and he suddenly realized that he was not worthy of Yanluo at all. Such a beautiful fairy is not something that a man like him should get involved with. In the distance, De Zhuang and his friends were running towards them. De Zhuang saw Shengzi from a distance. He breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I tell you, how could it be Shengzi?" Lu Nier's face tightened. Who else could it be, if not brother Xiaosheng? Who else lives in his house?
Could it be?
Shengzi saw everyone and said with a smile, "You guys are curious too, right? Look, it's Yan Yan. I told you, Yan Yan must be the best." Lu Nier, she clenched her fists tightly and bit her lips hard. The others squeezed past her one by one and gathered outside the gate to watch. This small courtyard is just a wooden fence, and you can see what's going on inside from outside the fence. A young girl exclaimed, "Teacher Luo is really a fairy." Yes, Teacher Luo is so beautiful, even more beautiful than a fairy. When I grow up, I will marry such a beautiful fairy as my wife. Lu Nier listened to everyone's praises and then saw the figure in the yard. Her jealous eyes almost dripped blood. It's all her fault. It's because of her appearance that the brothers and sisters in the tribe no longer like her. It's all her fault. Lu Nier's mind was filled with jealousy. She suddenly rushed into the crowd like crazy and squeezed into the yard. "Well, you want to advance, but I won't let you succeed." She took a stick and hit Yanluo hard. Lu Nier. No one expected that Lu Nier would dare to do this. 3 or 4 young men in the front row rushed in at the same time. But Lu Nier was too close to Yanluo, and they had no time to catch up. It seemed that the stick was about to hit Yanluo. At the critical moment, the spiritual energy around Yanluo was suddenly absorbed into her body, and then she suddenly opened her eyes. She raised her hand, and the stick fell into her palm. With a gentle push, Lu Nier's body flew backwards and landed on the young men who came in later. Yanluo stood up and looked at Lu Nier coldly. At this moment, she was hugging Shengzi's neck and crying. Yanluo threw her just right onto Shengzi. Shengzi pulled it down awkwardly. Yanluo said, "I won't bother with you. Just go away quickly, but next time you provoke me, I will always teach you a lesson." After she finished speaking, no one saw how Yanluo reacted, and she disappeared from the spot no longer. The teenagers outside the courtyard were shocked and exclaimed, "Teacher Luo is so amazing." How did Teacher Luo disappear? I didn't see her either. Did she fly away? A top student analyzed. Teacher Luo said that when you are fast enough, others will not be able to see your movements clearly, so, Teacher Luo should have run fast. Puff's commentary made several people laugh. You said, now that Teacher Luo has recovered his cultivation, will he leave us? Upon hearing this, Shengzi's body stiffened. Teacher Luo is not from here to begin with, so it's only right for him to leave. Alas, what a pity. I haven't learned more from Teacher Luo yet. Shengzi stiffened his body and tried hard to pull Lu Nier off his body. Lu Nier lost her balance and fell to the ground. She cried out in grievance, "Brother Xiaosheng." Shengzi ran away without looking back. Everyone looked at each other, and De Zhuang directly accused Lu Nier, "Teacher Luo is here to teach us. How can you hit her? Even if you like Shengzi, you can't do this." Lu Nier wiped the tears from her face vigorously and said angrily, "Brother De Zhuang, you have all changed. You used to dote on me so much." De Zhuang spread his hands helplessly. That should be reasonable. The mistake Lu Nier made today is enough to make her kneel in the ancestral hall for a month. Yanluo didn't care how the Yoqiong tribe would deal with Lu Nier. What she cared about most now was her space. After entering the Jinwu realm, her big space treasure that had been closed off for a month finally opened its doors to her again. She couldn't wait to run up the mountain and found a deserted place to enter the space. As soon as he entered the space, a gentle aura hit him in the face, instantly making Yanluo feel relaxed and happy. And what I saw was that the area of the space was twice as large. The stream that originally flowed in the space actually saw its source. The source is on a big mountain. This mountain is much higher than the mountains in the previous space and very steep, like pulling onions out of flat ground. The clear stream comes from the top of the mountain and flows down 3,000 feet. Yenluo stood below, surrounded by mist. There seemed to be a suction force pulling her on the top of the mountain. Yenluo was surprised, and with a thought, she flew to the top of the mountain. There is not much flat land on the top of the mountain, so it is enough to build a small courtyard with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Yenluo has always been curious. There is no rain in the space, but the water in this stream is endless. Where does it come from? Now that we have reached the source, we still haven't discovered what the cause is. Instead, I was even more surprised. There was a bottomless hole in the flat area, and the stream flowed out from it. Yenluo approached the water cave and looked inside, only to feel an invisible resistance pushing her away, and she couldn't get close at all. Yenluo could only retreat and stand to the center of the mountaintop. This is the place with the highest altitude in the space, and you can overlook the entire space. Yenluo looked around with his hands behind his back. Seeing the abundant supplies and abundant crops, he felt a sense of security. There was a smile on her lips.
Boom boom.
Yenluo had not been happy for 3 seconds when the mountain beneath his feet began to shake violently. Yenluo was horrified and hurriedly flew away from the mountain. At the same time, I began to feel panic. The space was inexplicably closed some time ago, which made her suffer for a long time. Why is it causing trouble again now? It won't be closed again. Thinking of this, Yenluo was about to go to the place where the supplies were stored to move the supplies. However, her speed was too slow. Suddenly, a long roar was heard from the top of the mountain, and then an invisible air wave spread out around the mountain. Yenluo's flying figure was forcibly thrown out. Not only Yenluo, the entire space was affected by this air wave. Aunt Chun held on to the pillar tightly in the wooden house, and her whole body flew sideways. Most of the supplies placed in the space were washed away. A large area of crops in the field fell down, and the robot that was working on the land was thrown into the air. In an instant, the space seemed to have experienced a catastrophe. After Yenluo fell to the ground, he opened his eyes and looked towards the top of the mountain. This sudden change came and went quickly. In just a moment, the space became quiet again. The sun was shining and the weather was gentle and calm, as if the strong wind just now was just an illusion. On the top of the mountain, a white cloud was shrouding it. Yenluo didn't react for a moment, and the cloud slowly dissipated, revealing the situation inside. I saw a white box standing on the top of the towering mountain. What is that? Yenluo tried to summon it with his mind, but unexpectedly the box actually flew over, horizontally in front of her. Yenluo's heart started beating rapidly. This is something that comes with the space. It must be a treasure. She quickly got up and put her hands on the box. It feels cold to the touch. This box is made of the finest jade, completely white and flawless. Yenluo had never seen this box before. Such a treasure is just a packaging box. Yenluo opened the jade box while muttering softly. As the jade box was opened, a flash of white light passed by, followed by a biting cold air blowing in his face. Yenluo couldn't help but shiver all over and almost dropped the box due to the cold. And inside the jade box, there was actually a jade ruler. This jade ruler is so beautiful that Yenluo fell in love with it at first sight. The transparent white color and milky white color looked crystal clear, like jade but not jade. Yenluo didn't know what material it was made of. She reached in and wanted to touch it, but the jade ruler was very cold. Yenluo could only pick it up with gritted teeth and shivering. The handle is 5 centimeters long, wrapped with golden silk thread of unknown material, and has a golden tassel hanging from the top. It is a glittering gold. The entire jade ruler was shining. Yenluo held the jade ruler in both hands and saw 2 small traditional Chinese characters written on one side of the handle.
Kunwu.
Yenluo whispered, "Is this your name?" Kunwu sounds really nice, and it's very similar to your technique. Could it be that you two were originally a couple? Phew, it's too cold. Let's put it down. She was about to put the jade ruler back into the jade box, but unexpectedly, the jade ruler suddenly came up and bit her like a wild beast with a mouth. The blood on her finger flowed along the jade ruler in a line and was absorbed by the ruler in the blink of an eye. Yenluo looked closely and saw that the jade ruler had returned to its transparent white appearance as a rare treasure. But the figure of Yuchi appeared in her mind. Spiritual weapon. This turned out to be a spiritual weapon. Yenluo held his breath in excitement. This jade ruler looks very spiritual, proving that it is not only a spiritual tool, but also a growing spiritual tool. A growth-type spiritual weapon, it can tailor its size and functions according to the owner's habits, and it can also become stronger as the owner becomes stronger, growing along with the owner all the way. She had never seen anyone use this in her previous life. This is really a treasure. Yenluo was so excited. But the coldness in her palms calmed her down, and she put it into the jade box obediently. She is only at the Jinwu realm now, and cannot use this jade ruler at will. Alas, what a pity. Yenluo sighed, but then he perked up again. It's okay, I'll try my best. No wonder it has to be contained in such a fine jade box. Nothing else can withstand such a lethal weapon. Yenluo held the jade box in both hands and put it into the wooden house. As soon as she entered the wooden house, Aunt Chun ran up to her crying, "Miss, are you okay? I was so scared. You haven't come in for a month. I was scared to death." Yenluo patted her on the back. "Stay away from this box. It may hurt you. By the way, where is Nuyi?" Aunt Chun asked in confusion. Yen Bao took her out. "Miss, didn't you see her?" Yenluo frowned. She had long been wondering why Yen Bao was able to get out by herself. Logically, she was the only one who could enter and exit this space. "Did you see how Yen Bao got out?" Aunt Chun said without hesitation. At that time, the space was in chaos and it was dark. As for Nui, Yenluo recalling the situation at that time, the old monk was too much weaker than her. Logically, she should have died, but in the end she escaped. Of course it was impossible for the old monk to let her go on his own initiative. It seems that Yen Bao came out of the space to rescue her, and then replaced Nui with her. Thinking about it this way, it becomes clear what happened after she was seriously injured. Yen Bao saved her, and then met Baiyu again. The only thing that bothered her now was the old monk's dharma eye on how Yen Bao and she escaped, and why she only met Baiyu. Baiyu clearly followed Yen Feng and the others. I wonder how Yen Feng is doing now. Yenluo frowned and thought, and soon, the books on the table brought her thoughts back. That is the latter part of the Kuan technique. Yenluo was overjoyed. In her previous life, she only had the first 2 levels, but now she finally got the latter part. She quickly opened it and looked. I saw a note in the book that Kuan has 9 levels. The first 2 levels are mainly for strengthening the body, and the last 3 levels are for concentrating the mind. After practicing to the 6th level, one can ascend to become an immortal. After practicing the 9th level, one can become a god on the spot. Yenluo smiled and said the ancient martial arts also boasted big things. She didn't take it seriously. After all, she had only reached the 2nd level and was now preparing to start learning the 3rd level. Miss, look at us here. It's like we've been robbed. Aunt Chun originally planned to cook for Yenluo, but when she came out, she saw the mess on the ground outside. Yenluo remembered the strong wind caused by Kunwa's appearance just now, so he quickly put down his skills and ran out. She went to her takeout area first, which was full of takeout boxes. If they were blown over, the food would spill and become inedible. It's okay. The takeout areas are all in newly built warehouses and were not affected by the strong storm. Annie Chun, you don't have to cook. Just pack up the supplies outside. I need to eat. She ate tasteless meat and wild vegetables for a month. This stomach has been severely abused. Yenluo was craving for strong-tasting food at the moment and couldn't stand meat, so she cooked a bag of sticky turkey noodles, ate a box of spicy vegetarian fried rice noodles, and drank a bottle of sweet and sour apple cider vinegar. After eating all this, she thought of Yen Bao. Yen Bao must be very hungry and greedy. She changed her clothes and went back to Shengzi's house. There are only Shengzi's mother and Yen Bao at home. When Yen Bao saw Yenluo wearing a clean, brand new black dress, his eyes lit up and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth with excitement. It quickly ran to Yan Luo and rubbed against him hard. Yan Luo changed her clothes. She still smelled like rice. That proves that Yan Luo is already able to open up the space. It wants to go in too. Yan Luo patted its head to comfort it. She couldn't make such a big panda disappear in front of Xingzi's mother. Auntie, isn't Xingzi at home? Xingzi's mother was amazed by Yan Luo's outfit. She wore new clothes and tied her hair into a high ponytail, looking cool and beautiful. She said somewhat embarrassedly, He went out. Oh, Yan Luo smiled and said, My injury has healed. I am leaving now, so I came to say goodbye to you. Xingzi's mother was stunned. Are you leaving so soon? Yan Luo walked into the house and put a box on the table. Here are the things I give you as a reward for your visit this month. Auntie, I'm leaving now. After saying that, she walked out of the yard without waiting for Xingzi's mother to see her off. Xingzi's mother opened the box and took a look and saw a lot of food and some clothes inside. She was so scared that she hurriedly chased after him with the box in her arms. Yan, take the things back. But Yan Luo had already walked far away, and even if he heard her voice, he would not look back. She was carrying such a heavy thing and got tired after running for just a few dozen meters. She could only put the box down and wipe her eyes on the spot. Yan Luo went to the old clan doctor's house again. On the way, people from the poor tribe saw Yan Luo and couldn't help but stop what they were doing to look at her. Yan Luo, who has recovered her cultivation, looks even more ethereal, like a fairy. Even if she is wearing all black, it can't hide her fairy-like aura. Is that Mr. Luo? Really? Have you noticed that Teacher Luo seems to be more beautiful? Yes, I seem to be more energetic. Someone greeted Yan Luo. Teacher Luo, where are you going? Yan Luo responded, Go to the clan doctor grandfather. She did not mention that she was leaving. She was afraid that these people would surround her. When she arrived at the clan doctor's house, she saw a girl of 15 or 16 copying a book. The old clan doctor was watching her from behind. Grandpa Clan Doctor, is this your apprentice? The old clan doctor was startled by the sudden voice. When he saw Yan Luo, he frowned. Are you leaving? Yes. The old doctor sighed. Although I knew this day would come, I didn't expect it to arrive so soon. When the little girl saw Yan Luo coming, she immediately stood up. Wow, a guest is coming. I'll go get some water. The old doctor blew his beard. The little rascal is being lazy again. The girl stuck out her tongue and complained, I'm so tired from copying books. Why don't you take a break? Yan Luo asked. May I have your name?
Miaoer. My name is Miaoer.
If you like something, maybe I can satisfy you. Sugar. Miao Er ignored the old doctor's glare at her and shouted crisply, I like to eat candy. Yan Luo did not let her down and took out a bag of candy. Miao hugged the candy excitedly. Wow, it's a lollipop. There are dozens of lollipops in a bag, and Miaoer is so happy that she wants to fly to the sky. Traditional medicine. Why do you spoil her? Yan Luo smiled. You help me heal my wounds. That's what I should do. I not only gave her a gift, but also yours. She also put a box on the table. The old doctor opened his mouth and was about to refuse, but Miao hugged him and said, Sister Luo, please go. I'll take your things and return them to you later. Yan Luo smiled gently. The little girl was really naive. How could she see the world as she wished? But she didn't discourage her. Okay, I'll wait for you. The bald monster is here again. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. When Yan Luo heard the noise, he immediately teleported to the door of the old clan doctor's house. His house is very close to the village entrance and also very close to the chaotic teenagers. Yan Luo saw from afar dozens of men gathered by the river, while the women were running quickly towards the village. Running and shouting, The monster is coming, come quickly. Why are you panicking? Didn't I teach you how to use spiritual power to attack? Yan Luo's voice sounded from behind. Everyone was excited. Teacher Luo is here. That's great. We shouldn't be afraid. Yan Luo said, Keep your mind steady, don't panic. When a cultivator is fighting, the most taboo thing is to have an unstable mind. As she spoke, she walked towards a river. In the distance, Shengzi saw Yan Luo, clenched his fists tightly, and took a step forward. She is leaving. He must go see her. If we don't meet, I'm afraid there will never be another chance. Yes, he wants to go. Shengzi mustered up his courage and ran over here quickly. By the river, the men's circle narrowed, and they were about to catch the monster. Yan Luo also came here. In the gap between the crowd, she and the monster came face to face and stared at each other. Both the man and the demon were happy at the same time. But the next second, an attack came towards the monster. Not good. Yan Luo teleported into the crowd, lifted up the monster and rushed out, and the subsequent attacks missed. Xiaohua, how did you become like this? Xiaohua.
She's really going to cry.
Her beloved master actually ordered a bunch of strangers to beat it to death. The life of a python is not easy. Why is it even worse? The huge python's head was full of tears, and it cried on the ground. It was like this and wanted to lie on its owner's shoulder, but the owner pushed it away. How cruel. Woo woo woo. When the people of Yocheong tribe saw that the monsters in the encirclement had disappeared, they hurriedly turned back and saw this strange scene. For a moment, everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. The flat, round head of the snake, with a small neck, was lying helplessly on the ground, crying to Yan Luo. There were really tears falling from her big eyes onto the ground. Teacher Luo, do you know this thing? Yan Luo said, yes, it is my pet. Everyone. Which fairy has such a shabby pet? Moreover, they have beaten up the teacher's pet several times in the past few days. Thinking of this, everyone's faces wrinkled like chrysanthemums. Lunir seemed to have discovered a new world. She quickly jumped out to accuse, see, I told you that Luo Yan had bad intentions. She pretended to be a good person in public, but let her pet harm everyone in secret. The corn on the mountain must have been ruined by it. Lunir, what nonsense are you talking about? The teacher is not that kind of person. No? Then, how do you explain this big snake? Didn't it cause any harm to us? Lunir glared at Yan Luo angrily. The old clan doctor and the clan leader both came over. Yan Luo explained, this is indeed my monster. It was originally a complete python. It was injured with me some time ago and was chopped into the shape. It came to find me, but I didn't expect it to cause a misunderstanding with everyone.
I'm sorry.
Lunir was unconvinced and said, just saying sorry is enough? We were really frightened. It destroyed all the corn on the mountain. The old doctor was angry. This girl was really tactless. Did Yan Luo still need to apologize to them now? Their entire village combined is no match for Yan Luo. Yan Luo has a good temper and doesn't care about anything. But if Yan Luo gets angry and cares about something, even if it means slaughtering the entire village, there will be nothing they can do. Shut up. Go back and reflect on your actions. He winked at De Zhuang and asked him to take her away. Teacher Luo, the child is naive. Don't argue with her. We beat your pet because it was a misunderstanding. If we knew it was your pet, we wouldn't have hurt it. Yan Luo didn't care. After all, I don't know that this is the monster you are talking about. Lunir was dragged away by De Zhuang, but she was still unwilling to accept it. She shouted, Grandpa Clan Doctor, you are too biased. The python she raised will definitely eat people. Why are you still on her side? This time, the patriarch also looked unhappy. He said, De Zhuang, lock her up in the ancestral hall for a month and release her when she realizes she is wrong.
Yes.
Seeing that the patriarch was angry, no one dared to persuade him. Lunir was so angry that her face turned green.
Why?
She is an outsider. You treat your own people indiscriminately for an outsider. Even if we go to the ancestral hall, the ancestors will be on my side. Everyone was so frightened that they hurriedly lowered their heads to wipe their sweat. As expected, the clan leader was angered by her words and said to De Zhuang, execute the family law. Send him to the ancestral hall after the family law is over. Family rules? The villagers turned pale. My God, how could a girl like Lunir bear it? That would be a real whipping.
Chief.
De Zhuang hesitated. The clan leader glared at him. You want to be beaten too? The corners of De Zhuang's mouth twitched, and he stopped talking. No one at the scene pleaded for Lu and Ayer, and Lu and Ayer immediately felt disheartened. She seemed to have suddenly fallen out of favor. She had no father or mother. Before, everyone in the tribe liked her and shared food and toys with her. But now, everyone disliked her because of that which Luo Yen. She stared at Yen Luo angrily. Which, I don't know what kind of magic potion you have fed everyone. Especially she saw Brother Xiaosheng tiptoeing behind the crowd. She liked Brother Xiaosheng. Many people in the tribe knew it, including Brother Xiaosheng, but they still cruelly destroyed her feelings. I will never admit my mistake to you in my life. You deceived them, but you can't deceive me.
Hit.
Hit me.
Hit me now.
The old patriarch was so angry that he picked up a stick from the ground and said, "Hit me." De Zhuang hesitated for a moment, then slammed the stick down on Lu and Ayoi's back. It was drawn by the old patriarch himself. Lu near felt pain, staggered, and fell to the ground. "I am not wrong," snap another stick. Yen Luo watched coldly from the side. She didn't understand why she hated herself so much. She would leave sooner or later, and to them, she was just a passerby here. Lu Near was just a girl of 15 or 16. As a woman of 27 or 28, she naturally would not argue with a child. But she has a vicious heart and deserves to be punished. Yen Luo said, "During my time in the village, I have been taken care of by everyone, and I am very grateful to everyone. My monster has indeed caused trouble to everyone, and I am very sorry. Today, I will say goodbye to you all here."
Ah?
Teacher Luo, are you leaving? Yen Luo smiled and said, "I didn't want to say goodbye to you, but since we've met, I'll say goodbye." Teacher Luo, can you stay with us for a few more days? We can't bear to leave you, Yen Luo said. All good things must come to an end. She placed a bag on the ground. There are some grain and vegetable seeds in it. This is a souvenir I left for you. For the poor tribesmen, there is probably no gift more important than seeds. With seeds, there is hope. The old clan doctor wanted to refuse, but he couldn't bear to do so. He could only say excitedly, "Yen Yen, this is your home from now on. You can come back anytime you want." Yen Luo was filled with emotion, but smiled. "I will." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the river. After standing still, a flying sword appeared under his feet. Yen Luo has told everyone what the flying sword means. Teacher Luo is about to fly away on his sword. Seeing this, several girls hurriedly chased after him. "Teacher Luo, we really can't bear to part with you. Can you give us a hug?" Yen Luo was stunned for a moment. Several girls rushed forward without waiting for Yen Luo to react, surrounded him, and hugged him tightly. "Teacher Luo, will you come back to see us?" Yen Luo thought that he probably wouldn't come back, but she smiled.
Yes.
Yen Luo gave each of them a beautiful hairpin. "Wow. Thank you, Teacher Luo." The girls happily showed off their hairpins. Shengzi mustered up his courage and walked quickly to Yen Luo. "Yen Yen, will you remember me?" Yen Luo knew his clumsy thoughts, so she said straightforwardly, "Shengzi, you must practice well. I will remember you. You are my student just like Da Zhuang and the others. I will remember you all equally." Hearing this, Shengzi's eyes darkened. Although he knew that he was not worthy of Yen Luo, he still felt disappointed and sad when he heard Yen Luo say it himself. "Okay, I really have to go." Yen Bao and Xiao Hua followed Yen Luo on the left and right. The flying sword under Yen Luo's feet turned into green smoke and flew away. Beside the mighty river, leaves of the ancient locust trees fell one after another. Everyone stood quietly, looking up at the disappearing shadows in the sky, and bowed together. In the quiet mountain village, there was no trace of Yen Luo anymore. However, the seeds that Yen Luo left for the Yoqiong tribe, like Yen Luo's people, are deeply rooted in this land and are remembered and passed down from generation to generation by the people of the Yoqiong tribe. After Yen Luofei was out of everyone's sight, he put Yen Bao and Xiaohua into the space. She went to the front mountain first. Due to insufficient conditions before, they could only bury Baiyu's body. Now that her spiritual power has been restored, she injects true fire into the grave and cremates Baiyu. In this mountain, who knows what might happen in the future, so Bai Yu's body cannot be coveted by wild beasts. After cremation, Yen Luo collected Bai Yu's ashes, put them in a box, and brought them into the space. The spiritual energy was the most abundant on the mountain where Kunwu hid in the space. She placed Bai Yu's ashes at the foot of the mountain and built a wooden house at the foot of the mountain. Perhaps it was because the laws of space were too harsh, or perhaps Bai Yu was blessed, but the moment the ashes fell to the ground, a phantom appeared on the box.
Bye-bye, Iue.
Yen Luo looked as if he had seen a ghost. In fact, she did see a ghost. The one floating on the box was Bai Yu's ghost. Sister Luo? Sister Luo, I can actually see you again. She rushed up excitedly, but as soon as she touched Yen Luo, her soul passed through. Bai Yu looked at her hands in panic. Sister Luo. Yen Luo was also confused. She didn't expect that Bai Yu could appear by her side in this form. But this is a good thing. It is always good to have souls. She said happily, That's great, Xiaoya. I'll think of a way to see if I can get you out again. Well, I believe Sister Luo. Not to mention the changes here. Over at the pond, Xiaohua and Yen Bao started fighting. Xiaohua complained angrily, Why did you only take the master with you and leave me alone? Look, now I only have my head left. Yen Bao rolled his eyes and said, You must be joking. It's so weak now, it's good enough that it can take Yen Luo away. How can I take you away? Yen Bao slapped Xiaohua on the head with his claws, sending Xiaohua flying. Xiaohua, isn't this bear just a vase? How can it be so powerful? Xiaohua, who only had its head left, shocked Aunt Chun so much that she couldn't speak for a long time. It's really rare to see a python without a body still alive. Xiaohua, are you expecting me to die? Okay, no one loves me, I'm leaving. Xiaohua soaked in the pond autistically, ignoring anyone calling her. Bai Yu had just arrived in a new environment, which was more beautiful than a paradise. She was very curious and floated around in the space. Aunt Chun, who had just recovered from the shock of seeing Xiaohua, was frightened again. Mom, this is a ghost. The young lady is getting more and more powerful. She not only raises monsters but also ghosts. She asked tremblingly, Are you a ghost? Bai Yu tilted her head and thought for a while, Isn't it? Aunt Chun asked again, You won't hurt anyone, will you? Bai Yu smiled sweetly. No, Aunt Chun felt relieved and said with a smile, Great, there's someone. Well, there's a ghost chatting with me. I'm not lonely anymore no matter they are human or ghost. At least they are of the same species. It is better than having to read faces with a python and 3 crocodiles every day. Yen Luo went to the warehouse to find something to eat, but saw Yen Bao already rummaging around in the warehouse. Yen Bao has been eating wild fruits for a long time, and the fat under his fur has decreased, making him thinner. It is trying hard to find meat to eat, especially the roast duck and roast chicken packaged by Yen Luo, as well as the bagged salted duck, braised chicken, lotus leaf chicken, vacuum-packed braised pig's trotters, and braised pork elbows. It scraped the ground all over, then happily tore open the package, sat on the ground, and started eating. Yen Luo cooked a packet of mixed rice noodles, added 2 Sichuan pepper sausages, and squatted beside Yen Bao, holding the bowl to eat. The view in the warehouse was a little dim. Neither the man nor the bear spoke. The only sound in the air was the sound of chewing. After Yen Luo had eaten his fill, he said to Yen Bao, Were you the one who took me away from the old monk? Yen Bao nodded while chewing on the pig's trotter. Yen Luo said with emotion, This son was not raised in vain. He can still be used at the critical moment. Yen Bao's chewing stopped abruptly.
So?
Yen Luo looked into its eyes curiously. Little guy, how did you take me away? The old monk didn't even notice. You seem to be a little magical, Yen Bao. Continue to lower your head and eat the meat. Xiao Xue, a Samiad, can communicate with me, so why can't you? You are stupid, but you can catch people by surprise. You are smart, but you can't even speak. Yen Luo turned around and saw that this guy only knew how to eat, so he sighed heavily. You really can't expect this giant panda to have any future. It's not cut out to be a magic soldier. Yen Luo went to the bathroom after eating. She couldn't soak in water before, and she hadn't taken a bath for more than a month, so she smelled terrible. On the Lotus Peak, which has not been touched by modern civilization, stands a vast primeval forest. The towering ancient trees stand like guardian gods, their branches and leaves interweaving into a verdant canopy that blocks out the sky, leaving only dappled sunlight filtering through the gaps, casting dappled shadows. The air is filled with the fresh scent of soil and leaves, occasionally mixed with the scent of unknown flowers, which makes people want to take a deep breath, as if it can wash away the dust in their souls. On such a mountain full of spiritual energy and beautiful environment, a group of people were lying on the ground in a miserable state, and the ancient trees around them were fallen down in all directions. In their eyes, this beautiful forest looked more like a flood and a beast. The initial sense of ease and joy had collapsed, and they stared at the opposite side in panic. A huge white head appeared in the bushes. In the middle of its forehead, a yellow word king was shining, making it look majestic and terrifying. There were wounds on its body, and the red bloodstains were particularly conspicuous on its white fur. Palace Master, we are no match for it. Yen Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the white tiger opposite him indifferently, and said to the person behind him, "We have no way out. We must kill it. White tigers eat people. Today, either the tiger dies or I die." The disciples of Fuguang Palace also knew this truth. They picked up their weapons with difficulty and slowly stood up. The white tiger opposite had one of its front paws stepped on the grass and rubbed it slowly, making a urulous sound in its throat. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on its forehead, its eyes widened, and its huge body leaped up. With a gust of wind, Yen Feng shouted, "Set up the formation." 19 people, including Fu Guang Palace and Yen Feng, flew, swords together. Their remaining spiritual power brought out the sharpness of the sword energy to the extreme, and the sword light of the killing sword formation was like stars. The white tiger came with great force, like a tidal wave. It grabbed the sword formation with its sharp claws, causing the sword formation to tremble instantly. Everyone below felt pain in the tiger's mouth. The white tiger was very fast, and it grabbed with its second claw, creating 3 white airwaves in the air. The claws tore at the sword formation, and the sword energy left bloody marks on the white tiger's body. The white tiger was ferocious and ignored its own wounds, scratching hard with its claws. The sword formation shook violently and then collapsed with a loud bang. A sharp white light rushed in front of everyone. Yen Feng led the way, charging with his silver spear. But at this point he was already at the end of his strength, his spiritual power was exhausted, and the silver spear could not exert any power. If the tiger claws caught him, he would definitely be seriously injured. Brute. At this critical moment, everyone only heard a woman's voice from the sky. The voice was cold and serious, piercing through the clouds and the strong wind. The sound reached Baihu's ears, as if carrying a heavy pressure, which directly caused Baihu's movements to stagnate. Immediately afterwards, a figure fell from the sky, like a mountain pressing down on top of one's head, causing the white tiger in the air to fall to the ground. There was a loud bang on the ground, and a big hole was created. Amidst the flying dust, the people in Fuguang Palace slowly saw the situation inside. I saw a woman in white standing on the back of a white tiger. The white tiger was lying at the bottom of the pit, trembling and not daring to move. The woman in white had her long hair loose, and she stepped firmly on the white tiger's back, then turned around. "Elder sister. Sister Luo. It's Sister Luo, that's great." Yen Luo's profile is as white as jade under her long black hair. The disciples of Fuguang Palace recognized him at a glance. Yen Luo squatted on the white tiger's back and patted its head. The white tiger no longer had any of the majesty it had just now. The golden word king on its forehead faded away and turned into ordinary black. It lay there obediently with its head lowered to the ground. "Little white tiger, I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Be my brother's pet." She pointed at Yen Feng, who was the leader of the crowd opposite. Baihu was not very willing. Man can't beat it. He is not worthy to be its master. I only heard Yen Luo say in a cold voice, "It's dinner for us." White Tiger. Match, match, match. He deserves it. He must match it. The White Tiger struggled to stretch out a claw on the ground and pointed it at Yen Feng. Just kidding, it is a tiger, but it is not stupid. It can still distinguish between face and life. Seeing this, Yen Luo smiled slightly. "Xiao Feng, come here quickly." Yen Feng was still a little confused, but that didn't stop him from being obedient. He walked up to the White Tiger obediently, and Yen Luo used his spiritual power to conclude a demon pet contract between him and the White Tiger. As soon as the contract was concluded, information about the White Tiger immediately appeared in Yen Feng's Sea of Consciousness. It turns out that this White Tiger has reached the peak of the 8th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm and is about to enter the true martial realm. Owner Baihu's sweet voice emerged. Yen Feng was surprised. He didn't expect that this ferocious tiger was actually a female. It is true that you cannot judge a beast by its appearance. After the White Tiger recognized its master, its temperament changed. It was originally fierce and powerful, but in the blink of an eye it became well-behaved and docile. The other disciples couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. You see, as long as you are strong enough, even a tiger under the eaves will have to bow its head. After taking in the White Tiger, Yen Luo had time to reminisce with everyone. Yen Feng asked, "Sister, after we left, did you encounter any pursuers from Tianma Temple?" "We have encountered it. The situation at Tianma Temple is quite tricky. In the future, if we cannot protect ourselves, we will stay away from it." Everyone instantly became curious. "Sister Luo, besides that evil formation, is there anything else going on in Tianma Temple?" Yen Luo nodded. "Do you remember when we were besieged by monsters in Qingliang Mountain? Those monsters are now under the command of Tianma Temple."
Ah?
"No way. How can those monsters be controlled? They're clearly like zombies, without thoughts or intelligence." Yen Luo said, "I don't know about this either, but I was indeed surrounded by those monsters, and there are masters at the peak of the Jinwu realm in Tianma Temple."
Ah.
Yen Fengting suddenly became nervous. "Sister, you must be injured facing this kind of opponent alone." Yen Luo's eyes dimmed, and he whispered, "I almost died, but Baiyu used her heart's blood to give me a complete dantian." Everyone finally remembered that Baiyu had left the ship alone before, and everyone guessed that she might have gone to find Yen Luo. But now Yen Luo is back, but Baiyu is not. Could it be that Baiyu is already? That's right, Baiyu has fallen. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, with deep sadness in their eyes, and the joy of having just received a White Tiger as a pet was also diluted. After a long while, Yen Feng said firmly, "We must find Tianma Temple to avenge Baiyu. If 10 years are not enough, then 20 years will do. If 20 years are not enough, then 30 years will do. The blood debt must be repaid." Yes. Sister Baiyu is such a good person. She just found her brother, and they haven't been reunited for a few days. We must avenge her.
Yes.
Revenge. Yen Luo put his worries aside when he saw everyone was so motivated. Seeing that everyone was almost done with their grief, Yen Luo said, "Baiyu's soul is still with me, so if you miss her, you can see her."
Ah?
Really? Everyone looked at Yen Luo. The soul still exists after death. This sounds so mysterious. Yen Luo summoned Baiyu's soul from the space. Although the space is unique, with rich spiritual energy and excellent nourishment, Baiyu's soul is much stronger than that of an ordinary ghost. But after Baiyu leaves the space, if it is daytime, he still needs an umbrella to block the sun. Baiyu met everyone again, and both sides were very excited. They wanted to hug Baiyu, but they could only pass through Baiyu. She is like a wisp of smoke, visible but untouchable. Even so, everyone is still very grateful in their hearts. Being able to accompany everyone in the form of a ghost is better than actually dying and leaving nothing behind. Yen Luo patiently waited for them to chat. 10 minutes later, Yen Luo said, "Okay, it's not good for Baiyu to be outside during the day. Let her go back." Okay, bye." Yen Luo sent Baiyu back to the space. She distributed healing pills to several people and asked them to heal their wounds quickly. While they were healing, Yenluo set up a pot on the ground and cooked millet porridge in one pot and black chicken soup in the other. Millet porridge is added with red dates, longan, and wolfberry, which are beneficial for nourishing qi and blood, while black chicken soup is added with ginseng and yam. The aroma of chicken soup wafted over the top of the mountain, attracting the monsters on Lotus Peak to make a move. The white tiger squatted on the top of the mountain. Feeling the movement of the monster below, it opened its mouth wide and let out a long roar towards the sky. The high-pitched roar brought the power of the king of beasts, pressing down layer by layer. The forest was like a sea of waves, and the monsters below that were ready to make a move no longer dared to move. It glanced at Yenluo proudly, and Yenluo threw it a black chicken raised in the space. Baihu's pride was immediately gone, and he happily went to eat chicken. While cooking, Yenluo observed the situation of the disciples of Fuguang Palace. Yanfeng has reached the 5th level of the spirit-gathering realm, and the others have also reached the 4th level. It seems that no one has slacked off in their cultivation. She nodded slightly. The Lotus Peak is more than 1,000 meters above sea level. The mountains around the main peak are steep, but the top of the mountain is relatively flat. There are also 5 secondary peaks surrounding the main peak. It is named Lotus Peak because its terrain resembles a blooming lotus. Lotus Peak is surrounded by hilly and mountainous areas, far away from the plains and populated areas. In addition, the mountains are steep and there are many dangerous factors, so it has not been developed. However, more than a month has passed since the people from Fuguang Palace left the siege of Tianma Temple, and there has been no construction on the top of the mountain. The progress is too slow. Yenluo was confused, so when Yanfeng woke up from meditation, she asked, "And what about the crocodile family, and Pear, and the others?" Yanfeng hurriedly explained, "There are several villages on the first mountain we came in. I left Li Zi and the others there temporarily, while Deshan and the others are guarding the water area below the mountain. When we first arrived, we encountered some trouble in that village, so we wasted time." Yenluo thought that in today's chaotic world, people were hostile to each other, and Xiao Feng and the others must be in trouble. But now that everything is fine and Li Zi and the others are left there, it should be that not only the problem has been solved, but they can also get along well. Yenluo said, "Pick up Li Zi and the others tomorrow." Okay. After this contract with the White Tiger, Yanfeng benefited a lot, and when he woke up he had reached the 6th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Everyone woke up one after another, and Yenluo served them porridge. Everyone spent the night on the mountain and picked Lu Tai up the next day. Yenluo was impressed by Lu Tai's architectural skills, so he discussed the construction of the mountaintop with Lu Tai. Yenluo said, "All the trees on the top of the mountain will be cut down. We will build a larger hall here as the place for our daily meetings in Fuguang Palace. We will build some small courtyards around the hall, and each of the founders of Fuguang Palace will be assigned to a small courtyard. Well, the palace needs to be big and imposing. Although there are few people in Fuguang Palace now, what if there are more people in the future? This is what I want."
Can you do it?
The main hall of Fuguang Palace is the face of Fuguang Palace. If it is shabby, it will inevitably be looked down upon in the future. Lu Tai opened his mouth and said awkwardly, "Ms. Yen, I can do it, but I don't have the manpower, materials, or tools. Even a skilled cook cannot cook without rice." Yenluo smiled and said, "It's fine as long as you can do it. I'll figure out how to get the stuff. Let's chop down the trees first." Yanfeng said, "Sister, the villagers ahead said they can come and work, and we'll just provide them with food." Yenluo clapped his hands. That's even more of a no-brainer. After the agreement was reached, everyone started to chop down the tree. That sharp magic weapon was used by everyone as a tree-chopping knife, and trees were felled with just a flick of the hand. The cut trees are piled together because they will be used again eventually. Since we were all monks, it was easy to cut down trees, and we cleared the top of the mountain in one day. There was nothing obstructing the view, and the entire mountaintop was surprisingly wide. Now that he had a place, Yenluo took out all the construction vehicles, sand, cement, bricks, tiles, steel bars, etc. In the space, there was a large area of them displayed in a clattering manner. Not to mention Lu Tai, everyone in Fuguang Palace was dazzled. They opened their mouths wide and asked in shock, Sister Luo, did you stockpile all these? You are so foresight. My sister is my sister. She always plays a decisive role at critical moments. As someone who has been working in construction for many years, Lu Tai is even happier to see these things. He walked around inside again and again, examining it carefully. Finally, he said to Yen Luo, Miss Yen, I'm afraid these things are not enough. Yen Luo had no doubts, because when she was stockpiling goods, she was only thinking about stockpiling goods for herself and Yen Feng, and she didn't expect that a sect would be established now. Of course these things are not enough for so many people. She said, can we use something else as a substitute? For example, instead of cement and bricks, we can use mud? Lu Tai said, then I'll take another look. Yen Luo said, we should build the main hall first with what we have now. The small courtyard will be fine as long as it is comfortable, not beautiful. Okay, I'll try my best. In addition to being driven by humans, construction vehicles also require oil for power. Yen Luo took out a few more barrels of oil. Lija climbed onto an excavator and fiddled with it excitedly. The others followed the instructions and drove the bulldozer, roller, and crane. Lu Tai directed everyone to lay the foundation on the top of the mountain. The entire top of the mountain must be leveled. Yen Luoza and Yen Feng went down the mountain together. Building a house requires a lot of soil, but there is limited soil on the top of the mountain, so they have to move it. Now there is vast ocean everywhere, and if you want to dig soil, you can only go to the bottom of the water. Yen Luo flew on his sword and took Yen Feng away from the hilly area to the plain area. The two of them dived into the water and kept digging in the water. The excavated soil should be quickly wrapped up with spiritual power to prevent it from being washed away by water, and then quickly thrown into the storage bag. Yen Feng's cultivation level is low, so he has to come out to take a breath after working for a while. Yen Luo carried supplies back and forth for several days. By digging mud underwater and dismantling houses on site, she managed to collect quite a lot of things. After everything was on track, Yen Feng drove a boat to pick up some villagers from the outer mountains to come and work. Yen Luo went back to Huayuan community alone to pick up the remaining disciples of Fuguang Palace. At the desk, Sheng Wan counted on her fingers. It's been more than 2 months since Sister Luo and the others left. Why is there still no movement? Lin Sijia said, choosing a location to settle down is a big deal. Sister Luo must be paying attention to it. She might be busy with it. Sheng Wan curled her lips. We clearly said at the time that once we could settle down, Yen Feng and the others would stay, and Sister Luo would come back to pick us up. Lin Sijia looked at Sheng Wan, who was worried, and ran up to her and put her hands on her shoulders. My dear sister, instead of worrying about this, why don't you think about whether we should go out to find supplies today? Although Yen Luo and his companions left a lot of supplies for them when they left, Sheng Wan was always prepared for a rainy day. Every few days, she and Shu Tianqi would take turns leading people out to look for supplies. The place where they are looking for supplies has now shifted from high-rise buildings to underwater. The supplies upstairs have been looted, leaving only a large amount of supplies buried under the water, which tests everyone's abilities even more. Sheng Wan smiled and said, I won't go out today. Let's go tomorrow. I'll lead the team tomorrow. Okay, I'll go tell everyone. Lin Sijia ran out quickly, but within 5 seconds, she ran back in a hurry. Sheng Wan heard the footsteps and asked in confusion, Why are you back so soon? Lin Sijia shouted in surprise, Sister Luo is back. The plastic basin in Sheng Wan's hand fell to the ground with a bang. Sister Luo is back? She turned around and rushed out of 1803, and sure enough, she saw Yen Luo in the corridor. Yen Luo was talking to Shu Tianqiu. Sheng Wan rushed over and hugged Yen Luo's arm. Sister Luo, you are biased. The first thing you did when you came back was not me. Yen Luo pried her hands apart. All right, go and tell everyone to clean up, okay? Yen Luo came back by flying a sword. Although he could fly a sword when he reached the 8th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, the distance could not be too long. After reaching the true martial realm, as long as he had enough spiritual power and his body was not tired, he could fly for a long time. It only took her 2 days to fly from Lianhua Peak to Huayuan Community. You need to take a boat to return to Lotus Peak. It would take at least 20 days for a boat with 50 people to reach Lotus Peak. Without delay, everyone packed up their things and got on board. Yen Luo took a look around 1801 and didn't expect that he would have to leave the house he had worked so hard to renovate after only living in it for a few months. Before leaving, she took down everything in the house and threw it into the space. When she arrives at Lotus Peak, she will redecorate these things in her new house. Sheng Wan and the others now have storage bags and have taken away a lot of furniture, not only from this building but also from other buildings. They also took many high-end sofas and solid wood furniture when they went out to look for supplies. Now everyone is sitting on the big ship and actually moving, and they all feel a little emotional. Sister Luo, do you think we will come back in the future? Some people looked at the Huayuan community, which was gradually disappearing into the distance with reluctance. Xu Tianxu said, if you want to go back, go back. We won't go back anyway. Maybe even if you come back, you won't be able to find the place. As he finished speaking, a small high-rise building with only 2 floors exposed in the distance suddenly shook, and everyone who heard the noise looked over. The small building shook a few times, then collapsed and slowly sank to the bottom of the water. Huge ripples appeared on the spot, and there was dust in the air. Everyone opened their mouths in shock. Wang Yuning stammered, fallen? Xu Tianxu said, it has been soaked in water for so long. The foundation is not stable. It is only a matter of time before it collapses. Therefore, even if they return to Huayuan community in the future, they may not be able to find it. It may have become an antique underwater. Fortunately, I had the foresight to move all the things away. Now Huayuan is just an empty shell, so let's just collapse it. Yen Luo silently scanned the cultivation levels of everyone. Sheng Wan was at the 5th level of the spirit gathering realm, Xu Tianxu, Bai Qingze, and a dozen others were at the 4th level of the spirit gathering realm. There were 5 or 6 new cultivators who had just entered the 1st level of the spirit gathering realm, 5 ordinary people with no cultivation, and the rest were at the 3rd level of the spirit gathering realm. Yen Luo looked at Bai Qingze with particular attention. He was indeed a man with a single spiritual root like her, the best aptitude in the world of cultivation, and his cultivation level increased rapidly. Bai Yu sacrificed herself to save herself. Yen Luo always felt guilty. Since her rebirth, she has no other disciples except Yen Feng, her personal disciple. Yen Luo made a decision in her heart that she would accept Bai Qingze as her disciple. At night, in the deserted waters, the ship encountered a group of ghosts again. Different from the previous batch, Sheng Wan was bold and curious. She chased these ghosts to study them and even drove them into autism. Seeing that everyone was in a good mood and not afraid, Yen Luo released Bai Yu's soul as well. As soon as Bai Qingze saw Bai Yu's soul, tears immediately welled up in his eyes. Sheng Wan and the others were also shocked and surrounded Bai Yu in disbelief. Bai Yu is different from other ghosts. She can communicate with monks through spiritual consciousness. So, she chatted with the people from Fuguang Palace all night. In the early morning, Bai Yu's soul couldn't bear it anymore, so Yen Luo quickly took her back. Bai Qingze asked worriedly, Sister Luo, can my sister still turn into a human? Yen Luo shook his head. I don't know about that either. I'm trying to figure it out. The world of ghosts has become Yen Luo's blind spot in knowledge. Bai Qingze wrinkled his face and said, seriously, Sister Luo, my sister said that you and Sister Sheng are both good people and have done her a favor. She asked me to listen to you in the future. Yen Luo looked at him. What do you think? I listened to my sister. Although Bai Qingze is only 15 years old, he has experienced separation from his parents, hunger and cold, insults and beatings, so his character is very tough. He knew clearly that whether it was his sister, him, or everyone here, they all lived under Yen Luo's protection. Yen Luo Ken taking care of them is already a great favor. Yen Luo patted his head. Do you want to be my disciple? Bai Qingze's eyes lit up. He knew that although the people here were all disciples of Fuguang Palace, none of them were Yen Luo's disciples. It seems that Yen Luo doesn't have any direct disciples. Bai Qingze blurted out hastily, I want to. Sister Luo, can I? Yen Luo nodded and said with a smile, okay. My first apprentice is Xiao Feng, and you will be his second apprentice from now on. Everyone is envious of Bai Qing's apprenticeship, Tian Luo. Originally, everyone was not so jealous, but Bai Qingze was still a teenager after all, so he ran to every acquaintance and said, "Little Sijia, I am the Palace Master's junior apprentice now. Sister Sheng, I am Sister Luo's apprentice now. Brother Shu, hee, this is the last time I call you that. From now on, you have to call me Junior Master Uncle." In view of his intense display, everyone unanimously decided to throw him into the water and wash him. Then, with a plop, he was thrown off the ship by Shu Tianxiu. Bai Qingze doggy paddled in the water to chase the boat. I was wrong, I will never show off again, everyone let me go up." Shu Tianxiu stood at the stern, one foot on the railing, and said with a smile, "No, there's no sincerity." Bai Qingze paddled a few more times, and seeing that he was getting farther and farther away from the boat, he hurriedly said, "I will wash the dishes on the road in the future. I will wash the dishes." Everyone was just teasing him, and when they saw that he had behaved himself, Shu Tianxiu stretched out a stick and pulled him up. Yan Luo did not join in their play, but when they were almost reaching Jiangnan, he asked Sheng Luan to change direction and go around from the east. This detour would take 10 more days. Yan Luo thought that this was better than meeting people from Tianma Temple. If we go around from the west, there are many mountains and hills in the west, and there are more uncertainties. It is better to take the water route. The east is a plain area with few mountains, but it was very prosperous before the natural disaster, so there are many tall buildings. Along the way, they saw residential areas that were 40 or 50 stories high and office buildings that were 70 or 80 stories high. Because of its prosperity, there is a large population here, and there's almost a gang every few neighborhoods. What bothered Yan Luo the most was that every time they arrived at a gathering area, they would be treated as fat sheep, which seriously affected their itinerary. Sheng Luan said cheerfully, "What's the big deal? We beat up so many bad guys, and we are also doing justice for the people. They killed the bad guys in the gangs and distributed all the supplies to the suffering people at the bottom. Although it is tiring, it is very satisfying." Seeing that everyone was in a good mood, Yan Luo didn't say anything. There are few mountains in the east, and when a big mountain suddenly appeared in sight, everyone became excited. Yan Luo felt reluctant when he thought about the 2 times he had gone into the mountains, but nothing good had happened. Shu Tianxiu looked through the map carefully and suddenly said, "So this is Wuqing Mountain." Sheng Luan looked puzzled. "Where is Wuqing Mountain?" "It sounds familiar," Shu Tianxiu said. "You forgot. Isn't Taoist Li Wei a disciple of the Qingshan sect of Wuqing Mountain? Oh, now I remember. We're at an acquaintance's place. They teamed up together in the secret realm and got along fairly well. Therefore, Fuguang Palace has no hostility towards Qingshan sect, but instead has a sense of intimacy. Sister Luo, since we are at the Qingshan sect's territory, I think it's safe on the mountain. How about we go up and take a rest?" They had been on the boat for 20 days. Although the food on the boat was good, they could not stand the shaking all day long. "Yes, Sister Luo, let's go down and have some fun.
We are all bored to death."
Seeing that everyone wanted to go down, Yan Luo said, "Just go, don't run around." Okay. Although Wuqing Mountain is blessed with beautiful scenery and abundant spiritual energy, its altitude is not high, only about 800 meters. There are no big mountains in the eastern region, so Wuqing Mountain stands out from the crowd. This also made Qingshan sect a tourist destination in the east and a comfortable summer resort before the natural disaster. Near the foot of the mountain, you can see various classical buildings built on the hillside from afar. This used to be a place where wealthy people went to escape the summer heat, but the construction quality of the tourist buildings on the mountain was average, and they were washed away by the flood before the heavy rain ended. All we see now are broken walls and ruins. Yan Luo packed up the boat and followed everyone up the mountain. The mountain road was well built, and there were no weeds on the steps. I had just taken a few steps when I was stopped by the person on duty above. "Stop, who are you doing? What are you doing in Qingshan sect's territory?" Yan Luo said, "We are just passing by and would like to rest for a night on the mountain. I wonder if Qingshan sect can accommodate us." If a group of ordinary people came, the disciples on duty could make their own decision to let them go up the mountain. However, Yanluo and his people obviously have some skills, and there are many of them. Such a team might bring disadvantages to Qingshan sect. So the disciples on duty were very cautious. You wait here, don't wander around. I'll go ask the headmaster. The young disciple ran away quickly. On the mountain, a group of inner disciples of Qingshan sect, wearing blue Taoist robes, were practicing sword in front of the hall. The young disciple ran in a hurry, but was stopped by Li Ruo. What are you doing in such a hurry? The young disciple immediately said, There are so many powerful monks coming down from the mountain, I can't stop them. Li Ruo raised his eyebrows. Is anyone visiting the mountain? Okay, don't worry about this. I'll go find my senior brother. Li Ruo also ran away in a panic, and the little disciple scratched his head on the spot. Senior brother Li Ruo is panicking. In the secluded courtyard, centuries-old trees block out most of the sunlight, and dappled sunlight shines on the ground. A slender figure stood under the tree, closing his eyes in deep thought. When Li Ruo rushed in, his footsteps were too fast and kicked up a bunch of fallen leaves. Dust flew up, causing the man in front of him to frown. Why are you running so fast? Is the wolf chasing you? Li Ruo hurriedly said, Big brother, something bad has happened. Someone is attacking the mountain. Are you sure? The Qingshan sect is very famous in this area. The people living at the foot of the mountain have no time to ask for protection, so who would attack the mountain? Yes, the disciples on duty at the foot of the mountain said they can't stop it anymore. Big brother, please go down and take a look. Li Wei fronat. Okay. Li Wei walked in front, and Li Ruo took the opportunity to call a group of disciples. When they heard that someone was attacking the mountain, they all picked up their weapons and ran down the mountain aggressively. At the foot of the mountain, Yanluo waited for a while and then heard footsteps coming from the mountain. There were more than 100 people sounding the footsteps. Yanluo wondered it was just a one-night stand. There was no need for so many people to come. Soon, a group of people in blue clothes appeared in everyone's sight, each holding a sword. Shu Tianxu was frightened by this scene, shrank his neck, and complained, No way, Sister Luo. They seem to be throwing us off the mountain. But the people in blue clothes suddenly stopped. Li Wei looked down in disbelief. A woman in a white dress was standing on the steps. Her long hair was blown by the breeze, and the sparkling water behind her reflected her face. Like a dream. That is Yanluo? His surprise soon turned into joy, like someone who had eaten bitter melons suddenly eating a sweet candy. In an instant, the refreshing sweet fragrance enveloped my entire heart.
What's going on?
The disciples of Qingshan sect, holding swords, knives, and sticks, looked at each other. What about attacking the mountain?
Where?
Everyone looked at Li Ruo. Yanluo stared at Li Wei with a half-smile. Daoyu Li Wei, even though we haven't seen each other for a long time, you don't have to make such a big scene to welcome me. Li Wei's ears suddenly turned red with embarrassment, and she turned her head and glanced at Li Ruo leisurely. It's over, it's over. Li Ruo cried out in pain in his heart. He felt the sword in his hand was so hot that he threw it to the ground. Haha, we are having a weighted running competition. What a coincidence, fellow Taoist Yen, do you want to run with us?
Haha.
Everyone, look who believes that the disciples of Qingshan sect have always respected their elders. When they saw Li Ruo throwing away the sword and the eldest brother's mouth corners almost curled up to the sky, what else is there to not understand? Hula la, everyone threw down their weapons. Sitting on the ground, he shouted, Aw, I'm tired from running. I need to rest. Everyone in Fuguang Palace was stunned. No way, the people of Qingshan sect are so dramatic. Yanluo understood that this was just a misunderstanding. She smiled slightly. Li Wei, we are passing by here. Can we borrow your place to rest for a while? Before Li Wei could answer, Shu Tianxu added with a smile, We came here on purpose. It's been a long time since we last met. Looking at the map, this is Wuqing Mountain, so we stopped the boat to come and visit you. The last time we went to the secret realm together, there were a total of 20 people in Wuqing Mountain, and everyone knew each other. When they heard Shu Tianxu say this, several Taoist priests who were familiar with him immediately started to make a fuss. Well, we're looking forward to it too. Come on, let's have some competition. A few people came down the stairs and wanted to hug Shu Tianxu's shoulders. Shu Tianxiu showed a bitter face. No way. You guys are really crazy about cultivation when you just met and want to spar with each other. He was dragged up the mountain by several Taoists. Li Wei also came down the steps to greet them. He asked Yan Luo, you guys, did you really come here on purpose? Yan Luo was stunned for a moment. Shu Tianxiu is a smooth-talking guy who only knows how to say nice things. She said, we were definitely passing through. Li Wei asked, are you going to Lotus Peak? But you won't pass by here when you go to Lotus Peak. Yan Luo sighed. That shortcut is a bit troublesome, so we have to take a detour. Hearing this, Li Wei felt a little disappointed. It turns out I was just passing by. He knew Yan Luo and knew that she would not lie. Master Li Wei, can we go upstairs and take a rest?
Sheng Wan asked.
It's not a good idea to stand on the stairs all the time. Li Wei came back to his senses and smiled. Of course, we welcome you. As he spoke, he asked a disciple to arrange a small courtyard for everyone to stay. Everyone followed Li Wei up the mountain. At the back of the team, Li Rua angrily kicked the young disciple who had delivered the message. Next time, please convey your message clearly. The young disciple looked aggrieved. He was about to say it, but you didn't let him. There were originally many villas on Wuqing Mountain. After they were destroyed by mudslides, the Qingshan sect took the lead in renovating them in order to resettle the people. At this time, the place was full of people in distress. As Yan Luo walked along, he saw that these people lived in the mountains in an orderly manner. At least their lives are more stable than those who live in high-rise buildings. They either go hunting in the mountains in groups, or pick wild fruits and dig wild vegetables. At the very least, they can eat fresh tree bark. Living in the mountains, they will not starve to death. You, the Qingshan sect, are kind-hearted and willing to take these people in. They are pitiful too. Really? Wuqing Mountain is a gentle mountain, and after reaching the top, only the Qingshan sect is left. The Qingshan sect occupies a large area. After all, it was once a very popular Taoist temple. Before the natural disaster, it could earn a large amount of income every year, whether relying on pilgrims or the government. The Taoist temple is surrounded by vegetables, fruits, and grains, creating a bountiful harvest. Sheng Wan said with emotion, Taoist fellow Li Wei, this place is truly a feng shui treasure land. With so much food, the disciples of Qingshan sect don't have to worry about going hungry at all. Li Rua joked, how about you switch to our Qingshan sect? Sheng Wan immediately shook her head. No, you don't have any female disciples here. Besides, our sister Luo is also the best. She is Sister Luo's loyal follower and cannot say such things. There was no place to live at the foot of the mountain, so Li Wei led everyone into a Taoist temple. The environment inside the temple was better, and the originally vacant space was now planted with fruit trees. The leader of the Qingshan sect felt that although there were natural disasters everywhere and growing food was important, the environment inside the Taoist temple was not good either because it was too dirty, so as a compromise, he chose to plant fruit trees. During the flowering period, the fruit trees bloom in abundance, and during the fruit season, the whole yard is filled with fragrance, yet elegant. Yan Luo said, your place is really good, I'll learn from it. Li Wei also agreed, it's delicious and looks good. You can use this as a reference at Fuguang Palace. Well, I'll tell Yan Feng later. Yan Luo and the others walked around the main hall and went to a small courtyard at the back. Although it is called a small courtyard, it actually has quite a few rooms, and many people can fit in if they squeeze together. Yan Luo said gratefully, thank you for your trouble. Li smiled and said, what's the big deal? Maybe I'll pass by your Lotus Peak again in the future. You should take me in then. Of course. But our Lotus Peak is surrounded by mountains. It's not easy to pass by. Unless you just want to go to Fuguang Palace, no one would climb over several mountains to get in. Li Wei glanced at the sky and said, the meat you grilled at Qingliang Mountain last time was really delicious. Can you grill it again? Yan Luo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Li Wei, who looked gentle and refined, was actually a foodie. She waved her hand and said, that's great. I was wondering how to thank you, so I'll treat you to some meat. When Sheng Wan and the others heard that they would have a barbecue soon, they became excited. When they lived in Huayuan community, They cooked porridge and noodles every day. On the boat, they also ate dry food and porridge every day. Their mouths were so dry that they almost tasted hungry. Thanks to Taoist fellow Li Wei, we have meat to eat today. We must eat more later. Sheng Wan happily lit the stove with his companions. Yen Luo was generous this time and got a whole marinated lamb. As soon as the lamb was hung on the iron rack, everyone was drooling with greed before it was even roasted. Li Ruo thought the eldest brother is just awkward. If he wants to talk to Yen Luo, he should just say it directly. He even asked him to give him barbecue. But hey, he can also benefit from it. As they started to grill the meat, Xu Tianqiu came back with a swollen face. He complained as he walked, "Brother Li Wei, your fellow apprentices are too rude. They really fight." Phew. Yen Luo and Sheng Wan couldn't help laughing. Yen Luo personally cut a piece of the tenderest meat from the roasted whole lamb and gave it to Li Wei.
Thanks.
Yen Luo also cut a piece for himself. She said, "Whether this barbecue is delicious or not depends on the seasoning. Since you like barbecue, I'll give you some seasoning." She pulled out cumin powder, chili powder, pepper, barbecue sauce, and hot garlic sauce from the space. After thinking about it, she took out various seasonings, including delicious soy sauce, fragrant rice vinegar, sesame oil, peanut oil, sesame paste, etc. 1 bottle of each. She pointed at the Wei Ji Xian soy sauce and said, "I'll give you 2 bottles of this. It tastes better than ordinary soy sauce for cooking." Li Ruo couldn't help but complain in her heart as she watched her put a bunch of bottles and jars in front of her like a magic trick. Wow. You really treat your senior brother as a foodie. He looked at Li Wei again, and sure enough, Li Wei's face was tense, with no expression visible on his handsome face. Li Ruo suddenly felt a little gloating. "Why are you laughing?" Sheng Wan poked his elbow. Li Ruo glanced at Sheng Wan with disdain. "You Fuguang Palace people, I'm afraid you are all stupid." Sheng Wan. The long, beautiful legs kicked out. The kick was steady, accurate, and ruthless. Li Ruo was caught off guard and hit the calf, causing him to half kneel on the ground with a thud. "No, sis, why did you hit me?" Yen Luo and Li Wei also looked over. Sheng Wan gritted her teeth and said, "Let's exchange ideas." Li Ruo's cultivation level was naturally several levels higher than Sheng Wan's, but Sheng Wan had been in the army for many years and had learned the art of killing. If Li was not on guard, he would be kicked by Sheng Wan. He curled his lips and ran to Xu Tianqiu. "You're with several tigresses all day long. Aren't you tired?" Xu Tianqiu glanced at him, then pinched his nose and suddenly shouted, "Sister Luo, Sister Sheng Scarlet, he said you are all tigresses." Brush, brush, brush. Several eyes fell on him at the same time.
Li Ru.
Did I whoosh in a blink of an eye, Li Ruo disappeared without a trace. Xu Tianqiu picked up the meat in Li Ruo's bowl with chopsticks with satisfaction and said, "You little brat, you want to fight with me?" Yen Luo felt that because she watched these young people fighting every day, her mentality had also become younger. Li Wei saw that she was in a good mood, so he said, "Shall I take you around Witching Mountain?" Yen Luo said, "Sure, but you should put these seasonings away first." Li Wei glanced at the seasoning bottles all over the floor, and then he put them into his storage ring. Coming out of the courtyard and walking along the bluestone path, there are peach trees on both sides. The fragrance of peaches makes this area of the Taoist temple sweet. "Do you want to eat?" Li Wei picked a pink and tender peach from the tree. He used his spiritual power to condense water, wash the peach, and handed it to Yen Luo. Yen Luo took it and took a bite, praising, "The peaches from Qingshan sect are indeed full of spiritual energy. Although not as good as the peaches in her space, they are better than those sold in the supermarket before the disaster." Li Wei said, "If you like it, I'll pick more." Yen Luo thought that there were 50 people in Fuguang Palace, so it would be okay to pick more and share them with everyone. "But this fruit is very precious. Is it enough for you to eat?" Li smiled and pointed forward. "Look, there are more than a dozen peach trees here. Maybe we don't have enough to eat yet, then help me pick 50. After hearing her numbers, Li Wei understood what she meant. He and Yen Luo divided the work. Yen Luo picked 20, while Li Wei picked 80. "You can keep the extra for yourself." Yen Luo actually wanted to say that she had it herself, but since it was a kind gift from someone else, she accepted it. Walking out of this path, you will reach Li Wei's residence. I live here. We are very close. You can come to me if you have any problems. Yen Luo looked around Li Wei's yard. Because he lived alone, the yard was not big, with only 3 blue-tiled houses, but there was a towering ancient tree in the yard. There is nothing else besides this, as simple as he is. After walking forward for another 10 minutes, we arrived at the back door of Qingshan sect. There's something outside. I'll take you to see it. What's out there? You'll find out when you get out. Yen Luo was curious and followed him out the door. There were more than a dozen disciples guarding the back door, and they all greeted Li Wei when they saw him. Yen Luo was still wondering why there were so many people at the back door, but when he got outside, he instantly understood. I saw many fruit trees planted on the land in front of me, including huge pomelo trees, short orange trees, and bayberry trees with densely hung red fruits. Yen Luo was shocked. These fruits, which grow in different places and ripen in different seasons, all grow in one place. And they all bore fruit together. It's just that some are ripe, and some are not yet ripe. What puzzled her most at this moment was why these trees appeared here at the same time. She was reborn and knew there would be natural disasters, so she planted vegetables and fruits in advance with the blessing of the god-level space. What about the Qingshan sect? Li Wei saw Yen Luo standing there staring at the fruit trees in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. He thought Yen Luo was surprised by these fruits. After all, in the natural disaster, these things would have disappeared long ago. He explained, there is a spiritual formation here that can maintain the growth of plants, so they can bloom and bear fruit regardless of the season. Pick the fruits and pick the fruits, endlessly. Yen Luo exclaimed, you Qingshan sect are really foresight, planting so many kinds of fruits on the same mountain at the same time. Li Wei said, when the heavy rain just started, Master made a divination and said that the rain would last for a long time, and the spiritual energy around was surging, which was a bit abnormal. To prevent any accidents, my fellow apprentices went down the mountain to look for a lot of things, including these saplings. Yen Luo praised, the headmaster is truly an extraordinary person.
Li Wei nudda.
Master is very talented in fortune-telling. He would occasionally tell fortunes for people before natural disasters, and they were always accurate. Now he is concentrating on cultivation. Therefore, all matters big or small in the Qingshan sect are decided by him as the eldest disciple. When the eldest disciple is busy, the second disciple has the final say, and so on. It's ridiculous. Li Wei took her into the orchard. Look and pick whatever you like. There are formations around this orchard, and ordinary people and monsters cannot enter. Yen Luo raised his head and looked around in amazement. In Li Wei's eyes, she thought she was too greedy and didn't know where to start. Yen Luo soon arrived in front of a tangerine tree. I don't want your fruit. Can you give me a branch? This is a tangerine. Yen Luo's eyes sparkled. She can eat a whole plate of these sweet little oranges in one go while watching a TV series. Li Wei raised his eyebrows. Do you want to take it back to plant? Yen Luo got a branch of mandarin oranges and asked for a lush branch of bayberry. With these, she was satisfied and felt that her trip to Wuqing Mountain was not in vain. Li Wei picked the ripe ones and gave her a lot of each. She smiled with her eyebrows curved, and Li Wei's mood also improved a lot. Would you like to go there and take a look? Li Wei pointed to a mountain peak not far away. I couldn't see anything in the dark, but I could see that the altitude there was higher. Yen Luo asked, what place is that?
Li Wei raplia, Moonlit Cliff.
Ingwe Cliff was once a popular tourist attraction in Wuqing Mountain, and many tourists came here specifically to check in. Yen Luo said, then I'll go and enjoy it. Although it looks close and you don't have to climb a mountain, it still takes a kilometer to walk. The two of them flew over on their swords. Li Wei looked at Yen Luo in surprise. She didn't expect that Yen Luo had also broken through the Jinwu realm. When they first met, Yen Luo's cultivation was several levels lower than his, but now he has caught up so quickly. Yen Luo was equally surprised. She had fought fiercely with the people from Tianma Temple and was seriously injured by the old monk. She was able to stand up again after being defeated and luckily broke through to the Jinwu realm. But Li Wei advanced to the Jinwu realm on his own. The two of them suppressed their emotions at the same time and landed on Inui Cliff. Inui Cliff is a sharp peak, protruding more than 20 meters from the base of Wuqing Mountain, steep and towering. There was a staircase on one side, but it had been washed out by heavy rain and could not be climbed. Below the Inui Cliff is a pool of clear water. The bright moon in the sky is reflected on the water, like a jade plate in the water. The lake water was calm and peaceful, and the bright moon and clouds looked like a freshly made ink painting. Yen Luo was amazed. No wonder it used to be a tourist check-in spot. This pool is really magical. A normal water source, let alone a large pool of water like this, even a small ditch will cause ripples. Li Wei said, "Yes, it was said on the internet before that this is an unsolved mystery of science." Yen Luo couldn't help but smile. Netizens also say that the end of science is metaphysics. Maybe there is some treasure under your Wuqing Mountain. Li smiled slightly. "I do hope there is a treasure, but I hope it won't be a shock." The two sat down on the stone bench on top of Inui Cliff. Yen Luo's expression suddenly became serious, and he said, "Li Wei, there is something I've thought about, and I want to tell you." Li Wei saw her expression suddenly become serious, and his heart tightened inexplicably. He rolled his throat and said, "You say." Yen Luo looked into the distance, and there was no emotion in his voice. "The reason we took a detour was because we encountered trouble in Tianma Temple." She told Li Wei everything that happened when she first passed through Tianma Temple. Li Wei's breathing gradually became heavier. "You said they controlled the monsters?" "Yes, and the old monk who appeared at the end must have reached the peak of the Jinwu realm. When a cultivator reaches the Jinwu realm, it is a qualitative change from quantitative change to qualitative change. Only when he reaches the Jinwu realm can he be said to have truly stepped into the world of immortal cultivation. The advancement of cultivation after the Jinwu realm is divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. After reaching the peak stage, one is only one opportunity away from the Yaoguang realm. A cultivator in the Jinwu realm can live for 200 years as long as he does not die accidentally during the journey. Peak of the true martial realm. Li Wei repeated these words softly, then looked at Yen Luo. How did she escape when her cultivation level was so low? She must have been seriously injured. Yen Luo thought he was surprised. After all, it had only been less than a year since the spiritual energy was revived. If she practiced normally, it would be impossible for her to advance so quickly. She said, "This evil skill is indeed terrifying. In a short period of time, it can be accumulated by using the flesh and blood of others. However, I am most curious about how they control the giant turtle." Li frowned slightly. "I heard from Master that their Tianma temple is best at the art of reading people's hearts. Maybe it can be used on animals as well." Yen Luo told Li Wei this matter in the hope that through him the entire Qingshan sect would know about the affairs of the Tianma temple. One is to prevent them from being harmed without knowing it, and the other is that all decent people in the world have the obligation to eliminate evil and correct wrongs. It is not an obligation, but if the evil faction develops, everyone will be implicated, so everyone should stick together for warmth. So what do we do now? Wait and see what happens first? Okay. Fuguang Palace is still very weak now, and the top priority is to grow up first. Yen Luo sighed. "I wish I had the ability to confuse people." Li Wei couldn't help but laugh. "Maybe in the future, haha." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them suddenly felt a huge suction force coming from below. Yen Luo didn't have time to react, and her whole body flew up from the stone bench. It seemed like something was dragging her from below with such great force that she couldn't break free. The same is true for Li Wei. The two of them were like two weeds blown by the wind. In mid-air, Li Wei controlled his body and moved 2 centimeters closer to Yen Luo. It was with these 2 centimeters that he successfully grabbed Yen Luo's wrist. Yen Luo looked at him in the air and saw the anxiety in his eyes. So she turned around and grabbed Li Wei's wrist. As soon as they caught it, they were above the pool of water, and then fell into the water with a splash. A 200-pound object entered the water without making any splash, which is even more amazing than that of a diving athlete. In the Sanqing Palace, the leader of Qingshan sect, Song Yunzi, opened his eyes. The spoon on the ground in front of him suddenly stopped spinning and suddenly emitted a golden light. A hint of joy suddenly appeared on his wrinkled face. It's out. It's finally out. It's where indeed. Under the pool of water, Yen Luo and Li Wei held each other's wrists tightly to prevent themselves from being washed away underwater. They sank quickly to the bottom of the water, and the huge force forced them to sink. When it was almost reaching the bottom, Yen Luo saw tiny water plants growing below. These water plants emit a bright glow, like underwater streetlights, illuminating the dark bottom of the water. In front of the two of them, a huge bubble suddenly appeared. The strength in their bodies disappeared immediately afterwards. Yen Luo let go of Li Wei's wrist in surprise and wanted to touch the transparent bubble. The warmth of the tentacles disappeared, and Li Wei felt a little lost. But he was soon attracted by the bubbles. The bubbles seemed to have eyes. When they sensed the two people approaching, they suddenly came close to them. Yen Luo and Li Wei looked at each other and planned to get out of the bubble at the same time. But the bubbles reacted faster, and it began to shake violently. Yen Luo only felt that the scenery in front of her eyes was changing rapidly. After a burst of mosaic, she felt the ground touching her feet. Where is this? It can't be the Dragon Palace. Yen Luo looked around and said. Li Wei said, "You're still in the mood to joke." "It seems you're not afraid," Yen Luo sighed. What was there to be afraid of? It was obvious that they had entered a cave from ancient times. Maybe you can pick up some treasure. But look at the surroundings. The walls are iron and steel, and they are slippery. Not even a gecko can crawl in. The cave is not big, only about 100 square meters, and there is no door, so it seems like a closed space. Yen Luo walked along the wall and found no clues. We can't really get out, right? Li Wei watched Yen Luo searching around the room, and deep down he felt a little excited. In this place, there are only Yen Luo and himself, no outsiders. Seeing that he didn't answer, Yen Luo turned around and looked at him. Why aren't you talking? Are you trying to figure it out? Li Wei spread his hands. I really have no solution. There is neither formation nor mechanism here. Yen Luo raised his eyebrows. You can't just let us in here to be corpses, right? Maybe Yen Luo. She came over to face Li Wei and waved her hand in front of his face. Why are you so negative? This is not like your character. Li Wei said. I'm just stating a fact. Okay? Yen Luo walked around the room for more than 10 times and finally sat on the ground tired. Li Wei suppressed her smile and took out an ugly orange from her storage ring and handed it to Yen Luo. Yen Luo saw the big ugly orange and couldn't help asking, Did you grow these yourself? Yes, I see that you like sugar oranges, so you should also like ugly oranges. They are both oranges. Yen Luo took the ugly orange and peeled it slowly. Although the ugly orange and the sugar orange are both oranges, they are different. The sugar orange is pure and sweet, while the ugly orange is a bit sour. Why am I telling you this?
Who among you men would know such a small thing?
She peeled the orange and handed half to Li Wei. Li Wei took a bite and said, It doesn't taste sour. It's quite sweet. When I turned around, I saw Yen Luosuan's pretty face wrinkled like a flower. Yen Luo said, It's okay. She ate the rest of the orange and said, Go out and give me a branch. Yen Luo was wearing a watch on his hand. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. The two of them could not find a way to go out, so they could only rest here temporarily. Yen Luo brought a tent with him, while Li Wei slept on the floor under the opposite wall. Because of concerns about the mysteriousness of this room, Yen Luo did not enter the space. She sank her mind into space and saw Yen Bao chewing bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest. Aunt Chun was sorting supplies. So many supplies were blown into a mess by the strong wind, making it difficult for Aunt Chun to sort them out. Bai Yu followed Aunt Chun and chatted with her, floating with every step. Yen Luo was stunned when he saw Bai Yu's soul floating behind Aunt Chun. Have these two become good friends regardless of age difference? Annie Chun, help me plant the branches that were brought in during the day in the orchard. Her voice appeared in the air above the space, and Aunt Chun, who was working, immediately wiped her hands and said, Okay, let's go plant now. The environment in this space is unique. Anything with a little vitality can survive, so even if they don't know how to plant it, the fruit tree can survive. When Yen Bao heard Yen Luo's voice, he ran out of the bamboo forest, squatted on the ground, and howled twice toward the sky. Yen Luo's voice was filled with laughter. Xiao Yen Bao, I'll come in and play with you in a few days. You have to be good, okay? When he heard that Yen Luo was not coming in, little Yen Bao turned his head away and started to sulk. Its two front paws were crossed in front of its chest, and it was hugging its chest, with its white belly bulging. In the tent, Yen Luo's mouth curled up into a smile unconsciously. She felt that every time she was in front of Yen Bao, she would feel a little strange, as if there was a kind of the glory of motherhood. Yen Luo simply fell asleep and slept from 12 o'clock in the evening to 7 o'clock in the morning. Li Wei was in her own territory, so she didn't bring any food with her. Yen Luo brought more food. She contributed 2 croissants, 2 vacuum-roasted duck legs, 2 spiced braised eggs, 2 corn sausages, and 2 bottles of mineral water. 1 portion per person. Yen Luo said while eating, "We have to think of a solution today. If we stay trapped here, the people outside will get anxious."
Li Wei nudda.
Not only were the people outside anxious, but it was also a problem for the 2 of them inside to go to the toilet. Although monks can disperse the waste in their bodies and excrete it through sweating and other channels, there will still be debris after a long time. When the time comes, a man and a woman. Li Wei felt embarrassed when he thought of this. The 2 quickly finished their meal and began to look for differences in the room. The smooth walls are bronze in color and can reflect people's shadows, looking like some kind of metal material. The 2 of them wandered around in circles for a whole day, but still couldn't find a way out. Now, both of them were in a bad mood. Could it be that this room can only be entered but not exited? They were locked up like this for 3 days. After 3 days, a disc suddenly dropped from the ceiling. The disc was tied with 2 ropes and suspended in mid-air. Oh my God, I'm so scared. Yen Luo took 2 steps back suddenly. It was a close call, it almost hit her head. Little girl, did I scare you?
Who's talking?
After Yen Luo and Li Wei looked at each other, they quickly retreated together and took out their weapons with their backs to each other. At the same time, stare at the disc. There is a blue stone on the disc, and the stone emits a hazy light. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. After these words were spoken, Yen Luo and the other man took a step back. What a joke. A stone suddenly speaks and says it is not a bad person. Who would believe it? Well, a sigh came from the stone. I am the 19th generation descendant of the Qingshan sect. I died in the ancient war. In order to preserve the incense of my ancestors, I have left the inheritance in the secret place of our sect. Yen Luo was shocked. It turns out that the Qingshan school existed in ancient times? No wonder the Qingshan sect is so powerful. It has been passed down for thousands of years and still retains a little bit of popularity. Little guy, you are a disciple of Qingshan sect, right? I see from your aura that although the skills you practice are not pure, you have outstanding talent. I have chosen you to pass on my skills and magic weapons to you. Li Wei frowned and said cautiously, how do I know whether what you said is true or not? Don't believe it? The blue light on the stone trembled. How dare they slander in front of the ancestors? Are young people nowadays so disrespectful to their teachers? Come here. Yen Luo immediately retreated to the wall vigilantly. Little girl, although you are not a disciple of my Qingshan sect, since you are here, it means that you are destined to be with me. I can fulfill one of your wishes. Yen Luo squeezed the sword in his hand. Any wish is acceptable? It's too much. Yen Luo appeared on Inua Cliff in a daze. She glanced down at the pool of water below. It is daytime now, and the scenery around the pool is clearly visible. The silver-black water surface was still calm, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds in the sky. When she looked at the water again, she felt a little anxious. Just now, she was just joking, but she didn't expect that the stone took it seriously and left a blue mark on her forehead. The mark is not big, light blue in color, shaped like a pointed leaf, very small, like the mole that some people have between their eyebrows. However, the mark on her forehead, which was as blue as a glacier, made her look even colder and more aloof. When the blue light flew over, she had no way to avoid it. Fortunately, the man did not harm her. After the mark was left, she felt a sense of comfort all over her body. He said, "It can save your life. I have granted your wish.
You can go now."
After saying that, Yenluo was thrown out by a huge force. She stood on the Ingwe cliff and touched her forehead. She didn't know if the stone was right. Was it really that magical? Yenluo took a deep breath and flew towards the Taoist temple on her sword. As soon as she arrived at the gate of the Taoist temple, she was caught by a young disciple and called to Song Yunzi. Li Wei said that Song Yunzi was a person who loved cultivation very much and didn't care much about the affairs of Qingshan sect. Yenluo also wanted to meet this wonderful person. Song Yunzi was in his own yard. His yard was even cleaner than Li Wei's residence, and there was no tree at all. "Senior, please go in by yourself." The young disciple brought her here and left. Yenluo entered the courtyard alone and then entered Song Yunzi's living room. Song Yunzi was sitting upright on a cushion placed on a sandalwood couch. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, but his hair was somewhat gray. However, his features were filled with a clear and upright aura, a quality which came from years of practicing Taoism. "Senior, are you looking for me?" Yenluo took the initiative to ask. When Yenluo looked at Song Yunzi was also looking at her. He was very curious about Yenluo. He wanted to see what kind of woman could make his beloved disciple look at her differently. "Where hasn't come out yet?" he asked. Yenluo raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively, "Senior, do you know where we went?" Song Yunzi placed his hands on his knees and smiled in an unfathomable way. "You were on Mount Wuqing. Of course I know where you went." Yenluo was surprised for a moment. "Do you know that place?"
"No." "Why?"
Song Yunzi smiled slightly. "You want to ask why I know it, but Li Wei doesn't." Yenluo nodded. Li Wei was completely unaware and didn't seem like he was pretending. Song Yunzi said, "This is a secret of past leaders. When he becomes the leader in the future, he will know it naturally. But now, even if he is not the leader, he knows it. After all the turmoil in the relationship, this is still the Qingshan sect's own secret." Yenluo suddenly felt cold all over. Could it be that she was being silenced? Seeing her nervous expression, Song Yunzi guessed her thoughts immediately. He said gently, "Since the Grandmaster has promised you, we in the Qingshan sect will not harm you. You can get closer to Wei in the future." Yenluo breathed a sigh of relief and promised, "Don't worry, Senior. I won't tell anyone about that place." Song Yunzi nodded and said nothing more, and Yenluo tactfully withdrew. She really couldn't figure out what Song Yunzi meant, especially the last sentence, why she wanted to get closer to Li Wei. Just because of this secret place of Qingshan sect? Since she couldn't figure it out, she stopped thinking about it and quickly returned to her temporary residence in Fuguang Palace. The children in Fuguang Palace must have been worried to death these days. However, Yenluo did not expect that as soon as she came back, Xu Tianxiu and others looked at her with strange eyes. That look showed surprise, a smirk, or even a look of watching the fun. Yenluo just felt confused. What happened today? Why is everyone acting so weird? What are you looking at? No, nothing, Yenluo. This is not right, there must be something wrong. She grabbed Xingwan and asked directly, "Didn't you worry about me during the days I was away?" Xingwan coughed awkwardly twice, then said with a smile, "Sister Luo, we are all grown-ups now, it's normal." "Normal?" Yenluo frowned fiercely. "This is not right, this is definitely not right." She ran to the cabin and found Lin Sijia. "Scarlet, why is everyone acting so weird?" Lin Sijia said, "Early in the morning of the second day after you disappeared, Qingshan sect sent someone to say that you went out to play with their senior brother and would not be back for several days." Yenluo. She suddenly understood. As soon as they entered the secret place, Song Yunzi found out, so he sent someone to pass on the message, telling everyone in Fuguang Palace not to be nervous. I just don't know which link has gone wrong. Everyone seems to have understood it too deeply. Yenluo suddenly felt overwhelmed. She said to Lin Sijia, "Let everyone pack up. We will leave soon."
"Okay."
Lin Sijia trotted out, and when she reached the door, she suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Sister Luo, I didn't misunderstand you. I will explain it clearly to everyone." Yen Luo smiled, feeling lucky to have someone who cared about him. Sheng Wan and the others didn't expect Yen Luo to leave so soon. They thought Yen Luo would stay with Li Wei for a few more days. Lin Sijia said, "Stop gossiping. Sister Luo is devoted to cultivating immortality and is not interested in men. What are you interested in, woman?" Pa. Lin Sijia put her hands on her hips angrily. "If you keep making up stories, be careful that Sister Luo will beat you up, hey? We were just joking, there was nothing much to pack, so everyone just rolled up the bedding on the bed and threw it into the storage bag." When Yen Luo was about to leave, Li Wei had not come out of the secret place yet, so she just said goodbye to Li Ruo. Li Ruo said, "Fellow Daoist Yen, why don't you wait for my senior brother to come out before you leave?" If the eldest senior brother came out and found that Yen Luo left without saying a word, he would probably be very disappointed. Yen Luo said, "I have been disturbing Qingshan sect for several days, so I won't bother you anymore. I have some grape seeds here. I see you haven't planted grapes, so I'll give them to you." As he spoke, Yen Luo handed him a small cloth bag. "There is also some tea in it that I gave to your senior brother. Remember to give it to him." When Li Ruo heard that Yen Luo had given a gift to the senior brother, he instantly felt relieved. With this thing, the senior brother should not blame him for his incompetence. "Okay, don't worry, Brother Yen." Yen Luo nodded, led the disciples of Fuguang Palace down the mountain, and boarded the boat. Lotus Peak is located southwest of Wuqing Mountain, only 5 days sailing away. Wow, this place is so nice. Everyone breathed in the fresh air in the mountains and sighed. This place is really what military strategists call a place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. With just these few trees, we can set up an ambush for an eternity. The most important thing is that we finally don't have to live in water anymore. At the entrance of the valley before entering the mountain, Yen Luo collected the crocodile family in the water into a space. They had been guarding the valley entrance diligently. After collecting them, Yen Luo buried a maze-shaped array on each side of the mountain. With these 2 array plates, outsiders who enter will enter a maze and can only exit. This time, Yen Luo did not fly directly to the main peak of Lotus Peak on his sword, but instead followed everyone to climb the mountain on foot. The small hill under their feet is more than 600 meters above sea level. It is not very steep and is one of the 5 side peaks of Lotus Peak. Xu Tianxiu observed the map of Lotus Peak and suddenly said, "Sister Luo, when our Fuguang Palace grows stronger in the future, we can make full use of these 5 side peaks." Yen Luo asked, "How to use it?" Xu Tianxiu pointed on the map. "The main peak is where the palace master and his disciples live, and the other 5 side peaks are respectively managed by the 5 elders. This can not only share the pressure of the main peak, but also play a role in protecting the main peak. Because of the steep terrain of the main peak of Lotus Peak, the habitable area is several times smaller than that of Qingshan sect. Their previous plan was to build small courtyards on all the flat land of the main peak. Now, after listening to Xu Tianxiu's analysis, it seems that it is indeed not very comfortable to live there, and it is a bit crowded." Yen Luo's eyes lit up and he agreed, "You're right, but we don't have enough people right now to take care of such a large area. Let's wait until more people come." "Okay, I'll listen to Sister Luo." The crowd climbed over the side peak and arrived at the valley between the side peak and the main peak. Due to the previous heavy rain, water accumulated in the valley, forming a river, and there were many monsters on both sides of the river. But due to Yen Luo's cultivation level, they didn't dare to show up. Lin Sijia walked among the crowd and said, "You can't go down the mountain alone from now on. It's a bit dangerous." Bai Qingze finally felt himself standing up straight. He said proudly, "What's the use of being so smart? You still can't defeat the monster." Lin Sijia glanced at him leisurely. This boy is 2 years older than her, but he is so childish. If it was before the natural disaster, he should have been in the 3rd grade of junior high school. "Childish ghost," Bai Qingze retorted. "You're the childish one, little sister." Lin Sijia decided to ignore him and ran to Sheng Wan. Sheng Wan glared at Bai Qingze. "Don't bully your sister." Bai Qingze snorted, obviously not taking it seriously. Everyone waded across the river. The water was more than 10 meters deep in the middle, and they needed to swim across. Yan Luo Yu Jian went to the other side of the river early and waited. The pressure from the masters on the river surface suddenly dissipated, and more than 50 people paddled across the river in batches. There were more than a dozen people in the first group, including the youngest Bai Qingze and Lin Sijia. Lin Sijia is young, and her body has not yet fully developed. Although she has been trained strictly, she is still the weakest in the team. However, she is very strict with herself. Even though Yan Luo said he could take her there, she still refused. When she swam to the middle of the river, Lin Sijia felt an itch in her toes, and she subconsciously turned around to glare at Bai Qingze behind her. Bai Qingze looked innocent. "What are you looking at?" "I'm counting your speed." Lin Sijia gritted her teeth, turned around, and continued swimming. But the itch on her toes suddenly intensified, and a piercing pain made her lose control. Bai Qingze, you're sick." She was in so much pain that she broke out in a cold sweat, and she raged around with her hands, almost choking on the water. Fortunately, Sheng Wan was quick to act and grabbed her wrist. "What's wrong?" Sheng Wan asked with concern. Lin Sijia said angrily, "Bai Qingze, he stabbed my foot." Bai Qingze immediately looked wronged. "What nonsense are you talking about? You can't blame me just because you are not as skilled as others." Sheng Wan glanced at the two of them. Although Bai Qingze was naughty and playful, he also knew his limits and would never attack the weak Lin Sijia in the water. "Scarlet, are you still in pain?" Lin Sijia's voice suddenly stopped, and she said in horror, "Bai Qingze shouldn't be that bad. Sister Sheng, there shouldn't be something in the water." As soon as he finished speaking, several people who had entered the water suddenly felt pain under their feet. They hurriedly circulated their spiritual power to protect their bodies. Sheng Wan had quickly dived into the water and saw a group of red monsters suddenly appearing below everyone. Each of these monsters is slender and bent, dark red with brown stripes, as big as a human head, with two long front claws that are almost longer than their bodies, and their whole body looks shiny and extremely hard. And those two slender front paws stretched out. Oh no! Sheng Wan was so surprised that she almost choked on the water when she opened her mouth. "Those are two claws, right? This is a crayfish. What a big crayfish." Sheng Wan couldn't help swallowing her saliva underwater. On the other side of the river, the remaining 30 or so people saw something unusual in the water and jumped into the water one after another. 50 people dived into the water at the same time, and after seeing the densely packed crayfish, everyone's reaction was similar to Sheng Wan's. "If you have shrimps, you are not a gentleman if you don't eat them." For a moment, the lobster group aroused the strong fighting spirit of the disciples of Fuguang Palace. Yan Luo watched silently on the riverbank. The river was turbulent, and red figures jumped out of the water from time to time and fell back into the water. The number was so large that it was dizzying. The corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. To be honest, she didn't expect that there would be such a large group of lobsters here. She waited patiently. After about half an hour, Sheng Wan and the others showed their heads one by one and said to Yan Luo excitedly, "Sister Luo, we caught a lot of crayfish. We're in for a treat tonight." "Sister Luo, we didn't catch them all so that they can continue to reproduce in the river. This way we will have more crayfish than we can eat." Yan Luo smiled and said, "Then let's hurry up the mountain. It will be too late if we go back. Yan Feng and the others should have cooked by then." Okay. With the stimulation of crayfish, everyone climbed the mountain very fast. But Bai Qingze and Lin Sijia couldn't help but quarrel halfway through the journey. Bai Qingze blamed her. "You are still accusing me. You are so dark inside that you actually think I stabbed you." Lin Sijia curled her lips. "Who made you such a person?" Bai Qingze raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "What kind of person am I? Please tell me clearly." Lin Sijia said, "Childish, unreasonable, strong limbs but simple mind. Bai Qingze." He snorted, and the little boy showed emotion. Yan Luo walked to the halfway point of the mountain, and her eyes were suddenly attracted by something, so she stopped and looked over. "What's wrong, Sister Luo?" Sheng Wan asked vigilantly. A month has passed since Yan Luo left, and the base of the building on the main peak of Lotus Peak has been completed. The main hall has only one base, and 4 small courtyards have been built around it according to Yen Luo's requirements. The small courtyard built first is used to house the current people. Although Yen Feng is busy practicing every day, he still takes time to check the progress and quality of the project. He was standing outside the kitchen built with a simple wooden shelf at this time and ordered, "Today is the day for cooking, let's do the cabbage." He took out 5 plump and tender cabbages from his storage bracelet. When everyone saw the cabbage, their appetites were whetted. During natural disasters, vegetables are the most scarce. Other supplies can be stored, but fresh vegetables cannot. They can only be kept fresh in the monk's storage bags. Ordinary people don't have storage bags. In addition to the 19 people from Fuguang Palace, there were also the 4 people including Li Zi, plus the villagers from the village in front who came to work, totaling more than 40 people. Each person can get a bowl of 5 cabbages, each more than 40 centimeters long and 20 centimeters in diameter. In the kitchen, Enin ran out happily and handed the cabbages on the ground to the kitchen one by one. She said excitedly, "Brother Yen said that we should eat green vegetables once every 5 days. It really counts," Yen Feng said. "Of course." Lu Meirong received the cabbage in the kitchen and praised it. Palace Master Yen is the head of the family, so of course he keeps his word. Enin looked at Yen Feng's tall figure and couldn't help revealing a hint of girlish shyness on her face. In the shadows, Li Zi's face was full of sarcasm. "Xiao Feng, we are back." Yen Luo's voice came from the foot of the mountain, and then her figure appeared 100 meters away. When Yen Feng saw Yen Luo, he immediately went up to him with surprise. In the kitchen, Enin asked Lu Meirong hostilely, "Aunt Lu, who is that? Is Brother Yen familiar with her?" Lu Meirong smiled and said, "Of course, they are siblings." When she heard that they were siblings, Enin's hostility instantly disappeared, and she said coquettishly, "I'll go over and take a look." And from the front came Yen Luo's voice, saying, "Don't cook yet." Since they weren't going to cook first, Lu Meirong and Li Zi also walked over. "Sister, why are you several days later than expected?" As he spoke, he looked behind Yen Luo and saw a group of people climbing the mountain below. Yen Luo said, "I played in Wuching Mountain for a few days." At this time, Enin and the other 3 also came over. Enin walked forward and tried to pull Yen Luo's wrist, but Yen Luo subconsciously dodged. Enin withdrew her hand awkwardly. She observed Yen Luo. Yen Luo was very handsome. The clothes he wore were of excellent quality and beautiful style. Brother Yen must be very good to his sister. But what does Yen Luo mean? Does she dislike me? Yen Luo asked Xiao Feng, "Who is this?" Yen Feng didn't even notice Enin's actions. He introduced her directly. "This is Enin, the daughter of the village chief of Shiban village." "Oh," Yen Luo nodded, "Hello." She was not used to close contact with strangers, so she subconsciously avoided her advances, but she still responded politely. Enin immediately smiled and said, "Sister, you are really pretty as Brother Yen." Yen Feng blushed. It was the first time for a grown man like him to be praised for his good looks by a woman. Yen Luo touched his nose and spoke. "Maybe it's because my parents are good-looking soon." A large force came up from the mountain. Shengwan was at the front and saw everyone at a glance. She said happily, "It's been a long time. We are finally here." After not seeing her for 2 or 3 months, Shengwan's hair had grown to chest length. She casually tied it behind her head and then simply rolled it up with a clip. The strands of hair on her forehead and temples were messy but beautiful. The disciples of Fuguang Palace were very happy to see the large army. Before Yen Feng could react, they had already pounced on them. The 2 groups of people hugged each other, and the scene suddenly became lively. "Sister Sheng, you have worked hard along the way. Sister Sheng, you guys must be tired. We'll take you around after dinner." The corners of Yen Feng's mouth twitched. Well, he, the palace master, has become a decoration, and they haven't even said hello to him. He coughed twice in a jealous tone, and everyone who was still chatting looked at him at the same time. Shengwan asked, "What's wrong? Is the young palace master catching a cold?" Yen Feng. It was the first time that Enin saw so many monks. She was a little nervous at first, but when she thought that Yan Feng was their leader, her admiration for Yan Feng became even stronger. Seeing that they were disrespectful to Yan Feng, he couldn't help but feel angry. In their village, the other villagers respected her father very much and were also very nice to her. Thinking of this, Enin suddenly asked, "Are you all Brother Yan's men?" As soon as the subordinate said this, everyone focused their attention on her. Yan Feng said awkwardly, "Enin, they are all my good friends, not my subordinates." Yin's eyes were filled with curiosity and inquiry. "Then why do they call you Palace Master? Aren't you the head of the sect?" Yan Feng felt extremely embarrassed. Even Yan Luo, who had brought everyone to where they were today, had never said that everyone was her subordinate. There are some things that you can know in your heart, but they become distorted when you say them out loud. Yan Feng said, "That's just an honor given to me by everyone who trusts me. We are friends." Sheng Wan glanced at Yinin. The girl looked less than 20 years old, with bright eyes and white teeth. She was about 1.6 meters tall, with neat bangs on her forehead, and looked innocent. But she always sticks to Yan Feng, as if she is someone very close to Yan Feng. Sheng Wan smiled and said, "Yes, we are indeed Palace Master Yan's subordinates. So, respected Palace Master Yan, do we need any work now?" The respected Yan Palace Master, Yan Feng, tapped his feet on the ground in embarrassment. He hurriedly said, "Sister Sheng, stop joking. It's getting late. You've been traveling hard. Go and rest." Oh, Sheng Wan no longer had the desire to show off how many crayfish they had caught. Yan Luo, on the other hand, thought Yin's attitude was a little strange, but she didn't think much about it. She said, "Why are you taking a break? We just caught a lot of lobsters on the road. Let's clean them up and make spicy crayfish." Spicy crayfish. Everyone had no time to think about what Yin said. They rolled up their sleeves and started to wash lobsters, cut peppers, peel garlic, chop onions, and prepare seasonings. There were many of them, and the lobsters were big, so they set up several pots outside the kitchen. The overbearing aroma instantly enveloped the entire mountaintop. These crayfish have become demons. Their meat contains spiritual energy and tastes better than ordinary lobsters. Plus, Yan Luo has a full range of seasonings. The taste is absolutely amazing. Yan Luo peeled the shrimp shell with great effort, revealing the tender white meat. She dipped it in the sauce, took a bite, and was immediately filled with a spicy flavor. Yan Feng, Yan Luo, Sheng Wan, and the others sat at one table, while Yin sat at two tables with people from the same village. She glanced over here quietly, then peeled a crayfish and walked over. "Brother Yan, let me help you peel the shrimp." Yan Luo sat in the main seat, with Yan Feng on her left and Sheng Wan on her right. Sheng Wan snorted in her heart when she saw how considerate she was. Are girls nowadays so good at currying favor with the powerful? Yan Feng said, "Thank you, but I can peel it myself. Go ahead and do your work."
Don't worry about me.
Yin glanced at the people at the table. Sitting on the other side of Yan Feng was Xu Tianqiu. She had never seen Xu Tianqiu before, so she didn't take him seriously. Xu Tianqiu saw that the girl was staring at him. What was there for him to not understand? She wanted him to give up her seat. However, he refused. Girls nowadays have very high standards, but they don't even consider whether they are worthy of the guy. He picked up a bottle of beer and clinked glasses with Yan Feng. "We two brothers haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a good chat tonight. You can't go to bed early." Yan Feng said happily, "Of course." Yin bit her lip and looked at Yan Luo again. Yan Luo had always been a careless person when it came to emotions. She was concentrating on eating shrimps and didn't notice this gaze at all. Yin had no choice but to return to her table. At the table nearby, Lizzie watched the scene with great interest. She curled her lips and showed disdain for Yin. How could ordinary people like them get involved with a godly figure like Yan Feng? After dinner, Yan Feng took Yan Luo to a small courtyard in the corner. This courtyard was at the edge of the main peak, and the backyard was a cliff. "Sister, I know you like quietness, so I built your yard here. Are you satisfied?" Yan Luo looked around the courtyard. There are 3 northern rooms and 2 side rooms on the left and right inside the courtyard. The courtyard in front is not large, about 50 square meters, and the courtyard behind the northern room is slightly larger, about 100 square meters. At this time, the courtyard and the room were clean and nothing had been added. Yenluo said, "Satisfied, I like it here very much." She lives alone, so she doesn't need a very big yard, and quietness is the most important thing to her. There were no outsiders in the yard, so Yenluo released Yen Bao in front of Yen Feng. Yen Feng had long guessed that his sister had a magic weapon that could feed living things, so he was not too surprised to see Yen Bao appear out of nowhere. I was just amazed at Yen Bao's size. The little guy is so fat he circled around Yen Bao, but Yen Bao ignored him. He only had Yenluo in his eyes and pounced on him. Yen Feng was ignored. He couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "You even peed in my arms when you were a kid, and I never despised you." Yen Bao turned around and bared his teeth at him. Yen Feng jumped up and down. "Sister, it despises me." Yen Feng tried hard to act mature outside, but in front of Yenluo, he was still like a child. Yenluo smiled and patted Yen Bao's head. "Okay, your brother Yen Feng was just joking with you." Yen Feng was behind Yen Bao and happened to glance below where Yen Bao was standing. Yen Bao actually. Yen Feng immediately felt that his chance for revenge had come. He grinned and said, "Sister, Yen Bao is actually a male. Males are very scary in the spring. There are no other female giant pandas now. Why don't we kill it?" Yen Bao. Yen Bao, who was standing in front of Yenluo and enjoying Yenluo stroking his hair, suddenly felt a cold wind blowing under his crotch. It suddenly turned around and stared at Yen Feng fiercely. Then it shot over like an arrow. Yen Feng, who had already reached the 6th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, felt a gust of wind blowing towards him. Before he could react, Yen Bao pounced on him and pinned him to the ground. Yenluo was shocked. It was the first time she saw Yen Bao's speed.
So fast.
But now is not the time to pay attention to Yen Bao's speed, because Yen Bao's heavy claws are about to hit Yen Feng's face.
Zan Bao.
Yenluo shouted urgently. After hearing Yenluo's voice, Yen Bao's eyes regained clarity. He put down his claws, but looked at Yen Feng with an unfriendly look. "Yen Bao, he was just joking with you, don't take it seriously." Yenluo stepped forward and pulled Yen Bao up. Yen Feng was still frightened. He patted his chest in fear and stood up staggeringly. "Oh my god, this bear is so powerful now. Sister, I'm leaving now." Yen Feng fled in panic. From a distance, Yinin saw that Yenluo actually had a small courtyard all to himself, and she couldn't help but feel jealous. The reason why Yenluo was able to be assigned an independent courtyard must be because she is Brother Yan's sister. Brother Yen himself is squeezed together with several men. He treats his family very well. If he is so good to his sister, wouldn't it be even better if he is his wife? Yin's eyes became even more fiery. She wanted to live a good life where she could eat vegetables every day. After Yen Feng left, Yenluo closed the gate. "Xiao Yen Bao, I didn't expect you to be so fast. Want to compete with me someday?" Yen Bao shook his head and rubbed against Yenluo's legs aggrievedly. Yenluo said, "Okay, you're the one taking advantage, stop making trouble." Yen Feng couldn't beat Yen Bao at all. Yen Bao is a master whose talents are hindered by his appearance. "I still have to clean up the yard, you can go play by yourself." If nothing unexpected happens, this courtyard will be Yenluo's future residence, Yenluo's home, so she has to decorate it well. The 3 main houses are all paved with cement and paved with light gray floor tiles, and the walls are also covered with light gray cloud pattern wallpaper. On one side of the main hall, there is a comfortable sofa and a matching coffee table. The sofa is dark blue, and in the middle is a dining table with a turntable and 6 white chairs. There are desks and cabinets on the other side. Yenluo placed a large vase in the corner, preparing to grow some beautiful flowers and plants. The main house on the west side is used by Yenluo as a practice room, which is equipped with tables, chairs, and cushions. From now on, you will learn alchemy and talisman drawing here. The main house on the east side is Yenluo's bedroom. She put the big bed she brought back from 1801 and covered it with bedding, and then the place became habitable. As soon as the bed was made, Yen Bao jumped up on it. rolled happily on it several times, and then fell to the ground with a plop. At Yen Luo in grievance. Yen Luo was helpless. Not only Yen Bao hadn't slept in a big bed for a long time, but she hadn't lived such a peaceful life for a long time. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning when Yen Luo finished cleaning the north room. He felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep while hugging Yen Bao. Unlike Yen Luo, who was busy all night, the disciples of Fuguang Palace gathered together and chatted all night long. They did not return to the yard, but instead played at the top of the mountain, the farthest place from the yard, because everyone in the yard was resting and they were afraid of disturbing everyone. Baiyu's soul also floated out and chatted with everyone. Lin Sijia had no choice but to complain to Baiyu. Sister Baiyu, Bai Qingze always bullies me. You have to take care of him. Bai Qingze immediately said, Sister, don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't bully her. Baiyu's soul flicked at Bai Qingze's head. Don't bully your sister. Protect her. Bai Qingze stuck out his tongue, listening in one ear and letting it out in the other. At around 11 o'clock in the evening, Yin came over. She saw Yen Feng chatting animatedly with them, and since she really couldn't sleep, she decided to join them. Brother Yen, do you want some water? Shall I go and boil some for you? She asked considerately. Yen Feng said, Don't bother, go back and rest. Yin sat beside Yen Feng with a smile on her face and said, I can't sleep, so I want to listen to your stories. Yen Feng was sitting on a big rock. The rock was not small, but it became a bit crowded as soon as Yin got on. Yen Feng stood up very gentlemanly, took out a small stool from the space, and sat on it. Yin, we are talking about some rough things. I'm afraid a little girl like you wouldn't like to hear it. Yin pursed her lips and looked at Sheng Wan, Lin Sijia, Yang Qingru, and the others. They're girls too. Sheng Wan raised her eyebrows and said expressionlessly, Girls can play if they want to. Don't chase them away. Seeing this, Yen Feng really didn't say anything. Yin looked around at the people around her and suddenly saw a shadow sitting next to a young man. It was a grayish-white human shadow, swaying, beautiful and strange. Is that a ghost? Yin was so scared that her face turned pale. She suddenly jumped up from the stone and pounced on Yen Feng below. Yen Feng quickly turned sideways, not letting her jump into his arms, but instead blocked her with his arm. Yin held her arms tightly with both hands and said fearfully, There are ghosts there. I'm scared. Baiyu felt embarrassed when she found out that she had scared the girl. She was at a loss for a moment and wanted to go back to Yen Luo. Everyone in Fuguang Palace looked at Yin with unfriendly eyes at the same time, and even Yen Feng had a bad look on his face. Yin, that's my friend, not a ghost. Baiyu stood up, looked at Yen Feng, and said guiltily, I didn't think it through. I didn't expect there are so many ordinary people on this mountain. It's normal for the little girl to be scared. I'll go back first. Yen Feng hurriedly took 2 steps forward to stop Baiyu's soul. You are not inconsiderate. You are a member of our Fuguang Palace. No matter what you become, you will always be a member of Fuguang Palace. You don't need to consider other outsiders. Yes, Baiyu, you don't have to feel guilty. We are not afraid of you. Seeing everyone's reactions, Baiyu was so moved that she wanted to cry. Although humans and ghosts have different paths, it is enough to have friends who don't despise me for being ghosts. She smiled and sat back in her seat. Yin was in a very bad mood. She stared at Baiyu's soul angrily. Why were they so nice to a ghost? Brother Yen actually left her here just to persuade a ghost. She was already scared and crying. Yin had tears in her eyes and wanted to say something aggrieved, but Shu Tianqiu said directly, Miss Yin, since you are afraid of us, just go back to sleep, so that we won't scare you again later. What he said was, scared of us. They were willing to be tied to a ghost. Yin felt that they were simply degrading themselves. Isn't Fuguang Palace a famous and upright sect? If it is an upright sect, how can it raise ghosts? She looked at Yen Feng and apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Yen. I'm sorry to everyone. I didn't know she was your friend. Shu Tianqiu said, Now that you know, you should go back and rest. Otherwise, if you can't get up tomorrow, how can you work? After being asked to go home again and again, Yin felt embarrassed to stay here any longer. She said, Okay, I'll go back first. As she said that, she looked at Yan Feng again, hoping that he would send her off, but Yan Feng obviously didn't have that intention. Yin had no choice but to walk back to the courtyard by herself. On the way, the jealousy in her eyes was almost burning. A broken ghost is actually more important than her in the eyes of Fuguang Palace. What can a ghost do?
What role can it play?
The people in Fuguang Palace are a bunch of fools. Yen Luo didn't wake up until noon the next day, and entered the space first after waking up. She made an appointment with Yan Feng, Sheng Wan, Xu Tianxiu, Lin Xijia, and Bai Qingzi to have dinner together today. I notified Aunt Chun before going to bed last night, and she had already prepared dinner. Maoxuang, boiled pork slices, pickled fish, big plate chicken, cumin spare ribs, tiger skin chicken feet, blueberry yam puree, stir-fried cabbage, spicy and sour potato shreds, and seaweed egg drop soup. A full table. In order to avoid their suspicion, Yen Luo brought out all the dishes and placed them on the round table. If anyone asks, then that's what she did. She put out 6 more bottles of hawthorn juice. Just as the hawthorn juice was ready, there was a knock on the door. Yen Luo waved his hand, and the door opened by itself. Xu Tianxiu sniffed hard, his eyes shining, and said, "I can smell it from far away. Let me see what it is." Yan Feng said, "I've already told you my sister cooks delicious food, but you still don't believe me." Yen Luo blushed quietly. Everyone entered the house, and Xu Tianxiu went straight to the dining table. Sheng Wan paid attention to Yen Luo's decoration. She exclaimed, "Sister Luo, you have done such a great job here." It is no worse than before the natural disaster. Xu Tianxiu retracted his gaze and looked around the layout of the room. He was very moved. "My dream before was to return to my hometown when I was old, renovate the house in the village, grow flowers and plants, and live a retired life. I didn't expect Sister Luo to realize it now." Yen Luo smiled and said, "It's impossible to retire, but I can make my life more comfortable. You don't have to be envious. When all the courtyards on the mountain are built, you can live in your own courtyard and decorate it according to your own preferences." Hee, that's true. "We got a lot of furniture." Yen Luo took the lead and sat at the dining table. "Let's eat first." Xu Tianxiu immediately rushed over. "I've been waiting for the sentence." Lin Xijia stuck out her tongue. "Brother Xu, can you be more promising?" Xu Tianxiu said seriously. "Only children need to learn to be successful. I am already an adult. I don't need to be successful." Although Fuguang Palace had stored a lot of supplies and everyone had enough food, they were all dry food. They could only eat fresh meals like this if they followed Yen Luo. The vegetables in Yan Feng's hand were also given to him by Yen Luo before he left. 6 people ate 9 dishes and 1 soup, and they finished them all. After eating, Yan Feng asked, "Sister, can Bai Yu recover her human form?" Sheng Wan snorted, "It's all your fault. Why did you bring Yin over there when she was fine?" Yan Feng retorted, "I didn't take her there. She went there on her own." "Then why did she go there?" "How should I know?" Yan Feng was still wondering. He was not the worm in Yin's stomach. How could he know why Yin went there? Yen Luo asked, "Did Bai Yu scare Yin?" "Yes." Yen Luo stood up and took 2 steps back and forth. In ancient times, there were powerful people who used their souls to possess weaker young people after their death. Bai Yu's cultivation is low, and she is not a powerful person, but perhaps we can use this to find a way. Yan Feng asked, "What is possession?" "It is to replace the souls of the living with the souls of the dead, and the living die for the dead." Everyone. "Isn't that just killing others just to save your own life? How is this different from a cult?" Bai Qingzi was young and was shocked when he heard this method. He subconsciously asked, "Master, is there no other way?" Bai Yu is kind and gentle by nature, and she would not agree to harm others. Yen Luo thought in a low voice, "Perhaps we can try to let her be reborn with the help of some spiritual objects." "Spiritual creature?" Yen Luo said, "For example, place her soul on some spiritual plants. After a certain period of time, the plant will cultivate and transform into a human. Since the soul is Bai Yu, the human who transforms into a human should also be Bai Yu." Of course, this statement is just Yen Luo's personal guess. No one has ever done this, so no one can guarantee success. Yen Luo finally said, "Let's wait for a while." Maybe we'll come across a more reliable method in the future. Yan Feng agreed deeply, then wait a little longer. Everyone helped Yan Luo wash the dishes and prepared to leave. Yan Luo suddenly called out to Yan Feng, Xiao Feng, what about Yinin? Yan Feng said it's okay. There's a big village with over 1,000 people ahead. Her father is the village chief. He helped us a lot in the village before. Yan Luo nodded. Although they are monks and have abilities that ordinary people do not have, they cannot do whatever they want to ordinary people. Otherwise it will affect the development of the ecosystem and anger the heavenly Tao. When Yan Feng and his friends first arrived, they had a conflict with the villagers. The villagers were unreasonable at first, and they were protecting themselves, so it was not against the will of heaven. But their means of self-protection completely shocked the people in the village. The villagers changed their previous attitude and began to respect Yan Feng and others. Yan Luo heard about this incident when she came to Lotus Peak last time, but she felt that Yin seemed to have average character, so she reminded Yan Feng, Xiao Feng, you're older now and I shouldn't care about you.
Don't.
Yan Feng immediately interrupted her. Sis, if you don't take care of me, who will? You won't accept a new disciple and then abandon me, will you? Yan Luo shook his head speechlessly. What nonsense are you talking about? I want to tell you that Yin, stay away from her. She is not a good person. Upon hearing this, except for the naive young man by Qingze, the rest of them nodded vigorously. Xu Tianqu said, she must have taken a fancy to the palace master. Who would he like? Yan Feng opened his mouth wide. That's impossible. I've been a solo since birth. There's no way anyone would like me. Xu Tianqu curled his lips. You don't believe it, right? If you don't believe it, forget it. Just observe it slowly for yourself. Shengwan looked at him leisurely and commented, not bad. I didn't expect that a little kid like you would have so many romantic relationships. Yan Feng, I'm not a child anymore. You're a tomboy. Shengwan is actually wearing a skirt now, although it is the kind of cool work skirt and short t-shirt, but her medium-length hair is draped in a mess, making her small face look even whiter and smaller. This appearance doesn't seem to be related to a tomboy at all. He silently took back his words. Yan Luo thought to himself, the last time in the secret realm, when Shengwan looked in the mirror, it was clearly Yan Feng's figure that appeared in the bronze mirror. But from what she observed now, she couldn't see that Shengwan would like her immature brother. That mirror is really unreliable. Okay, you guys go first. I have something else to do. Yan Luo chased everyone away, and everyone left chatting and laughing. Yan Luo flew down the mountain alone on his sword. When she was climbing the mountain, she saw irregular spiritual energy surging faintly on the hillside of a side peak. In such a situation, usually a treasure has appeared in the world. She flew directly over on her sword. The spiritual energy emanates from the mountain. Because of this spiritual energy, the nearby monsters gathered around. And in the center of the spiritual energy, there is a snow-white fox. It crawled on the rocks, and the other monsters were 100 meters away and did not dare to approach. This fox had reached the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Yan Luo saw it in mid-air and directly threw down a shield to imprison the fox. The dozing white fox was startled, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a woman standing in front of her. Yan Luo released the pressure of a Jinwu realm cultivator, and the surrounding monsters were immediately frightened and crawled on the ground. The white fox was right in front of Yan Luo, and was so scared that it lowered its head and looked submissive. Yan Luo asked, "What's here?" The white fox didn't dare to lie. It pointed down with one paw. Yan Luo asked, "Is the thing inside the mountain?" The white fox nodded, then looked at Yan Luo pitifully. Yan Luo simply collected it and threw it into the space. After entering the space, the white fox's voice reached Yan Luo's sea of consciousness. "Master, are you here to look for treasure? The treasure is in the mountains. If you want to get it, you have to dig a hole." Yan Luo asked, "Do you know what it is?" The fox said softly, "It's a big rock." "Big rock?" Yan Luo raised his eyebrows. "You are a fox. What are you doing staring at the stone?" If it weren't for the blessing of space, the white fox would not have betrayed her. She even felt that it was lying. The white fox said hurriedly, "There are smelly demon beans growing in the cracks of the rocks. I want to find that one." Smell the demon beans. Yen Luo knows how to make elixirs, so he naturally knows what the demon beans are. When monsters eat the demon-smelling beans, their cultivation speed will be accelerated, just like when human cultivators eat the spirit-gathering pills. The demon-smelling beans usually grow in places with a relatively high concentration of spiritual energy, so what is that big stone? Yen Luo took the sword and began to dig down. The sword was very sharp and Yen Luo dug very quickly, from 2 in the afternoon to 7 in the evening, having dug 300 meters. There was a sharp friction sound from the sword, and sparks burst out in the darkness. Yen Luo took out a night shining pearl as big as a bowl from the space. The light of the night shining pearl made the scene in the passage clearly visible. I saw a piece of silver metal material exposed under her sword. She placed the night pearl high up, wrapped her hands with spiritual power, and scratched the metal for a while. The metal revealed its appearance. The metal with a silvery sheen looks like a large piece of silver. Yen Luo was delighted. This is ancient steel. Ancient steel is a rare refining material in the world of immortal cultivation, and the weapons made from it are extremely sharp. I didn't expect that there would be such mineral deposits in Lotus Peak. Ancient steel is a piece of irregular solid. In the cracks between each piece, there are scattered black round beans, slightly larger than soybeans. This is the smelling demon bean that the white fox mentioned. Yen Luo was unable to dig out so much minerals in a short time, so he only picked some demon-smelling beans. Then go home. Mining requires a large number of people. Yen Luo found Yen Feng and told him about ancient steel. Yen Feng said hurriedly, "Then I'll arrange for someone to go there right away." Yen Luo stopped him. "Go to the village chief and ask him to recruit strong young men to work in the mine. We will provide them with 3 meals a day for days off a month and 1 50-kilogram bag of white flour or 50-kilogram bag of rice per month." Now, paper money has almost become waste paper and can no longer play any role. For ordinary people, being able to have food to eat is the most important thing. As time went by, more and more animals in the mountains became monsters, and hunting became increasingly difficult. The villagers could only eat wild vegetables every day, and many families became malnourished and as thin as sticks. While young people eat out, their families can still eat white flour and rice, which is a very good benefit for people in troubled times. Yen Feng hesitated for a moment and said, "Sister, is it unsafe to let outsiders mine such an important thing?" Yen Luo said, "Disciples of our Fuguang Palace should focus on cultivation. It is better to hand over these miscellaneous matters. We can arrange 5 disciples to be on duty there. This will not only ensure the safety of the mine, but also prevent those villagers from having ulterior motives." "Okay, then listen to my sister. I'll arrange it right away." Yen Feng went to Liangshan village in person the next day. When going down the mountain, the white tiger carried him all the way, and when they reached the water, the mountain served as his boat. Originally, he was scheduled to go alone, but when Yining heard that Yen Feng was going to Liangshan village, she said she missed home and wanted to go with Yen Feng. Yen Feng thought that since she was the daughter of the village chief, she might be able to help, so he did not refuse. The white tiger went down the mountain very quickly, shuttling quickly through the woods. Yining rode in front of the white tiger, and Yen Feng sat behind it. Yining nervously pulled at the white tiger's fur, causing the white tiger to complain to Yen Feng in his mind, "Master, why did you bring this woman with you? She keeps pulling my fur. It's so annoying." Yining wanted to throw herself into his arms, but Yen Feng said, "If you are afraid, don't follow." Yining had no choice but to pretend not to be afraid. Despite this, she would be very happy when she thought that Yen Feng was sitting behind her and the two of them were riding on the same tiger. Walking on the crocodile's hard and broad back in the water, Yining felt it was incredible. She said in admiration, "Brother Yen, you are so awesome. Tigers and crocodiles all listen to you." Yen Feng said, "They didn't listen to me, they listened to my sister. I just benefited from it." Yining asked curiously, "Is Sister Luo more powerful than you?" "Yeah, she's the most amazing person I've ever met." Yining smiled but didn't take it seriously. She felt that Yen Feng must respect and trust his sister, which was why he thought his sister was so capable. It's like the kids all think their parents are awesome. Dashan was moving very fast in the water. When they reached the foot of Liangshan village, he got off the boat and went up the mountain with Yinin. Liangshan village is formed by the merger of several villages on the mountain here. After the rain, many houses were destroyed, and the small population gathered would be bullied by the wild beasts in the mountains, so they agreed to form a village together on the outskirts of the mountains to help each other. The youngest and most capable father of Een will be the co-village chief. Their houses are built on the hillside and are made of simple stone and wood. Yen Feng went directly to Yin's house. Yin's father is only 40 years old, and Yin is 20 years old this year. She has an older brother who is 22 years old and a younger brother who is 18 years old. Yin is the only girl in the family and is very much loved. When Yin's father heard about Yen Feng's purpose, he said happily, "This is good news. I will hold a meeting right away to tell everyone." He rang the bell in front of the village, and about half an hour later, someone came from every household. He loudly announced Yen Feng's purpose of coming, and then said, "If you want to go, please sign up quickly." Below, a woman curled her lips. "This is too stingy, only giving us a bag of rice a month, and a bag of rice is only worth a little over 100 yuan, which means we only get a little over 100 yuan a month. How cruel." That's right, even capitalists are not so black-hearted. When we were working outside, we could earn at least 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. 4 or 5,000 is 30 bags of rice. Considering everyone's good relationship with Palace Master Yen, we'll give you a discount and only charge 20 bags. Palace Master Yen, how about 20 bags of rice? Don't you have an entire sect? You don't have even this little bit, do you? When Yen Feng heard the doubts and bargaining from some of the people below, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. As expected, greed is insatiable. It's the end of the world, and there are still so many people who can't recognize reality. Perhaps it is not that they fail to recognize the reality, but their nature is greed. Yen Feng looked down and spoke word by word. "I don't bargain." Hearing this, those greedy people immediately became angry. They felt that Yen Feng was just a young boy in his early 20s who could be easily fooled. Yen Feng looked at the village chief and said, "Village chief, my conditions will not change. If you are willing, you can sign up immediately. If you are not willing, then leave." After saying that, he looked at the crowd below, those who just said they don't want to come. "Even if they sign up, our Fuguang Palace will not accept them." Hearing this, several troublemakers were stunned. He instantly became angry and said, "What do you mean? You give me such a small amount and I won't let you talk? You are trying to take advantage of our labor for nothing. How shameless." But Yen Feng would not pay any attention to these little shrimps. Seeing that the only bag of rice and flour was gone, they wanted to unite with everyone to resist. "Don't be so stupid as to sign up, it will be a waste of work." A man in his 20s stood up and said, "I'll go." The man said, "I am willing to go. I have 3 meals a day and a bag of rice. This is enough for me. It doesn't matter where I work. Can I guarantee 3 meals a day for myself and my family by hunting at home? If I don't eat the food at home, my family can eat more." His words resonated with most people. Yes, when hunting in the mountains, they were empty-handed for several days and could only eat wild vegetables with their family. The wild vegetables were not enough to fill them up, and the children were so thin that they were just skin and bones. The future is uncertain. Yinin said at the right time, "The food at Fuguang Palace is very good. We are in the mountains, and we have salty and fragrant fried meat, as well as a variety of vegetables. We had fried meat with peppers yesterday, and we had cabbage stewed with tofu the day before yesterday." I have gained weight in the mountains when everyone heard that there were stir-fried vegetables and stir-fried meat. They didn't hesitate at all. They haven't eaten these things for more than half a year. Yinin, are you serious? Of course. If you don't believe me, look here. This is the menu. Yinin showed everyone the menu listed in their kitchen. Do you really have rice and steamed buns every day? Not only that, sometimes I also make sesame cakes, buns, and dumplings. Hearing this, everyone's saliva was all over the floor. Go, I'll sign up." In an instant, all the people who had signed up gathered around. Emin winked at Yanfeng proudly, and Yanfeng gave her a thumbs up. Those who were dissatisfied before now stared angrily at those who signed up, but there were too many people signing up and their objections were not taken seriously at all. Some people even ask, Palace Master Yen, if 2 people come from my family, will you give them 2 bags of rice? Yanfeng nodded. Yes, as long as we can ensure that there is a normal labor force, we will distribute supplies based on the number of people. Very good. A young man said to his mother, Mom, Dad, and I will go to work, so that you, your daughter-in-law, and your grandchildren will not have to worry about food. The old mother shed tears with excitement. Her eldest grandson, who was not even 1 year old, was starving to the point of skin and bones. Adults could still eat wild vegetables, but babies could only drink milk. However, without nutrition from the mother, how could the child get milk? You and your dad should work hard and be safe. There were already more than 150 people who signed up. Yanfeng saw that it was almost done, so he said, okay, that's all. Go back and pack up and follow me at 2 p.m. Those who were dissatisfied before were still waiting and watching, but when they saw that Fuguang Palace had finished recruiting like this, they couldn't help but panic. Why are you panicking? He is the one begging us for help. He will definitely be eager for you to sign up. The first lady who started the trouble said in a sarcastic tone. She had lost 3 husbands and lived alone with her 3 sons, whom she successfully raised. When she was young, she was a powerful figure and often disturbed her neighbors. Now that I'm old, my problem hasn't changed. As a result, none of the 3 sons were able to find wives. Andy Huang, just mix it up. Mix it up again. Next month, every household will eat rice, but your family will eat tree bark. Aunt Huang snorted disdainfully. I have 3 sons. They won't reject such a good labor. Seeing this, no one said anything. Someone ran up to Yanfeng and said embarrassedly, Xiao Yan, look, we've come to terms with it now. How about signing up as well? Yanfeng said firmly, I just said that even if you change your mind, our Fuguang Palace will not accept you. After saying this, he infused spiritual power into his feet, leaped lightly to the top of the tree, and then flew away on the leaves. Now, they were completely anxious, and Aunt Huang was also dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Yanfeng would just leave like that without even talking to them. Aunt Huang gritted her teeth and said, Didn't he tell us to gather at 2 p.m.? We should come then. I don't believe he would refuse now that we are here. Yanfeng found a deserted place to rest, and he did not appear at the entrance of the village until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He found that the number of people was wrong. He snorted in his heart, thinking that if those people were really recruited to the mountain, they would probably be troublesome people. There would be no peace on the mountain. Okay, everyone on the list, follow me now. He walked in front, followed by a group of people, and they went down the mountain together in a mighty manner. Emin followed Yanfeng. She felt that it was really impressive to have a group of people behind her. When they reached the water, Yanfeng took out a large boat from his storage bracelet. I'll call out the names, and those whose names are called can get on board. Su Kai Yanfeng read out the names of 151 people, according to the list. Okay, everyone is here, let's go. No, I'm not on the boat yet. Several young people rushed up and squeezed onto the boat. Yanfeng took a stick and pushed these people out. But on the shore, there were people jumping onto the boat from other angles. Yanfeng frowned, and his spiritual power flowed in his palms. He slapped the stern of the ship with one palm. The ship was affected by the force and rushed out more than 10 meters. He himself was like a flying swallow, and he used his strength to gain momentum on the water surface several times and easily leaped onto the deck. The people on the shore kept waving, Palace Master Yen, please take us with you. I have children at home who are almost starving to death. Palace Master Yen, just 1 bag of flour and rice. We don't want more. But no matter how they shouted, Yanfeng's boat never returned. Finally, it disappeared at the bend of the mountain road. There were about 40 people on the shore. When they saw Yanfeng really left, they started to curse him non-stop. Bah! What kind of Fuguang Palace is this? It will go bankrupt and close down sooner or later. That Yanfeng deserves to die. He has no kindness at all and is selfish. Such a person is not worthy of cultivating immortals. Yan Feng would not bother with this group of mortals. He drove the boat all the way to the side peak where the ancient steel mine was located. Several disciples from Fuguang Palace were already waiting at the entrance of the mine. Yan Feng said, "We don't need to go down to the mine today, as we have strength in numbers. Let's find a place to live first." Xu Tianxu said, "I found a few caves nearby. They can be used as living places after cleaning them up." Yan Feng nodded. "Then let's set up 2 tents here and leave 10 people on duty every day." "Good." Xu Tianxu led his men to set up tents on the spot. Yan Feng asked the crowd behind him, "Is there anyone among you who can cook?" Su Kaixiao's shyness, "Palace Master Yan, we can't cook good meals, but we can cook ordinary dishes. They are not delicate young masters." Yan Feng said, "In that case, you two can decide who will cook." He took out a big pot, a lighter, a box of seasonings, a sack of steamed buns, 10 bundles of beans, and a piece of pork from his storage bracelet. When the people from the 2 mountain villages saw the food, they couldn't help but drool. While Yan Feng went down the mountain to recruit people, Yan Luo flew around the Lotus Peak and the 5 side peaks on his sword. In addition to this ancient steel mine, she also discovered a spiritual mine. The discovery of the spiritual mine made Yan Luo dive into it happily. After a few more years, spirit stones were discovered one after another in various places, and the cultivators all knew the benefits of spirit stones. This thing was then used as the common currency in the world of cultivation. A spirit stone mine is not only beneficial to the cultivator's own cultivation, but is also equivalent to controlling a gold mountain before a natural disaster. It was already dark at this time, but Yan Luo did not have time to rest and continued digging the hole without stopping. She also released Yan Bao and Xiao Shui. When she went to Huayuan community to pick up Sheng Wan, both of Sheng Wan's sheepdogs were pregnant with puppies. Xiao Shui looked well-behaved and cute between the 2 majestic sheepdogs. "Xiao Shui, work hard. If you do a good job, I will reward you with dog food to feed your son." Xiao Shui wagged her tail and immediately started digging the ground with her snow-white paws. Xiao Shui is now at the 5th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, so she can still dig holes. Yan Bao, hurry up too. Yan Bao was very lazy. When he saw Yan Luo asking him to dig a hole, he sat down on the ground. No matter how Yan Luo pulled him, he didn't move. Yan Luo poked its head hard with his index finger. "Forget it." She dug down with her sword herself. When Yan Bao saw that Yan Luo was actually doing it himself, he jumped up, shaking his fat belly, and joined the team digging the hole without saying a word. Yan Luo patted its head with satisfaction. So good, this spiritual stone mine was buried quite deep. 1 man and 2 animals dug for more than 500 meters before they saw the spiritual stones at the end. These spirit stones have not been purified yet. They are not as white and crystal clear as jade. Instead, they are gray and a little yellow. Yan Luo attached great importance to this mine and placed 2 mazes at the entrance of the mine. Before daybreak, she went to Yan Feng to ask for someone. Yan Feng brought 151 people up the mountain this time. One ancient steel mine did not need so many people. When he went down the mountain, Yan Luo specifically told him to bring more people with him in case other mineral deposits were discovered. He didn't believe it at first, but now he has to admire Yan Luo. Your sister is your sister. Not everyone has foresight. Yan Feng said, "Sister, how many people does the spirit stone mine need?" Yan Luo said, "That Lingshire mine is more than 10 times larger than the ancient steel mine. You should arrange 120 people to go there." "Okay, I'll go right away." Yan Luo thought that it was an entire spirit stone mine and felt a little worried about Yan Feng, so he followed him. In the morning, the villagers of Liangshan village were drinking porridge. Just after they finished drinking the porridge, Yan Luo brought Yan Feng and flew in front of everyone. It was the first time they saw someone flying, and they were all shocked. Yan Feng got off the flying sword and introduced, "This is the Grand Elder of Fuguang Palace." Su Kai was the smart one among them. He quickly said, "Hello, Grand Elder." The others followed suit and bowed. Yan Luo was stunned for a moment before he got used to this kind of respect. "I'm here today to divide the work. Only a few of you will stay in this mine, and the rest of you will follow me to another mine." Hearing this, The villagers of the two mountain villages not only did not show any reluctance, but instead showed an expression of relief on their faces. Yen Luo was relieved to see them, and couldn't help but look at Shu Tianxiu in confusion. Shu Tianxiu explained to Yen Luo in a low voice. They were originally worried that they had too many people, and if the mine was finished in half a year, they would have no food to eat after half a year. Now that you said there are mines in other places, of course they are relieved. Yen Luo smiled slightly and said gently, "Don't worry, everyone. Our Fuguang Palace is just beginning to hire people, so your work is indispensable."
Wow.
Thank you, Grand Elder. The Elder is mighty. Yen Luo twitched her lips. She was only 28 years old now, but a group of people older than her also called her elders. This was considered a step up in seniority. But she didn't dwell on this. Shu Tianxiu, pick 120 people to follow me.
Pick those who are loyal and honest.
Yes. Yen Luo was unable to fly swords with so many people, so he could only take them to climb the mountain. Fortunately, we are all mountain people and are used to climbing mountains, so our pace is not slow at this time. We set off at 8 a.m. and arrived at the destination at 1 p.m. On the way, Yen Luo caught a few prey. Everyone just saw Yen Luo walking and waving his hand. No one saw what sharp weapon Yen Luo threw out, but a wild pigeon fluttered down. "I'll give it to you as dinner." Everyone was shocked by Yen Luo's fighting power, and no one dared to look down on her because she was a woman anymore. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Yen Luo took charge of the mining matters. Due to the importance of spirit stones, Yen Luo arranged for several powerful disciples of Fuguang Palace to take turns on duty, including Shen Wan, Shu Tianxiu, Li Zhe, Zhao Ziheng, and others, and ensured that one of them led the team every day. In addition to the disciples who lead the team, Fuguang Palace also arranges 5 people to be on duty every day to be responsible for the safety of the Spirit Stone mine and the villagers. In addition to the 2 mazes at the entrance of the mine, Yen Luo was still worried, so he arranged Dalan here. Dalan is now at the 8th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. If he is placed on this mountain, he can suppress all monsters. The villagers of Liangshan village saw a crocodile pretending to sleep with its eyes closed under a tree outside the cave, and they became even more afraid of Yen Luo. Before leaving, Yen Luo said to Yen Feng, "Tell the disciples privately that being on duty here should not interfere with their cultivation. They are only on duty, not working." Yen Feng was stunned for a moment and understood Yen Luo's thoughts. Let these villagers do the work. Since they have paid the wages, there is no reason for them to hire help. The thing Yen Luo had the most was food. Also, tell the villagers that if there are suitable young people, they can sign up for Fuguang Temple. Our Fuguang Temple needs fresh blood. Got it, sister. I'll go to the village to give notice tomorrow. Yen Luo nodded and flew back to the main peak on his sword. She had recently acquired a lot of smelling beans and had been busy with them before, so she took some out and gave them to the white fox. The white fox held the beans and ate them contentedly. When Yen Bao saw these beans, his eyes lit up. After all, he is his own son, so Yen Luo reserved more than 90% of the demon-smelling beans for him. How much can you eat at one time? Don't let your stomach burst because of greed. Anyway, there is still plenty of this stuff in the ancient steel mine below. Before Yen Luo could finish her words, Yen Bao grabbed the bag from her hand. The big round head plunged in. Yen Luo. Hey, don't do that, you won't be able to handle it. Bang! Yen Bao fell on his back in a daze. Its 4 black claws stretched out like a turtle, revealing its white belly. Its eyes were closed and its mouth was tight. Not to mention Yen Luo was anxious. Even the white fox next to him was stunned. She was already very greedy and anxious, but she didn't expect that there was someone here who was even greedier and more anxious than her. These beans contain spiritual energy that is beneficial to the cultivation of monsters. Just eat a few at a time, or a whole bag at a time. The white fox stood there in astonishment, not knowing what to say for a moment.
Gian Luo checket Gian Bao Shou Meridian.
Fortunately, there was no problem with his meridians, and his breathing was stable. She breathed a sigh of relief. This was the second time Yen Bao fell into a deep sleep due to greed. The last time Yen Bao woke up from a deep sleep, he had grown from a kitten into a teenage cat. I don't know if he will directly turn into an adult cat this time. Thinking about the size of an adult cat, Yenluo felt that she would soon have a majestic and cute mount. Master, I want to eat too. In the pond, there was a small flower with only one head. After soaking in the space for a month, it had grown a body 1 meter long. It's broken. I forgot about you. I'll give you back in a few days when they pick some fresh ones and bring them up. Xiaohua.
See.
The master already dislikes her. Is it because of her vanished beauty? When the white fox saw Xiaohua's awkward look, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiaohua glared at him. What are you laughing at? If I wasn't injured, I would eat 3 foxes like you in one bite. The white fox covered her mouth with one paw, her narrow eyes flickering with smiles. Sister, how dare you say you are beautiful? Who gave you the confidence? Xiaohua jumped out of the water with a splash, and half of her body fell to the edge of the pond. Stand up straight. You stupid fox, if you keep talking nonsense, I will eat you. The white fox immediately ran behind Yenluo and hid. Volula Xiaohua. What to do? She really wanted to tear her apart. The white fox is different from other monsters. It likes to play in crowded places and does not like cold spaces. Even if there is endless fruit, endless spiritual energy, and endless spiritual water in the space. Yenluo asked it, do you have a name? I'll give you one. The white fox said, I heard people say that the most beautiful thing about a woman is her charm. I want to be called Ame. Xiaohua immediately lowered her head and began to dry heave. Bah, how shameless. You're the most beautiful, a fox covered in fur. How can you be beautiful? Do you think you're beautiful? Xiaohua has a bad temper. If it wasn't for the fact that it was only held back by a small part of its body, it would have insisted on fighting the white fox. Okay, May is May, since you like going out, then go out and play. A May was released. It walked gracefully in a straight line with a cat-like gait, wandering around the top of the mountain, stopping from time to time to breathe in the fresh air and feel the praise for its beauty from everyone. As it walked, it suddenly saw a woman sitting beside a big rock on the cliff, with her head lowered and a melancholy look in her eyes. The woman was very pretty, with a pair of beautiful eyes that showed affection. Compared with Yenluo, her beauty had a touch of charm that it liked. The white fox couldn't help but walk over. Ever since Li Zi came to Fuguang Palace, although no one here knows her past, she still hates herself from time to time. Just because the person who came down from the sky on a colorful cloud to save her knew her dirty past. Yen Feng is a good man, the most handsome and kindest person in the world. Li Zi knows that only a woman as outstanding as Yenluo can be worthy of him, so she suppressed her thoughts in her heart. Just as Li Zi was daydreaming, she saw a beautiful snow-white fox looking at her with its head tilted.
She was surprised.
A fox? You must be Elder Luo's pet, right? In the huge lotus peak, there is only Yenluo's pet, which is both powerful and intelligent. The white fox nodded. Li Zi smiled and stood up and touched its head. You are so beautiful, May thought. You are so pretty too. Suddenly, a little red light appeared in May's clear eyes. The red light fell straight into Li Zi's eyes. Li Zi's body froze instantly. May succeeded and walked away happily wagging her tail. But the pair on the edge of the cliff was like a sudden enlightenment. After a brief period of chaos, its brain suddenly became clear. There was actually an extra martial arts book in her mind. Heavenly Fragrance, secret. This technique has extremely high requirements, and only people with natural charm can learn it. Once you have mastered it, you will be able to enchant and make countless men and women bow down to you voluntarily. Li Zi was very excited to get this skill, and she hurriedly ran after the white fox. The white fox returned home, and she chased it to the door of her house. Yenluo asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Li Zi pointed at the white fox. "It gave me a skill, and I came to thank it." Yenluo raised his eyebrows and looked at the white fox. "I didn't expect that a fox would have such skills." The white fox lazily stroked the hair on its head towards the two of them. "Is the technique safe?" Yenluo asked worriedly. "Pardon, no," the white fox explained. "Of course it's safe. This is a technique passed down in our family." Yenluo asked, "Do you still have a family?" The white fox nodded. Master, your question is very strange. Who doesn't have a home at is Yenluo's pet now, and is bound by a space contract, so it will not lie to Yenluo. Yenluo said to Li Zi. Amei said that this technique is safe, and you can learn it. Amei? Is that its name?
Yes.
Li Zi suddenly fell to her knees on the ground. Master, from now on I will be your disciple, and I will absolutely listen to you. Yenluo was stunned. Well, her pet has also started to accept disciples, which really brings honor to the family. The white fox was not pretentious. This was its skill, and it was only right for her to be grateful. Li Zi ran away happily. She was discovered by Yin when she was practicing at night. Yin coveted her skills and threatened, "Show me your skills, or I'll have someone drive you off the mountain tomorrow." Li Zi said coldly, "I don't have it. I can't give it to you." Yin snorted coldly, "Then recite it to me." Li Zi kept her mouth shut and refused to recite. Seeing this, Yin kicked her hard twice. Although both of them are mountain people, Li Zi is delicate and weak, while Yin is strong and healthy, so Li Zi naturally cannot beat Yin. "Hurry up and carry it, or I'll throw you off the mountain now." Li Zi sneered. "This is the territory of Fuguang Palace, not your 2 mountain villages. You don't have the final say." Yin was determined to get Li Zi's martial arts. Li Zi couldn't beat Yin, but she was not stupid either. She took advantage of Yin's inattention and ran away quickly. All the women lived in a small courtyard, including Sheng Wan and others. The monk was a light sleeper and was alert. As soon as Li Zi rushed out, Sheng Wan opened his eyes. Li Zi ran towards the gate of the yard. Although Yin was tough in words, she didn't want to let Li Zi run out and call for help, so she quickly chased after her and grabbed Li Zi by the collar.
Pull her back hard.
Li Zi's neck was strangled, and she almost died. She staggered and fell backwards. Yin took the opportunity to kick her hard in the stomach. Li Zi felt pain and curled up on the ground. Yin mocked. "How dare you fight me? What are you doing out there in the middle of the night? Which man are you trying to hook up with?" Li Zi's eyes were filled with tears because of the pain, but she refused to give in. Seeing her like this, Yin stepped on her waist while she was lying on her side. "Hurry up and recite the skills to me." Li Zi gritted her teeth and refused to carry it. That was something her master gave her, and she couldn't give it away without her master's permission. What's more, it was given to someone like Yin. "You're still pretty tough." Yin raised her foot and was about to step on Li Zi's fingers. Snap! A streak of light flashed past quickly and hit Yin's ankle. Yin felt pain in her foot and fell backwards. There was a bench at the back and she sat down on it, but she couldn't control her strength and fell to the ground again. Sheng Wan was already standing behind Li Zi and helped her up. "Are you okay?" she asked. Li Zi just felt the pain in her bones, which was extremely painful. She gritted her teeth and shook her head. "It doesn't hurt." Sheng Wan knew that she was just trying to show off, so she patted the back of her hand and asked Yang Qingru to help her sit down on the stool. At this time, Yin also calmed down. She didn't expect to wake up these people. She knew these people. They were all female disciples of Fuguang Palace, and one of them was Lu Meirong. Lu Meirong and Li Zi are together, and usually cook for everyone. Sheng Wan looked at Yin. She opened her mouth to speak, but Yin beat her to the punch.
"Who are you?
How dare you hit me?" Sheng Wan choked and looked at her in disbelief. "No, she really thinks she is a big green onion. What's wrong with me hitting you?" "I hit you." Fuguang Palace has a clear order to forbid disciples from fighting privately. You hurt Li Zi in the middle of the night, which is a violation of the law. Yin looked up and said, "I am not a disciple of your Fuguang Palace. Why should I be in charge of your Fuguang Palace's rules?" Sheng Wan smiled and said, "It would be even better if it wasn't. Since you bullied our disciples from Fuguang Palace, what's wrong with us protecting our fellow disciples?" Seeing that Sheng Wan was aggressive and didn't want to let her go, Yin said angrily, "I am a guest invited by your palace master, and you treat the guests like this." It was fine not to mention Yan Feng. Once Yan Feng was mentioned, Sheng Wan became even more angry. This Yan Feng must be mentally ill. Why did he bring such a woman to the mountain? You don't have to use Yen Feng as an excuse. Yen Feng is also reasonable. Yin said disdainfully. You are just a little disciple, yet you call brother Yen by his name. After he finished speaking, several female disciples who came out all laughed. What's wrong with Sheng Wan calling Yen Feng by his full name? Hasn't Sheng Wan always called him that? Sheng Wan said, since you keep calling me brother Yen, I'll call him over right now. I want to see if he will protect you. After saying that, she gave Yang Qingru a look, and Yang Qingru hurried out. 5 minutes later, Yen Feng and Bai Qingze rushed over. As soon as he came, Yin squatted on the ground, crying and rubbing her ankle. Brother Yen, my feet hurt so much. Will I be unable to walk in the future? Yen Feng glanced at her, then turned his gaze to Sheng Wan. Qingru told me about it on the way. Sheng Wan taunted. Then what do you say we should do? People keep calling me brother Yen. Yen Feng was embarrassed. He walked over to check on Li Zi's injuries. Although Li Zi's injuries were only superficial, for an ordinary girl, it was painful and embarrassing. Yen Feng said, Qingru, give her some blood-dissolving medicine. Okay. Yang Qingru carried Li Zi into the house, and Lu Meirong hurried to help. When Yin saw that Yen Feng actually cared about Li Zi first, she immediately felt bad. Brother Yen, look at my feet. Yen Feng did not come over. He stood in the distance and said with a serious look, when I was in school, I hated school bullying the most. Now you are bullying Li Zi by relying on your strength. I should punish you. But you said that you are not a disciple of Fuguang Palace and are not bound by Fuguang Palace. What you said makes sense.
So, go down the mountain.
Yin raised her head abruptly and looked at Yen Feng in disbelief. What did you say? Are you going to drive me down the mountain? Yen Feng nodded. Sister Sheng, please arrange 2 disciples to send her back to the village tomorrow morning. Yin immediately became unwilling. She stood up from the ground and quickly ran towards Yen Feng. Brother Yen, have you forgotten that I helped you convince everyone to work on the mountain? I helped you establish prestige in the eyes of the villagers. Yen Feng frowned. I also gave your father the supplies for what you did, so we are even. I asked you to stay in the mountains because I thought you were really helpful. You could also help Aunt Lu and Li Zi clean up the kitchen in the mountains. I didn't expect that you are a bully in your heart. We at Fuguang Palace don't get along with people like this. Seeing Yen Feng's firm attitude, Yin panicked for a moment. Brother, Yen is not like that. I didn't bully her. I just wanted to see her things. But I didn't expect her to be so stingy and not let me see it. Yen Feng frowned even more tightly. You hit me because I won't let you see it? It's my freedom to show you my things or not. Sheng Wan said, she has this kind of personality. No matter what you say, it's hard to change a person's nature. Yin suddenly looked at Sheng Wan again, her eyes filled with hatred. You're talking nonsense. I can definitely change, Brother Yen. I don't want to go down the mountain. Yen Feng didn't look at her again, turned around and left. Yin still didn't give up. She got up and tried to chase after him, but Yen Feng was too fast. She couldn't catch up with him at all, and was held down by Sheng Wan. Let me go. I will never let you go again if you treat me like this. Yen Feng, who had already left the house, stepped back when he heard this. Yin saw him coming back. Her eyes lit up. Brother Yen, do you regret this? I will definitely listen to you in the future and do whatever you tell me to do. Yen Feng said coldly, I came back to tell you that the decision to send you down the mountain was made by me, and others were just executors. If you are not satisfied, come to me. After what happened with Yin, Yen Feng couldn't sleep, so he asked Sheng Wan to come out and chat. Sheng Wan said gloatingly, What's wrong? Palace Master Yen, don't you like that, Yin? Your taste is not very good. Yen Feng curled his lips and said awkwardly, Sister Sheng, please stop mocking me. She did help a little before, and also helped Aunt Lu and the others on the top of the mountain, but I didn't notice. Sheng Wan walked slowly with her hands behind her back, and the moonlight made her shadow look thin and long. So now, have you learned some skills in judging people? Yen Feng rubbed his temple and said uncertainly, I think I learned it. The two smiled at each other, then wandered aimlessly on the top of the mountain, enjoying the cool breeze on the top of the mountain in the middle of the night. Suddenly, A white light appeared in Yen Luo's yard. Immediately afterwards, a dark figure was thrown out, drew a parabola in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Not good. Someone attacked Yen Luo. Yen Feng and Sheng Wan ran towards Yen Luo's courtyard at the same time. At the same time, a light appeared in the courtyard where the disciples of Fuguang Palace lived. When they heard the bang, they ran out without even having time to put on their clothes. Inside the small courtyard, Yen Luo tightened her pajamas in shock. Judging from the structure, he is clearly a man. Yen Luo was so angry that he threw the person out without thinking. She was now standing in the yard, and as the cold wind from the top of the mountain blew, her mind suddenly came to her senses. There can be no strangers in her space. The only people with thoughts are Yen Bao and Xiao Hua. That person is. A guess suddenly came to Yen Luo's mind. She moved her ears and heard footsteps coming from all around. Yen Luo immediately threw out a bath towel and covered the man outside the yard. As soon as Yen Feng and Sheng Wan arrived, they saw a bath towel flying out. Despite this, the two of them still saw a phantom. On the ground, there was a vague image of a bare human back. The two were horrified. Did Yen Luo meet a pervert? Fortunately, Yen Luo came out in pajamas. Why are you here?
She asked.
Yen Feng opened his mouth. We heard some noise. Not far away, some people were running over one after another. Yen Luo couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. If he had known this would happen, he would have calmed down and not thrown the person out. This is great, an open and above-board public execution. She frowned. Why don't I move him back first, hee. It doesn't seem good to let everyone see it. Yen Feng took a step forward and stood in front of Yen Luo. Sister, let me do it. Just kidding, I don't know whether this man is good or bad, or whether he is wearing clothes or not. It would be bad if he defiled my sister's eyes. It's okay, I can do it myself. Yen Luo's voice stopped abruptly. The person on the ground suddenly cried out. It hurts. He raised his front body slightly and saw Yen Feng and Sheng Wan standing on the side. Yen Luo's voice came from behind. He looked at the bath towel at hand, then looked at his body, and subconsciously stood up wrapped in the bath towel. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on his picturesque face. The bath towel was wrapped down her chest, revealing her collarbone. The arms are thin yet streamlined. He stood there blankly, with strange looks from the people around him falling on him, like dirty black water flowing across a newly opened hibiscus. His eyes are particularly beautiful. Under the bright moonlight, they are like the deep starry sky, exuding a mystery that has lasted for thousands of years. This is a young man, a handsome boy whom no one can bear to desecrate. He looked only 17 or 18 years old, with a hint of childishness on his face. Yen Feng looked him up and down and asked warily, Who are you? Why are you here with my sister? The young man ignored Yen Feng. He tilted his head and glanced at Yen Luo, saying with grievance, Yen Luo, why did you hit me? You never hit me before in the past. Never.
Hit him?
Everyone felt that their filter for Yen Luo was shattered. Did they know each other for a long time? For a moment, everyone doubted their relationship. Yen Luo felt mixed emotions at this moment, but the most urgent thing was to quickly drag the person in to avoid further embarrassment. She whispered, Come back quickly. Yen Feng and Sheng Wan stood on either side of the young man. Yen Feng waved to everyone. Okay, go back to sleep. There's nothing for you to do here. Okay, let's go then. Everyone ran away, but Lin Sijia stayed. Yen Luo said, You three should leave as well. We don't need you here. Yen Feng frowned. Sister, this guy. Xiao Yen Feng, Yen Luo asked you to leave, so hurry up and leave. The young man urged. Yen Feng glared at him unhappily. Shut up. You came here without clothes on, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Yen Luo spoke again. Okay, Xiao Feng. Don't worry, go back first. I have something to tell him. Yen Feng was dragged back unwillingly by Sheng Wan. On the way, he was still mumbling. When did my sister find a boy like this? I can tell at a glance that he has bad intentions. Lin Sijia agreed deeply this time. She said slowly, If you are younger than me, don't call me sister. It's a bit wild. What's the meaning? It's just that the little boy likes an older sister. He should politely call her sister, but he refuses to do so because he likes her. He tries to get closer to her and create a visual impression of being the same age. 3 black lines appeared on Yan Feng's forehead. Just say it. That boy has no good intentions. He turned around and tried to rush back, but Sheng Wan grabbed his wrist. Yan Feng said anxiously, Sister Sheng. After saying this, Yan Feng was stunned for a moment. Sister Sheng, Sister Sheng, Sister Sheng. Was it because he called her Sister Sheng over and over again that Sheng Wan took it for granted that she was a child? Sheng Wan didn't notice Yan Feng's abnormality. She advised, Sister Luo's reaction just now clearly showed that she was very familiar with that boy. Don't worry, as long as Sister Luo doesn't want to. That boy can't embarrass her. Besides, Sister Luo might really have something to say to him, and if we go, we will disturb Sister Luo instead. Yan Feng snorted and returned to his yard in a depressed mood. Sheng Wan and Lin Sijia walked to the other side of the yard. Yan Feng, who had walked to the gate of the courtyard, suddenly turned around. Sheng Wan. Sheng Wan turned around. What's wrong? Yan Feng was silent for 3 seconds, then said, Remember to have someone send Yinin down the mountain tomorrow. Sheng Wan said with a smile, I'm such a forgetful person, I see. In Yan Luo's courtyard, under the bright moonlight, the 2 shadows collided. In the newly built courtyard, Yan Luo placed a wooden mahogany table and 4 heavy stools in the yard. In the corner, there is a sturdy peach tree that Yan Luo transplanted from the space. She chose a tree that had just grown flower buds, which were about to bloom. The side facing the sun was as pink as a picture, while the side facing the shade was still a little bare. Yan Luo sat on the stool, staring at the standing boy. This boy is indeed handsome. She had already been amazed at him just now, and now looking at him again, she still felt that his eyes were intoxicating. Yan Luo didn't say anything, and the atmosphere was a little low. The boy stood nervously, grabbing the edges of the bath towel with both hands, making it wrinkled. The 2 of them were in a stalemate, but suddenly, a peach blossom fell from the sky, floating lightly, and landed on Yan Luo's head. The boy hurried forward and took the flower from her black hair. Yan Luo sat there motionless, only to smell a pleasant scent of green grass blowing towards him. Her face was just at the boy's waist, and the purple bath towel blocked all view. The young man took the flower down and handed it to Yan Luo. Yan Luo, look, it's a flower. It looks pretty good on your head. How about I put it back in for you? Yan Luo. She looked at the boy speechlessly.
Who are you?
The boy was stunned for a moment and said nervously, I'm Yan Bao. Don't you recognize me?
Zan Bao.
It really is it. There is now a giant panda and a giant python in Yan Luo's space. The python is female and the giant panda is male. If he accidentally transforms, the boy must also be a giant panda. The black shadow came closer in front of her again, and Yan Luo's breath was choked. The boy actually put the peach blossom in her hair again, and then said with a smile, It looks good. Yan Luo was even more speechless. Why does this giant panda act like a fool after transforming? She picked it up in the first place so that it could become a superb warrior in the future. Yan Luo sighed slightly in her heart and asked, Why did you transform now? What is your cultivation level? Zhenwu realm don't monsters have to reach the Yaguang realm before they can transform? Yan Bao was stunned. I don't know. Yan Luo pressed his temple. Could it be another strange law of space? But why didn't Xiaohua and the others transform? Could it be because they were still at the gathering spirit realm? Yan Luo couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up thinking about it. Seeing Yan Luo frowning, Yan Bao couldn't help but ask cautiously, Yan Luo, do you dislike me like this? If you don't like me, can I change back? Yan Luo shook his head. No, you're fine like this, but you need to put on some clothes. Yan Luo took him into the space. She had stockpiled a lot of men's clothes at the beginning. Now she ran to the warehouse and picked out several sets of clothes for Yan Bao to change. Yan Bao felt dizzy after changing 7 or 8 sets of clothes. He pouted, but seeing Yan Luo's enthusiasm, he endured it silently even if he was unwilling in his heart. Finally, seeing that he was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, light blue jeans, and white sneakers, Yan Luo was satisfied. Yen Bao looks very sunny, with a face that is 7 parts innocent and 3 parts childish. If he were put in those star boy bands or certain boys before the natural disaster, he would definitely be able to stand out from the crowd and win the love of a large number of older sister fans and anti-fans. At this moment, Yen Luo felt like his son had grown up. She patted Yen Bao's shoulder with relief. Yes, it looks good. Yen Bao is photographed, happy like a child. He smiled softly and said, Yen Luo, it's the middle of the night, it's too late, let's go to bed good. Yen Luo walked towards the big bed in the wooden house, turned around and saw Yen Bao following him closely. Yen Luo raised his eyebrows. What are you doing here? Yen Bao pointed to the bed and said as a matter of course, warm your bed. Yen Luo curled his lips, looked at his clear eyes and explained, you can't sleep in my bed anymore.
Why?
But didn't you always sleep like this before? Yen Luo said helplessly, because you are not a giant panda now. You have changed your shape and become a human. In our human world, there is a saying that men and women should not touch each other. So, do you understand? Yen Bao tilted his head, and after 3 seconds, the doubt in his eyes suddenly disappeared. I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a cute giant panda, then climbed onto the big bed. Unexpectedly, before he could climb up, he was slapped down by Yen Luo.
No.
Yen Bao was really aggrieved this time. He turned into a teenager again and looked at Yen Luo pitifully. Didn't you say that humans can't do this, but pandas can? Yen Luo held her forehead with her hand. She felt a throbbing pain in her forehead. Yen Bao, but I already know that you can transform, so in my eyes, you are a man, not a giant panda. No matter how you change, in my heart, you are still a man. Yen Bao looked eagerly, so I can't sleep with you anymore? Yen Luo nodded very seriously, yes. The little boy's face turned pale in an instant, and his eyes, which had been bright and lively, became lifeless. He even lowered his head, looking a little self-destructive. Yen Luo's heart moved. Her maternal radiance must be overflowing again. No woman would be able to bear to see such a beautiful boy being so weak and innocent in front of her. She opened her mouth and said, I'll install a screen in the room. I'll sleep inside and you'll sleep outside. Is that okay? Okay, I'll do as you say. Yen Luo rearranged the room. A single bed was placed for Yen Bao. Although Yen Bao was reluctant, he did not disobey Yen Luo and obediently climbed onto his bed to sleep. It was already 2 in the morning when I went to bed, so it was inevitable that I woke up late in the morning. Yen Feng was concerned about Yen Luo's matter and knocked on the door outside the yard early in the morning. Yen Luo took a long time to open the door. Why are you here so early in the morning? Seeing her exhausted and haggard face, Yen Feng couldn't help but wonder, could it be that last night Yen Feng frowned tightly. His sister's last marriage was unhappy. So, what if she doted on a young boy? As long as the sister likes something, she will spoil 10 or 8 of them, and the younger brother cannot complain. As long as my sister is happy, that's enough. Yen Feng suddenly came to his senses. It's okay. I just came to see my sister. I'm relieved that you're safe. I'll go down the mountain first. Yen Luo nodded. Go ahead and be safe. In the space, Aunt Chun had prepared breakfast, and Yen Bao was sitting at the table waiting for Yen Luo. As soon as he saw Yen Luo coming back, he immediately put the peeled eggs in front of her. After dinner, Yen Luo went to the warehouse to find some clothes for Yen Bao to wear. Yen Bao was wandering around in the space. The white moon floated in front of him, and Aunt Chun also walked in front of him curiously, praising him with a smile. The boy is so handsome, Baiyu said cheerfully. I didn't expect that when you were a panda, you were the most beautiful animal in the world. You are no less beautiful as a human. I wonder if God has closed your window. Yen Bao's face turned red as he was stared at by the 2 women. In the pond, when Xiaohua heard that there was a handsome young man to be seen, she immediately poked her head out and crawled over quickly. Hey, little boy, do you have a girlfriend? Would you like to consider me? I'm strong as an ox. I can do anything and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Aunt Chun teased. Xiaohua, don't you know that men don't like women like this? Xiaohua straightened her back and said unconvincedly, why not? My little brother will definitely like it. Yen Bao showed a look of disgust and said bluntly, "You are a lowly python, and you want to be my girlfriend. You are really a toad, wanting to eat swan meat." When Yen Bao said this, his attitude was very arrogant, and his expression was very natural, as if he was not mocking Xiaohua, but it was the truth that should be so. Xiaohua was shocked. If she had hands, she would have put her hands on her hips and cursed.
Too bad, she has no hands.
She could only straighten her body and said angrily, "Why are you so proud? You were just a little likable in the zoo. What's the big deal? You are still a pet to your owner now." Yen Bao looked slowly toward Xiaohua, and when his gaze fixed on her, those pure and harmless eyes suddenly became turbulent, and a cruel red light flashed across them. It was this fleeting red light that caused Xiaohua's straight body to tremble suddenly. She was covered in cold sweat. That's scary. She was wrong, and he would never dare to provoke the giant panda again. After Yen Luo found his clothes, he saw everyone gathered by the river and walked over. Why are you so wet, Xiaohua?" Xiaohua laughed dryly twice. "I just came out of the pond and got wet." "Oh, then you should go back and take care of it. Don't go out unless necessary."
No.
Xiaohua hurriedly slipped back to her little pond. Bai Yu and Aunt Chun didn't notice Yen Bao's eyes just now, so they were also wondering why Xiaohua suddenly turned into a python. Yen Bao pulled Yen Luo's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Xiaohua said that I am the same as her. Both of us are the master's pets, Yen Luo. Do you really treat me as a pet?" Yen Luo smiled and said, "Don't you know what's going on? Look at the pets I raise. Which one eats and drinks for free? Which one has not been sent out by me to work? Only you, my little ancestor, eats the best food every day and is so fat." Cough cough. Yen Luo took a look at his current appearance, and the word fat and strong did not fit him at all, so he changed the word and said, "He has fair skin and beautiful looks. Can you see that?" Yen Bao smiled shyly. He wanted to throw himself into Yen Luo's arms like he did before, but then he found that he was taller than Yen Luo and could not throw himself in at all. He had to give up the action in frustration. Yen Luo saw through his intention and couldn't help but smile. "I'm going out. Do you want to come with me or stay in the space?" Yen Bao is already an individual. He should have independent thoughts. Yen Bao said, "I'll go out too. I'll go wherever you go. Then let's go out together." Bai Yu and Aunt Chun were extremely envious behind them. Back in the yard, Yen Luo asked Yen Bao, "Do you need any skills?" "I can teach you." Yen Bao answered honestly, "No need, I have a technique." Yen Luo remembered that the white fox also had a book called Tian Xiangju, so it was not surprising that her Yen Bao had a martial arts method. But she still asked, "Is that technique reliable?"
Zan Bao not dead.
What is automatically generated in my mind is the companion technique. Yen Luo was stunned for a moment. It was the first time she heard the term companion technique. Born together, this martial art is tailor-made for him and should be the most suitable for him. Okay, then tell me if you encounter any problems. Yen Bao has a very happy smile on his face. Yen Luo cares about him new. In the morning, Yen Luo called together the disciples who were not on duty to go to the mountain to collect herbs. Although Hu Bingyan was the only one who chose to make alchemy at the beginning, alchemy is a basic skill for cultivators. Even if you can't make advanced elixirs, you still have to practice some common and basic elixirs. The main peak of Lotus Peak and its 5 side peaks are all wild mountains with a lot of medicinal herbs. Yen Luo said, "We only pick those with spiritual energy. It's useless for us to pick those without spiritual energy." As Hu Bingyan walked, he found a piece of spirit-gathering grass, which was the main ingredient for refining the spirit-gathering pill. He hurriedly took a shovel and started digging. Yen Luo thought, it was fortunate that this was an elementary spiritual herb. If it was something more precious, it would have died if touched by the shovel. Lin Sijia wiped the sweat off her face and said, "Sister Luo, can we plant these spiritual herbs on the mountain, just like planting crops, so that we can increase the yield?" Yen Luo suddenly remembered, "Sister, you really reminded me. We haven't planted the crops yet." Everyone. Oh no. They didn't even think of something as important as growing crops. No matter how much supplies you stockpile, they will eventually run out. Yen Luo was a practical person. She did it immediately after thinking of it. She chose the flattest side peak and went to dig mud under the water outside. This time she didn't bring Yan Feng, but Yan Bao. Yan Bao had a high level of cultivation and was very efficient at digging mud. After working for several days, the two of them had filled the area below the halfway point of the mountain with soil. All the trees that had grown there were cut down and sent to the main peak for construction. Yan Luo was afraid that the soil quality was poor and the crops would not grow, so he watered the soil with the spiritual water in the space and waited for it to dry. It took more than half a month to complete this project. Yan Luo found Yan Feng again and said, "Go to Liangshan village again and recruit some workers. This time they don't have to be young laborers as long as they can farm." In an aging society, the fields are already full of people in their 50s and 60s. As long as they are in good health and don't cultivate too many acres of land, they can do the job. As wages, each of them is given 20 kilograms of rice per month. When Yan Feng saw the vast land, he was very surprised, and everyone in Fuguang Palace was full of gratitude to Yan Luo. With farmland, they will never go hungry. The sky is big, the earth is big, and food is the biggest. Yan Feng said, "Sister, this position of leader should be yours." Yan Luo waved his hand. "I don't want to worry about it. Once Fuguang Palace is on the right track, it will be nothing for me to do." When Yan Feng went down the mountain to recruit people, he also brought the wages for the first batch of miners. Bags of white rice were neatly stacked at the entrance of the village, and the villagers passing by were drooling. There was a man in my family who was mining in the mountains. His hands were shaking when he came up to get the rice. The others who were not eligible to receive rice showed jealous looks. Yan Feng warned, "Don't eat too much at once. It's bad for your stomach." He was afraid that these people, who hadn't eaten rice for a long time, would not be able to control themselves and eat too much. People who have been hungry for a long time cannot eat too much at once. "Okay, thank you." Yan Feng added, "Next time, distribute flour so we can eat them in rotation." With all the rice, the villagers heard that there were people recruiting for jobs in the mountains and that they were farming, so they rushed to sign up, fearing that they would not be selected. Yan Feng recruited another 50 villagers, this time including some women. Aunt Huang muttered loudly, "Palace Master Yan, I can also do farm work. If you don't want to recruit me, forget it. My 3 sons are all very good at it. You can take them with you." When Aunt Huang saw that she couldn't bargain for the price and saw others eating the delicious rice, her eyes became red. "It's a little, so it's a little, but he has many sons. 3 sons are like 3 bags of rice, which she can never finish by herself." Yan Feng glanced at her. He remembered that this middle-aged woman was very difficult to get along with, so he decisively ignored her. When Aunt Huang saw that Yan Feng ignored her, she started to get angry. She rushed to Yan Feng and rolled on the ground. "Palace Master Yan, please have mercy on an old woman like me and take my son with you. I kowtow to you." Yan Feng speechlessly agreed on a time with the workers and fled quickly. Yinyin was also unwilling to accept this. After Yinyin returned home, although her father was the village chief, Yan Feng did not lack rice and noodles from her family, but it was only rice and noodles. She could eat oily and flavorful stir-fried dishes in the mountains. After eating good meals for a while, Yinyin felt that the rice and wild vegetable porridge at home was simply hard to swallow. Seeing Yan Feng coming to her house to look for her father, Yinyin quickly ran out. "Brother Yan, are you here to pick me up?" Yan Feng said no. Yinyin didn't feel embarrassed at all. She carried her small school bag on her own and said, "Brother Yan, just take me upstairs. I can work too. I will help you wash clothes and cook. I will never hit anyone again. Please forgive me. I have really changed." This time, when Yan Feng went down the mountain to recruit people, he asked the village chief to help issue the notice. Moreover, he needed the village chief's advice on who could be used and who could not be used, so he had to give the village chief some face. Yan Feng said, "There are many restrictions and rules in the mountains, and there are only men. It would be great for a little girl like you to be free and carefree in the village." Yinyin thought, is freedom as important as having good food and drink? Definitely not. Moreover, she wanted to be the palace mistress's wife and wanted everyone to worship and respect her. So she pestered her father again. "Dad, Please ask Brother Yen for help. I want to go to the mountain." The village chief could only look at Yen Feng pleadingly. "Palace Master Yen, look, can you please give me some face?" Yen Feng sighed. "You can go, but you must get along well with others and not hit anyone. Also, you must abide by the rules of Fuguang Palace." Enin immediately jumped 3 feet high with excitement. "Brother Yen is so nice. I like Brother Yen the most." Yen Feng frowned. "Just call me Palace Master Yen like everyone else." Yin's smile froze. Called Palace Master Yen. Then wouldn't she be treated the same as everyone else, with no special treatment? Yen Feng ignored her and turned to go outside. The people they brought this time were not as physically fit as those they brought last time. When they arrived at their destination, it was already dark. Everyone ate some cold steamed buns and went to sleep. The next day, disciples from Fuguang Palace brought wheat seeds, corn seeds, and rice seeds. In order to prevent villagers from stealing seeds and to protect them from being harmed by monsters and beasts, Fuguang Palace sends 2 disciples to be on duty here every day, with rotations taking place 24 hours a day. After solving the logistical problems, Yen Luo summoned several elders from Fuguang Palace. The main peak is almost complete. I took a look and realized that if everyone lives here, it will inevitably be crowded, so I plan to build the other 5 side peaks as well. Yen Feng nodded. "I have the same idea." Yen Luo said, "If we open it, we will need someone to guard it. I will divide the work. If you think it is okay, do as I say." Yen Luo had been planning this for a long time, so she spoke in an orderly manner. There are 5 side peaks, and each side peak has an elder responsible for daily tasks. These daily tasks can be completed within the peak, and there is no need to report to the main peak. The positions of elders were decided when we were in Huayuan community. Sheng Wan and Xu Tianxu were 2 of them. Bai Yu was replaced by Hu Bingyan due to special reasons. There are also 2 side peaks, but since there are no suitable candidates for elders at the moment, they will not be developed for the time being. Do you have any additional comments? Yen Luo left one of the remaining 2 for Lin Xijia. Lin Xijia likes to make formations, and if she learns enough, she can be independent. But she is young now, and the people below her will inevitably disobey her. What Sister Luo said is fine. Let's do as Sister Luo said. Yen Luo nodded. Then let Sheng Wan go to the mountain where ancient steel is currently mined, Hu Bingyan go to the mountain where crops are grown, and Xu Tianxu go to the mountain that is opposite the main hall of Fuguang Palace. From now on, go back and each pick 10 people to be your disciples, then name your mountain, and report back to the palace master when you are done. Xu Tianxu declined. Sister Luo, this Lotus Peak is the result of your hard work, so you should decide the name. Sheng Wan also said, I think what Xu Tianxu said makes sense. Sister Luo should come up with the name. Yen Luo covered her forehead with her hands. She just let them come up with the name, because she didn't want to spend time on naming. How could the ball be kicked back? P.S. I can't come up with a name for Xinglua. Please recommend it in the comment section. It's time to test everyone, hahaha. She said, I don't have any ideas. Why don't you go back and think about it yourself? There's no rush anyway. Everyone smiled at each other and decided that it would be a good idea to use numbers for the time being. Because Xu Tianxu was at the main peak storefront, he was temporarily called number 1. Sheng Wan's was called number 2, and Hu Bingyan's was called number 3. Because the disciples of Fuguang Palace were now settled in different peaks, the main peak no longer needed so many small courtyards, and the project was completed in 2 more days. Lu Tai led the engineering team to peak number 1. Except for the main peak, which is steep and only allows houses to be built on the top of the mountain, large yards can be built halfway up the other side peaks. On the main peak of Lotus Peak, in the center, stands a huge yellow and white palace. The palace was bright and dazzling under the light, as if shrouded in a layer of sacred glory. Surrounded by lush green, against the backdrop of a sea of green and the morning mist like water vapor, the palace appears otherworldly, like a fairyland in outer space. If you fly a sword in the sky, your mind will be purified. There are 180 steps in front of the main entrance of the palace. Going up the steps, there is a 5-story building in front of you. Under the eaves at the highest point, A plaque made of silver steel and surrounded by gold is shining brightly. Fuguang Palace are written on it. The words were written by Yen Luo. Although her current cultivation level was only at the Jinwu realm, there was a hint of sword energy in these words, which ordinary Juling realm cultivators could not look directly at. The main peak already has the momentum and outline of a major sect. The front and left and right sides of the palace are built with foundations made of large stones, and the ground is covered with a layer of white lime, making the palace in the middle look even more solemn and majestic. Behind the palace is the small courtyard where Yen Luo and her friends live. Yen Luo and Yen Feng's courtyards are adjacent to each other, and both are small courtyards where one person lives alone. In addition, there is a large courtyard with many rooms for outsiders to temporarily live in. Currently, those living there are those who have not yet gone to the side peak. Yen Luo planted many spiritual herbs between the courtyard and the palace. As a sect of cultivation, it would be most appropriate to cultivate some spiritual herbs and flowers. With such an arrangement of the main peak, Yen Luo felt satisfied. Yen Bao came back with a bunch of wild flowers. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Bai Qingze learning from Yen Luo. Yen Bao walked over calmly, handed the wild flowers to Yen Luo, and sat down next to Yen Luo, separating Bai Qingze aside. Yen Luo, do you think this flower looks nice? I'll put it in a vase. Yen Luo gave Yen Bao a storage ring. Yen Bao took out a nice-looking beverage bottle from the storage ring. He drank the beverage in it in gulps and put the flower in it. Bai Qingze saw Yen Bao drinking the beverage and smelled the sweet taste, and his throat rolled several times. Yen Bao noticed his reaction and couldn't help but raise his lips in pride. You went to the mountains to play again. I was wondering why I couldn't find you so early in the morning. Yen Bao said, I didn't go out to play. I went to pick flowers for you. Didn't you say that these small wild flowers are more beautiful than the big ones? Yen Luo's space is full of lush fruit tree and vegetable flowers. She mentioned it casually before, but she didn't expect Yen Bao to remember it. I don't know what kind you like, so I picked several. A full bunch of flowers was put in a bottle and placed on the table in the yard, and the yard suddenly became colorful. Bai Qingze suddenly felt that he was a bit redundant. He thought for a moment and said, Master, my senior brother has something else for me to do. I'm leaving now. Go back and review your lessons.
No.
As soon as Bai Qingze left, Yen Bao felt better. He pulled Yen Luo's wrist and said, Yen Luo, I found something interesting on the mountain. Do you want to go and see it? Yen Luo looked at his expression of seeking credit and couldn't bear to reject him. Good. Yen Bao and Yen Luo flew towards the back mountain of the main peak on their swords. The terrain of the mountain at the back is gentler than that at the front, so it is suitable for building some small houses, but Yen Luo did not develop it. Yen Bao pulled her and landed in a secluded place surrounded by dense primeval forest. As soon as they landed, they scared away 2 fighting birds. Yen Bao pointed to a place. There's a hole there and there are small animals in it. Yen Luo looked at the place he pointed to, a large rock 2 people tall, with thick fallen leaves covering the bottom. Yen Luo used his spiritual sense to probe and felt the movement under the fallen leaves. A group of ants? Yen Luo raised his eyebrows. Ants are good things, especially demonized ants. She created a gust of wind from her palm, blowing away the fallen leaves. When the fallen leaves were lifted up, a hole was revealed underneath. The hole is the size of a bowl. As the entrance of the cave appeared, ants began to run out non-stop. Each one was bigger than Yen Luo's hand. In a short while, they crawled all over the place, so densely packed that they almost drowned Yen Luo and the other man. Yen Luo and Yen Bao flew to the tree. The little ants climbed up the tree without knowing the danger. Yen Luo's white true fire poured down from the top of the tree, and a large number of the forward ants were directly roasted. There is a strict hierarchy in the ant world, and these worker ants must listen to the queen ant. Yen Luo knew that it must be the queen ant who sent them out. She ignored the little ants below and flew to the entrance of the cave. She condensed water on her fingertips, and the water poured into the cave like a dam breaking. A swarm of ants rushed out. After the flood, the queen ant was still not seen, So Yenluo lit a handful of mugwort at the entrance of the cave. Sure enough, after the wormwood had been burning for 10 minutes, a fat ant that was larger than 3 worker ants ran out. Yenluo picked it up by its neck and threw it into space. As soon as the queen ant entered the space, the worker ants in the forest lost their spiritual support and stood there in a daze. Owner, do you have a name? If not, just call me Xiao Yi. The queen ant nodded obediently, yes. Bring all your brothers in, I have a mission to arrange.
Yes.
10 minutes later, at the call of the queen ant, countless ants rushed back from far away. They were so dense that it looked like an ant tide. Looking at them for one more second would make you suffer from trypophobia. Yenluo said, you arrange for some of them to stay at the entrance of the valley, some to follow you and me, and the rest to be scattered around Lotus Peak. If there is any danger, pass on the message immediately. What better animal to spy on than an ant? Yes. The queen ant has absolute prestige and can get the message out quickly. The ants come and go quickly. Yenluo collected the little ants and then caught a few earthworms from under the damp and rotten leaves and threw them into the space. Earthworms can loosen the soil in the fields. Yenbao flew into the air and caught a few wild pigeons and other kinds of small birds. Putting these things into the space made Xiaohua very happy. After eating animals every day, I can finally eat some birds. Aunt Chun killed a pigeon immediately and cooked pigeon soup for Yenluo in the evening. There are still many edible animals in the mountains. Yenbao became interested and pulled Yenluo to go hunting. We don't use any spiritual power. How about we see who can hit harder? Yenluo couldn't bear to bully a little kid like him. But she secretly let it go and deliberately made the aim inaccurate. Who would have thought that Yenbao, this cute and silly boy, would suddenly change his temperament while hunting, and his eyes would become extremely indifferent. He struck steadily, accurately, and ruthlessly, and the stones and daggers in his hands always hit the target with one strike. Yenluo opened his mouth in surprise. She felt that Yenbao was so strange. Yenluo threw all the prey the two had caught into the space. Those that are still alive are allowed to run freely on the mountains in the space. Before the natural disaster, wild boars and chickens would have been very valuable. Although it is not sold now, it is still delicious when eaten by our family. Yenluo was waiting for Aunt Chun to cook. Since he had nothing to do since he had already descended the main peak, he went to peak number 1, which was under construction in front. The first courtyard built on peak number 1 was halfway up the mountain. Now that the foundation has been laid, they are building the house. There is no shortage of stones for building houses on the mountain, but the stones are stacked with ordinary mud. There is no shortage of wood in the mountains, so the material used is wood. Xu Tianxiu was practicing with the disciples of Fuguang Palace in a makeshift wooden house, and the people working outside were all mountain people. Some of them were moving stones, some were mixing mud, and some were carving wood. Yenluo felt that they were still in good order and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to leave, she heard a woman's sharp voice. Hey, what's wrong with giving me one? It's not yours. Yenluo frowned and looked towards the kitchen. The kitchen only had 4 pillars and a ceiling, and the people inside were clearly visible. Ini was holding a tomato and angrily scolding Lu Meirong. Because the engineering team came to peak number 1, Lu Meirong had to follow them to peak number 1 to cook for everyone. Inyan's job was to help Lu Meirong, so she had to follow them to peak number 1. She was very reluctant to come to this shabby place, but Yan Feng said that if she didn't come, she would be sent back to Liangshan village. Compared to going back to Liangshan village, although I can't see Brother Yan here, I have vegetables to eat. Today, Xu Tianxiu sent a box of tomatoes to the kitchen. Each of the tomatoes was red, round, juicy, and plump. Lu Meirong had planned to cook a good meal for everyone today, cooking tomato and egg noodles, but when she turned around, she saw Inin taking tomatoes from the box and eating them. She had already eaten one, and this was the second one. There was still tomato juice on her hands and face. Although it's not mine, it was given to me by Elder Xu. I want everyone to share it. Lu Meirong said helplessly. Inin curled her lips in disdain. What elder or not? He's just a captain in our village. You really think you're such a big shot? I just ate a few tomatoes. If you don't tell me, who would know? Lu Meirong was at a loss and angry. Yining raised her fist at her, and she retracted her hand in fear. Yen Luo walked straight over and said, "Are you stealing public food?" When Lu Meirong saw Yen Luo coming, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yining paused. "Sister Yen Luo, why are you here?" She took a tomato from the box and walked over. "This tomato is delicious. Do you want to try it?" In her eyes, Yen Luo probably wouldn't get to eat such good things on a regular basis. Yen Luo took the tomato from her hand expressionlessly. Yining suddenly felt proud. Look, even Yen Luo is craving for these tomatoes, and she is not the only one eating them. Yen Luo looked up at her. He was not interested in what she was thinking, but he knew clearly that she didn't like such people. Since Elder Shu gave this to everyone to eat, it is public property, so I naturally cannot violate the rules. As she spoke, she used her spiritual power to lift the tomato in her hand and put it back into the box. The smug look on Yin's face froze. Yen Luo looked at her. "People like you have violated the rules of Fuguang Palace again and again. The palace master showed you mercy, but I will not. What do you want to do? Go back to where you came from." Hearing this, Yin sneered. "Why do you have to decide where I go? I was picked up by Palace Master Yen himself." In her eyes, Yen Feng is the most powerful person in the entire Fuguang Palace, and Yen Luo only benefits from the fact that she is Yen Feng's biological sister. Otherwise, how could so many people respect her as a woman? Yen Luo smiled and said to Lu Meirong, "Go and call Shu Tianxiu." Why Lu Meirong hurried to the place where Shu Tianxiu was practicing. Yin was still mocking. "I thought you were so capable, but I didn't expect that you would end up pointing your finger at others." As he finished speaking, a leaf suddenly flew over from a distance. Although the leaf was light, it scratched Yin's face like a sharp blade. Yin screamed and covered her cheeks. Yen Bao walked out of the woods. "What's going on? Now anyone dares to bully Yen Luo, who dares to hit me." Yin raised her head angrily, only to see a very handsome young man walking towards her. The young man seemed to be surrounded by light, attracting everyone's attention. Yin was halfway through scolding when she was attracted by his appearance and couldn't continue. "This boy is so handsome, even prettier than Yen Feng." Yen Bao looked at her with disdain, then turned to Yen Luo and said, "I saw river clams in the water. They were very plump. I caught some and will grill them later." Yin couldn't help feeling jealous when she saw that the boy was so nice to Yen Luo. Just because this woman is the palace master's sister, everyone on this mountain flatters her. She must become the palace master's wife. As long as she becomes the palace master's wife, these people will also flatter her. By then, there would be all kinds of good-looking boys. Shu Tianxiu ran over with 2 disciples and asked, "Sister Luo, why are you here?" Yen Luo pointed at Yin in front of him. "I was attracted by her. I was wondering who was so arrogant on the mountain and ruined the atmosphere of our Fuguang Palace. It turned out to be an outsider." When Shu Tianxiu came, he had already heard what Lu Meirong said, and he said immediately, "It's my fault for not taking good care of her. Let someone send her down the mountain right away." Yin stared.
Why?
Is she the only woman who has the final say here? I was brought up here by the palace master herself. Shu Tianxiu sneered. "That's right. She has the final say here. Even if I send you down the mountain, palace master Yen won't say anything." Yin said angrily, "I will tell brother Yen that you abused me." Yen Luo smiled and said, "Okay, whatever you want." Yin was dragged away by 2 men, holding her shoulders on both sides. Shu Tianxiu sighed. The palace master is just too soft-hearted. She can't handle this kind of clinging woman. If it were me, I would just scold her and chase her away. The main reason is that Yin is so clingy and shameless that Yen Feng can't remain cool to her. Yen Luo looked at their backs and said, "This girl will definitely come again." Shu Tianxiu patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I'll drive them away every time they come." Yen Luo smiled. After returning from peak number 1, Yen Luo and Yen Bao hurried into the space. Aunt Chun prepared a table full of game in the evening, especially the spicy diced rabbit meat, which was fragrant and spicy. Although roasted garlic clams are not as expensive as oysters, they also have a unique flavor. After Yen Luo had eaten his fill, he prepared a box of ointment according to the recipe for cleansing the essence and marrow that he had obtained in the secret realm last time. Although it was already midnight, Yen Luo could not contain his excitement, and he scooped a spoonful from the box and poured it into the bathtub. As soon as the black ointment entered the warm water, the strong medicinal fragrance immediately dissipated. Yen Luo changed into a light and breathable white short skirt pajamas and sat in. It started as a gentle warm sensation, but after 3 minutes, a tingling sensation started to spread all over my body. The stinging pain becomes more and more intense, like countless silver needles piercing your skin. Yen Luo thought he was strong, but when the pain became more and more piercing, Yen Luo almost bit off his tongue. She picked up the handkerchief next to the bathtub, rolled it up, and stuffed it into her mouth. The pain in her body made her sweat profusely. Her wet hair hung on her face and neck. Her hands unconsciously clasped the edge of the bathtub tightly. As time passed, Yen Luo fainted from the pain, then fainted and woke up from the pain, over and over again. Dirty black blood was struggling to seep out of her tiny pores, and a foul smell began to fill the bathtub beneath her. Yen Luo knew that this was a success. What was excreted was the impurities in her body. Her clenched teeth loosened, and she fainted from exhaustion. Yen Bao played outside for a while. Seeing that Yen Luo had not come out of the bathroom for 2 hours, he ran over worriedly. Yen Luo, are you done washing? Yen Luo, Yen Luo? Yen Bao called out a few times outside the curtain, but got no response from Yen Luo. Yen Bao decisively lifted the curtain and rushed in. Yen Luo was seen sitting on his back in the bathtub, all black and wet, like a carp spirit that had emerged from the mud, powerless. The small bathroom was filled with a pungent stench. Yen Bao didn't even frown. He just rushed in and picked up Yen Luo horizontally. The black mud on Yen Luo's body instantly rubbed all over his clean shirt. Yen Bao carried her out of the bathroom and placed her on the rocking chair in front of the cabin. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Aunt Chun and Bai Yu had already gone to bed, and Xiahua had sunk to the bottom of the pond. Yen Bao took a clean towel and wiped Yen Luo's body bit by bit. His movements were very gentle, for fear of waking Yen Luo up and hurting her skin. But Yen Luo still felt a slight itch coming from her body. She moaned and opened her eyes slightly.
Zanbao?
Yen Bao was concentrating on wiping the mud off her. When he heard her call, he looked up and smiled. You're awake. Yen Luo's eyes fell on the black mud on his white shirt, and then she looked at her arms. She instantly wanted to die. This is so embarrassing. She frowned and said with difficulty, Don't worry about it. I'll take a break. Go wash it yourself. Yen Bao was as clean as the spring sun, and Yen Luo really didn't want him to see him looking so sloppy. The two of them looked so out of place now. Yen Bao asked doubtfully, Is it because I wiped it and it didn't feel good? Or should I go wake up Aunt Chun? Yen Luo thought, There's no need to call everyone over to see her beauty, okay? I'll go wash myself. Yen Bao said in embarrassment, The bathroom is dirty and hasn't been cleaned yet. Yen Luo was stunned for a moment. Well, it was even more embarrassing. She said, Then I'll just go take a dip in the creek. The spiritual water in the stream is very gentle and can heal wounds. It is also helpful for her current exhausted state.
Good.
Yen Bao stood up and was about to hug her. Yen Luo quickly stretched out a hand, raised his palm, and refused. No, I'll go by myself. After saying this, she leaned on the armrest of the rocking chair, slowly stood up, and staggered towards the stream. Yen Bao was worried that she would fall, so he stayed by her side the whole time. Yen Luoka was a strong-willed person. She walked to the stream on her own, trembling, and slid down, splashing high water. Yen Bao couldn't help laughing.
What are you laughing at?
Yen Luo glared at him. Well, I didn't laugh, haha, you're still lying. You're obviously making fun of me. You little rascal. I raised you for nothing. When Yen Bao saw that Yen Luo, who was usually good-tempered, was actually angry, he was a little at a loss for a moment. He thought about it, and then imitated Yen Luo, deliberately standing unsteadily by the stream, and slid in, splashing even more water. Lolo, don't be angry. Look, I fell down too, Yen Luo. Okay, you reenacted the scene. Yen Luo felt emotional. She knew what Yen Bao meant. Yen Bao wanted to make her happy. He thought that as long as he fell, she would not be embarrassed because of her own fall. But if you think about it from another perspective, it would be as if he was imitating her and making fun of her. Lolo, don't be angry, he tried to please her in a soft voice while walking slowly along the shore. The spiritual water can wash away dirt, and the mud on his white shirt had disappeared, leaving the shirt soaked with water and sticking tightly to his body. The muscles on his chest were faintly visible, and his newly developed Adam's apple rolled a little. He had already walked in front of Yen Luo. The two looked at each other, with a distance of no more than 20 centimeters between them. Yen Luo was originally as tall as his shoulders, but the water beneath her feet was shallower, so all she could see was his pectoral muscles. She pursed her lips and could only look up and focus her gaze on Yen Bao's face. After soaking in water and getting her hair wet, Yen Bao's lips actually looked somewhat rosy, and at such a young age, she had a hint of sexiness. Yen Luo blinked, then shook his head quickly. What a joke! The age of her current body is already 28 years old. Adding the time she lived in her previous life, she can be considered a centenarian. As for Yen Bao, he had just transformed. Although his body was about 17 or 18 years old, she had only adopted him last year, so he was at most 2 years old. Yen Luo secretly pinched his thigh. Seeing her strange expression, Yen Bao became even more nervous. He put his hands on Yen Luo's shoulders. Lolo, don't be angry. You can hit me. As he said that, he grabbed one of Yen Luo's hands and put it on himself. Yen Luo reacted and quickly withdrew his arm. Okay, I'm not angry. You're a man. Don't be suspicious like a little woman all day long. Yen Bao grinned. Lolo is so nice, I'll listen to Luo Luo. After the excretion of waste and toxins, Yen Luo felt relaxed and refreshed both physically and mentally, as light as a swallow, and the whole person felt as if he was floating in the sky. She used her spiritual consciousness to look inward at her dantian and meridians. The meridians of a cultivator were like the crisscrossing irrigation ditches in the fields. If there were only a few weeds growing in the ditch before, now those weeds have been cleared away, and even the silt deposited in the ditch has become much more unblocked. It is impossible for people to eat grains and cereals without any impurities. This ointment for cleansing the essence and marrow can help to expel these impurities. With fewer impurities in the body, cultivation will be more efficient and rapid. After detoxifying, Yen Luo quickly cleaned the bathroom. After cleaning, he opened the curtain and carefully ventilated and removed the odor. After finishing all this, it was already 6:30 in the morning, and Aunt Chun had already woken up to make breakfast. Yen Luo's eyes were dark with hunger because all the stuff in his body had been discharged, and he had been busy all night. I ate a basket of crab soup dumplings, a basket of crystal steamed dumplings, a sticky bean bun, a volcanic stone grilled sausage, and a bowl of lily porridge in one go. After eating, she hurried out of the space. Yen Bao wanted to go, so she left Yen Bao in the yard. She went to Yen Feng first and asked Yen Feng to gather all the disciples on the main peak. Excluding the disciples on duty at 2 mines and 1 farmland, as well as the disciples taken away by Sheng Wan and Xu Tianxiu, there were still 35 people on the main peak. Yen Luo enthusiastically recommended the box in his hand. I have a treasure here, which is specially used by monks to cleanse their essence and marrow. After using it, the body will feel better and practice faster. I used it yesterday, and today I want to share it with you. Li Zhe's eyes lit up. No wonder Sister Luo looks so energetic today. Yen Luo's skin was originally good, and after detoxifying last night, her skin became as elastic, white, and translucent as a baby's. The fine wrinkles that normally appear on the human body as we age are now almost invisible even when we laugh out loud. Female disciples care most about their appearance. Yang Qingru asked excitedly, Sister Luo, will my skin be this good after I use it? Yen Luo said, that's natural great. I want to use it. Seeing that everyone was interested, Yen Luo said, "Ahem, of course, there are some precautions when using this." Yen Feng noticed a hint of gloating in her tone and couldn't help asking, "What are the precautions?" Yen Luo said in an unfathomable way, "It needs to be placed in a bathtub for bathing. When using it, a clean towel should be placed next to the tub, and someone should be with you, and some clean water should be prepared." Clean towels and water are understandable, but Yang Qingru asked, "Why do you need someone to accompany you?" Yen Luo said, "You will know when the time comes." Although everyone was suspicious, they thought it was a good thing and put the doubt behind them. Soon, they each soaked in a bucket, excitedly waiting for great changes in their bodies. However, before the expected great changes came, a devastating pain hit them. "Oh my God, it hurts so much." "Aw, it hurts, I was wrong. I won't soak anymore. Sister Luo is lying." Yen Luo was sitting on a stone bench outside the courtyard peeling oranges. She heard the pig slaughtering like screams coming from several rooms at the same time. She stuffed the orange slices into her mouth with satisfaction and walked away with a smile. The pain from last night was finally vented today. It is better to share the pain with others than to suffer alone. The disciples on the main peak were tortured to the point of falling apart by the medicinal bath that cleansed their essence and marrow. There was no life in their bodies. They finally understood the meaning of the precautions Yen Luo mentioned. The handkerchief was used to stuff the mouth to prevent people from biting their tongues to commit suicide. Clean water, to wash away the dirt and mud on your body. Have someone accompany you and take care of you when you are half dead. Everyone was in so much pain. Although they woke up full of energy the next day after a whole day of coma and their mental strength was 10 times better, the pain of the medicinal bath was so severe that the disciples of the main peak suddenly became diligent. They ran to Sheng Wan and Shu Tianqiu and started a series of deceptions. "Do you want to have skin as white as cream and face as beautiful as a flower? Come on, follow me. Want to improve your cultivation and advance quickly? Come on, good brother, I won't tell anyone else, but after you use this thing, I guarantee that when you get married, you'll be full of vigor and vitality every night." So, for the next half-month, in every corner of Lotus Peak, as long as there were people, there would often be cries like slaughtering pigs. If you didn't know, you would think that Fuguang Palace was celebrating New Year every day. And the great hero Yen Luo retired to the mountains after achieving fame and success, and dug up magical herbs in the mountains with Yen Bao. She used the spiritual herbs she collected to refine some pills. The happiest person was Hu Bingyan. He was an expert in refining pills and had learned a lot from Yen Luo. Peak number 1 was ready for habitation after 1 month of construction, and the construction team then went to peak number 2. As the construction of peak number 1 was completed, the name was also decided: Fuyao Peak. Yen Luo positioned Fuyao Peak as the main attack force, hoping that the disciples of Fuyao Peak would have strong combat capabilities in the future. As a side peak that outsiders first pass through when entering Lianhua Peak, it must be able to have enough capabilities to protect the gate of Fuguang Palace. When Shu Tianqiu saw that Yen Luo had entrusted him with such an important task, he immediately promised to manage Fuyao Peak strictly. The disciple recruitment notice issued by Yen Feng in Liangshan village had shown results. More than 70 young people had arrived one after another, including teenagers. Yen Feng assigned them to Sheng Wan, Shu Tianqiu, and Hu Bingyan. 2 months later, Peaks 2 and 3 were also completed. Peak number 2 is named Yichen Peak, and Peak No. 3 is named Xuanhe Peak. Although there are still 2 side peaks that are not inhabited for the time being, Yen Luo has arranged a construction team to develop them, just in case someone lives there one day. People say that if you plant a Polonia tree, you will attract a phoenix. During this period, with the help of the ointment for cleansing essence and strengthening marrow, everyone's cultivation level advanced by 2 levels. After Yen Feng was able to fly a sword, he went down the mountain and went to the nearby city to recruit disciples. If a sect wants to grow stronger, talent is the key. The corn planted on Xuanhe Peak has matured, and the villagers are busy harvesting it. Hu Bingyan cultivated several kinds of magical herbs, and they all survived. In the space, Xiaohua ate a lot of smelling demon beans, and her body has grown to 7 or 8 meters long, recovering half of its previous size. Mei followed Li Zi all day long. With Mei's help, Li Zi also reached the 3rd level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. After she practiced Tian Xiangju, she now looks very charming. Even the male disciples of Fuguang Palace couldn't help but take a second look when they saw her. Yan Luo said to Lin Sijia, "I plan to put the pair next to you." Lin Sijia said, "Sister Luo, you are afraid that others will be easily seduced by her." Yan Luo smiled and said, "Indeed." Boom, in the evening, an explosion was heard on Yichen Peak. Yan Luo heard the noise in the woods. Her face changed, and she quickly flew to the top of Yichen Peak on her sword. On the top of the wide mountain, there was a house with thick smoke coming out of it. A man with a dark head and face rushed out from the smoke, coughing and wiping his face. Yan Luo was surprised when he saw the charcoal-like figure. "Sheng Wan?" Sheng Wan coughed violently for a while, and when she heard Yan Luo's voice, she raised her head and smiled awkwardly. "Sister Luo." Under the black face, a mouthful of white teeth were shining. "Yan Luo, how did you become like this?" Obviously, there was a fire in the house before, and the fire had been put out by Sheng Wan. Sheng Wan explained awkwardly, "Well, I tried to make a dagger out of silver steel to see how true fire could melt it. I didn't expect that I accidentally failed to control the temperature, causing the silver steel to explode due to the heat." Yan Luo understood. She raised her arm and wanted to pat Sheng Wan's shoulder to comfort her, but when she saw that she was covered in black and dust, she withdrew her hand silently.
"It's okay.
It's normal for a furnace to explode." Hu Bingyan also had a furnace explode while refining pills. Sheng Wan felt better when she heard that Hu Bingyan had also blown up the stove. Yan Luo looked at her head that was permed like popcorn and was wondering how to tell her the cruel truth when a sword light flashed across the sky in the distance and landed beside the two of them. After Yan Feng got off the flying sword, he looked at Sheng Wan in astonishment. "Sheng Wan? What's this new hairstyle of yours?" "Hairstyle?" Sheng Wan took out a small mirror from her storage bracelet. Yan Luo silently swallowed back what he wanted to say. Then Yan Feng continued to say, "It doesn't look good. Also, why are you so dark?" Before he could finish his words, he saw something flying past Yan Luo's eyes. Bang! The mirror in Sheng Wan's hand hit Yan Feng's shoulder. "What are you doing?" The black shadow followed and gave a flying kick. Yan Feng was startled and stepped back quickly. "Why did you hit me?" While saying this, his hands moved quickly, and he dodged Sheng Wan's attacks. "Hit you? Hitting you is still a light punishment."
"Can you speak?"
"What's wrong with me? I'm telling the truth." Bang, 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 the two of them started fighting. Several disciples who lived on the top of Yichen Peak gathered around to watch the fun. Yan Luo stroked her forehead, thinking that it was best not to meddle in other people's business, so she decided to leave. Thinking of this, Yan Luo flew away on his sword. As soon as she left, the other disciples watched and thought that they would be easily silenced if they witnessed the miserable plight of their leader, so they left obediently. Suddenly, only Yan Feng and Sheng Wan were left on the top of the mountain, and they were fighting fiercely. Although the fight was brutal, fortunately neither of them used spiritual power. After fighting for a while, they became tired. Their forearms were tightly crossed together, their eyes were only 30 centimeters apart, and they stared at each other fiercely. At this time, Sheng Wan was completely covered in dirt. When he glared, only the white part of his eyes was slightly different. Yan Feng couldn't help it and burst out laughing again. This smile inevitably affected the strength of her hands. Sheng Wan became angry and pulled out her arm, slapping Yan Feng in the face. Yan Feng's laughter stopped abruptly. He touched his face in disbelief. "You hit me?" Sheng Wan regretted the fight immediately. She was so embarrassed and angry that she couldn't help but look around. It was getting dark and there was no one around. Only occasionally, the sound of birds could be heard in the sky, staring at the house below with eager eyes, trying to steal some human food. "I'm sorry. Sorry, cough, cough." Sheng Wan hurriedly took a few steps back. Although she felt guilty, she still pretended to be calm and said, "Who told you to laugh at me? Hitting you twice is the least of my worries." Yan Feng looked Sheng Wan up and down. Seeing that her clothes were torn and she looked really miserable, his anger at being slapped in the face disappeared. It's my fault too. Do you need my help? At this point, the two of them apologized to each other. It wasn't a big deal in the first place, and they resumed their peaceful relationship a second later. Sheng Wan said, "No need. I need to take a shower quickly. You can't help me." Yan Feng said, "I'm leaving now. Come to the main peak to find me if you need anything." It is said that the two of them now live in different places and meet only a few times. Sheng Wan said, "You're just a little kid.
It's not easy to manage a sect.
Don't worry about my little things." Yan Feng raised his eyebrows and said seriously, "Elder Sheng Wan, I am no longer a child. Can you please look at me from the perspective of a person of your age?" Sheng Wan was stunned for a moment. She is only a few months younger than Yan Luo and is already 27 or 28 this year. Yan Feng graduated from college last summer and is only 23 years old now. In her eyes, he is just a child. Because of this, she was unwilling to take advantage of the young. Besides, she always regarded Yan Luo as her idol and a good sister. She couldn't take advantage of her brother. Yan Luo would definitely be unhappy if she knew about it. Compared to Yan Luo's unhappiness, she felt it was better for her to keep it to herself. Seeing that he was about to overthink, Sheng Wan quickly said, "What the palace master said is true. You are now the head of Fuguang Palace. Fuguang Palace is growing stronger day by day. I should indeed respect you more. Is that what I mean?" Yan Feng felt very depressed, as if he was relying on his status to abuse his power to bully others. Sheng Wan, that was when there were outsiders around. I am the head of the sect, but privately, we are good friends who came from Huayuan community together. Friends for a while. Friends for life. I, Yan Feng, am not a person who would let down my friends. Sheng Wan saw that Yan Feng looked unhappy and immediately said, "You're right. I'm going to take a shower first."
Bye.
The pitch-black figure ran back to his room. Yan Feng curled his lips and flew back to the main peak alone on a sword. His white tiger was squatting in Yan Luo's yard, raising its two paws eagerly to beg. Yan Feng kicked its ace and muttered, "What a success!" Soon Yan Bao came out with a lamb leg wrapped in several layers of plastic bags and threw it to the white tiger with disgust. The white tiger immediately ran away happily, with the lamb leg in its mouth. He turned a blind eye to his master Yan Feng, which made Yan Feng so angry that he laughed and cursed him for being heartless. Yan Bao took the raw meat and washed his hands several times in disgust. If Yan Luo hadn't ordered him to do so, he wouldn't have taken it. The environment outside is now worse than Yan Luo had imagined. People live in a water world, and many buildings have begun to collapse. Some people have no time to run and are smashed into the water along with the collapsed buildings. For those who survived in the building, supplies were beginning to run out. The most terrifying thing was that they were constantly worried about the land beneath their feet, worrying that they would be buried forever under the water while falling asleep in the middle of the night. The external environment was harsh and people began to compete with each other. The migration of the surviving population from high-rise buildings to the mountains is an inevitable trend, and it happens in every corner of the Yenling continent. Although the place where they lived was once one of the most populous countries in the world, it could not withstand the shortage of food and clothing, the spread of epidemics, human killings, psychological collapse, travel difficulties, and harsh environment after the natural disaster. Yan Feng went down the mountain to a community where people were suffering from high fever and diarrhea. Unfortunately, they had no medicine, and they were afraid that they would not survive for a few days. In this natural disaster, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled were almost all ruthlessly taken away, leaving only a few young and strong survivors in various places. Or a chaebol like the Sun family of Qingliang Mountain, who have more complete supplies and can hoard them in large quantities in the end times, forming a huge force. After listening to Yan Feng's description of the mountain, Yan Luo said, "Take more disciples down the mountain. Try to take in as many people as possible who have 3 spiritual roots or above and whose moral character is not too bad." She thought for a moment and said, "Mortals without qualifications should not die. We should at least give them a hand. Xiao Feng, You can tell them at the foot of the mountain that the hills outside Lotus Peak are vast. If they want to survive, they can settle down on the mountain in front of Fuyao Peak. If anyone comes, we at Fuguang Palace will give them seeds for free. Yan Feng said solemnly, I understand, sister. The next day, Yan Feng hurried down the mountain with 10 disciples. Yan Luo went to Yichen Peak. After Sheng Wan tidied herself up, only her fringe-like hair was left, which looked a little ugly. She was preparing to have a buzz cut. Yan Luo smiled and said, You finally grew your hair long. Won't you feel bad if you cut it? Sheng Wan said helplessly, I feel bad, but this is too ugly. Yan Luo took out a 5-liter bucket of space spirit water. Use this to wash your hair a few times, and it should be able to recover. You can give it a try. If it still doesn't work, it's not too late to cut it again. Wow. Thank you, Sister Luo. Yan Luo suddenly felt that she should set up a pool in Fuguang Palace and inject spiritual water from the space into it for the disciples to use. Thinking of this, she flew her sword around Lotus Peak. The main peak is steep, and the area on the top of the mountain is limited. There is no place to dig a pond, so Yan Luo dug the pond on Yichen Peak. At present, apart from her and Yan Feng, the most powerful person in Fuguang Palace is Sheng Wan, so it would be safer to have her guarding them. When Sheng Wan heard that Yan Luo wanted to dig a pond, she immediately came over with her tools to help. The pool is located 200 meters below the top of Yichen Peak. The area prepared by Yan Luo was not large, only 150 square meters and 10 meters deep. Both of them were cultivators, with spiritual power attached to their weapons. They dug very quickly, and a large pit appeared in half a day. Yan Luo found a 10-meter-high boulder and used his sword to cut it into an oval shape. Then he used his spiritual power as the sword and carved a few kinki. After carving the words, she painted them red, and the big red words were very bright in the sun. Sister Luo, why do you want to dig such a pond? Yan Luo said, I collected a lot of spiritual water in the secret realm last time. I have distributed it to the disciples. The effect is good, but even if everyone drinks it sparingly, they can't drink it for a year. Therefore, from now on, each peak's outstanding disciples can be rewarded with an extra bottle of spiritual water every month. The spiritual water reward is in units of peaks. Come here to claim it. Sheng Wan said, This is a good idea, but where can we find so much spiritual water? This pool is not small. Sheng Wan can't imagine filling it up. Yan Luo said, You go back and arrange for your disciples to notify Xu Tianqiu and Hu Bingyan first. I will find a solution here. Sheng Wan hesitated for a while, but her blind trust in Yan Luo made her leave obediently. After she left, Yan Luo decisively opened the space, and a steady stream of spatial spiritual water poured into the pool. The spiritual water in her space is the most precious resource in the world. If others knew about it, it would inevitably lead to competition and killing. So after Yan Luo drank 1/3 of the spiritual water, he filled the rest with ordinary spring water. After this blending, the spiritual energy of the water in fucking pond became much weaker. Yan Luo summoned the little alligator. Little crocodile, from today on, you will be responsible for guarding this pond. Got it. Master. The little alligator crawled into the water with a splash. There are 3 crocodiles. Dashan is guarding the entrance of the valley, Dalan is guarding the Lingshire mine, and Xiaoying is in Fukinki. Yan Luo has assigned tasks to the whole family. Yan Luo took out a storage bag and tied it around the little crocodile's neck. It's full of demon-smelling beans, so practice well in your daily life. The little crocodile's eyes lit up, and he happily sank to the bottom of the water with the storage bag in his mouth, and couldn't wait to steal the food. After Sheng Wan notified her disciples, she came back and saw a full water source. She said in disbelief, It actually happened. She excitedly scooped up a handful of it with her hands, and after drinking it, it was sweet and refreshing, and her whole body felt refreshed. It tastes better than the spring water given by Taoist fellow Li Wei. Sister Luo, you are simply my god. Yan Luo smiled slightly. I'll leave the fucking pond to you at Yichen Peak. Please take good care of it. Don't worry, Sister Luo. I will complete the task. In the evening, Yen Luo returned to the main peak on his sword. Yen Bao was standing at the door, looking forward to it. When he saw her land, he walked over with a smile. Yen Luo, you're back. Just wait inside the house. No need to wait outside the door. Yen Bao said, I just came back too. I went to the foot of the mountain. Yen Luo, the water level at the foot of the mountain has dropped. Yen Luo raised his eyebrows. Really? That's not a good sign. Now there are floods everywhere, and people are looking forward to the water level to drop quickly to reveal the original land. Yen Bao asked in confusion, why is it not a good sign? Once the flood subsides, can't everyone go back to their previous lives? Yen Luo looked at the sky and said, the drop in water levels means it's going to rain again.
Ah?
Yen Bao didn't understand why Yen Luo said that. Because it hasn't rained since the natural disaster and heavy rain, everyone has gotten used to it. But it was not until 3 o'clock in the morning 3 days later that the person who was sleeping suddenly heard knocking on the window. In the gray world, people woke up with difficulty and walked to the window. On normal days, the moonlight at night is as bright as water, and people can see the road clearly with the help of the moonlight. But now, the room was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Although they couldn't see it, the sounds outside were all too familiar. They had been hearing them for more than a month. It's raining, it's raining. Oh my God, why is it raining again? Is there any way for us to survive? Don't live anymore, just die. Some people's inner fear was magnified infinitely, and they jumped directly from the building. The corridor was dirty and smelly. Yen Feng and his friends refused to go downstairs, so they set up a tent on the roof to rest. However, when it started to rain, they were forced to retreat back into the corridor. They could only find an unoccupied room, clean it up with spiritual power, and temporarily settle in. But there was constant shouting from the buildings next door, so it was impossible for them to continue sleeping. Everyone asked Yen Feng, Palace Master, should we rush back to Lotus Peak now, or stay here for a few days? Yen Feng glanced at the rain outside the window. Although it had been raining continuously, fortunately, it was not as heavy as before the natural disaster. I just don't know if the snow will get heavier or never end. Yen Feng said, notify those who are going to Lotus Peak to set off at dawn.
Yes.
Several small rafts rode out from the building where Yen Feng was and landed on several neighboring buildings. In the dark night, there was endless crying. After Wang Yuning announced in the corridor that they would leave at dawn, everyone stopped crying and started discussing. It's raining heavily. How can we walk? What if we catch a cold on the way? We don't have any medicine. Yes, it's raining, and it will be even more dangerous underwater. The monsters underwater will definitely take the opportunity to come out and eat us. The key is if it's raining hard and the wind is strong, and the waves are rough, what if the boat capsizes? Wang Yuning heard everyone's concerns and said nothing. Whether to leave or stay is entirely up to them. Fuguang Palace will not interfere with others' freedom. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sun should have shown a ray of light, but due to the heavy rain outside, the sky was gray. Wang Yuning was standing at the entrance of the corridor. Everyone could only see a figure, but not the expression on his face. A man in his 20s in the corner glanced at him, then stood up and said, I'll go with you. His parents, grandparents all died in the natural disaster. Now he is the only one left in the family. He doesn't care. We'll die wherever we go, so how can we survive if we stay? Who knows how long this rain will last? If we don't follow Fuguang Palace, we'll starve to death if we stay because we can't find food. After that, he walked up to Wang Yuning and said with a smile, I'm young and energetic, so I plan to take a gamble. His words left a favorable impression on Wang Yuning. Yes, he was also a man of blood. Okay, at 7 o'clock our big ship will pass by each building one by one. If you are leaving, hurry up and pack your things and get on the ship. After saying that, he paddled his raft away. Will you come with me? The man said without hesitation, walk. Yen Feng had an impression of this young man. They had conducted a qualification test for spirit stones here. This young man had the qualifications of dual spiritual roots and had reached the 4th level of the spirit-gathering realm through his cultivation. May I have your name? The man said respectfully, Shiryu. I remember you, and welcome to join Fuguang Palace. Shiryu said seriously, I will not let Fuguang Palace down. Before the natural disaster, Shiryu was a second-year graduate student at a prestigious university. His bright future was completely destroyed by the natural disaster. He had parents and grandparents who loved him, but their lives were also taken away by natural disasters. The successive bad news did not crush his respect for life, which was a rare character. At exactly 7 o'clock, Yan Feng took out a big boat from his storage bracelet. The boat landed steadily on the water, and raindrops hit the ceiling, creating splashes of water. Yan Feng stood on the deck holding an umbrella. Every time he passed a building, he would see a group of people boarding the ship. These people pushed and shoved each other, trying to get on board as quickly as possible, but once they were on board, everyone was still soaked. When the ship reached the last building, before it got close, Yan Feng saw dirt falling from the roof. Back off. The disciple driving the boat reacted very quickly and immediately turned left. The big ship turned sharply and almost tipped over on the water. Everyone on the boat was thrown to the side. Those who were leaning against the side were even thrown out and could only hold on to the railing tightly. And, to the side of the crowd, they could see from the corner of their eyes that the building was actually beginning to collapse. There were many people in the corridor still queuing up to get on the boat. Seeing the water shaking under their feet, they all jumped into the water. But even so, most people did not get out and were swept into the water by the walls of the building. This scene frightened the other people upstairs who were not on board. The people who were already on board waited until the boat was stable and then began to pat their chests hard, their hearts almost jumping out. Yan Feng said loudly, Everyone, rescue the person who fell into the water. After saying that, he took the lead and flew out on his sword, flying low over the water, giving priority to rescuing the children and women in the water. Brother, save me first, I can do the work. When Yan Feng was flying low, someone took the opportunity to grab Yan Feng's clothes and tried to climb up. Yan Feng's eyes turned cold. A man who could swim could hold on in the water for a while, but he wanted to rob the child and the woman of their chance to save their lives. He pushed the people aside and flew towards the ship without hesitation, holding a 3-year-old child in each hand. Palace Master Yan, we also want to go to Lotus Peak now. Can you take us with you? Shouts came one after another from the building next door. Yan Feng said loudly, There is only one boat. A peach tree that was transplanted in Yan Luo's yard were not yet ripe when they were all knocked to the ground by the crackling rain. Early in the morning, the sounds of rain, falling leaves, and smashing peaches mixed together, making Yan Bao irritably open a bottle of white peach cocktail. As a result, before the wine reached his mouth, it was snatched away by a slender, white hand. Children should not drink alcohol. Yan Bao glanced at Yan Luo with resentment, and now he became even more annoyed. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the yard. Yan Luo used his spiritual power to open the door, and Bai Qingze, Xu Tianxiu, Sheng Wan, and Hu Bingyan ran in holding umbrellas. His footsteps bloomed in the mud in the yard, and Yan Bao lay weakly on the couch. Master Sister Luo, as soon as they came in, they said, It's raining again. How long will it last this time? Xu Tianxiu frowned and expressed his concerns. Our houses are not strong enough to withstand strong storms. If the house is destroyed, all their efforts will be wasted. Yan Luo knew that the rain would not last long. In my previous life, there had been several rainfalls like this, each lasting about 5 or 6 days. There will certainly be losses, especially to the crops in the fields, but they will not be large. I think the rain is not as heavy as during natural disasters. It shouldn't last for a few days. You don't have to worry. Yan Luo's words were like a magic needle that calmed everyone's nervous mood. Sheng Wan turned and said, Yan Feng and the others are still at the foot of the mountain. I don't know what their plans are now. Yan Luo is not worried about Yan Feng, but she is now worried about what to do with the people Yan Feng brings back. It was raining everywhere, so they either went into the 2 mountain villages to take shelter from the rain, or went up the mountain in the rain to enter the newly built courtyards on Friao Peak, Yichen Peak, and Shuana Peak. No matter which one it is, it's difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Yen Luoding stood up and said, "Everyone, hurry up and follow me to the engineering team. Let's make raincoats immediately. You go to the engineering team first and I'll go out to find materials." After saying that, Yen Luo stopped again. No matter how fast Xingwan and the others were, it would still take them half an hour to run. She said to Yen Bao, "You take Xu Tianxiu and Hu Bingyan away on your sword, and I will take Xingwan and Cheng Zhe to pick leaves." Yen Bao was still sensible. Seeing that Yen Luo was anxious, he immediately agreed. At this time, the engineering team was living on Shuana Peak, helping the mountain people collect food. As soon as it started raining in the early morning, the workers from the two mines moved into Yichen Peak and Xuanhe Peak respectively under the guidance of the disciples on duty. When Yen Luo was wandering around Lotus Peak, he came across a place where large leaf trees grew. She didn't know the names of the trees, but the leaves were long and wide, with smooth and shiny surfaces, making them perfect for making raincoats. Sheng Wan and Bai Qingze were picking leaves in the woods wearing raincoats, and Yen Luo also helped. "Sister Luo, how do you know there is such a tree here?" Sheng Wan asked. Yen Luo said, "I saw it when I was free." Sheng Wan said admiringly, "Sister Luo is very observant. I will have to observe more carefully in the future." After Yen Luo picked some, he simply chopped off the branch and put the whole branch in the storage bag. This makes the speed much faster. When they arrived at Xuanhe Peak with the things, Xu Tianxiu had already asked people to wait in the house. They prepared thread and needles and sewed the leaves together to make them into the shape of a straw raincoat. And a hat. Lu Meirong knew how to spin yarn, weave cloth, and make clothes, so this kind of work was easy for her. Those who don't know how to do it can learn from her, and after mastering one or two things, their efficiency will be improved. More than 100 people made 500 or 600 pieces in 2 hours. Due to time constraints, these raincoats are very simple. A shawl, wrapped around the neck like a frizzy chrysanthemum, protects the upper body. A waist protector, wrapped around the waist like a small grass skirt, covers the thighs. There is a grass ring on each side of the knee to protect the calf. After Yen Luo waited for them to finish, he took these things and flew down the mountain alone on his sword. If outsiders want to enter Lotus Peak, they must pass through the first mountain in this hilly area, the headquarters of Liangshan village. Yen Luo stayed here to guard after he came down the mountain. There are mountains on both sides, and the original asphalt road in the wide middle area has been soaked and deteriorated under the water. The dim, muddy water looks even more uneven under the heavy rain. Yen Luo waited for a while and indeed saw a large ship approaching in the distance. She was so happy that she immediately flew into the air. The sky was gray, and the rain was heavy. Yen Luo's figure was like a drop in the ocean in the endless rain, and Yen Feng did not notice her for a while. The situation on the big ship was not good. The ship, which had a capacity of 400 people, was now crammed with nearly 500 people. The boat was a sightseeing boat, and there were no windows around the shed. Heavy rain was pouring in from all sides, and people staying by the side were still soaked. Yen Feng discovered this problem when he set out. He asked everyone to take turns standing on the outside. At this time, no one was clean, except for the children who had been in the middle. Some people said dissatisfiedly, "What's the point of bringing a bunch of kids along? They can't help at all. Not only do they cause trouble and hinder us, but they also take up space." When parents of young children hear complaints from others, they dare not say anything. After all, ignorant children are indeed a burden in the apocalypse. Fortunately, with Yen Feng's strong suppression, they grumbled and complained in their hearts, but no one disobeyed. Yen Feng didn't notice Yen Luo until she was still dozens of meters away from the ship. "Sister, why are you here?" As he spoke, Yen Luo had already landed on the deck. Some people near the bow looked at this man curiously. "I saw a very beautiful person, like a fairy, falling from the sky onto the boat. The deck had no roof, so they could only use umbrellas. Even if you hold an umbrella, the wind will wet your clothes, but this woman's clothes were not wet at all. I thought you might come back today, so I asked someone to make a simple raincoat for you." Upon hearing this, Yen Feng said happily, "Sister, you really know me too well." Yen Luo asked him, "How do you want to accommodate these people?" Yen Feng said, I have already told them that when we get to Liangshan village, we will see if we can temporarily take shelter from the rain in the villagers' homes. But if you bring me a raincoat, it will be much easier. Those who are willing to wear it and go up the mountain with me can go directly up the mountain. Those who cannot go up the mountain can go to take shelter from the rain. Otherwise, with nearly 500 people taking shelter from the rain, the 2 mountain villages would have been a bit overwhelmed. Then you can communicate with everyone. Those who are going up the mountain can come to me to get raincoats. The people in front had heard their conversation. Shiryu was the first to rush out. Palace master, please give me one. I'm going up the mountain. Seeing him getting wet in the rain, Yenluo quickly gave him one. Shiryu took the straw raincoat back to the cabin and put it on. Yanfeng stood at the bow and repeated his words loudly, and then said, "It's raining, so people who are going up the mountain don't need to come out to get it. Ask someone to pass it to you." The cabin became lively again. "Are you going to the village or to the mountains?" "I have to go to the village. My child is young and can't be exposed to the rain for a long time. Besides, I can't climb the mountain with a small child on my back or in my arms. I am going to the village too. My legs hurt and my joints hurt more on rainy days." "Okay, then let's take care of each other in the village." But some people chose to go up the mountain. Most of the people who go up the mountain are young people like Shiryu, who live alone. Living in the village and relying on others is not as good as going to the mountains. Whether they were going up the mountain or going to the village, Yenluo gave them straw raincoats. After distributing the raincoats, the ship arrived at the foot of the mountain where the 2 mountain villages were located. Yanfeng said, "Sister, I'll take them to the village." Yenluo nodded. "Then I'll take the rest up the mountain, and we'll go to Fuyao Peak." Of the 3 side peaks currently being developed, only the courtyard halfway up Fuyao Peak has not yet been inhabited. Besides, Fuyao Peak is the closest to here, so there is no need to climb another mountain. "Okay, I'll go after you after I settle them." The 2 of them did not hesitate and left quickly with their people. The water at the foot of the mountain was still several hundred meters away from the 2 mountain villages. Yanfeng had a total of more than 100 people on his side. He started from the village entrance and went door to door to ask. The first house is the village chief's house at the entrance of the village. But Yanfeng thought of Yin's expression and decided to go to the second house. Although Yanfeng deliberately avoided the village chief's house, there were so many of them that the village chief still heard the noise. Yin chased after him holding an umbrella. "Brother Yan, Palace Master Yan, last time I was chased down by your sister. She was so fierce. Whoa, can you take me up the mountain again?" She thought she was crying out of grievance, but Yanfeng was completely offended by her words. "Yenluo is so fierce." Yanfeng's face darkened, and he said solemnly, "My sister is the best person in the world. If you dare to slander her, don't come to Fuguang Palace anymore." Yin felt that Yanfeng must have been bewitched by Yenluo, so she said, "Brother Yan, you must have been deceived by her. She is really petty and doesn't respect her disciples. She punishes people at will." "Shut up." Yanfeng shouted at her. "I am taking good care of you because the village chief has helped Fuguang Palace several times and you are the village chief's daughter. But my sister is the founder of Fuguang Palace, my master, and the supreme elder. If you slander her, you are slandering the entire Fuguang Palace." He suppressed his anger and said, "From now on, Fuguang Palace will no longer welcome you." After saying that, he led the people behind him and continued walking towards other households. Yin stood blankly in the heavy rain, looking at Yanfeng's departing back. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have done something wrong. Obviously, she wanted to win over Yenluo at the beginning. After all, she was the elder sister-in-law, but why did she change? It was because she discovered Yenluo's narrow-mindedness. Yenluo is such a cunning person. She plays everyone around in circles. She must be afraid that I will take away Yanfeng's love, so she deliberately drives me away. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, but Yanfeng had already gone far away, so she could only go back home and ask his father for help. Unfortunately, her father refused. How could a person who could become the village chief amid competition among several village chiefs be a brainless person? He could see that Yan Feng was already fed up with his daughter, and if he sent his daughter to him again, it would only offend him. If nothing unexpected happens, they will still need to rely on the Fuguang Palace in the future. So how can they offend this Jinshan? Yining, you are a mortal without spiritual roots. There will be no good results if you like a cultivator. I will help you find other young men. With your father around, those young men will not dare to bully you. I want Yan Feng. She slammed the door and ran away angrily. Yan Feng spent an hour settling all the more than 100 people he brought with him. When he left, he flew away on his sword, leaving Yin empty-handed. In front, Yan Luo led 300 people walking along the water's edge. The road was slippery, and some people fell into the water without paying attention. Wang Yuning hurriedly used his spiritual power as a rope to pull the person out. Fortunately, there were dense trees all around, and they broke off branches from the trees to use as crutches. If they really slipped, they could grab the tree next to them and would not fall into the water again. The lush green figures walked in the woods, and there was no sign of incongruity at all. But the monsters in the forest were naturally sharp, watching from a distance with a fierce look in their eyes, growling from time to time. Although Shiryu was brave, he was still frightened and turned pale when he saw the gray wolf squatting under a tree in the distance with its wet fur sticking to its body. Yan Luo reminded, everyone should concentrate on the journey and not be affected by the outside world. After she finished speaking, she released the pressure of a Zhenwu realm cultivator. In an instant, the surrounding monsters were frightened and fled. Of course, there were still some that lagged behind, trying to see if they could pick up 1 or 2 stragglers to fill their stomachs. Shiryu asked in a low voice, will we encounter these monsters every day when we go out? He asked what everyone was most worried about, and everyone listened attentively. Wang Yuning smiled and said, as long as you don't leave the settlement alone, you won't be in danger. We have set up formations in the courtyards where humans live. What is a formation? Well, how should I put it? It's just like what was shown in Investiture of the Gods. Some formations can kill people, some are just mazes, and some can make people fall into illusions. Shiryu drew inferences from one instance and asked, when we came in just now, wasn't there a formation at the entrance of the valley? As soon as these words were spoken, Yan Luo, who was at the front, stopped and turned around to look at him. She stopped suddenly, causing Wang Yuning behind her to almost bump into her. Yan Luo immediately regained his normal expression and continued on his way in a hurry. Ask him, by the way, did you see that formation? Shiryu thought for a moment and said uncertainly, I just feel that it seems a little different from other places, but I can't tell exactly where it is different.
Just.
An illusion? Yan Luo couldn't help but be surprised. When they entered the valley, the formation at the entrance of the valley was broken. Under normal circumstances, once the formation was broken, other people would not be able to feel the fluctuations of the formation, unless they were people who had studied the formation and were very familiar with it. Yan Luo asked him, have you learned the formation?
No.
That's another situation. He is a natural master of formations, gifted by nature. Yan Luo silently took note of this matter. More than an hour later, they arrived at the foot of Fuyao Peak. A flood has already formed upstream and is flowing downwards continuously like a natural waterfall. This greatly increased the difficulty for them to climb the mountain. Everyone took 2 sticks and went up the mountain. When Yan Feng arrived, everyone was on their way up the mountain. He went to the front row, greeted Yan Luo, and then went to the back. The sky was dark and the light in the woods was even dimmer. Everyone was nervously concentrating on the road beneath their feet. It took us 2 hours to climb halfway up the hill, a journey that usually takes half an hour. The yards halfway up the hill were empty, and Shu Tianxiu was waiting at the intersection. Sister Luo, you are finally back. Shu Tianxiu came forward to greet him. Yan Luo asked, how is it 304 people? Can they be accommodated? The people behind suddenly became nervous. They climbed up with great difficulty and didn't want to go down again. Shu Tianxiu said, yes, we can squeeze in and live here. Then arrange for them to go in.
Great.
We can stay here. Everyone cheered, and the cheers drowned out the heavy rain between heaven and earth. They rushed into the yard one after another. Yan Luo glanced at Yan Feng and Xu Tianxiu, and the three of them went to a separate room. Yan Luo said, "The rain will continue for a few more days, and these people still need to eat. What do you think?" Although she planted a lot of food in the fields in her space and bought more rice and flour than she could eat, she had no obligation to support outsiders. If we talk about pity, then everyone in the world is pitiful, and she is not as pitiful as them all. Besides, people should avoid being nice to others all the time, as this will easily make them form the illusion that they are entitled to be plundered. Yan Luo returned to the main peak. "By the way, I invited Bai Qingze and Lin Sijia to come and play." The two men were not the masters of a peak. After working all day, they returned to their own yard at night, when they had nothing to do. Xu Tianxiu and other peak masters must be very busy, but Yan Luo didn't call them. When the two entered the yard, they smelled a strong fragrance. Through the overwhelming torrential rain and the pervasive smell of rain, all other flavors seemed vulnerable under the overbearing aroma of the hot pot. "Master is so nice. He even thought of me while eating hot pot. Master loves me the most." Bai Qingze happily put the umbrella at the door, took off his shoes, and put on slippers before coming in. Lin Sijia was with him. "Sister Luo loves me too." In the living room, Yan Luo opened the window and installed a huge rain shield on the eaves to prevent rain from pouring into the window. They sat in front of the window and ate hot pot. There were few people today, so Yan Luo took out 4 braised pig's trotters and put them into the pot. After being boiled in the boiling red soup, the plump and tender skin of the pig's trotters becomes bright red and looks tempting. Yan Luo liked tiger skin chicken feet, and after chewing 2 in a row, he got to the point. "Sijia, how is your formation learning going?" Lin Sijia said, "It's okay. Currently, I can refine a first-grade array plate, but I haven't made a breakthrough to the second grade yet." Yan Luo was surprised. The first grade is already a common formation in the world of immortal cultivation. When it comes to the second grade, it can be of some use even when facing a strong man in the true martial realm. Lin Sijia's comprehension is already very good. She said, "Among the new disciples who came down the mountain, there is one who is very talented in making formations. Do you want to go and see him?" Lin Sijia knew that since Yan Luo said so, she should go. Yan Luo is very good at judging people's cultivation. Those who she likes must be truly talented. "Okay, I'll go down the mountain and take a look tomorrow." "No hurry. Wait until the rain stops before going down." After Yan Luo arranged this matter, there was nothing else to do. Bai Qingze and Lin Sijia finished their meal and left with satisfaction. The two young men couldn't help but make a fuss in the rain for a while. When Yan Luo heard the noise, he couldn't help but smile slightly. "It's great to be young." Yan Bao pulled Yan Luo's wrist. "Yan Luo, I'm not full." Yan Luo retracted her gaze and sighed. From her understanding of him, it was not that he was hungry, he simply didn't know what he was craving for. "Tell me, what do you want to eat?" Yan Bao chuckled, "I want to eat lobster." The two entered the space. The big lobster that Yan Bao mentioned was the lobster that Yan Luo bought for more than 1,000 yuan before the natural disaster. The two of them had a delicious midnight snack. Although most people outside are hungry and no one can eat delicious food, Yan Luo just wants to have fun. The heavy rain lasted for 7 days, raising the water level to a higher level than before. 7 days later, the wind stopped and the rain stopped. There was no water accumulation on Lotus Peak, but some trees on the mountain had fallen down. The rebuilt houses were basically not damaged, with only a few roofs leaking. Yan Feng gathered more than 300 people on the mountain, and together they went down Fuyao Peak to meet up with the people from the 2 mountain villages. There were nearly 500 people, not one less. Everyone was very grateful. Having 1 steamed bun a day was better for them than before. Lotus Peak and the 5 side peaks around it are where Fuguang Palace is located. If you want to open up wasteland and settle down on the mountain, then choose these 2 mountains outside Fuyao Peak. One already has 2 mountain villages, while the other one opposite is still empty. In the crowd, a man with a scruffy beard said dissatisfiedly, "Why is Lotus Peak yours? Do you have a property certificate?" Yan Feng glanced at him coldly. Even though the man tried to hide, he was still seen by Yan Feng. "Property certificate? Okay, if you're not afraid of death, you can go to Lotus Peak." I just don't know if you're big enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the monsters on the mountain. When the man heard the word monster, he immediately stopped talking. When they went up and down the mountain, they saw that there were countless monsters in the dense forest on Fuyao Peak. They were afraid of these monks, so they didn't dare to go forward. If a group of ordinary people rushed forward, haha, there won't even be anyone burning incense on this time next year. Yan Feng said seriously, throughout the entire mountain range, the further you go in, the stronger the monsters become. Even our Fuguang Palace has never gone deeper. If you want to go in, don't blame me for not warning you. Also, we at Fuguang Palace took you directly from the ocean and helped you through the 7-day rainy season. We have done our best. No one should support you, for no reason. In the future, you will have to rely on yourselves. After that, he said, those disciples who have been reviewed and qualified to join Fuguang Palace, follow me up the mountain now. A girl asked in a whisper, tell me, why didn't the palace master just leave us on the mountain? Why do we have to climb it again? The boy next to me said in a pretentious tone, it must be to train us. I heard that the training is very strict. We have to get up at 6 o'clock every day, go to bed at 10 o'clock and run 20 kilometers with weights. The girl took a breath and said, is this true? It doesn't matter if you get up early or go to bed late, just run with weights. Yan Feng didn't care about the reactions of the disciples below and continued climbing the mountain with everyone. This time they did not go to Fuyao Peak. Instead, they passed between Fuyao Peak and Xuanhe Peak and then climbed to the main peak of Lianhua Peak. The main peak is steep and the road is slippery after it rained, so the girls have a hard time climbing. But everyone helped each other and kept up with Yan Feng's footsteps. When they reached the top of the mountain, Shang Wan, Xu Tianxiu, and Hu Bingyan were waiting. There are a total of 68 new disciples this time. You can divide them up as you see fit. The three of them reached a consensus on this and finished the selection in a short while. The 68 people formed 3 teams. Yan Feng said, just follow the elders of each peak and go back to practice well. Those who perform well will be rewarded. Yes. Lin Sijia met Shiryu according to Yan Luo's instructions. After communicating with Shiryu, she found that the latter's talent was even higher than hers. At that moment, Lin Sijia decisively went to find Yan Luo. Sister Luo, I've decided. I don't want to learn the formation anymore. I want to learn to make talismans. Yan Luo looked confused. Why did he change his study goals out of nowhere? Lin Sijia said, Brother Shiryu has a strong talent for formations. I can't compare to him, so I went to learn to draw talismans. She knew in her heart that if you couldn't be the best in anything, then no one would notice how well you did. The world only knows the first. She wanted to increase the significance of her existence in Fuguang Palace. Only in this way would she not be abandoned. Yan Luo didn't know what she was thinking and thought it was just the whims of a child, so he agreed to her request. After the influx of new disciples, Fuguang Palace became more lively. During this period, Shang Wan and Xu Tianxiu also went out for a while and brought back a lot of people. After this rain, the high-rise buildings standing in the flood were almost completely destroyed. The only low-rise buildings of good quality were also full of people who were anxiously trying to find a way to get to the mountains. It became easy for Fuguang Palace to recruit disciples again. Yan Luo and Yan Bao had been practicing in seclusion, hardly going out, and had spent 6 months in peace. Half a year later, although the temperature was over 30 degrees every day, the calendar told everyone that the new year was approaching. This is the 2nd year since the natural disaster. The first year was in turmoil and no one remembered it, but in the 2nd year, they settled down. I don't know what's going on with other people, but at least Fuguang Palace has been stabilized. Yan Luo decided to give everyone a good new year, dispel the haze in everyone's hearts, let everyone have a good time, and thereby enhance their sense of belonging to Fuguang Palace. After Yan Luo made this decision, everyone in Fuguang Palace was filled with joy. Currently, each of the 3 side peaks has more than 200 registered disciples, and the main peak also has more than 50 disciples. Under the construction of the engineering team, a stone road leading up the mountain was built on the side peak. In addition to the disciples' residences, practice rooms, study rooms, classrooms, and competition fields were added halfway up the mountain. A new road was also built halfway up the mountain, leading to the top of the mountain. Finally, we don't have to walk through the dense forest anymore. Yenluo walked slowly on the stone road down the mountain, feeling quite emotional. I originally wanted to keep to myself in the apocalypse, but I didn't expect that I would have a family. Thanks to everyone's efforts, this family is growing and taking root vigorously. Hey, run, hurry up and sign up. In the distance, a disciple was running quickly from the bottom of the mountain to the top, shouting to the two disciples in front of him as he ran. The two of them stepped aside to make way and asked, "What name do you want to apply for?" The man stopped and said breathlessly, "Haven't you heard? The Supreme Elder said that it's almost New Year's Day, so let the disciples have a friendly match. There will be prizes." Is this true? Who is the Grand Elder? We have never seen him. It doesn't matter who the Grand Elder is. What matters is the prizes for the friendly match. As long as you participate, you can get small gifts. The top 10 in each peak will be rewarded with spiritual stones and spiritual water. It is said that the top 10 in the entire Fuguang Palace will be rewarded with magic tools. Wow, that's great. I want to go check it out too. The three of them ran up the mountain together and did not forget to give way to Yenluo when they passed by her. She heard someone say, "Who is this person? She has such a good temperament and is so beautiful." Yenluo smiled knowingly and continued to walk down the mountain slowly. She spent half a day touring the three side peaks. The disciples were all practicing and the overall atmosphere was good. After leaving Fuyao Peak, walking along the river, you can see two mountain villages and a newly formed village opposite. Yenluo went to the new village out of curiosity. This place was created by the refugees. Houses were built of stone and wood. People reclaimed the wasteland, dug out the stones, and piled up the soil. They planted wild vegetables and fruits they found in the mountains in front of and behind their houses, and some trees even hung dried bacon. When humans unite, wisdom can always overcome difficulties. At the entrance of the village, a little kid was digging for earthworms with his ace sticking out. He looked up and saw Yenluo, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Are you a fairy?"
Yenluo smiled, "No."
The child suddenly realized, "Then you must be a monk from Fuguang Palace?" Yenluo nodded. Seeing Yenluo dressed neatly and beautifully, with fair and smooth skin, the child couldn't help but say, "When I grow up, I will also go to Fuguang Palace to become a monk." Yenluo smiled and patted her head. "Okay, come on. Little girl, do you have a name for this place?" The child said, "Yes, it's called the Sun Tribe." Sun Tribe? Yenluo raised his eyebrows, not understanding why they gave it such a name. The child explained it himself. "My father said that the sun represents hope. As long as there is hope, there is the motivation to survive." Yenluo used his spiritual sense to check the little girl's aptitude. She had good aptitude and would be able to practice Taoism when she was a little older. She handed her a sugar-coated hawthorn ball. "Little girl, when you're 6 years old, come to Fuguang Palace. You're a very good child." She was even more surprised when she heard Yenluo asked her to go to the mountains to practice when she turned 6. She happily took the hawthorn ball and carefully hid it in her arms. "Big sister, I will definitely come to find you. I'm waiting for you." Yenluo left the Sun Tribe, and these two mountains, which originally had no names, were now given names by people. One is called Sun Mountain, and the other is called Hihi Mountain. The two mountains accommodate more than 3,000 people. There were many people working in Fuguang Palace on both sides. After Yenluo quietly took a look around, he returned to the main peak. The first friendly match for disciples of Fuguang Palace was named Qingyan Test. First, the three side peaks competed separately, and finally 10 people were selected from each peak to go to the main peak for the final competition. Yenluo will participate in the final. The competition venue is right in front of the main hall. Yenluo sat in the center of the judge's seat. Our peak master said that the palace master will come to watch the final match. Not only the palace master, but also the Grand Elder is here. The Grand Elder is the mysterious one. I have been here for half a year and have never seen him once. My senior brother said that the Grand Elder is absolutely beautiful. He entered the finals just to see the Grand Elder's beautiful face. Besides, no future at 8 o'clock in the morning. the competition officially began. Yanluo wore a snow-white satin V-neck dress and a rare pair of white crystal-embroidered high-heeled shoes. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders. When she descended from the sky onto the judge's bench, all the disciples were dazzled. I admit it, I'm a loser. The elders of our Fuguang Palace are all so handsome. I thought they would be like in the novels, with white beards and immortal looks. I raised my hand. The palace master is the most handsome. The palace master is the most handsome plus 10,086. Shu Tianxu looked at the crowd of disciples below and announced the start of the written test. The top 10 out of the 30 disciples will be selected, and each of the top 10 will receive a magic weapon, 100 spirit stones, and a 5-liter bucket of spiritual water from the fucking pond. The first place winner even got a treasure. Dear disciples, the treasure for the first place winner is provided by the Grand Elder. Please give the reward to the first place winner. Shu Tianxu said loudly. Yanluo came down from the podium and walked to the first place. Time jump? The Grand Elder still remembers me. Yanluo smiled and handed him the precious sword in his hand. Congratulations, keep up the good work. Yes, disciple will follow the teachings of the Supreme Elder. Although the main hall of Fuguang Palace is the face of our sect, it cannot be built to be seen but not used. There are only 3 days until New Year's Eve. Let's decorate the main hall and celebrate the new year together. Yanluo said in a soft tone. It's New Year. Although there were rumors before, it's still different to hear it from the Grand Elder himself. The hundreds of disciples below were excited. But some people also doubt that if supplies are scarce, what is the point of celebrating the New Year? They won't be able to eat delicious food or buy new clothes. Yanluo smiled and said, First of all, from the 1st to the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, you can have 7 days off. You can arrange your time as you wish. It's a holiday, hee. Whether it's the new year or not, it's worth it to take a holiday. Although I can't go out to travel now, I can sleep and rest at home during the holidays. The coursework in Fuguang Temple is very intense. I study at 6 o'clock in the morning, eat at 8 o'clock, practice at 9 o'clock, eat at 12 o'clock, continue practicing at 1 o'clock, and exchange ideas in the evening. There are many ways to practice. Sometimes they have to run for 3 hours in the mountains with a load of 200 kilograms. Sometimes they have to dive in the valleys and rivers to catch small fish, and they have to make sure they catch them alive without hurting them, and sometimes they have to let the palace master's big tiger play games with them. In short, it is tiring. Secondly, on the afternoon of New Year's Eve, everyone can come to the main peak hall to play, participate in making dumplings, and then eat dumplings in the evening. Eat dumplings. Dumplings. Although the disciples of Fuguang Palace would not go hungry, they still had 3 meals of rice and 1 stir-fried vegetable a day. The seasonings Yanluo stored were not enough for so many people, so they could only put a little salt in their stir-fried dishes. The salt is mined from the mountains. It is very coarse and sometimes tastes unpleasant. Okay, I'm done talking. Yanluo stepped back. Shu Tianxu immediately arranged for everyone to leave in an orderly manner. Under Yanluo's advocacy, everyone in the peak was very active. Yanluo provided red-colored paper, and some disciples knew how to cut paper and make paper lanterns. Lu Meirong stopped cooking for the engineering team half a year ago. Instead, she took a group of women from the mountain to weave and spin, and now they can make a lot of clothes. They worked on it day after day, and now have made a short-sleeved shirt and shorts for each disciple. Yanluo gathered these clothes together. New Year's Eve arrived very quickly. There were people hanging around on the top of the main peak in the morning. There were even more people in the afternoon. The female disciples came to help make dumplings, while the male disciples kneaded the dough and pressed the skins. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the entire peak was filled with lively laughter. Yanluo looked at it from inside the hall and thought, this should be the peace after the natural disaster ended and a new order was established. Sheng Wan said with emotion, Sister Luo, you are our benefactor. Because of you, we have this pure land. Yanluo didn't say anything and asked Bai Qingzi to send out the prepared soy sauce, oyster sauce, bean paste, and other condiments. Bai Qingzi carried the box to the front of the crowd. Master said that it's New Year's Day, and we should eat something good. This is the seasoning she gave me. A female disciple curiously opened the box and saw the full amount of seasonings inside. She immediately became excited. Wow, the Grand Elder is the best person in the world. Yes, there are shrimps, oh my god. Many people gathered around. With these seasonings, they will have the most delicious food in 2 years. They are making dumplings with great enthusiasm, while Yen Luo and Yen Bao are eating melon seeds upstairs in the main hall. Yen Feng and several elders were also there. Sister Luo, the disciples' food has been improved. Should we improve it as well? Shu Tianxiu asked eagerly. Although they are elders, after they have eaten the supplies they have stored, they also start to eat the food produced in the mountains, and they are also greedy. Yen Bao said in a neutral tone, "Let's go eat dumplings later, you little brat. You've been staring at Yen Luo's things all day long." Shu Tianxiu glanced at Yen Bao. Although this boy was young and looked innocent and harmless, he could be eerie and scary at times. He curled his lips and dared not say anything. Yen Luo asked, "Have the fruit trees I transplanted to the mountain matured yet?" Fruit trees have a growing period and a fruit dropping period throughout the year. In order to allow the fruit trees to bear fruit continuously throughout the year, she followed the example of the Qingshan school and set up formations in the orchard and buried spiritual stones to provide nutrients to the fruit trees. The fruit trees in Fuguang Palace are supposed to be able to produce 3 harvests a year, while fruits with a short growing period can even produce 4 or 5 harvests a year. Shu Tianxiu said, "It's overcooked, so I've given each disciple a portion. But there is no way, there are so many people, and when each person gets the money, there is not much left." Yen Luo thought for a moment, "I still have some fruit. I'll take it out and share it with you later." The thing that was most abundant in her space was planting. While everyone was chatting, she went out alone and then entered the space. Baiyu quickly floated over. "Sister Luo, I want to go out and play too good." Yen Luo let her out. There are countless fruits in the space orchard. If they are not picked when they are ripe, they will remain hanging on the trees without falling or rotting. When Aunt Chun finishes her work, she will pick some and store them. New fruits will grow when they are picked. When Yen Luo first got the space, the crops planted in the space would mature in a month. However, with the 2 evolutions of the space, they can now mature in less than a week. Fruit is faster. She picked apples, peaches, pears, and oranges, took more than a dozen boxes of each, and gave them to Shu Tianxiu. "Go and share some with your disciples." Shu Tianxiu asked slyly, "Sister Luo, do we have any special treatment?" Yen Luo smiled and said, "Yes, sure. Grapes and tangerines. The tangerines are for Li Wei, but they're a little scarce. Tisk tisk tsk. Taoist Li Wei is so nice." Shu Tianxiu went out to do his work, and the rest of the people ate melon seeds and peeled tangerines. In the evening, the dumplings made by the disciples were cooked, and a young disciple sent a few plates upstairs as instructed. Yen Bao lost interest after eating a few, as he liked fruits the most. After dinner, it was completely dark. Yen Luo went up to the roof of the hall and lit the fireworks stored in the space. In an instant, the sky was filled with colorful flowers, which exploded with bangs and fell to the ground. The brilliant light made all the disciples cheer. Yen Bao squatted and lit a kaleidoscope. When he looked up, he saw Yen Luo's beautiful profile against the backdrop of the fireworks. She smiled like a child who had forgotten all the struggle and fatigue. Yen Bao was stunned for a moment. When Yen Luo lowered her head, she happened to see his gaze. "What's wrong? Why are you in a daze?" Yen Bao came back to his senses and said sincerely, "Lolo, you are so beautiful." The young man stood up from the ground, and his figure suddenly became taller than Yen Luo. He put his arms around Yen Luo's neck, and Yen Luo felt his breathing tighten and his heart pounded. The two looked directly at each other, neither of them moving their eyes. The fireworks in the sky are still blooming. On the rooftop, Yen Luo's long hair fluttered freely and colorful light flickered on her face. Under the brilliant fireworks, there are only 2 people. Yen Bao felt that he never wanted to leave Yen Luo in his entire life. For some unknown reason, he even wanted to hug her. Ever since he transformed into a human, he has never hugged Yen Luo again. The young man in front of him also had beautiful eyebrows and slightly raised thin lips that looked bright red under the light. He stared at her with such scorching eyes that Yan Luo's heart skipped a beat. Just then, a voice came from downstairs. "Master, Taoist Li Wei is here." Immediately afterwards, a huge head ran up along with a troublesome human body. As soon as Bai Qingze reached the rooftop, he saw his master staring at Yan Bao. He didn't know what they were doing, but when they saw him coming up, they all looked at him. Bai Qingze thought to himself that he was quite respected, but Yan Bao seemed to look at him in an unfriendly way. It doesn't matter. Yan Bao is not friendly to anyone except his master. "Master, Taoist Li Wei is waiting for you downstairs." He repeated his purpose. Yan Luo felt that Bai Qingze's arrival made the strange atmosphere in the air completely disappear, and her mood quickly returned to calm. "What are you doing here, Li Wei? You can't be here to wish us a Happy New Year. New Year's greetings have to be paid on the first day of the Lunar New Year." "I don't know, Master. Please go down and take a look." Yan Luo said to Yan Bao, "You play by yourself for a while, I'll go downstairs." Yan Bao curled his lips. He didn't want to stay on this shabby rooftop. What was so good about a rooftop? It was bare. Bai Qingze was puzzled. "This was not what you said when you first came up here clinging to your master." "I follow you." After saying that, Yan Bao went downstairs in 2 steps. Li Wei was waiting on the first floor of the hall. At this time, a bonfire was lit outside the main hall, and the disciples of Fuguang Palace gathered together to watch the fireworks. Because of this fireworks display, several more couples appeared in Fuguang Palace overnight. Li Wei couldn't help but brighten her eyes when she saw Yan Luo coming down the stairs. Yan Luo wore a dress-style skirt today, a cheongsam in traditional Chinese style, and she looked like a lotus with every step she took. "It's so beautiful." When Yan Bao saw his eyes, he immediately stood between the two of them unhappily, blocking Li Wei's sight. Then Yan Luo sat in the main seat. Yan Bao sat next to her as a matter of course. Li Wei only noticed the young man at this time. Yan Luo asked, having never seen him before, "It's New Year's Day, why are you here?" Li smiled. "If I hadn't come to your Fuguang Palace, I wouldn't have known that today was New Year's Eve. It seems that you are very good to your disciples." Yan Luo smiled and said, "I founded my own sect, so of course I have to treat them better." "But why did you suddenly come to see me?" Li Wei blurted out subconsciously, "Can I come to see you if I'm fine?" After saying this, Li Wei suddenly felt a little abrupt, so he added, "We are friends after all." Yan Luo said, "Of course you can come to me. I just think you must have something else to do." Yan Bao looked at Li Wei and felt very displeased. He thought that Li Wei must have other intentions towards Yan Luo. He looked outside the hall angrily. Outside the hall, a young couple who had just gotten together shyly held hands, quietly ran to a deserted place, and kissed. In an instant, Yan Bao, who was studious, curious, smart, and quick-witted, knew what was going on. He wanted to hold hands and kiss Yan Luo, and Li Wei must want it too. Meow. Bully the bear. He glared at Li Wei angrily. The look was so explicit that the sensitive Li Wei could sense it immediately. He looked at Yan Bao in confusion. Yan Luo also noticed Yan Bao's hostility. She said, "I'm talking about something, you go home first." Yan Bao was instantly unwilling. Yan Luo actually wanted to hide it from him. She actually sided with an outsider. When Yan Luo saw that the little guy was about to get angry, he patiently said softly, "Be good, and listen." Unfortunately, Yan Bao was not comforted at all this time, but he still did as Yan Luo said and walked away with his tail between his legs. 4 giant pandas, when they are angry or wronged, they just quietly tuck their tails between their legs and feel sad.
Who is that?
"Is that your brother?" Li Wei asked curiously. Yan Luo thought about it and thought that he couldn't be a transformed monster, so he made up a story. "He is my brother who I picked up from the outside. His name is Yan Bao." "Picked it up?" Li Wei suddenly felt a sense of urgency. "The adopted brother has no blood relationship with me, so who knows if he has other ideas. No wonder he was so hostile to me just now." Li Wei pondered for a moment and said tentatively, "It seems that his feelings for you are unusual." Yan Luo smiled slightly in her heart. Of course it was extraordinary. He was the giant panda she raised with her own hands. When it was young, She fed it with a bottle and gave it a bath. She raised it single-handedly since it was young. It's normal for children. Yen Luo asked him, "Let's get back to the point.
Were you here for this time?"
Li Wei suppressed the awkwardness in his heart and said, "We in the Qingshan sect sensed that something with strong spiritual energy appeared in the Huainan mountain range, so I came here to check it out." Lotus Peak, where Fuguang Palace is located, is part of the Huainan mountain range. Lianhua Peak is a relatively large area in the northern part of the Huainan mountain range, while there is another mountain range in the south that is even larger than Lianhua Peak. The two mountain groups together form the Huainan mountain range. Is it the southern mountainous area? Yen Luo had circled Lotus Peak several times and knew that there was nothing there.
Good.
Yen Luo said, "Tell me something so important. Aren't you afraid that I will steal it from you?" Li smiled and said, "I believe you. But that place is full of spiritual energy. It should be very dangerous. I wonder if you are afraid." Yen Luo smiled. "I have nothing to be afraid of. In that case, shall we go into the mountains together tomorrow?"
Good.
Yen Feng took Li Wei to the courtyard where the guests lived, and Yen Luo returned home. Yen Bao was sitting on the doorstep in a daze, twisting the fingers of his two hands constantly. Yen Luo saw this scene at the gate of the yard and knew that he was wronged again. She smiled and said, "Xiao Yen Bao, are you unhappy again?" Hearing her voice, Yen Bao looked up suddenly. Then he stood up quickly and ran over like an arrow.
He was always like this.
Every time he saw her come home, he would be very happy, as if they had not seen each other for several years. Yen Luo didn't think there was anything wrong, but Yen Bao ran very fast this time, like a gust of wind. Yen Luo was not prepared at all, and before he knew it, Yen Bao stretched out his arms. One hand held her waist, the other hand supported the back of her head. Like a ferocious wolf cub protecting its food, it pecked at it with a howl. Bit Yen Luo's mouth. In a flash, Yen Luo suddenly opened his eyes wide. On New Year's Eve, Yen Luo rushed to Sheng Luan's house on a sword and stayed there forcefully. Sheng Luan opened her mouth and wanted to ask what happened, but seeing that her face looked very bad, she didn't dare to ask. Yen Luo covered his head and fell asleep. In the dream, the young man emerged from a bath, like a pure white hibiscus flower. He was surrounded by a misty fog, which made him look even more attractive. Those bright eyes, under the misty water vapor, are even more dazzling and captivating. In the dream, Yen Luo was attracted by this vigorous gravity and slowly approached him step by step. Came closer and held out his hand. There were fine drops of water hanging on his arms, eyes smiling like stars. Yen Luo was a little at a loss, but still reached out his hand. Two hands, crossing the gap of time and the boundaries of race, are about to touch each other. But at this moment, a dazzling red light descended from the sky, like an unbreakable sharp blade, separating the two hands. Yen Luo suddenly opened his eyes. The sky is already bright. It turned out to be a dream. Yen Luo didn't think much about it. He immediately washed up, changed into a black sportswear, tied his hair, ate breakfast, and followed Li Wei out of Fuguang Palace. They were the only two who went to the southern part of the Huainan mountainous area. Li Wei said that the place was a bit strange and was not an ordinary secret place. At the same time, the guardian that accompanied it would be very powerful. Li Wei didn't want to waste the lives of the Qingshan sect disciples in vain, and Yen Luo naturally didn't want the children of Fuguang Palace to die. After Li Wei obtained the inheritance of Qingshan sect, his cultivation level broke through to the middle stage of Jinwu realm. Although Yen Luo's cultivation level was in the early stage of Jinwu realm, he had strong combat power and could fight against middle-stage cultivators across levels. So Li Wei felt relieved to call her. Besides, he also had his own selfish motives. The two men flew out of the mountainous area in the back on their swords and entered the area of the mountainous area in the south. According to scientists' detection, it goes hundreds of meters underground after reaching the horizon. When flying through the air with a sword, you can see the lifeless water flow below. It is actually a pool of stagnant water that never flows all year round. There shouldn't be anything that can survive in this rift, right?
Li Wei said.
Yen Luo shook his head. There are many kinds of life in this world. Now that the spiritual energy is revived, there are even more strange phenomena. Maybe there are really creatures that can survive in it. That's true. Yanluo looked down and saw only darkness. The two sides of the rift were steep and vertical, making it impossible to climb. There were no weeds or trees on the rocks, making them look even smoother and darker. One look at it gives you a suffocating feeling. Yanluo stopped looking. The two of them flew their swords at a very fast speed and soon arrived at the place, Li Wei said. Hey, there's actually a lake here. Yanluo was surprised. If scientists want to come in and explore, they can probably only go 1/3 of the way. Going further in, there are too many dangers, and it is beyond human control. Due to previous rainfall, the area of this lake has almost surpassed that of Daming Lake. It was at the top of a low hill, and the lake had submerged many trees around it. They could see the tops of some of the trees barely sticking out of the water. After the water filled the entire lake, it continued to overflow. It seemed that it had overflowed to the edge of the mountain and then formed a waterfall-like curtain of water, falling into the surrounding valleys. Seen from the air, this short mountain looks like a bowl full of water placed among a group of tall mountains. Mountains can have this kind of structure. Both were surprised. Li Wei pointed downwards. What Qingshan sect discovered is right here. As he finished speaking, a stream of light approached quickly from a distance, and a woman in white came into their sight. Fairy Xiling? Yanluo and the others were surprised. I didn't expect to meet you here. Xiling was also stunned for a moment, but after seeing who the two people were, he felt relieved. A friend, not an enemy. She said in a clear voice, Lansong Mountain is not far from here. I noticed something strange. Master asked me to come and take a look. The Jinglian sect is located on Lansong Mountain. Lansong Mountain is located on the southern outskirts of the southern mountainous area and was also a popular tourist attraction before the natural disaster. After all, they are all beautiful female disciples, and many people come here to admire them. It's just right we can go together and take care of each other. After saying that, the three of them lowered their flying swords and flew towards the lake. Is the thing at the bottom of the lake? That should be the case. After all, there is no other place here. Then let's go down and take a look. Except for the treetops above the water, many trees are submerged, so the lake is probably several dozen meters deep. All three were very cautious. After Li Wei falls onto the water surface, he will take the lead and go into the water first. At this moment, ripples suddenly appeared on the water surface under his feet, as if a gust of wind suddenly blew past. Blast? Where does the wind come from? Yanluo noticed something was wrong. Li Wei, go. Li Wei reacted quickly as well. As soon as there was a disturbance in the water, he immediately flew up on his sword. Despite this, the arc of his flight still tilted slightly to the side. Behind the three people, a devastating pressure loomed down, like a mountain pressing down on their heads, so heavy that it almost pressed the three people into the water. Yanluo immediately flew high, turned around, and saw the source of the danger. I saw a huge black wall slowly rising on the Tsongshan mountain opposite. This huge wall is covered with long, dense hairs, each of which is 1 meter long. When the wind blows, its hair shakes like wheat waves. It is obvious that this is a monster, a huge monster. It seems slow, but in fact it only takes 1 second for it to stand up completely. At this moment, although Yanluo and the other two wanted to escape, they did not have time to do so. After it stood up, everyone could see its true appearance. This is a very, very, very large chimpanzee. How big is it? There are 2 black spots on its yellow chest, one on the left and one on the right, each as big as a bowl. This gives an idea of the size of the entire body. It bent its upper body slightly and stared at the 3 small blacks in front of it with unfriendly eyes. Then he opened his mouth wide and blew at the 3 people. This blew, and there was another gust of wind, which almost formed a tornado in the air and violently swept towards the 3 people. The 3 of them immediately scattered and fled. At this time, Li Wei already regretted bringing Yanluo here. This chimpanzee's cultivation level has probably reached the Yaguang realm. The Yaguang realm and the Jinwu realm are essential leaps. When a cultivator enters the Yaguang realm, a real golden elixir will condense on his dantian, which controls the circulation of the cultivator's spiritual energy. One Yaguang realm cultivator is as powerful as 100 Jinwu realm cultivators. What's more, the other party is a monster that is inherently more ferocious than humans. Facing such a powerful enemy, there was no possibility of a head-on fight. Yen Luo and the other two were very rational and gritted their teeth before fleeing. The three of them split up and headed in three different directions. The chimpanzee turned its huge head angrily, its scarlet eyes rolled around, and then it chased after Yen Luo. While Yen Luo was flying, she felt gusts of cold wind whistling behind her, blowing her clothes tightly against her body. Without looking back, she knew that the big chimpanzee was chasing her. Bah, so unlucky. Although he complained in his heart, all the spiritual power in his body was rapidly poured into the flying sword, increasing its speed to the extreme. At the same time, she put on the flowing fairy dress she got in the secret realm. On the other side, Li Wei ran for a while and found that the chimpanzee did not catch up with him, so he turned back, only to see that the black behemoth was actually stepping on the void with its four limbs and chasing after Yen Luo. He was startled and immediately turned around and flew towards Yen Luo. After Shi Ling discovered this change, she hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and flew back. But the two of them were no match for the fleeing Yen Luo and the chimpanzee. As Yen Luo was flying, he suddenly felt a darkness above his head, as if dark clouds were covering the sun. The sudden alertness made her stop flying forward. Then, the huge black wall fell from the sky and blocked her way. The claws, as thick and powerful as the claws of an excavator, broke through the air and grabbed. Yen Luo quickly took out the Kunwu jade ruler. The ruler understood the mentality of its owner, and white lights surged in the air. However, under the crushing of absolute strength, even the Kunwu jade ruler is like an egg hitting a rock. Before the claws arrived, the palm wind had already blown Yen Luo away. She spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. The body fell like a meteor. In a hurry, Yen Luo remembered this place. Great Rift Valley. Yen Luo thought of his last trump card. Her thoughts immediately sank into space. You carp, if you don't come out to protect your master, you'll be locked up in this space for another 10,000 years. As soon as he finished speaking, the water in the space stream began to boil, and Baiyu, who had been in seclusion for a long time, was forcibly summoned out by Yen Luo. Before it had time to observe what was happening, it was thrown out of the space by its owner. What's wrong? The fat carp looked up and suddenly saw a black wall appearing in front of him. This is so. Its round body carried Yen Luo backwards rapidly. Although it hasn't fought a war for thousands of years, the fat carp is not stupid after all, and still has this instinct. After it quickly distanced itself from the chimpanzee was also stunned in midair. It could sense that the other party was also an animal in the Yaguang realm, but it doesn't seem to be of demon-beast bloodline. In the distance, Li Wei and Shi Ling were so shocked by this sudden change that their mouths opened wide. The most shocking thing was that Yen Luo was actually riding on the back of that red and fat carp. That carp can compete with the chimpanzee, so its cultivation must have reached the Yaguang realm. It actually listened to Yen Luo. These days, carp flying in the sky and chimpanzees running in the sky are really rare. Baiyu complained, "No way, master. I haven't recovered yet, and you threw such a big thing at me." Yen Luo rolled his eyes. That's better than me having no way to die on my own. Baiyu's eyes twitched. If I die, it's not death. Yen Luo said, "No way, you can't beat it? You are at least an ancient spirit beast of pure bloodline." Baiyu felt even more helpless. The black guy opposite also has a very familiar aura. It seems to be a monster from ancient times. The chimpanzee didn't give them much time and rushed over. It drooled with greed. A 10,000-year-old spirit beast, 3 Jinwu realm cultivators. If it eats this, its cultivation can reach the peak of Yaguang realm. The chimpanzee came fiercely, and a gust of wind was created when he waved his claws. The gust of wind was like a blade, cutting the air wherever it passed. Baiyu opened his mouth and sprayed out a stream of water. The water column was like a curtain, but the strong wind was even stronger. After colliding with the water column, it quickly pushed the water column back and then split it in half. The fat carp's eyes shone, and its body spun in the air, throwing Yen Luo out. After Yen Luo flew backwards, he just happened to see Li Wei and Shi Ling rushing over. The two of them are back again. Yen Luo felt warm in his heart, but then he said seriously, "You guys go. You come with us too." Right now the chimpanzee and the fat carp are fighting fiercely. The fat carp is an aquatic animal, and outside is not her home ground, so she is already at a disadvantage. But if she could hold the chimpanzee back, the three of them could still take the opportunity to escape. Yen Luo glanced at Baiyu in the air and said firmly, "You go. If you don't leave, I will break off my friendship with you." Yen Luo. Li Wei wanted to persuade him, but Yen Luo said angrily, "Walk. Wanna leave?"
Haha, no way.
A male voice poured down from the air, and at the same time, the fat carp's round body was kicked down like a ball. "We don't want to let any chimpanzee go." At that moment, three people and the carp rushed forward at the same time. There was a burst of lightning and thunder in the mountains and forests, and countless trees in the air were reduced to sawdust. The sawdust raised dust, dyeing half the sky gray. In the blink of an eye, Yen Luo and others were hit hard. After Yen Luo fell into the mountain below, he knocked a big hole in the hard rock. The fat carp was then also smashed down. After the dust settled, the chimpanzee fell to the ground, with countless bloodstains all over its body and its thick hair almost pulled out. It stared angrily at the ants in front of it, raised its hand, and grabbed Yen Luo first. Yen Luo. Li Wei's eyes were red and bleeding. Why did he bring Yen Luo here? He regretted it. Yen Luo was wrapped in a big hand, getting closer and closer to the chimpanzee's mouth. She tried several times to use space to contain this high-level monster, but failed every time. The difference in strength is too great. She was ready to hide in space at the last moment. Then he ambushed in its mouth and took Li Wei and others into the space. But in the distance, a familiar feeling was approaching rapidly. Amidst the severe pain in her body, she saw a figure flying towards her. Lolo. The sight was blurry, but the sound was unmistakable. It was Yen Bao who came. What was he doing here? When Yen Bao saw Yen Luo's current situation, his bright eyes were as if they were washed by blood. When the chimpanzee saw the person coming, he couldn't help but reveal a look of mockery in his eyes. "Ha, here comes another food delivery man, but..." A red light appeared before my eyes. Immediately afterwards, a red bamboo flute appeared before his eyes. The bamboo flute was as red as blood, with an enchanting luster. In an instant, the young man who followed behind was like a king looking down on the world, and he reached above its head. What makes the terrifying chimpanzee forget to act? It is the oppression from ancient times. It is an expectation that cannot be forgotten for thousands of years. At this time, Yen Luo's meridians were shattered by the chimpanzee, and he could not mobilize any spiritual power. She looked at the young man in the sky anxiously, but she couldn't stop her body from falling. She angrily twitched the spiritual power of the space in her body, wanting to borrow the spiritual energy of the space to have the possibility of fighting again. A large amount of spiritual energy poured in madly, squeezing her meridians to the point of almost breaking them. In the air, Yen Bao saw Yen Luo's body falling. From a height of 100 meters, he was probably smashed to pieces. He gritted his teeth and chased after him like a meteor. Yen Luo was falling, and when he saw Yen Bao flying down, it seemed as if she was the only one reflected in the boy's eyes. Apart from that, there is only anxiety, sadness, and even a hint of fear. What is he afraid of? The spiritual power in Yen Luo's body surged, making her whole body look bruised and blue. Yen Bao understood too well. He knew that Yen Luo must have used the power of space. She will die like this. Yen Bao quickly caught up and was about to grab the hand that Yen Luo extended. A black claw reached out mercilessly, blocking Yen Bao's way and grabbing him up. After the chimpanzee caught Yen Bao, It no longer cared about the people and carp below, and ran towards the large rift valley on the side. At that time, Yenluo's whole body turned blue, and bright red blood seeped out of her fine pores. Her overall cultivation level unexpectedly rose to the Yaguang realm. Her body suddenly stopped when it was close to the ground, and then she chased after the chimpanzee with the Kunwu jade ruler in hand. Wherever he passed, there was blood. The Kunwu jade ruler sensed the urgency and anger of its master, and its jade white light covered half the sky and pierced straight into the back of the running chimpanzee. The chimpanzee seemed to be crazy. It didn't try to dodge and let the white light pierce its chest. It did not slow down and decisively jumped down the Great Rift Valley with Yen Bao.
Zanbao.
When Yen Luo chased after him, the falling shadow of the chimpanzee had turned into a small black. In a trance, she heard Yen Bao shouting a few words unclearly, and she only heard the first word clearly. Chicken? Yen Luo jumped down without hesitation, the flying sword under his feet, the sound of wind whirring past his ears. Soon, she saw the chimp fall into the water at the bottom of the Rift Valley. But when she was still 100 meters away from the water surface, she was unable to fly down. It was as if there was an invisible barrier in the void that could not be broken through. Yen Luo angrily took the jade ruler and chopped it downwards, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it down even a bit. Above the rift, Yen Feng, who arrived later, rushed down on his sword, took advantage of his sister's unpreparedness, knocked her out with a palm, and took her up. Yen Luo was burning her essence and blood at this moment, using the spiritual power of the space to vent it. Many meridians in her body could no longer withstand the explosion. If she was allowed to continue messing around, she would explode and die in no time. After Yen Feng brought Yen Luo up on his swords, he saw Li Wei and Shi Ling at the edge of the Great Rift Valley. And Bai Yu. When he saw Bai Yu, Yen Feng was shocked. He knew the strength of this fat carp, and even it got beaten? How powerful must the other party be that my sister is not afraid of death and keeps chasing him? Thinking of his sister covered in blood, with an angry and terrified look on her face, hitting the void tirelessly like a machine, Yen Feng sighed. My sister was so scary just now. She was so out of control. Could it be because Yen Bao fell down? Li Wei and Shi Ling staggered over. Shi Ling couldn't help but gasp when she saw Yen Luo's miserable appearance. Li Wei clenched his fists tightly and could hardly breathe. Yen Luo was lying in Yen Feng's arms, her whole body like a deflated inflatable doll, leaning against Yen Feng powerlessly, her head tilted back, her face as pale as paper, dotted with a few bright red plum blossoms from time to time. Her body was covered in blood, and her fairy skirt had lost control and had long since returned to Yen Luo's space. Her clothes were torn, and there was not a single spot on her exposed skin that was not covered with blood. The most crucial thing was that because Yen Luo had forcibly mobilized his spiritual power, the meridians in his body were in chaos, and the remaining spiritual power was running rampant in his body. If she hadn't cleansed her essence and marrow every half a month, her meridians would have been very strong, and this injury would have been more serious than the last time in the Yocheong tribe. Yen Feng, are you the only one here? Li Wei asked. Yen Feng nodded. Li Wei said, your sister doesn't look like she's fit for flying a sword. How about you take her here to recuperate for a few days? Yen Luo's current condition really can't withstand the slightest wind and rain. Yen Feng said, that's what I thought. He took out a tent from his storage bracelet and spread a soft blanket in the tent. Then he stepped out and said to Shi Ling, Fairy Shi Ling, can I trouble you for a moment? Shi Ling guessed what Yen Feng wanted her to do, so she agreed quickly. After she entered the tent, Yen Feng handed her a set of clean clothes and several towels. There was a basin of spiritual water on the ground next to it. Please help my sister wipe the blood off her body. Thank you for your hard work. It's okay, don't worry. Fairy Shi Ling's movements were very gentle. She wiped it bit by bit and did it for a full hour. If the chimpanzee's attention had not been diverted by the people around Yen Luo at that time, the chimpanzee would definitely not have let the three of them go. So Shi Ling is grateful to Yen Luo deep in her heart. However, this was at the cost of Yen Luo losing a loved one. Outside, Li Wei looked at Yan Feng and said with great guilt, "I'm sorry. I didn't know there was a Yaguang realm monster here. I was the one who let your sister go into danger, and let Yen Bao." Yen Bao and the chimpanzee fell into the Great Rift Valley together. There was no doubt that they were dead. Either they are smashed to pieces or they are eaten by chimpanzees. Yen Feng was silent for a long time. Then he said in a rational voice, "It was my sister's decision to come with you on this adventure. Since my sister has made the decision, then if there are dangers during the adventure, it has nothing to do with you. If you find treasure, my sister will share it with you equally." Li Wei was speechless when she saw Yen Feng was calm and rational and didn't know what to say for a moment. He meditated silently to heal his wounds. After Shi Ling had cleaned up Yen Luo, she also left. Yen Feng stayed by Yen Luo's side day and night, taking care of her and feeding her medicine and water. 5 days later, Yen Luo finally opened his eyes.
Zan Bao. Zan Bao.
The first thing she did when she woke up was to look for Yen Bao. Yen Feng placed his hands on her shoulders to comfort her. "Sister, Yen Bao fell into the Great Rift Valley. Have you forgotten?" A sharp pain suddenly surged into Yen Luo's heart. After another 7 days, Yen Luo could already walk normally, but he could not use his spiritual power. His overall cultivation was equivalent to the first level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. Accompanied by Yen Feng, she walked to the edge of the Great Rift Valley. Standing on the edge and looking down, it was pitch black below. The rocks on both sides are as smooth as iron and cannot be climbed. Yen Luo sat on the edge with his legs hanging down at the bottom of the cliff, not shaking at all. She had been thinking a lot these days, and Yen Bao would appear in her dreams every time she went to sleep. This is not normal. She even remembered that Yen Bao kissed her secretly. She was obviously very angry, but in her dream, she didn't seem to be so resistant. Instead, she was glad that he was alive again. After doing this many times, Yen Luo realized that she might have really fallen in love with a 2-year-old boy. What's even more difficult to talk about is that this boy is a giant panda. Whether she could accept this unbelievable thing or not, it was really happening now. Yen Luo laughed at herself. Was God fair to her? She felt that it was fair, as it gave her a chance to be reborn. But since she was reborn, why did she have to experience this kind of love affair? Having gone through it, she was strangled before she even started. It's true that heaven and earth are not kind. After sitting for half an hour, Yen Luo took out a bunch of chickens from the space. There are vacuum-packed boneless roast chicken, salted chicken, lotus leaf chicken, as well as Aunt Chun's freshly made roast chicken, grilled chicken, stewed chicken, and fried chicken. She threw them one by one into the Great Rift Valley. Yen Feng opened his mouth in surprise. "My sister, is she okay?" Yen Feng counted and found that his sister had thrown away more than 100 chickens. If others saw this, they would definitely be furious. Yen Luo didn't care about all this. After throwing the chicken, she also threw some fresh bamboo shoots and fruits. "Yen Bao, I brought you the chicken you mentioned, as well as your favorite food. I hope your soul will be reincarnated into a peaceful and prosperous era." She sat here until dark and only returned to the tent at Yen Feng's reminder. Li Wei and Shi Ling were lighting a fire with a mountain demon rabbit on top. Li Wei saw her and said, "Yen Luo, I have some good news. Shi Ling and I have recovered from our injuries. We went to the lake again. Guess what we found?" Li Wei originally wanted to use this to stir up Yen Luo's emotions. Yen Luo has been in a bad mood recently. She hides in the tent every day and doesn't come out. This is very bad for her health. But Yen Luo was not interested in knowing. She said sorry and went back into the tent. Yen Feng had no choice but to take over the topic and asked, "Fellow Taoist Li Wei, fellow Taoist Shi Ling, what did you find?" Li Wei was a little disappointed but still said, "Under that lake, there is a large spiritual stone mine. It is not an ordinary spiritual stone mine, but a high-quality spiritual stone mine." "Top-grade spiritual stone?" Li Wei said, "The ordinary spirit stones we usually mine are all low-grade. This is it." As he spoke, he took out a spirit stone and showed it to Yen Feng. Yan Feng immediately realized that the quality of the spirit stone was the same as that of the spirit stone mine in Fuguang Palace. The spiritual energy of high-grade spirit stones is more abundant. One high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, it is very precious. There are only a few of them in the entire cultivation world. The spiritual stone is very useful. It can replenish the spiritual power consumed by the cultivators as quickly as possible, and it can also support the operation of the array disc. Yan Feng immediately became interested. Are there many high-quality spirit stones there? Are they easy to mine? Li Wei said, I estimate there are about 10,000 of them. They are in the mountain 100 meters below the water. It is difficult to mine them. 10,000 is not a large number, and the three of them can dig them all. But the water is too much of a nuisance. Yan Feng suggested, how about we put the water into storage bags and carry it to the valley one trip at a time? Fairy Shiling said, that's possible, but it's a bit slow. Why don't we divide the work? One person digs the ditch, and the other two carry the water out. As long as you dig a channel on the edge, the lake water will flow down by itself. Okay, let's do it. Yan Feng went to the tent and told Yan Luo about their plan. Yan Luo's cultivation had just recovered to the first level of the gathering spirit realm at this time. He was unable to help, so he helped them cook here. Li Wei and the other two flew to the lake on their swords. I think the reason why the chimpanzees are in this place is to guard this high-quality spirit stone mine. After they left, Yan Luo flashed into the space. The space lost some of its spiritual power, and the sky looked a little gray. Bai Yu and Xiao Hua both came forward to greet them. Yan Luo. Bai Yu didn't know what to say to comfort her. Even if I die, at least I can leave behind a soul, and maybe I will have a chance to regain my body in the future.
Zan Bao.
No body was found. Xiao Hua still finds it unbelievable. It really believes that someone as disgusting as Yan Bao should live for 1,000 years. How could he die so easily? Yan Luo waved at the two of them, indicating that they should ignore her. She went straight into the warehouse and ate a lot. As she ate, a tear fell from the corner of her eye. Yan Feng and his two companions spent half a month and finally dug out all the high-quality spirit stones from the bottom of the water. Jing Liwei and Shiling discussed it and decided that each of them only wanted 2,000, and Fuguang Palace would get 6,000. Because if Yan Bao wasn't there, the chimpanzees would have eaten them long ago. How can I get the spirit stone if I have lost my life? Yan Luo, I have to go back. Come to the Pure Lotus sect to find me when you have time. Fairy Shiling came here just for the spirit stone. Now that she had obtained the spirit stone, her mission was completed, and she had to go back to the sect to report.
Good.
Yan Luo's cultivation has recovered to the 8th level of the gathering spirit realm. Today, she is going back to Fuguang Palace with Yan Feng. Li Wei said, we're on the way. Yan Luo was in low spirits along the way and didn't talk to anyone. When she returned to Lotus Peak, she said, I want to go into seclusion. Don't look for me unless you want to destroy my clan. He walked into his own courtyard without looking back. Yan Feng looked at Li Wei awkwardly. Dao Li Wei, my sister is just like that. It's not directed at you. Why don't you stay and rest for a few days? Yan Luo has been ignoring everyone these days, of course not targeting Li Wei. Li Wei smiled bitterly. I will go back to the sect and report to Master first. Yan Luo was very decisive in his retreat this time, and he actually stopped caring about anything in Fuguang Palace. She only ate one meal at noon and slept 4 hours a day and spent the rest of her time practicing. He never stepped out of the courtyard. If I had been in the Yaoguang realm at that time, Yan Bao would not have died. Yan Luo's spirit spread throughout the Fuguang Palace, and people from all levels of the palace began to follow his example, starting a trend of seclusion. Even Yan Luo's pets, the 3 crocodiles, Amei and the queen ant, all practiced diligently and soon reached the Jinwu realm. This made Yan Feng's white tiger dissatisfied, and he also broke through the Jinwu realm. Among the masters of the 5 side peaks of Lotus Peak, 3 have already advanced to the Jinwu realm, among whom Sheng Wan and Xu Tianxiu have reached the middle stage of the Jinwu realm. Hu Bingyan is in the early stage of Jinwu realm. The remaining two side peaks were newly developed 5 years ago. One is Yufu Peak, whose master is Lin Sijia, and the other is Taiji Peak, whose master is Shiryu. Both of them are outstanding disciples who have been promoted to elders, and their cultivation is at the 8th level of the Juling realm. Yan Feng and Bai Qingze's cultivation has reached the late stage of Jinwu realm. Bai Qingze was the second person in Fuguang Palace besides Yan Luo with single spiritual root qualifications. He was extremely talented. In the past few years, he practiced very strictly and did not dare to slack off at all, so his cultivation level was catching up with Yan Feng. It is not only the Fuguang Palace that is thriving. The people living on the Lotus Peak have also multiplied, and their population has grown significantly over the past 10 years. There are many talented people among these people. After many attempts, they have brewed new soy sauces, vinegars, and bean pastes, and even extracted fine salt from rough mountain salt. In addition to the original white cloth, the weavers in the mountains can now color and weave cloth of different colors. It is said that humans are higher animals, so even in the end times, as long as humans are given a stable environment, they can always create endlessly and give themselves a colorful life with their unparalleled wisdom. On this day, the sky was clear and the white clouds were picturesque. People were doing their own jobs as usual. But suddenly, a group of auspicious clouds appeared above the main peak of Lotus Peak. Colorful clouds slowly gathered towards the center from all sides, forming a huge colorful vortex. There was a faint purple light flickering in the colorful vortex. "Look, sister. Is it going to rain?" The people at the foot of the mountain pointed to the high top of the mountain. The disciples of Fuguang Palace also came out one by one upon hearing the sound and looked upwards. "That's not right. If it's raining, why are the clouds like this? Besides, it can't just stay on the main peak, right?" One of the disciples said, "Could it be that this is not rain, but a strange phenomenon from the sky?" Another disciple said, "Could it be that a treasure has appeared in the world?" Everyone was talking about it. On the main peak, everyone who heard the noise also ran out. Yan Feng and Bai Qingze stood side by side, looking upwards together. With their eyesight, they could clearly see that the center of this vision was Yan Luo's courtyard below. In the past 10 years, Yan Luo had never seen any outsiders except occasionally guiding them in their cultivation. She never stepped out of the yard. The clouds in the sky were still expanding, and the tiny lightning that started out as lightning had grown to the thickness of an arm. With a flash, it flashed across the sky. Suddenly, the thickest and brightest lightning in the center of the vision suddenly changed direction and struck straight towards Yan Luo's courtyard below. Ah Shengwan, who had hurriedly arrived on a sword, saw this scene and screamed in fright. The next moment, a figure suddenly flew out from Yan Luo's courtyard. His body was as straight as a sword, and he faced the lightning from the sky without fear. Boom! A wave of light exploded in the air and quickly spread out in all directions. The people at the foot of the mountain were shocked by this scene. Someone was actually resisting lightning? Someone was actually challenging the authority of nature? Isn't that courting death? As soon as this thought came to mind, the figure who was facing the challenge fell down. The wind stopped and the rain stopped. Everything is settled. The people on the top of the mountain ran towards Yan Luo excitedly and surrounded her. "Sister, are you trying to survive a catastrophe?" Yan Luo smiled and nodded. "That's right. To enter the Yaguang realm from the Jinwu realm, one needs to go through the tribulation. The pure power of thunder and lightning can temper the newly born inner elixir in the cultivator's body, transform the cool energy of the inner elixir, and help the cultivator strengthen his muscles and body. Of course, this is the benefit of successfully surviving the tribulation. If it fails, you can imagine what will happen. Sister, congratulations. Master, you're so amazing. Sister Luo, we haven't seen each other for 10 years and 2 months. Let's chat, Yan Luo said. Tomorrow. Come to my place tomorrow. I need to rest today. Okay, from then on, Fuguang Palace had its own Yaguang realm cultivator and truly entered the ranks of major sections. Yan Luo was covered in dirt. She took a bath first, cleaned herself up from head to toe, and then went to see Xiaohua. Xiaohua was in the pond. She was originally in the middle stage of Jinwu realm. Thanks to her, she was contaminated by the power of thunder and lightning and advanced to the late stage of Jinwu realm. But in this huge space, there was no sign of Baiyu. Yen Luo was surprised and hurried to look for it. Aunt Chun said anxiously, "Miss, Baiyu's soul has escaped into a ginseng. What should we do? When did it happen?" "Just now ghosts are most afraid of thunder and lightning. I think that thunder disaster had a great impact on her." Yen Luo frowned and looked at the ginseng. She has planted several acres of ginseng in her space, and now almost every ginseng has a 1,000-year-old effect. The one that Baiyu possessed is the strongest one, and the fruit underneath is already white and plump. Yen Luo touched the green leaves on top of it, and the slender branches swayed gently. Aunt Chun asked in surprise, "Is Baiyu turning into a ginseng spirit?" Yen Luo said it should be. In this way, she can practice well in the space, transform into a human form in the future, and be able to start a new life as a human being. Thinking of this, Yen Luo couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She stood up and left the space, flying to the Great Rift Valley on her sword. At the edge of the Great Rift Valley, there is still bottomless darkness. Yen Luo jumped down again. She wanted to go down and see what the place that swallowed Yen Bao looked like. But when she reached the barrier, she couldn't go any further. "How so?" Yen Luo murmured. She didn't fly up, but just stayed there and took out all kinds of delicacies in the space. "Yen Bao, you must be craving for meat after not having eaten it for so many years." In the Valley of Nothingness, there was only her own echo, responding over and over again. Yen Luo offered sacrifices to Wan Yen Bao, then flew back to Lotus Peak on a sword. The dead cannot be resurrected. From today on, she will cheer up and live her life well. Burying Yen Bao deep in her heart, she would never go to the Great Rift Valley again. Walking to Liangshan village, Yen Luo discovered that the water level outside had dropped a lot, estimated to be about 5 or 6 meters. The trees in the originally flooded areas had long been drowned, leaving a pile of dead branches that were picked up by people as firewood. "Stop right there, you little witch!" A woman's shout came from a distance. Yen Luo looked up with a slight surprise in his eyes. "Yinin?" She is already 30 years old, with wrinkles on her face and a hint of worldliness between her brows and eyes. When Yinin saw her, she was surprised at first, and then she felt extremely jealous. This woman, she didn't age at all. Not only didn't age, she even became more beautiful.
"Why?"
She clenched her fist unwillingly. A man's voice came from behind. "You stinky witch. Why don't you take the kids home and cook? What are you doing standing here?" The man saw Yen Luo and immediately said respectfully, "I didn't know the fairy was here. Sorry to bother you. I'll take her away now." As he said this, he pulled Yin away. Yin refused, but the man was big and strong, and Yin was no match for him. She was dragged away in a few seconds. Her anger and humiliation were all shown in her eyes.